Chapter 1 I am a descendant of the Cao family. Star Forest. The earth is broken and the trees are destroyed. There are traces of battle everywhere. At this moment deep in the forest a handsome young man in blue slowly opened his eyes. He raised his hand tremblingly, gently caressing the snow-white rabbit in his arms with his fingertip, and tears poured out uncontrollably. Xiao Wu, despite his heart-wrenching calls, the rabbit in his arms just blinked its empty eyes and did not do anything else. Why is this happening? Because she gave everything to you. A powerful voice sounded from behind. The young man turned his head and looked around only to see that the speaker was a titan ape as majestic as a mountain. What's the use of crying? Can crying make her come back to life? If you really like her, then let her come back to life. The titan giant ape looked at the handsome young man named Tang San in front of him and couldn't help but frown and shouted angrily. Hearing this, Tang San was suddenly shocked, his face full of disbelief. At the same time, in the shadow behind a towering tree not far away, a man in red armor heard these words and his pupils suddenly shrank. Resurrection. Although he was surprised that the animals and plants here could talk, he didn't care about it at all. His thoughts were now occupied by the word resurrection. If there is really a way to be resurrected, then my brother, you have a way to bring Xiao Wu back to life? The titan giant ape shook his head and pointed at Tang San. It's not me who can do it but you. Only you can make her wake up. Me? Tang San shook his head blankly. He had tried all the methods just now but nothing worked. Looking at his blank expression, the titan giant ape seemed to think of something and let out a long sigh. Do you know why Xiao Wu is like this? Tang San still shook his head. In order to save you just now, she used the most domineering sacrifice skill. Although this domineering power was only directed at herself, there is only one way to save Xiao Wu, and this method requires 3 conditions to be met. First, you have to find 3 herbs. The first is the holy soul grass that awakens the soul, and it must be at least 10,000 years old. The second one is the most precious 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king that has been reborn and reshaped. The third type is a treasure that is used to unite the soul and body, an inner elir from an ancient spiritual beast. When you find these 3 things and increase your strength to the level of a titled Douluo, come to the Star Do Forest. Big brother, and I will help you resurrect Yao Wu. Every time he heard a word from him, Tang San's face became more and more bitter. You must know that everything is something that can be encountered but cannot be sought. Holy soul grass, 9th grade ginseng king, ancient spirit beast, inner elir. The man said to himself. Although he did not recognize these things at this moment, he undoubtedly kept these things in his heart. No matter what, let's find a way to get these 3 things first. After making up his mind, the man was about to turn around and leave, but the net moment he froze in place, because under his feet he stepped on a blue-silver grass that issued a gleaming blue light. The first soul skill, blue-silver entanglement. In an instant countless blue-gold vines spread out from the ground and tightly bound the man's leg. Suddenly a numbing feeling came from his leg. That's it. The man raised his lips contemptuously and then slammed the soles of his feet on the ground. Suddenly an unparalleled flame plotted from beneath his feet, burning the blue-silver grass into ashes. Roar! The titan ape's majestic body suddenly rose up and rushed towards the man. He could clearly feel that as the distance between the titan ape and him became closer, everything around him began to become more solemn and his own body became as heavy as lead. What kind of strange ability is this? Although the man was a little surprised, he didn't show too much panic. He just stood there quietly, letting the titan ape suddenly jump up and hit him hard with both fists. Damn spirit hall, you dare to come back to the Star Do Forest? Die! The titan ape's huge pupils were full of anger. It didn't expect that there were people from Zhenhun Palace who dared to step into this place. You got the wrong person. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, the man shook his head gently, but there was no fear in his eyes, and he shouted loudly, Su Chu! Boom! The giant hammer like a mountain fell, making an earth-shattering explosion. In an instant dust flew up and filled the entire forest. Everyone in Zhenhun Palace should. The titan giant ape suddenly felt that an extremely powerful force emerged from under his fist. Even he did not dare to underestimate this kind of power. Boom! The titan ape retreated violently, its lantern-like eyes staring at a certain place in the smoke. When the smoke in front of it cleared, it realized that the person standing in front of it was not the strange man just now, but a huge figure of similar size to it, wearing a red flame armor and holding a giant flame hammer. Su Chu, crush him! The last general takes command. As soon as the man's cold shout ended, the fiery red armored giant had already started taking action. Boom boom boom! Punch followed by hammer. The whole forest echoed with this deafening collision sound. Every time he fights against the red armored giant in front of him, the titan giant ape will feel a little bit incredible. He could feel that the aura of the behemoth in front of him was not very powerful, but even though it was comparable to a titled Douluo, it did not have any advantage in terms of strength. So happy! I have never seen a humanoid martial spirit before. Sure enough, you are from the spirit hall. all. Looking at the strange man in front of him, Tang San's eyes gradually became sharp. The blue in his eyes seemed to be a condensation of ice, and a cold murderous aura filled the air, making the environment around him become chilling. Martial Soul Hall? I am not one. The man shook his head, took off the object sealed with white cloth from his back and stood it heavily on the ground. However, I'll be with you whenever you need to fight. Everyone in Wuhan Palace should die. The fourth soul skill, blue silver cage. Tang San's eyes were filled with purple light, and the god of death domain under him was rapidly epondaying. On the other hand, under the man's feet, *18 blue gold blue silver grasses instantly surrounded him from all directions, converging above his head to form a huge cage. Boom! The man threw out a tentative punch, but the vine-woven cage made a crisp metallic sound. Oh, interesting. The man smiled faintly and picked up the weapon in his hand, which was a long cannon that looked like a blunderbuss. Hellfire! As the shout fell, a large flame surged up, and in just a moment it became a sea of fire. The flames wrapped the blue-silver cage and protected the man inside. Although the sea of fire was already filling his eyes, Tang San didn't pay attention. The substantial killing intent in his eyes seemed to have resonated with the killing god realm. Haoshan hammer. A delicate hammer appeared out of thin air in Tang San's hand, and his murderous aura reached its peak. Bury my Zai, I will with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San slammed the clear sky hammer into the cage in the sea of fire. He didn't hold back at all from this blow. Kang! A crisp collision sounded, and the net moment the clear sky hammer actually bounced out of the sea of fire in a strange posture. Ha 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 ha! A loud laughter came from the depths of the sea of fire, and then the man's body wearing fiery red armor slowly stepped out of the depths of the flame. Seeing this, Tang San's heart suddenly shook. You must know that his clear sky hammer is the best weapon in the world, and it was actually bounced back when he hit it with all his strength. Moreover, his blue-silver grass is no longer afraid of flames after being tempered. This person can actually come out so easily. Who are you? Tang San said in a deep voice as he looked at the mysterious man walking out of the sea of fire. The man sealed the firecracker again without looking away, slung it behind his back, and said in a rather arrogant tone, I am a descendant of the CAO family, CAO Yanbing. PS Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend it. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 2 Phaseless Fire Emperor. I am a descendant of the CAO family, CAO Yanbing. Descendants of the CAO family. When he heard that it wasn't the spirit hall, the murderous intent in Tang San's eyes also lightened a little. However, he did not put down his vigilance because he felt a strange pressure on the strange man in front of him. Tang San seemed to have never heard of the CAO family he was talking about. Perhaps it was some big hidden family. Boom! A huge wave suddenly hit the calm lake surface on the side, and countless water splashes were overwhelming like water swords, stabbing Su Chu, who was in full swing with the Titan ape. What is this? This water wave seemed to contain an unknown substance which actually extinguished the flame attached to Su Chu's armor. The lake surface surged and a muffled explosion sounded from the bottom of the water. In an instant, the air in the forest suddenly became moist. A huge bullhead with a diameter of more than 4 meters slowly rose from the bottom of the water, followed by the neck and body wrapped in Amora's scales. Azure Bull Python. Who? As soon as the Azure Bull Python appeared, it opened its big mouth and a dazzling blue light suddenly spurted out from its mouth. The green light flew towards Su Chu like a sharp sword, and wherever it went, even the ground was corroded. Snort. Facing the burst of green light, Su Chui was not afraid and slammed the giant hammer in his hand to the ground. In an instant, pillars of fire shot up into the sky, forming a majestic wall of fire in front of him. The moment the clear light came into contact with the flame, a burst of green smoke suddenly appeared and spread throughout the forest. Boom! A black shadow came from the smoke, and the Titan ape jumped high and then hit Su Chu like a meteor. With the blessing of its gravity field, even Su Chu might not be able to withstand the power of this punch live. Stay back! Having made up his mind, Su Chu prepared to dodge the blow, but the net moment the world around him turned green. Everyone, including Tang San and CAO Yanbing, felt that their actions had become extremely slow. Field. Under the intervention of the Azure Bull Python realm, Su Chu's originally slow speed was greatly affected and became extremely slow. Boom! Su Chu was unable to withstand the punch from the Titan ape, which was supported by the gravity field, and was knocked back dozens of meters. And the Titan giant ape obviously did not intend to let go of this opportunity and pursue the victory. Second brother, stop chasing me. Su Chu, come back. Seeing that the battle started again, Tian Qing Niu Python and CAO Yanbing stopped them. Back behind CAO Yanbing, Su Chu knelt down on one knee, clasping his fist with both hands. My lord, the final general is incompetent. No need, you've done a good job, CAO Yanbing said lightly, but his eyes fell on the two beasts in the distance. He was curious as to why the man in front of him was so weak, but the two animal-shaped guardian spirits net to him were so strong. Humans are not welcome here. I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise otherwise. The azure bull python raised its huge bull head and looked at Cao Yanbing with murderous intent in its eyes. For humans, they have no good impression at all. It can be said that they are quite disgusted. Now Xiao Wu, whom they regarded as a treasure, was forced to sacrifice himself by these humans. If it weren't for the fact that Cao Yanbing seemed to be very powerful, they would have killed him with a killing move. Otherwise, how about otherwise? Cao Yanbing still had the indifferent attitude and even felt a little disdain for his words. Otherwise you will stay here forever. The azure bull python roared angrily. It really didn't expect that the person in front of it would be so itchy and provocative. You go. Just as the smell of gunpowder filled the air, Tang San, who had been holding the rabbit, spoke. Da Ming and Ming, let him go. This matter has nothing to do with him. I remember Xiao Wu's matter. Tang San's tone was filled with regret. He hated why he couldn't become stronger and why he couldn't protect her. Recalling every bit of his previous life, Tang San's tears fell down his cheeks again. If you have this spare time to cry, why not hurry up and find those medicinal materials to resurrect your rabbit? Looking at this grown man with tears streaming down his face, Cao Yanbing sounded quite disdainful. What he despised most was a grown man crying without taking action. After saying this, Cao Yanbing turned and left with Su Chu following closely behind him. But just after taking a few steps, another deafening roar came from behind. Wait a minute, you know something? The huge body of the azure bull python began to twist and the azure domain began to spread toward the forest with him as the center. A pressure stronger than before came from behind. At the same time, the titan ape's body also grew larger and the pale yellow gravity field instantly enveloped it. Strength stronger than that of ordinary titled Douluo spread out from its body. Although their body shapes are different, the murderous intent in their eyes at this moment is extremely consistent. Once the stranger in front of him comes out of the forest, he may tell everything he saw and heard here. When the time comes, the people from Wuhan Palace and those with evil intentions will definitely try their best to stop it. They would never allow Xiao Wu's path to resurrection to be blocked by some bastard. Therefore this person cannot die. Feeling the tremendous pressure and killing intent coming from behind, Cao Yanbing did not look back but simply said lightly, I heard you all. What net? I can't keep you. The titan ape jumped up fiercely, clasping his hands into fists. All the earth elements in the air rushed towards the fist and it hit Cao Yanbing like a meteor. With the blessing of the gravity field, the power of this punch is directly increased by 20%. Don't hurt my lord. At the critical moment, Su Chu stood up. He held the red-blooded tiger hammer tightly in his hands and flames visible to the naked eye enveloped his whole body. His body tilted back and when the flames completely covered the red-blooded demon tiger hammer, he struck directly with the titan giant ape falling from the sky with a fierce hammer. Boom! Where the hammer and punch met, a ripple visible to the naked eye swayed from it. With this blow, even the space was shaken with ripples. Boom! The huge body of the titan ape flew out upside down and even after adjusting its posture in the air, it still hit the ground heavily. This guy has so much brute strength. Covering his chest, the titan giant ape got up from the ground. He really couldn't understand why titled Douluo had to be afraid of it, but he didn't get much benefit from the humanoid martial spirit in front of him. Is the humanoid martial spirit really that strong? The titan ape was not feeling well, but looking at Su Chu, his situation was not that good either. Although he had just received a powerful blow from the titan ape, he still felt uncomfortable. Now he was embedded in the ground from the waist down, unable to move. Can't move. Who? A burst of blue light struck and Cao Yanbing turned around and jumped up. At the same time, the 10th palace Yama that was originally carried on his back was now in his hands again. Boom! Huge deep pits were corroded out of the ground where he was standing just now and a pungent smell emanated from them. It's a killing move as soon as you strike it. Cao Yanbing smiled coldly, but the muzzle of the gun in his hand was pointed directly at the azure bull python. Human spiritual skills, phaseless fire emperor. Countless rays of flames spewed up from the ground and wherever the flames went, the air became scorching. Facing the flames sweeping in from all directions, the azure bull python swung its tail under the water and a wall of water suddenly surged out from the lake, firmly protecting its huge body within it. Even though there are a lot of flames, they can only be evaporated into pieces of mist in front of the airtight wall of water. Oh, it has no effect on you, that's a pity. Seeing that his attack had little effect, Cao Yanbing shook his head, obviously not very satisfied. In this case, come out and have some fun. Dian Wei. PS, the second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 3, I am Demon King Cao. Come out and have some fun. Dian Wei. As Cao Yanbing's voice fell, an extremely domineering whirlpool of flames suddenly formed behind him. Deep in the dark red flame void, a majestic figure slowly walked out holding a halberd in his hand. Wearing black armor and holding a mad shark halberd, the moment he appeared, he knelt down directly in front of Cao Yanbing and clasped his fist with both hands. The last general is Dian Wei. Waving his hand, Cao Yanbing pointed at the huge azure bull python in front of him. Go and play with it. The general will obey the order. Boom. His leg suddenly earned force and Dian Wei stomped the ground with the solace of his feet. His strong body directly brought a burst of evil energy and rushed out at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his body type. In just an instant he appeared directly on the ground in front of the azure bull python. Twin martial soul, who is he? Seeing this scene, azure bull python secretly felt a trace of regret in his heart, as he seemed to have offended some people he could not afford to offend. However, since this is the case, regret has no effect. The water shield formed in front of him again. The azure bull python's tail hidden under the water swiped violently and a wave of water plotted in an instant. The water droplets splashing into the air condensed into water blades dabbing at Dian Wei, who was stomping towards him like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. Facing the overwhelming attack, Dian Wei did not put any defense on his body and allowed the water blades to cut through his body. The pain only makes me more excited. Holding the mat shark halberd, Dian Wei ignored the pain radiating from every part of his body and slashed at the azure bull python with a smile. Madman, seeing that the guy in front of him resisted an attack that ordinary soul saints at level 70 or 80 would not dare to make direct contact with, the azure bull python couldn't help but feel a chill. What are these two things? Are you also a twin martial soul? Tang San didn't go to help the azure bull python and titan giant ape because he could tell that the man in front of him didn't have any murderous intention. He was probably just warlike. But what made him extremely surprised was that with his level 65 soul emperor cultivation, he couldn't see clearly what kind of strength the guy in front of him was, and he could actually fight against forest emperors like the titan giant ape and the azure bull python. And the two martial spirit he summoned, no, they don't look like martial spirit. I am a descendant of the Cao family. The Cao family? What on earth is this place? Twins mutated martial spirit? Cao Yanbing shook his head and looked at the two battlefields in front of him, which were at a disadvantage but still able to handle them with ease. I don't understand martial arts, but they are my guardian spirit. Guardian spirit? I don't need to explain so much to you. Cao Yanbing waved his hand impatiently. You just need to know that guardian spirits like them. I have seven. Forcing himself to calm down, Tang San raised his eyes to look at the two raging battlefields in the distance, but his heart was in turmoil. He looked at the rabbit in his arms, tenderly stroking its offer gently with his hands, but his mind was running rapidly. Regardless of whether what he said is true or false, it is true that he can control two mutated humanoid spirit. The person in front of me is somewhat different from me in terms of clothing and appearance, and this ability that is not like the awakening of a martial spirit but can still be summoned is also very different from us. This guy probably not from our world. Tang San knew some things quite well in his heart. After all, he was on the soul-penetrating Douluo continent, and he also understood that he was the same as him when he first came here. The road to resurrecting Xiao Wu will definitely be very bumpy. If we win him over, he will be a formidable fighting force, whether helping Xiao Wu resurrect or resisting the spirit hall. Cao Yanbing, having made up his mind, Tang San took the initiative to tend an olive branch to him. If we don't fight, we won't get to know each other. How about this? Let's make friends. Make friends? Looking at Tang San's tended hand, Cao Yanbing was a little amused. He looked Tang San up and down, his tone full of disdain. You have nothing but this appearance. What qualifications do others have to discuss joining forces with me? Admittedly, apart from Tang San's slightly handsome appearance, Cao Yanbing didn't like him in terms of strength or anything else. And why do you think you can be equal to me? You. Hearing these merciless words, Tang San was also a little angry. In this continent, no one had ever spoken to him in this tone. Although he was very unhappy, Tang San didn't show any sign of being angry, but his eyes looking at Cao Yanbing were a little cold. Boom. The explosion sounded and the two people followed the sound. The battle on the Titan ape side was over. Please forgive me, my lord. In front of Cao Yanbing, Su Chu's huge body suddenly knelt down, his hands folded into fists. Well, it's okay. Cao Yanbing nodded and didn't care. In his perception, the auras emitted by the two guardian spirits Net to Tang San were quite different from Su Chu. After fighting them for so long, even though he lost, he was still pretty good. Boom. A figure shot out from the mist in the sky and hit the ground heavily. So happy. Getting up from the ground, Dian Wei looked at his bruised body without the slightest hint of anger or fear. His eyes were full of fighting intent. This is the most enjoyable fight I have had in thousands of years. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Keep going, you crazy person. The azure bull python panted and roared. It had survived for 100,000 years, and there were hundreds if not thousands of people who came to challenge it, but it had never seen such a desperate person. He did not put any defense on his body but simply used his own body to bear all its attack. No matter how it was hit or how injured he was, he didn't care, and he seemed to enjoy the process. What kind of freak is this? Dian Wei stepped back. Just when Dian Wei was about about to fight it again. Cao Yanbing stopped him. This will finally obey your orders. Seeing these two humanoid monsters retreating, the Titan Giant and Azure Bull Python secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Until now they didn't know what kind of monster it was. It was obviously not very strong, but it was stronger than ordinary titled Douluo, but they couldn't defeat it immediately. Although the battle was indeed won, they did not win easily. Your name is Tang San and I know your deed. In fact, he didn't just arrive in Douluo continent, he had already arrived here a few days ago, and here what he heard the most was about Tang San's glorious deed. You do have great potential. Hearing this, Tang San raised his eyebrows slightly proudly. So you plan to cooperate with me? Shaking his head, Cao Yanbing decisively refused. Perhaps your potential is really as powerful as they say and you can turn the continent around. It's a pity that you are too weak now. I don't even bother to take action against you. When you become stronger in the future I will ask you for advice. You have to know that I, Cao Yanbing, am not a good person with a mother's heart but a devil. There are always people who want to form a clique with me, but as everyone knows, this world only needs one Demon King, and that is me, Demon King Cao. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection, please recommend it, please vote for me, I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 4 Two Little Guys. That's me, Demon King Cao. Carrying the 10th Hall Yama, Cao Yanbing randomly picked a small blade of grass from the ground and held it in his mouth. Dianwei Su Chu, let's go. Yes my lord. Regarding the departure of the three of them, neither Tang San nor the Azure Bull Python nor the Titan Ape had any intention of stopping them, because there is no way to keep it. This man is so arrogant. Quietly watching the three people disappearing into the forest in the distance, Tang San said to himself, but it is undeniable that he does have a temperament that ordinary people cannot match. It was a unique temperament that Tang San had never seen before. If he had to evaluate it, it could only be said to be a hero. Brother, what should we do now? The Titan Giant Ape looked at the destroyed forest, then looked at the direction where Cao Yanbing disappeared and scratched his head in confusion with his boulder-like palm. What else can we do? The Azure Bull Python rarely calmed down. He himself is very strong and his attack method is also extremely weird. What's more, he also has those two mysterious humanoid spirits and his combat power is also extremely powerful. But at this point Azure Bull Python paused obviously, but even though he has twin martial souls and their martial souls are extremely mysterious, what I can't figure out is why his martial soul can exist independently. Isn't the martial spirit attached to oneself? But this person's martial spirit can actually leave the body. Could it be that it is the so-called mutated martial spirit? At this point the Azure Bull Python subconsciously looked down and said nothing. Tang San, guardian spirit, I don't know what's going on. Tang San shook his head. From the beginning to the end his eyes never left the rabbit in his arms. Forget it, I hope that guy won't reveal what happened in the forest after he goes out. The Azure Bull Python said fiercely. The outskirts of Tiandu City, Su Chu and Dianwei have returned to their own space in the 10 palaces of Yama. What the hell is this? Cao Yanbing looked up to the sky and sighed. He was also quite confused about what happened these days. He was originally the soul-killing general guarding Raxhasa Street, but because of the Black, the United Kingdom of El Camp invaded Raxhasa Street, ultimately resulting in the destruction of the Locust Tree. In order to save his brother who had become an undead, he was sucked into the Locust Tree and then he came here by accident. I don't know if the resurrection that those two big guys said just now is true or false. If it can really be resurrected, then my brother. Recalling the words of resurrection just spoken by the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, Cao Yanbing, his eyes lit up. Yes, he has a younger brother, Cao Xianliang. However, he passed away due to an accident many years ago. Contrary to that rabbit, his brother only had a soul but no body. Xiao Liang, I didn't know you were on Raxhasa Street. Are you okay? Severe pain swept over him like a tide. Cao Yanbing covered his head and fell to the ground, his body trembling unconsciously because of the pain. Did I forget something? His teeth were trembling and he could feel as if his head was filled with explosive. It was an extremely unbearable pain. The Locust Tree is one of the 4 sacred trees. How was it destroyed? Cao Yanbing gritted his teeth. His eyeballs seemed to be filled with red bloodshot eyes and drops of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead and he felt dizzy, but he didn't want to pass out like this. He had a hunch that the memory he had lost would be very long. It might just be the key to getting home. Some messy memories flashed through his mind and finally he saw a memory fragment. It was a long-haired man almost half naked and the Locust Tree they had guarded for generations was blown to pieces under his attack. Is this the immortal martial spirit? Whose is it? The root of the Locust Tree, the fruit of dragon peach, hibiscus flower, the leaves of the emperor elm. These words, who said it to me? This seems to be the key to repairing the Locust Tree. The pain in his head was so severe that it almost split open and Cao Yanbing could only recall these tiny fragments. Lying on the lawn letting drops of sweat slide down his forehead, Cao Yanbing didn't make any move. He was really exhausted. Looking up at the sky, Cao Yanbing murmured to himself, whose is that immortal martial spirit? I seem to have forgotten a very important person. As he spoke he slowly closed his eyes. I don't know how long I lay there, but there were noisy sounds in my ears. Little beggar, get out of here. No one big or small dares to run wild on my territory. Hey, we are still two little beggars. Don't touch my brother. Ah, brother. Opening his eyes drowsily on a roadside in the distance, two scarred little boys were huddled together, and in front of them were three middle-aged men with fierce look. Aren't you going to pay some protection fees for begging on my territory? That's right, who doesn't know that this is our territory? Two little kid. We have no money. How dare you beg here without money? Get out of here. Cao Yanbing looked at this scene and couldn't help but recall the past. Don't bully my brother. Please save my brother. Damn you brat, this is my territory. Get out of here. Why do you want to sell my brother? Alas. Cao Yanbing sighed and looked into the distance. These two little guys looked so much like them before. You still dare to fight back? Brothers, beat him up and let him know whose territory this is. The leading gangster kept shouting and even raised his sandbag-sized fist to hit the two brothers. Faced with this sudden attack, the little boy did not make any resistance. He just hugged his younger brother's arms harder and harder as if he could protect his younger brother. Hey, let me tell you, bullying two children is nothing. A strange voice sounded in his ears and the little boy raised his head cautiously. What came into view was a man with long black hair and a red armor. At this moment he was grabbing the shoulder of the leading gangster. Asshole, who are you? You dare to cause trouble on my territory. Although the leader was deflated, he was still extremely domineering. His tone was a little scared, but more of it was fierce. I said bullying two kids, what a skill. Cao Yanbing punched the leading gangster in the face, causing two of his teeth to break, and he fell to the ground groaning in pain. When his two younger brothers saw this, they rushed forward regardless of their own safety, but the outcome was similar to that of the leading brother. Just wait, we will come back. I will make you regret it. Just wait and don't run away. Knowing that they were no match for Cao Yanbing, the three of them hurriedly got up from the ground, covering their mouth and running away while talking nonsense. Cut. Cao Yanbing snorted coldly, not taking their words seriously at all. He turned to look at the two children. Are you two little brats okay? No, it's okay. The little boy shook his head cautiously. That's good. Cao Yanbing nodded and turned to leave. When he lifted his legs he felt a slight resistance. Looking back, it turned out that it was the little boy grabbing the corner of his clothes. What's wrong? Big brother, thank you, but can you save my parent? At this point the little boy's tears fell instantly and there was an unconcealable sense of prayer in his tone. Mom and Dad, they are going to die. P.S. The second update today. Please add it to your collection, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 5, The Broken Sack. Mom and Dad, they are going to die. The little boy's nose twitched and he burst into tears as he spoke. Perhaps due to his influence, the younger brother in his arms also cried. Save your parent. Cao Yanbing frowned and said impatiently, I'm not interested. You can find someone else. I don't have time. But big brother, you helped us fight off the bully. You must be a good person. The little boy said stubbornly. As affected children's brain circuits are so strange. Good or evil can only be determined by their thought. I'm not a good person. Cao Yanbing shook his head presentiously and subconsciously said, your parents don't want you anymore. As soon as the word came out of his mouth he froze on the spot. It seems someone had said the same thing to him under the bridge before. That's not true. The little boy's voice suddenly rose and his tone was full of stubbornness. Mom and Dad are trying to protect us and let us escape. It's not like they don't want us anymore. Protect you? Cao Yanbing looked at the tearful but extremely stubborn little boy in front of him and saw his own shadow in him. In the past, like the two children in front of them, they maintained the greatest fantasy about their parent, but now Cao Yanbing's heart softened and he subconsciously said, take me to meet your parent. Maybe he himself doesn't know why he, who has always been a nosy person, would say such a thing. Seeing Cao Yanbing speak, the little boy was immediately elated. He held his younger brother in his arms and kept shouting, did you hear it, brother? Big brother said he would help us find our parent. Great, great. Seeing their excited presence, Cao Yanbing curled his lips helplessly. I just said to go and have a look. I didn't say that they must be rescued. Thank you, big brother. On the road. What are your name? Where is your home? Cao Yanbing asked. The little boy followed Cao Yanbing cautiously. Hearing his sudden voice, he immediately answered timidly, my name is Yuping and this is my younger brother Yuan. We are from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Reef family. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Reef family? Cao Yanbing touched his chin as if he had heard such a name somewhere. Does big brother know about our family? Well, according to rumors it should be one of the top 3 sect. It seems to be a pretty big sect. Cao Yanbing said casually, but how did you become like this? He didn't quite understand. He had heard that the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Reef family was a big sect before, but why the children in the family would live on the street? Sure enough, when he heard this question, Yuping froze on the spot, clenched his hands into fist, veins popped out on his his arms, lowered his head and said angrily, "It's all Zhenhun Palace. Relying on their strong power they attacked our blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. The family was captured by the Spirit Hall without any defense. On the way to escape we met the strong men from Zhenhun Palace who came to intercept us. In order to protect us my parents asked me to take my brother and leave first, but they were caught by the people from Zhenhun Palace." Having said this, Yu Ping bent his knees fiercely and knelt down in front of Cao Yanbing. "Brother, please help us. We can't live without our parent." Although Yu Ping didn't know what the strength of the man in front of him was, he had a hunch that this man was not a weakling. Seeing this scene, Cao Yanbing suddenly felt helpless. He didn't say anything more, he just pulled Yu Ping up and patted him on the shoulder. "Do you want to be bullied and cornered again with your brother?" "I don't want to," Yu Ping said through gritted teeth. "Very good, you just need to understand now that if you don't want to be bullied by others, then you can only do the scarier thing, make them fear you and be afraid of you. Only in this way can you protect yourself and your brother. Do you understand?" Staring at the dark and profound pupils of the man in front of him with his words echoing in his ears, Yu Ping nodded fiercely. At this moment he grew up. The road to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is not easy. There are mountains, rivers everywhere along the way, and you will get lost from time to time. Obviously, in order to protect their sect from being discovered, the people of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family also took great pain. Carrying his younger brother on his back, Yu Ping's petite body kept shuttling through the jungle. Trees that looked exactly the same to outsiders looked like coordinates in his eyes. He is extremely familiar with the environment here. This means that they have now come within the sphere of influence of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. What a strong smell of blood! Before he even walked out of the forest, Cao Yanbing suddenly felt the smell of blood filling the air. You can still smell such a strong smell in the wood. You can imagine what a terrifying fight happened ahead. At this moment, Yu Ping, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. His petite body was trembling constantly. After a while he finally collapsed on the ground. "What's wrong, big brother? We were here." Yu Ping's childish voice was trembling a little. Taking a few steps forward, Cao Yanbing pushed aside the leaves covering the front and saw the scene in the distance. Even with his knowledge, his pupils shrank involuntarily. In front of them are two giant dragon stone sculptures. Below the stone sculptures is a staircase leading to the sky, but on the staircase at this moment there are countless corpses lying on it. Broken limbs and broken arms, separated corpses. No one can understand the inhuman treatment they received during their lifetime. The bright red blood continued to flow along the stairs to the river at the bottom like a stream. At this time the river was dyed almost blood red. Cao Yanbing gritted his teeth tightly, clenched his hands unconsciously, and the veins on his arms popped out. The scene in front of him really stimulated him. "Big brother, let's go, let's go." The corner of his clothes was pulled and Cao Yanbing turned around subconsciously. What he saw was Yu Ping, whose eyes were red and his voice was choked. "Brother, let's go, we won't go in." "Why?" Yu Ping didn't speak. He covered his brother's eyes with his left hand and pointed with his right hand at the two corpses by the steps in the distance with trembling hands. "Mom, Dad." Seeing him covering his brother's eyes and seeing his spirit about to collapse, Cao Yanbing gritted his teeth and rubbed his head. "Some things cannot be escaped. I'll wait here with my brother." Looking at Yu Ping's dull eyes, Cao Yanbing turned around fiercely and roared, "Suchu Dian Wei. PS Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Thanks to for the 5000 starting coin." Chapter 6. Go to the main hall. Suchu Dian Wei. When Cao Yanbing's feet stepped onto the steps leading to the interior of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, he had successfully attracted everyone's attention. "Sir, someone is coming. Anyone who comes will sign up." "Who is it? How dare you challenge my spirit hall?" "Brothers, follow me." In an instant a large number of strong men in black shirts suddenly appeared on the originally empty stairs. Moreover, almost everyone has the strength of Si and 7 rings, and even the weakest people have 4 and 5 rings. However, even in the face of thousands of troops, Cao Yanbing's presence did not change at all. Now he is like a fierce god. "Suchu Dian Wei, kill me." After he finished speaking, 2 huge figures, one black and one red, stepped out of the sea of fire behind him. It was an instance that made everyone timid. As soon as Dian Wei and Suchu appeared, they transformed into humanoid killing machines and instantly dispersed the enemy's formation. No one could withstand this attack of hammer and halberd. "Today let's have a fun battle." "Suchu, don't be aggressive. If you don't kill me, you will kill them all." Amid the crazy killings of Suchu and Dian Wei, the strong men in Zhenhun Palace have gradually begun to lose control. But after all, they were not weak in strength, and after a brief period of fear they gradually began to calm down. The sky is filled with colorful soul powers, and every soul power blooms in the sky like firework. Countless kills were thrown at Dian Wei Suchu as if they were free of charge, but they did not cause any hindrance to them. The 5th soul skill, Soul Grass. Before a 5 ring Ring Soul King could finish speaking, he was hit by Su Chu's hammer and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. The SITH Soul Skill Bioon ASI Ring Soul Emperor was split in half by Dian Wei before he could release his skill. It wasn't until these two murderous weapons used countless soul skills to kill their comrades in front of them that everyone knew there was something called fear. One hammer and one halberd, one black and one red. In just a few breaths most of the thousands of soul masters in Wuhan Hall had turned into stumps and broken arms on the ground. On the other hand, Na Dianwei and Su Chu did not have any injuries except for a large amount of blood on their bodies. They are not martial spirit, they are monsters. Such a sentence came out from nowhere in the crowd and it immediately made everyone feel frightened. Fear is something that will spread. Once these words are spoken, everyone will be demoralized and will no longer have the strength to fight. The eyes are no longer bloodshot, flesh and blood are everywhere and you can see clearly. Looking at the blood-stained road in front of him, Cao Yanbing said coldly. Su Chu moved his muscles and bones and suddenly raised the red-blooded tiger hammer. Please wait a moment, my lord, the road will be opened soon. Hearing these words, fear filled the faces of the remaining Wuhan Palace experts and some of them could not even hold their weapons steady. Standing in the blood, Cao Yanbing shouted, Su Chu, can't you see the fear in their heart? This road has been opened a long time ago. We were originally a group of butchers, but now we have turned into cattle and sheep being slaughtered by others. How does it feel? Dian Wei laughed and said, the only thing to blame is these rats. We have met the real villain. Don't be afraid, brothers. Come on. The retreating army has already begun to rush back. With the help of many titled Douluo, it will be easy to kill them. Come on. Among the remaining group of people, someone shouted loudly, trying to inspire everyone's fighting spirit, and his voice actually contained some encouragement. Martial spirit's wind chime. Sure enough, the moment I heard his voice, everyone's eyes seemed to be filled with blood and they started to get crazy and agitated. There were even a few soul saint level people who had burst out their soul rings and rushed over. The 7th soul skill Wuhan Zhen body. The 8th soul skill burning the sky with fierce fire. Ignore those two monsters, kill that man first. Those two monsters are controlled by him. The 8th soul skill lightning flash. Haha, would I let you do this? Dian Wei looked up to the sky and laughed and even took the initiative to greet him. In his eyes, pain is the best way to stimulate his fighting power. Swords soul skill. Countless attacking pear blossoms rained down. Although the power was not very strong, with such a number even the powerful soul saint would have to retreat. However, Dian Wei did not make a defensive posture. A series of cracking sounds came from Dian Wei's body and his skin actually began to break under the fierce attack. Success. This big guy is dying, brothers, try harder. The strong men from Wuhan Palace are rushing back now, we must hold on. Seeing the injuries on Dian Wei's body, everyone in Wuhan Hall suddenly became excited. Ah, it's so comfortable. As more and more blood stains appeared on his body, Dian Wei's eyes began to become serious and a trace of scarlet color continued to spread in his eyes. Dian Wei still has this kind of personality. Looking at Dian Wei's current form, Su Chu put down the hammer and said to himself. As one of the two heroes, Su Chu knew that the more serious damage Dian Wei suffered, the stronger he would be. This was why he never applied defense on his body. Sure enough, when the injuries on his body became more and more serious, Dian Wei suddenly raised his head and the scarlet color in his eyes had become so intense that he was horrified. Fire wheel! He shouted angrily, raised the crazy shark halberd in his hand. Flames instantly surged up and then he swung out the halberd. A huge flaming wheel dozens of feet in size rushed into the crowd with lightning speed. In an instant, countless strong men were cut off at the waist and their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Ah, help me! Why can't the soul power resist it? Facing this attack, countless people tried to resist it with their soul power, but to no avail. They could only watch the fire wheel scratch their bodies. Such a bloody scene was too much for even the people from Wuhan Palace, and fear instantly filled everyone's heart. You are not overestimating your abilities. Who is Net? I, Dian Wei, with the mad shark halberd in my hand, am here to drag you all into purgatory. At this time, Dian Wei was like a murderer and a madman in their eyes. It's the devil. I won't fight. This is just going to die. I won't fight. I won't fight. Riots began to appear in the crowd and many people were shaken by these words. At this moment they finally realized that there was no chance of victory based on numbers. They're just a bunch of lost dogs. Cao Yanbing looked coldly at the backs of everyone fleeing and shouted angrily, Su Chu, Dian Wei, follow me to the main hall. I will obey my lord's orders. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 7. I am really a good person. Brother, big brother will be okay. Yuan carefully curled up her body under Yuping's clothes and even spoke softly for fear of being heard. Shaking his head, Yuping did not answer, but his clear eyes looked at Cao Yanbing's retreating back with more fire. His belief in becoming stronger had never been so firm. Brother, will big brother find our parent? The childish voice came again. Yuping's body stiffened and his eyes subconsciously unconsciously fell on the two familiar figures lying on the ground in front of him. Big brother is so powerful, he will definitely help us find our parent. There was bitterness in Yuping's voice, but he could only hold back his tears. He could only use this method to comfort his brother in his arms and comfort his weak self. Okay. The Palace of Controlling Thunder. The main hall is extremely majestic with 9 stone pillars standing in it with majestic flying dragons engraved on them. On the throne in the center of the hall, a man wearing an amethyst crown and a golden and blue shirt sat with his head bowed. A blood-stained sword penetrated his chest and the last drop of blood solidified on the tip of the sword. The leader of the Blue Lightning, Tyrannosaurus Ryuan Zhen. The smell of blood in the air has reached a pungent level. The originally magnificent hall is now completely dyed red with blood, and there are broken limbs and broken arms everywhere you look. Even Cao Yanbing felt a little overwhelmed by this scene, which was like a purgatory on earth. The law of the world is the law of the jungle. Stepping through the sticky blood with his solace, Cao Yanbing turned over several corpses at will. He found that although these people were scarred, all the fatal injuries were in their throat. This showed that the visitors were not only well trained but also very powerful, not vulgar. Is this Wuhan Palace that strong? Cao Yanbing touched his chin, thinking highly of this so-called Wuhan Palace. My lord, there has never been a single survivor. Su Chu came over. He originally thought that there would be 1 or 2 survivors, but after investigation he found that these people's methods were so cruel. Yet Cao Yanbing was not too surprised by this result. Instead he focused on the final treasure house. Let's go and have a look. The door of the treasure house has been blasted into rubble and the huge space inside can be seen at a glance. However, the treasure house that should have been extremely substantial now only has a few gold coins piled in the corner, and there are no more people are contaminated. Adhering to the principle of not wasting it, Cao Yanbing put these gold coins into his pocket. Not bad, I also made a fortune. Seeing that their master was still acting like a miser, Dian Wei and Su Chu turned their faces away tacitly. After he finally stuffed all the things that could be carried around in the hall into his pocket, Cao Yanbing hesitated and smacked his lips. Let's go, there seems to be no need to stay here. Yes, my lord. Big brother. Before they reached the foot of the mountain, 2 thin figures had already emerged from the nearby wood. Brother, you are so awesome. Yu Ping looked at Cao Yanbing with piercing eyes full of passion, but Yuan looked at the steps behind Cao Yanbing. His hands kept tugging at the corners of his clothes and his lips kept moving as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to say it. What's wrong? Seeing the little guy's reserved look, Cao Yanbing asked. But where are our parents? Aren't they here? After hesitating for a moment, Yuan finally spoke out what was on his mind. After hearing this, Cao Yanbing's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in the main hall. Even he was a little nauseated by that scene, but looking at the expectation and hope in this little guy's eyes, there is no way he can say that all the people above are dead. Mom and Dad are definitely not up there. Just when Cao Yanbing was contradicting himself, Yuan suddenly spoke, but his voice was a little trembling. I think Mom and Dad must have successfully escaped, right, big brother? Hearing this, Cao Yanbing was stunned for a moment, but when he saw Yuping's red eyes and slightly trembling lips, he already understood. Yes, they are not up there. After rubbing Yuan's head, Cao Yanbing raised the corners of his mouth in a rare move. That's great. Yuan was overjoyed when he heard the news that his parents were fine. He hugged Cao Yanbing's thigh excitedly and smiled with tears in his eyes. Thank you, big brother. Okay, it's time to go. Cao Yanbing looked at the snot on his knees and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. Brother, can you take my brother away first? I'll be here in a moment. Yuping carefully asked for his opinion, his eyes unconsciously drifting to the steps. Well, Cao Yanbing didn't ask why, he just grabbed Yuan, who was still rubbing his nose, and walked away. Although he is arrogant, domineering and unruly, he is not an idiot. He can naturally detect Yuping's little tricks, but all he can do is help him fulfill his last wish. An hour later, Yuping, who was covered in mud, finally walked out of the forest. His eyes were red at the moment and he must have been crying for a long time. Big brother, thank you. Yuping pulled Yuan beside him and the two of them knelt on their knees and knocked heavily on the ground. Okay, get up. If you really thank me, then promise me that you will protect your brother in the future. Cao Yanbing picked up the 2 little guys and said seriously. He didn't want to see these 2 little guys like himself before passively accepting the fate assigned to them by others. Let go. Correct. Big brother, what's your name? Cao Yanbing. Are you also the legendary twin martial spirit? It depends on your understanding. Tiandu City. A girl who looked like a girl is walking alone on the endless street. She is very beautiful, but the kind of beauty that belongs to her is a kind of mellow softness, and her whole body exudes an extremely noble aura. Even though she is not old, she already has a sense of grace and luxury. I don't know if Grandpa Jian's injury is getting better or not, she said to herself, her glazed eyes full of worry, and her endearing appearance immediately attracted many people to stop. Is it really not possible possible? Suddenly a low sob came from somewhere which seemed to be Ed with a low choking sound. What happened? The sudden sound immediately aroused Ning Rongrong's interest. She didn't understand whether there was still something happening to oppress the people in Tiandu City. Following the sound, she quietly came to a secret corner. The sound just now came from the deep alley beside her. Ning Rongrong quietly stuck her head out. Under the dim light she could roughly see that there were 3 people in the alley, 1 big and 2 small. At this moment the 2 younger ones were sitting on the ground looking at the man in front of them wearing a strange red armor with tears on their faces. Due to the angle of view, Ning Rongrong could not clearly see the young man's face, but she naturally imagined an evil Zion in her mind. Damn it, there are actually bullies like this who bully children in Tiandu City. She, who had always hated evil, couldn't help herself when she saw this scene, so she imagined a plot. Robbery, take out all the money. We don't have money. If you don't have money, just wait to be beaten. No. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt angry. She poked her head out again and saw that the young man had raised his hand, obviously about to take action. Stop. At the critical moment, Ning Rongrong hurriedly walked out of the corner. She blushed and shouted loudly, "You are still not a people. You bully such a young child. Do you have any sympathy at all?" Why? Cao Yanbing was startled by the sudden voice and couldn't help but curse. With the help of the flickering light he could see clearly that there was a slim girl standing at the entrance of the alley, and her appearance was quite good. "Today I'm going to let you know the consequences of bullying people in Tiandu City." Before he could open his mouth to defend himself, Ning Rongrong had already assumed a fighting stance with soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple and 2 black rising from her feet. The SITH ring Soul Emperor. At the same time a crystal clear 9-story glazed pagoda appeared in her hands, and streams of light were moving up and down around the glazed pagoda. 9 treasures glazed pagoda. Although you are very beautiful, have you made some mistake? Seeing the girl in front of him ready to fight if she disagreed with her, Cao Yanbing was speechless. It was obvious that these 2 little guys wanted to become their teacher, but he didn't agree. Why did this woman think they were bullying children? Also, who is this guy? He doesn't seem to know her. Seeing that an own situation was about to form, Yu Ping hurriedly stood between the 2 of them. "Sister, you are mistaken. Brother Cao is a good person." Yeah. Yuan couldn't help but nodded. A good person? Seeing that these 2 children were actually defending him, Ning Rongrong raised her glass-like eyes and looked at the man dubiously, but she just happened to see his eyes sweep across her chest. But no matter how you look at him, he is not a good person. Ning Rongrong's pretty face turned red and she suddenly became furious, and the soul rings reappeared. "Is there a possibility that I am really not a bad person?" Seeing Ning Rongrong's Zion of "you are a bad guy" again, Cao Yanbing could only hold his forehead helplessly. "Forget it, Yuping Yuan, please plain. PS today's first update, please add it to your collection, please recommend it, please vote for me, I'd like to thank you very much." Chapter 8, Meeting Ning Rongrong for the first time. Tiandu City. On the noisy and prosperous street, a man and a woman stood side by side. Behind them 2 little boys with similar looks followed quietly. That, as if she noticed that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Ning Rongrong's slender fingers clenched the corners of her cloth tightly and said in an inaudible voice, "I'm sorry." After hearing the explanations of the 2 little guys and recalling her actions just now, Ning Rongrong's cheeks suddenly felt a little hot. What did you say?" Cao Yanbing raised a smirk on his lips, tilted his head and raised his ears pretending not to hear. "I said I'm sorry. I can't hear you clearly." Seeing how shameless the man in front of her was, Ning Rongrong immediately clenched her fist. "Okay, let's forget it." Seeing the girl looking like she wanted to rush over and bite him twice, Cao Yanbing smiled and waved his hand. Although the sky has darkened, Tiandu City is indeed one of the largest cities in the Tiandu Empire, and the streets are still busy with traffic. During the inadvertent banter between the 2 of them, many passers-by also cast their eyes over. "Hey, you have 2 children at such a young age. You are such a young person today. It seems like I've seen this little girl somewhere before. She looks so familiar. But these 2 little guys don't look like their father or their mother." "Hush, don't talk nonsense about these things." Hearing some whispers from the passers-by around him, Cao Yanbing, a very nervous man, didn't care, but Ning Rongrong, a young girl, was already blushing with embarrassment. Damn. Faced with the jokes from passers-by around her, Ning Rongrong could only blush and lower her head as she kept walking faster. She never thought that one day she would hate shopping. "Why are you walking so fast?" Noticing that the pace of the girl net to him suddenly quickened, Cao Yanbing was a little puzzled, but he still followed her. Finally, with Ning Rongrong's unremitting efforts, they successfully left the most prosperous place in Tiandu City. "It's all your fault." At a fork in the road, Ning Rongrong stopped. She put her hands on her hips and pouted slightly, looking angry. "Okay, now I was laughed at. It's all your fault." "Me?" Looking at the angry look of the girl in front of him, Cao Yanbing frowned and asked, "What did I do wrong? Didn't you hear what those people were saying just now?" Ning Rongrong blushed. I heard it. What net you? Seeing the calm look on this guy's face, Ning Rongrong was really angry and felt a little aggrieved. Forget it, I don't care about him. That's right. Comforting herself in her heart, Ning Rongrong's eyes fell on the somewhat restrained two people behind Cao Yanbing. Yu Ping and Yuan had just explained the origins of several people to her. After hearing that they were the only remaining bloodline of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, even she felt distressed. Not long ago the sect she belonged to, the Kaibao Glaze sect, also suffered the same catastrophe as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. However, the Kaibao Glaze sect handled it properly because it discovered it in time. The whole sect withdrew into Tiandu City at the cost of the death of more than 2/3 of its disciples, saving the last clan members, unlike the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which was almost wiped out. Ning Rongrong slowly knelt down and gently rubbed Yuan's head. The former's well-behaved appearance immediately made her feel distressed. What are you going to do with these two little guys? She turned her head and looked at Cao Yanbing as if she wanted to hear his opinion in this regard. Cao Yanbing was also a little helpless. He was a very realistic person. He would not do anything that was not good for him, even if he was killed. The reason why I helped these two little guys was just because I saw in them scenes of myself and my brother being together when I was a child. As for their belongings, Cao Yanbing has no intention of taking care of them. You guys go. After thinking about it, Cao Yanbing could only drive them away by force. Upon hearing these cold words, Ning Rongrong's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief and her tone of voice couldn't help but become louder. Why did you drive them away? They shut up. Cao Yanbing rolled his eyes at her, but feeling the indifference in Cao Yanbing's eyes, Ning Rongrong subconsciously closed her mouth, then turned to look at Yu Ping and Yuan. If you don't mind, you can come to Shrek Academy to study. Everyone is very friendly. Hearing these words, Yu Ping and Yuan looked at each other. The former's eyebrows were full of determination. He shook his head gently and bowed deeply to the two of them. Thank you, brother Cao, for helping us two brothers fulfill their last wish. Thank you very much. Thank you, sister Ning, for providing us with the opportunity to practice at Shrek Academy. However, the future is still waiting for us. We will use our own efforts to find a new path, and I will always protect my brother. After saying these words, Yu Ping took Yuan's hand again and bowed deeply, then ran away without looking back. But Ning Rongrong wanted to stop him, but no word came out. It wasn't until the two little guys completely disappeared from the street corner that Ning Rongrong glared at Cao Yanbing angrily. Hey, why do you want to drive them away? They are still so young and can't even take care of themselves. The strange thing is that after hearing these words, Cao Yanbing did not refute but just sighed softly and said, following me is the worst decision. Everyone has his own destiny destined by God. Some are born to be kings while others become bandits. If the path you take is not your own choice, then no one knows where the journey will end, where you will go and who you will meet, not necessarily. Looking at the place where the two little guys left, Cao Yanbing raised the corners of his mouth in a rare way and murmured in a voice that only he could hear, I believe they also understand. Cao Yanbing, who are you, and your clothes are so strange. Looking at Cao Yanbing's armor with strange symbols engraved on it, Ning Rongrong asked in surprise. After all, she was also the daughter of the sect leader of the Kaibao Glaze sect, and she had extremely high knowledge, but she had never seen Cao Yanbing dressed in such strange clothes. This is the spirit garment, Ling Yi. What is that? Ning Rongrong asked curiously. It's similar to the armor you are wearing now. It has a defensive effect. Then why do you still wear armor on the street? Are you afraid that others will sneak up on you? By the way, what is your martial spirit? Can I see it? Why can't I clearly see your specific strength? It's so strange. What kind of cultivation level do you have? Tisk. Cao Yanbing was speechless when he heard the sound that kept ringing in his ears. He didn't expect that such chatter could exist in this other world. Su Chu, take off the spiritual cloth. Yes, my lord. The net moment under Ning Rongrong's shocked eyes, the fiery red battle armor disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a simple black shirt. Wow, where is your spiritual garment? How did you put it away? Can you take it out and show it to me? You talk a lot. Okay, I won't ask any more. Hearing the impatience in Cao Yanbing's tone, Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue and became quiet. However, just as he was about to sigh, Ning Rongrong's clear voice sounded in his ears again. Then what's the important thing for you to come to Tiandu City? Taking a deep breath, Cao Yanbing resisted the urge to take action. I'm looking for a few things. What? The holy soul grass that is more than 10,000 years old, the 9th grade ginseng king that is more than 10,000 years old, and the inner Eli of an ancient spiritual beast. Yes, these items he mentioned were exactly the things that could be resurrected in the Star Do Forest, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Although this world is very bizarre and absurd, he must find these things for his brother, even if it offends the whole world. Hearing these three things from Cao Yanbing, Ning Rongrong shook his head. These things are treasures and are difficult to find. I know if it's really that easy to find combined, then there won't be resurrections everywhere. Cao Yanbing smiled and waved his hand, not paying too much attention. Resurrection? Ning Rongrong silently wrote down these two words. Unconsciously they had left the street, and now a majestic building comple was revealed in the distance. At the entrance of that huge building comple there was a dark golden plaque with several large characters written in Flying Phoenix Shrek Academy. At this moment at the gate of this college there was a burly old man standing quietly with a teacup in his hand, his eyes unkind. Grandpa Bone, why are you here? PS the second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 9 Return to Rakshasa Street. Grandpa Bone, why are you here? At the grand entrance an old man with a skinny face was holding a cup of tea and savoring it, but his eyes were not very kind. As the distance grew closer, Cao Yanbing discovered that the old man was not really very tall. He just had a particularly huge frame which gave him the illusion that he was covered with bones under his clothes. This old guy is not simple. Feeling the vague sense of oppression on the old man's body, Cao Yanbing instantly became vigilant. Rongrong, you are back. The strange thing is that when his eyes fell on Ning Rongrong, his eyes instantly became gentle as if he was looking at his own granddaughter. Grandpa Bone. Seeing the old man's kind appearance, Ning Rongrong ran over with a smile and took his arm. Obviously the relationship between them was quite close. Rongrong, what going on? We haven't seen you for a long time. Seeing Ning Rongrong's appearance and actions, the old man suddenly smiled. You know, the old man generally has no resistance to such actions. I miss you. Ning Rongrong smiled playfully, and as he pecked these words made the old man laugh again. After joking for a while, Ning Rongrong walked up to Cao Yanbing and introduced, this is my grandpa Gu Rong. He is a 90 SITH level titled Douluo. Grandpa Gu, this is Cao Yanbing. Young man, I've met your senior. Cao Yanbing bowed slightly to show respect, but Gu Rong didn't pay much attention to the etiquette of the younger generation but looked at Cao Yanbing with an increasingly cold gaze. He was extremely powerful, so he could naturally see the unique soul power in Cao Yanbing, but this soul power was very strange, as if it was incompatible with this world. Junior. Gu Rong shook his hands and the teacup instantly turned to ashes. He looked at Cao Yanbing with a more dangerous look. Who are you? Junior. Cao Yanbing. I wonder what my senior has taught me. Although he didn't know why this old guy was so hostile to him, he was not afraid at all if he really took action. Oh, interesting. No one has dared to talk to me in this tone for many years. Gu Rong touched the few beards left on his chin, his eyes full of teasing. His identity is unknown, his soul power is unknown, and there seems to be a very strange and huge power in his body. Such a dangerous person must have some intention when he approaches Rongrong. Normally he might not pay much attention to it, but now with the 7 treasures Glaze sect and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect destroyed, the approach of any suspicious person will make him wary. The mysterious guy in front of him made him feel even more unspeakable. Sensing something strange in the atmosphere, Ning Rongrong hurriedly pulled Gu Rong's arm. Grandpa Bone, he is my friend. Friend? Gu Rong laughed loudly and 9 soul rings slowly rose from the solace of his feet. Rongrong, do you mind if I test the strength of your friend? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt an ease. In her opinion, Cao Yanbing's strength should be similar to hers or even lower than hers. Although she didn't know why the always amiable Grandpa Bone was hostile to him, but with her temperament she wouldn't let such a thing happen. Master Gu. Ning Rongrong wanted to open her mouth to persuade her again, but she was interrupted as soon as her word came out of her mouth. Senior, please enlighten me. Have courage. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Yanbing instantly felt that the surrounding space seemed to solidify, and a stronger aura than the 2 strange beasts he encountered in the forest before emanated from the body of the old man in front of him. With the coming of this pressure, Cao Yanbing could clearly feel that there seemed to be a fundamental difference between this breath and the power in his body. Grandpa Bone. Ning Rongrong looked at Gu Rong with a serious face and swallowed the words that came to his mouth. She knew that the old man who had doted on her since childhood must have his own reasons for doing this. Let me see what your martial spirit is. Gu Rong closed his eyes slightly and a forest-white aura visible to the naked eye began to permeate the entire venue. Even an ordinary titled Douluo might not be able to withstand the frontal pressure from a 90 SITH level titled Douluo, let alone Cao Yanbing. At this moment his hands were clenched into fists and his body was suddenly tense and every nerve and muscle was stretched to the extreme. Under the suppression of the mountain-like soul power, tiny flames rose fiercely from Cao Yanbing's feet and spread on his body surface. With the appearance of the flames, the painful expression on Cao Yanbing's face eased slightly and the pressure from Gu Rong also decreased slightly. Oh, seeing that Cao Yanbing's martial spirit had not been forced out under such pressure, Gu Rong became more wary of him. My legs hurt so much. As time went on, Cao Yanbing's body had reached a critical point. Su Chu Dam, unable to summon the guardian guardian spirit Cao Yanbing suddenly heard two faint voices in his mind trying to control his nerve. Kneel down. If you kneel down you won't feel uncomfortable anymore. If you kneel down it will be over. He is not qualified to bear your knees. You are a warrior god. Yes, I am a warrior god. I am a descendant of the Cao family. The belief in his heart suddenly awakened and a sudden burst of fiery red flames rose from Cao Yanbing's feet, instantly wrapping his entire body in flame. His body, which had become bent under the pressure of huge soul power, slowly straightened up again at this moment. Ikanes, the soul-killing general of Rakshasa Street. Click. With a low roar, Cao Yanbing suddenly felt as if he had established an indescribable connection with the world. Immediately afterwards his consciousness began to become blurred and everything around him quickly became faded and faded in his eyes. The unfamiliar scenes became more and more familiar in his eyes, and the tall and unfamiliar buildings in the distance became familiar, tall buildings visible to the naked eye. Here it is. Streets, tall buildings, cars, pedestrian. Looking around, Cao Yanbing was stunned when he saw the extremely familiar place in front of him. He never expected to come back in this way. This is Rakshasa Street. Small light. Although he was surprised that he had really returned to the familiar Rakshasa Street, Cao Yanbing became impatient when he thought of his younger brother. He looked up sharply towards the top of the mountain where there was a simple but extremely cozy little house. Is this really Rakshasa Street? Moving his stiff legs, Cao Yanbing walked towards the top of the mountain without squinting. As the frequency of his steps became faster and faster, he finally started running. General Cao? General Cao is back. General Cao, what's going on? Facing the friendly greetings around him, Cao Yanbing didn't pay much attention. At this moment all he could see was the small house on the top of the mountain because it was their home. When he stood at the door of this familiar building and his trembling palms fell on the door handle, Cao Yanbing realized that he actually felt a little bit shy about being close to home. Gently pushing open the door, you will see familiar pieces of furniture and that familiar smell. He kept walking from room to room, watching the furniture passing by him one by one. He was sure that this was home, but where was his brother? Could it be that my younger brother has? Involuntarily thinking of the worst ending, Cao Yanbing punched the door into pieces. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why did you tear down the door again? Just when he was about to turn over Rakshasa Street, a voice that was familiar to his bones softly sounded from behind. He suddenly turned around and looked back. Sitting on a stone in the distance was a child who looked very similar to him. Brother, are you back? P.S. Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 10. Here I cover it. Brother, are you back? Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, Cao Xianliang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but when his eyes fell on the broken door on the side, his young face suddenly dropped. Before, Hellcamp invaded Rakshasa Street and made their house a mess, but now he finally repaired the house, but it was destroyed by Cao Yanbing again. Hey, Cao Yanbing, you! Small light. A burst of huge force came and Cao Xianliang felt like he had been bumped into a warm embrace, and the words that came to his mouth were forcefully suppressed. In his impression, his brother has always been an unruly and even arrogant person. He rarely shows such an presence, but now. Brother, what happened? Cao Xianliang saw a trace of fatigue in Cao Yanbing's eyes. That day the locust tree plotted and you were sucked into the locust tree. What happened after that? After? Cao Yanbing let go of his hand and his eyes fell on the locust tree with only its roots left. After that I came to a place called Douluo continent. That's it. Cao Yanbing said helplessly and told what happened in Douluo continent these days. So handsome. Cao Xuanliang's eyes lit up when he heard about this bizarre journey to another world. Brother, can you take me there? I want to see it too. I don't know. Cao Yanbing shook his head. He was telling the truth. He didn't know whether or how he could go back. By the way, Xiao Yang. Cao Yanbing's tone suddenly became excited. He grabbed Cao Xuanliang's shoulders and said impatiently, I have a way to revive you. Resurrection. Hearing these two words that represented rebirth, Cao Xuanliang's face was filled with disbelief, but after just a moment he calmed down. What's wrong? Seeing this, Cao Yanbing was a little puzzled. Brother, I don't want to be resurrected. Cao Xianliang shook his head gently. He stood up and walked to the edge of the cliff, looking at the familiar street. This is Rakshasa Street, a place where the dead are guarded. It is also where we have lived since childhood. I don't want to leave here. Only the soul-suppressing general can enter the soul-suppressing street. Because I am an undead, I can come here. If I were resurrected, then I would have no choice but to take Tang Liu out of the spiritual realm and return to the human world. So, Cao Xianliang turned around, looked at Cao Yanbing in the distance and smiled bitterly. Brother, I give up on resurrection. Not many people know that Cao Xianliang used to be a soul-suppressing general, but due to some accident his guardian spirit Yujin finally died unexpectedly, and he also lost the qualification of a soul-suppressing general. Until now he still could not forget the words of a seriously injured guardian spirit who knelt down alone under the locust tree and used his last breath of strength to speak. I will be banned in the end, and I am willing to go through fire and water for the Cao family for generations to come. Canese. His younger brother's bitter smile was engraved in Cao Yanbing's heart like a knife. Of course he also knew about Yu Jin. Okay brother. Cao Xianliang turned around and quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and laughed loudly. I like it here. This is our home and I don't want to leave. Is this so? The corners of Cao Yanbing's mouth raised and a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. Bang! There was an explosion at the border of Raxhasa Street. What happened? General Cao! General Cao! A young man pushing a bicycle ran up with a grey face. What's wrong? A group of evil spirits suddenly appeared on the 4th street of Raxhasa Street and were causing trouble, and it was very strange. The young man said breathlessly. Oh, a strange evil spirit? Hearing the familiar word evil spirit, Cao Yanbing suddenly became interested. He rode on the motorcycle net to him familiarly, threw Cao Xianliang on the back seat and stepped on the accelerator. Who dares to run wild on my territory? The 4th street of Raxhasa Street. Run, run. This evil spirit is so strange. Help, help. Don't be afraid everyone. General Cao is back. They won't be arrogant for long. The screams and sounds of fleeing were endless, and countless undead souls were running wildly in the streets and alleys. Behind them there were evil spirits in strange costumes who were active. Captain Xiao Sheng, what are these things? Ghosts? A man in black shirt frowned and cut off the head of the undead at his feet with a sword, his tone full of surprise. It should be I don't know. The man known as Xiao Sheng shook his head and looked at the strange buildings and the undead dressed in strange clothes. But I remember we are in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus resect. Why are we here suddenly? The man scratched his head, quite puzzled. Hearing the man's words, Xiao Sheng also fell silent. Looking around, he always felt that he seemed to be missing some memory. Xiao Sheng, look ahead. The man's frightened voice came to his ears. Xiao Sheng subconsciously looked up. His pupils suddenly shrank and his body was trembling. In the distance there was a man wearing fiery red armor, and behind him 2 burly figures were stepping towards them, a hammer and a halberd. When they saw these 3 figures, cracks began to appear in the dust-laden memories in the minds of all the evil spirits, and bloody and terrifying memories poured into their heart. What should I do? The attack has no effect at all. Captain, they are coming. Everyone hold on. The strong men from Wuhan Palace are already on their way. Captain, help me. These guys seem to be the people from the spirit hall before. Stopping, Cao Yanbing squinted his eyes and looked at the large number of evil spirits in the distance. The evil spirit killed by Douluo continent will also appear in Raxhasa Street. Could it be that? He suddenly remembered the moment when the old man suppressed his soul power. It seemed that he had an unknown connection with the world. Raxhasa Street is connected to Douluo continent. Tisk trouble. Su Chudianwei, they are left to you. Cao Yanbing had no intention of keeping these foreign undead spirits. On the contrary, in order to maintain the order and stability of Raxhasa Street, these foreign evil spirits must be killed. We can have a good fight again. Lord, don't worry. Su Chu and Dianwei were worthy of being a fierce duo. After hearing these words, their eyes instantly lit up and they directly picked up their weapons and rushed towards them. On the other hand, on the undead side of Wuhan Palace, they have now remembered what happened in their past lives, especially the scene where they were killed, and now they no longer have the slightest intention of resisting. Bang! The weapon in Xiao Sheng's hand fell to the ground and he collapsed to the ground. Looking at his slightly unreal hands, his pupils flickered. Are we already dead? Why are there so many undead here? Because we ourselves are undead. He was not the only one who had the same behavior as him. For several breaths, almost all the dead souls in Wuhan Palace collapsed on the spot with their prescience slack. It turns out that he is already dead. Seeing that everyone had dropped their weapons and no longer had the slightest intention to fight, Su Chu and Dianwei also stopped and looked at each other. They never kill defenseless people. You should be from the Wuhan Palace. Cao Yanbing walked slowly carrying the 10th Palace Yama, and Cao Xianliang naturally followed behind. Xiao Sheng nodded stiffly, his body swaying, and Ruiao's soul power emanated from his body. We are obviously dead. Why are we still here? Boom. Because this is the soul suppressing street. Cao Yanbing suddenly stood the 10 palaces of Yama in front of him. His tone was extremely cold, as the name suggests. This is the place to suppress the souls of the dead, and this Raxhasa Street is covered by me. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it, and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 11 Incorporation. And this Raxhasa Street is covered by me. Cao Yanbing's voice was not loud, but the domineering meaning in his word clearly fell into the ears of every strong man in Wuhan Palace. Staring coldly at these hundreds of evil spirits, Cao Yanbing suddenly had an idea in his mind. Your current form is just undead, not death in the true sense. Now you have 2 choices before you. First, wait until I beat you to death. Second, follow me. Cao Cao Yanbing on the battlefield from now on. Those who obey me will prosper and those who go against me will perish. With such a large group of well-trained Spirit Hall elites, it would be a pity to kill the monsters. It would be a good thing to keep them to guard Rakshasa Street. Faced with these two choices, many people chose the latter after whispering. They have already died once, so they want to live more than anyone else. Of course there were some extremely stubborn elements who shouted and pledged their allegiance to Wuhan Palace and chose the former, but the natural outcome was that they were smashed into powder by Su Chu and dissipated in the sky. Faced with life or death, faced with the bully-like man in front of them, most people voluntarily joined Cao Yanbing's camp. Seeing that most of the evil spirits in Wuhan Palace were willing to follow him, Cao Yanbing suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Although this is the first time for collection, the effect has already made him extremely satisfied. Okay, you. Cao Yanbing pointed at Xiao Sheng, who was standing at the front, and said, they will leave it to you. During this period you will be guarding the edge of Rakshasa Street. If anything goes wrong, Su Chu. Bang! The scarlet-blooded tiger hammer hit the ground hard, and suddenly a burst of dust flew everywhere. Rocks flew and a huge crater was directly blasted out of the hard ground. This is the end, do you understand? Ming, I understand. Looking at Cao Yanbing, who looked like a bully, Xiao Sheng touched the non-instant cold sweat on his head and said tremblingly, just understand, let's go. Do we really have to obey his orders? As they watched Cao Yanbing and others leave, this sentence suddenly came from among the dead souls in Wuhan Palace. Yeah, Xiao Sheng nodded, his eyes full of helplessness. We are dead now, undead. Even if you return to Wuhan Palace in this posture, do you think His Majesty the Pope will let us in this form? Does anyone east? Taking a step back, isn't this another rebirth? And this rebirth is the opportunity he gave us. So be it. After listening to Xiao Sheng's word quietly, everyone put down their stubbornness, even though they had some grudges. From a certain perspective, Cao Yanbing was their enemy as well as their benefactor. Brother, do you know those people? Cao Xianliang was a little surprised when he recalled the fearful eyes those evil spirits looked at Cao Yanbing. No. Why do you feel that they are so obedient to you and have no temper at all? Of course. Cao Yanbing looked up and smiled. Otherwise, who do you think brought them here? This time it was Cao Xuanliang's turn to be speechless, but he did not ask what happened. He had unconditional trust in his brother, which he had when he was a child, and it would not change now. Lord, why don't you kill them all? If you keep these people, they may cause trouble. Su Chu was a little confused about Cao Yanbing's action. He felt that killing them all should be the safest way. Su Chu there was a cramping pain in his heart. His body stiffened instantly and everything in front of him began to become distorted. Cao Yanbing fell to the ground and his consciousness seemed to be losing rapidly. Elder brother, Lord, the Aeneas calls echoed in my ears. But the strange thing was that he felt as if his eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds and he couldn't open them at all. What's going on? My eyelids are so heavy. Darkness invaded the world instantly. The moment he closed his eyes completely, his sight was fixed on the bird in the sky. Grandpa Bone, stop it. Opening his eyes suddenly, the focus slowly recovered, and before he could see the scene in front of him clearly, he heard a shout ringing in his ears. At the same time, an indescribable force hit him directly like a waterfall. Boom! Under this sudden impact, Cao Yanbing's knees suddenly bent and hit the ground hard, and the floor shattered with a sound. Damn it! Kneeling on one knee, Cao Yanbing pressed his hands firmly to the ground. Veins popped out on the back of his hands and even his arms were shaking. Rakshasa Street, Douluo Continent. Small light. Everything that happened on Rakshasa Street made him a little confused now. He couldn't tell which side was reality and which was illusion. Old guy, don't you want to see it? Then I'll let you see it all. Cao Yanbing suddenly raised his head and looked at Gurong with a fierce look in his eyes. He pulled off the cloth strip on the 10 palaces of Yama and shouted angrily, Su Chu, Dian Wei. The moment he heard the angry shout, Gurong suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He grabbed Ning Rong Rong and jumped into the sky. The net moment, dark red flames were like a sea of fire sweeping across the ground crazily. This is... Gurong frowned. He could clearly feel that something was about to appear in the sea of fire. Da-clatter! A dull and rhythmic sound came from the sea of fire. In the shocked eyes of the two people, two majestic figures wearing armor and with flames flowing on their bodies walked out of the flame. The aura emanating from them was not very powerful, but it made Gurong feel a little weird. Twin martial souls or humans? Xinguahun. Humanoid martial spirits are rare, and twin martial spirits are even rarer in the world. Looking at the entire continent, there are only a handful of people with twin martial spirit. Unpectedly, Cao Yanbing is the same. Su Chudian Wei. Cao Yanbing dragged his stiff body to stand up, pointed at Gurong in the distance and shouted, knock that old guy down. The general will obey your orders. Su Chu fiercely picked up the tiger hammer, turned his head and looked at Dian Wei, who was full of fighting spirit, and smiled. It's time for us, the tiger and the enemy, to join forces to fight again. You guy. Dian Wei twisted his wrist, his eyes eyes full of fighting intent. He slammed the soles of his feet on the ground and his body plotted like a cannonball. Let go! The two behemoths continued to enlarge in their pupils, and a different sense of oppression emanated from their bodies. Gurong frowned, and the 9 soul ring configurations, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, floated from his feet. The 4th soul ring lit up, and traces of black mist quietly floated on the ground where the sea of fire spread. Ed with the black mist was a strange white light. The 4th soul skill, bone prison. Click. The moment Gurong's old voice fell, the black mist that filled the sea of fire instantly solidified into ferocious bone spurs, directly trapping Su Chudianwei's body. You know, he is a titled Douluo of the 90th level defense control system, and he is already at the pinnacle in terms of field control. The only helplessness is that he has not yet realized his own domain, which is why he has not defeated Sword Douluo for so many years. After controlling Dianwei and Su Chu casually, Gurong shook his head and subconsciously looked at the ground, but just this glance made Gurong's pupils shrink suddenly. This is looking around behind Cao Yanbing. There is a large area of illusory and strange buildings. There are criss-crossing streets and strange means of transportation in the building combo. One after another, illusory figures crawled stiffly out of the ground, and a creepy and strange aura emanated from them. How come you have a field? P.S. Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 12. My domain. How come you have a field? Gurong's old voice was a little sharp. He looked at the large illusory building with dull eyes, and the shock in his heart had reached a level of horror. You must know that a domain is an ability that a strong person can only comprehend with a certain probability when he reaches the pinnacle of his ability in a certain aspect. There are only a handful of people on the entire continent who have a domain. The biggest reason why he has not defeated Sword Douluo for so many years is also attributed to this. Now an unknown young man suddenly appeared with twin martial arts souls and domain skills which couldn't help but shock him. Boy, you are from Wuhan Palace. Gurong raised his eyebrows and looked at Cao Yanbing with murderous intent in his eyes. The 9 soul rings began to flash in a strange way. In his opinion, no one except Wuhan Palace could possess such skill, any force. However, Cao Yanbing did not respond to Gurong's voice. He closed his eyes tightly, and a glistening bead of sweat slipped from his forehead. What happened? Cao Yanbing could clearly feel that the spiritual power in his body was disappearing at a terrifying speed, and a feeling of weakness arose spontaneously. Although he didn't know what was happening in the outside world, his instinct told him to stop it. Stop it! With a loud roar, Cao Yanbing opened his eyes suddenly. The sea of fire and the phantom of the city behind him began to distort violently and completely disappeared in an instant. Su Chudianwei also looked at each other and turned into a stream of light and returned to Cao Yanbing's body. Sitting paralyzed on the ground, sweat dripping down his face, Cao Yanbing had never felt so weak. As the spiritual power flowed throughout his body, he found that his originally abundant ability had been squandered, but he had no idea where the consumed spiritual power was going. You must know that he is a strong person at the level of shouting. Even if he uses skills continuously, his spiritual power will not be depleted so quickly. What exactly happened just now? Cao Yanbing raised his hand with difficulty and pulled the 10th palace Yamat to the side. He found that he did not even have the spiritual power to summon Su Chudianwei. This son must not be kept. Gurong looked at Cao Yanbing coldly, and the killing intent surrounding him had gradually begun to materialize. To him, although the current Cao Yanbing is not strong enough, his potential is definitely the first one Gurong has ever seen. Apart from Wuhan Palace, which family or empire can cultivate such a person? Thinking of this, Gurong didn't hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, a sharp bone knife appeared out of thin air. Go! With the blessing of soul power, a bone knife broke through the sound barrier like white lightning and stabbed directly, and its target was Cao Yanbing, who collapsed on the ground. Don't want. Ningrongrong was suddenly shocked. Although she didn't know why Cao Yanbing was suddenly weak, she didn't expect that her grandpa Bone would suddenly take action, and it was a killing move. It's too late to stop it now. A bone knife kept enlarging in his pupil. Cao Yanbing subconsciously wanted to turn around and avoid it, but he couldn't raise his hand at all. Is it over so soon? Suddenly Cao Yanbing's heart was shocked. He suddenly discovered that the bone knife in front of him was frozen in the air, and the soul power covering the bone knife was also forcibly shaken away. Tight. Then the space in front of him began to distort, and a tall and straight figure wearing white clothes but with only one left arm quietly appeared in front of him. Cowardly man! Grandpa Jian! Gurong's expression changed from solemn to surprised, and then from surprised to solemn. He never expected that this old guy would suddenly save Cao Yanbing. On the other hand, Ningrongrong became happy when she saw the visitor. What stood in front of Cao Yanbing's eyes was an old man dressed in spotless white clothes with long silver hair combed extremely neatly. In front of him there was a long sword with a silver body floating in the air. But what is a bit curious is that he only has one arm, and the most important right arm was cut off at the root. He just stood there quietly without speaking, giving people a feeling of being alone. Wrong, why is your face so red? Chen Xin put away the 7 kills sword and a look of doting appeared on his old face. Not Grandpa Bone. Ning Rong ran over angrily, turned her head and smiled apologetically at Cao Yanbing and pointed at Gu Rong in mid-air. Cao Yanbing is my friend. Grandpa Gu beat him indiscriminately. If you hadn't come here, Grandpa Jian, maybe he would. Speaking of this, Ning Rong imagined the scene where Cao Yanbing was killed and she felt guilty. How could that happen? When Gu Rong heard this, he couldn't sit still. He hurriedly fell down from the air and began to quibble. I just saw that this young man is very strong and wanted to test it out. How could I want to kill him? However, in response to his words, Chen Xin just shook his head gently. As a friend for decades, he could tell whether Gu Rong's words were true or false at a glance. In fact, Chen Xin had already arrived here when Gu Rong's soul power plotted, but he simply didn't show up. When he saw Cao Yanbing's 2 martial spirits appear, he also suspected that he was a strong man from the spirit hall. However, when he used his mental power to sweep the entire Tiandu Empire, he did not find the lurking spirit. The strong man, with Cao Yanbing's potential, if he were placed in the Wuhan Palace, he would at least be a trump card that could be cultivated with the whole palace's effort. Even if he was allowed to go out to perform tasks, there would definitely be countless strong people secretly protecting him. But the reality was not what he imagined. This was also one of the reasons why he took action to stop Gu Rong. On the other hand, if Cao Yanbing can be allowed to join the Kaibao Glay sect once he is trained, he will definitely be a powerful trump card that can overturn the sect situation. Old man Bone, he probably isn't. Chen Xin shook his head. He thought deeper and more comprehensively than Gu Rong. The two looked at each other and Gu Rong instantly understood what Chen Xin was thinking. Although he was at odds with the latter in some respects, it was easy for them to reach a consensus. I was reckless. Gu Rong bent down towards Cao Yanbing and pressed his apology, then turned and walked into Shrek Academy in the distance. Upon seeing this, Chen Xin just glanced at the two of them with a smile, then stretched out his hand to rub Ning Rongrong's head and said, the sect leader is also in Shrek. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a white light and disappeared. In an instant, only Cao Yanbing and Ning Rongrong were left in the huge venue. Seeing this scene, Cao Yanbing suddenly felt a black line slipping from his head. What this? The ones who killed me were your people. The ones who saved me are still your people. Are you okay? Ning Rongrong waved his hand in front of Cao Yanbing's eyes. This move successfully attracted Cao Yanbing's attention. It's okay. Cao Yanbing shook his head. Sorry, they are my 2 grandfathers. Ning Rongrong blushed and waved her hands hurriedly to E-Plane, but Grandpa Bone doesn't really want to kill you, he just wants to see your strength. He is a very good person. Seeing the girl in front of him keep E-Planing, Cao Yanbing just shook his head and didn't care. He has his own scale in his heart and he knows the definition of everyone better than anyone else. However, I didn't expect you to have a field. It's so awesome. Ning Rongrong suddenly said. Field? Cao Yanbing was puzzled. Yes, it's the illusory group of buildings behind you just now. There are many carriage-like things in it. A group of buildings? A carriage? Upon hearing this, Cao Yanbing was stunned and suddenly thought of a place. Rakhasa Street. P.S. The second update today. Please collect it, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 13. In this world, let's change our surname to Cao. Listening to Ning Rongrong's description, Cao Yanbing couldn't help but think of a place in his mind. Rakhasa Street. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Cao Yanbing couldn't help but stand up. In this case, it proved that what just happened on Rakhasa Street was not an illusion. He indeed returned to Rakhasa Street, met his younger brother Cao Xianliang and even recruited the Wuhandian elites who were killed by him. What's wrong with you? Ning Rongrong asked doubtfully when he saw the sudden joy on Cao Yanbing's face. It's okay. Realizing his gaffe, Cao Yanbing shook his head gently. Although he didn't know whether what Ning Rongrong said was true or false, he could understand that something unexpected had indeed happened just now, and this matter might be related to Rakhasa Street. He has made up his mind to figure this matter out after the spiritual power in his body is restored. Arrive. Hearing the voice, Cao Yanbing looked up and saw that a plaque with the words Shrek Academy engraved on it had appeared in front of him. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the inner gate of Shrek Academy. Let go. Ning Rongrong walked in first. It was easy to see from her gestures that she was very familiar with this place. Following her, Cao Yanbing found that the college was very neat and gave people a very grand feeling. A spacious road leads directly to the interior of the academy. There are acres of woods on both sides of the road. At the end, you can see a large square with a diameter of more than 200 meters. The square is surrounded by a large number of 3-story buildings. This is where I study. It is one of the top high-end colleges in the Tiandu Empire. There was a hint of pride in Ning Rongrong's tone that could not be concealed. Oh, Cao Yanbing was not interested in any academy. What he cared about was the title of Tiandu Empire in her mouth. He didn't know much about these forces called empires. All he knew was the so-called Tiandu city. And if you want to understand the situation on the mainland, it seems you need a guide. Speeding up his pace, Cao Yanbing came to Ning Rongrong and walked side by side on the road with her. What is the situation on the mainland now? The situation on the mainland? Ning Rongrong turned her head and looked at him, her face full of doubt. Well, it's the Tiandu Empire you call, and the so-called Spirit Hall. Tiandu Empire? Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong felt very surprised. The man in front of him didn't even know about the Heaven-Do Empire and the Spirit Hall. I have been living in the mountains before, and I have only recently arrived on the mainland, so I am a little curious about the current situation on the mainland. Cao Yanbing said nonsensically. That's it, okay then. Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding, thinking that this might be the reason why he is a twin martial soul, but there is no news about him. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing's face showed a smile of success. Sure enough, this little girl was easy to deceive. Now Douluo continent seems calm on the surface, but there are already undercurrent. The mainland is now divided between three major powers. One is the empire we are in now, the Tiandu Empire, and the other is the Douluo Empire in the south. As for the last one, it is naturally the Spirit Hall. Originally the two empires of Tiandu and Zingluo were similar in strength and fought endlessly for years. However, since the emergence of Wuhan Palace, the situation has changed. Martial Soul Hall is located at the junction of the two empires of Tiandu and Zingluo, and it is also located in the center of the continent. Although its power is not very large, his appearance undoubtedly checks and balances the two empires and forces them to develop in a balanced manner. Now, under the leadership of the current Pope Bibidong, Wuhan Palace has become quite powerful. Now it has sent people to destroy the Seven Treasures Glaze sect and the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon sect with the intention of contaminating the Tiandu Empire, 1/3 of the world. Upon hearing this, before Cao Yanbing could press anything, Su Chu's voice of emotion could already be heard in his body. I think back then when we followed Duke Cao to conquer the world, gallop on the battlefield and establish the three kingdoms of Shuhan, Cao Wei and Suchao, we never thought that in the end the world would fall to the Sima family. Speaking of this, there was a hint of emotion in Su Chu's tone. After all, Cao was a hero of his generation, but in the end he ended up like this. I'm talking about Su Chu. What are you feeling? Cao Yanbing smiled coldly, but what he said net made Su Chu's body tremble. When Cao failed to conquer the world, Cao Yanbing will lead you to conquer it. Although these words did not contain many arrogant and luxurious words, they made Su Chu feel a feeling of excitement that he had not seen for a long time. There once was a person who had the same heroic qualities and arrogance as him, and that person is now respected by the world, Emperor Wei Wu. Even if millions of years pass, as long as the master wants to rule the world, we will follow him to the death. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, Dian Wei did not choose the wrong master. Today you have the qualities to be a hero. We will follow you to the death. Cao Yanbing's word completely aroused the enthusiasm of Dian Wei and Su Chu. Their long-cherished wish that they had not completed thousands of years ago will definitely be realized in Douluo continent. In today's world, which is full of chaos and chaos, peace is hard to find and kindness is hard to survive. Under this world, I think I can still find companion. If one day I am forced to become Shura and put on the clothes of a butcher, I hope I am not alone. This world should have a name. Cao Yanbing smiled lightly. Why not? Let's change our surname to Cao. Strangeness. Ning Rongrong stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Cao Yanbing's eyes, but he didn't react at all and his eyes were still blank. Did I say something wrong? Ning Rongrong was a little confused. He was obviously fine just now, but why did he suddenly stop standing still? What's wrong with you? Ah! The sudden sound in her ears immediately made Ning Rongrong scream out in surprise. She subconsciously turned around and punched out. There was a muffled sound and Cao Yanbing's body flew backward several meters away. Ah, you! Seeing this, Ning Rongrong immediately understood what happened just now. She helped Cao Yanbing while blushing and apologizing. Sorry, I was scared. It's okay, it's just that I was a little surprised. Cao Yanbing retracted his arm on her shoulders and said with a smile, resisting the pain in his stomach, is it really okay? Ning Rongrong was still a little worried. Don't worry. Cao Yanbing smiled and patted the dust on his clothes, strode towards the inside of the college, but the moment his back was turned to Ning Rongrong, his presence began to become weird. I didn't expect that she looks weak but has a lot of strength. Well, it seems that I have to be more careful in the future. Feeling the pain coming from his abdomen, Cao Yanbing couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He was stunned because he didn't expect Ning Rongrong's reaction to be so strong. This unprepared punch almost caused him to vomit from his overnight meal. Fengzi, what do you think? For now it's pretty good. good. In an office on the Shrek Academy campus, Ning Fengzi's eyes fell on the young man in the distance and the corners of her mouth raised lightly. Is the news true? P.S. Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 14. I am indeed a genius. Is the news true? Ning Fengzi looked at the two figures walking side by side in the academy in the distance, turned around and looked inside the room. The room was not big, but it was simple and clean. At this time, sitting on the chairs in the center of the room were two old men with very strong auras, Chen Xin and Gu Rong. It's absolutely true, Chen Xin said, stroking the snow-white beard on his chin. Although his tone was very plain, it was full of no doubt. Hearing his tone, Ning Fengzi was slightly startled. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then he said unhurriedly, this kind of person has twin martial spirits and two mutated humanoid martial spirit. Why have you never heard of it? Just now I heard what Gu Rongchen said. Not only did these young men have twin martial souls, but they also had two humanoid martial souls that could exist independently from the body. This kind of martial spirit that is different from normal existence is generally called a mutated martial spirit on the mainland. Normally speaking, once this kind of person with twin martial souls and great potential appears, he will become a being that the major empires are competing for. But the young man in the distance is not only a person whose strength and potential cannot be underestimated, but there is no news about him on the mainland. This strange phenomenon made Ning Fengzi, who had always been calm, feel a little confused and puzzled. Don't worry. Chen Xin glanced at Ning Fengzi. With their decades of friendship, he instantly understood what the latter was worried about. I have already investigated the Tiandu Empire and did not find any forces from the Spirit Hall entering. Chen Xin hesitated for a moment and then continued to take a step back. If this Cao Yanbing is from Wuhan Palace, then wouldn't he be throwing himself into a trap when he comes to the Tiandu Empire? At this moment, Gu Rong, who had been silent, finally spoke. I think the coward is right. Old Bones, I can't deny your opinion, but do you think I can't lift the sword with one hand? Chen Xion's face darkened instantly when he heard Gu Rong call him, oh you coward, if you hadn't noticed that you were in the academy, I would have given you a lesson. It's just you, but you still teach me a lesson. It's a joke. Wait until you can defeat my 7-killing sword before you say this. Ning Fengzi was speechless when he saw the two people arguing over a disagreement. He was used to these two titled Douluo bickering like children. Uncle Bones, Uncle Jian's injury is just right, so don't make him angry anymore, Ning Fengzi said seriously. That won't work. Gu Rong glanced at Chen Xin provocatively. The coward has lost his arm and his strength is greatly reduced. Now is a good opportunity to bully him. I have been waiting for this day for so many years. Old Bones, do you really think I can't lift the sword? Chen Xin said with a cold face. Okay. Ning Fengzi looked at the two people who raised their fists again and rubbed his forehead helplessly. He sometimes wondered why these two titled Douluo were always like children. Gu Rong snorted and said in a rather arrogant tone, for Fengzi's sake, I won't beat you today. In response, Chen Xion's mouth trembled slightly, resisting the urge to strike him with a sword. Seeing that the two of them finally calmed down, Ning Fengzi breathed a sigh of relief. He looked out the window at the two people who were still talking and murmured, Rong and Cao Yanbing seem to have a good relationship. I wonder if she can let her pull Cao Yanbing into our Kaibao Glazek. If the twin mutated martial spirits can be used by them, it will only be a matter of time before the 7 treasures Glazek can be revived. Night. Tiandu City Suburban Hotel. Cao Yanbing sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and traces of light blue power on his body were nourishing his body in a constant pattern. With the blessing of this power, the little spiritual energy left in his body is recovering at a slow speed. Cao Yanbing opened his eyes. He clearly felt the spiritual power in his body slowly growing, and then he smiled with satisfaction. I was beaten up by the old man during the day, but it seems that because of this, the realm in my body that has not increased for a long time has now increased a lot. Speaking of this, Cao Yanbing punched a few times vigorously. Feeling his strong punching style, he suddenly had a bold idea. If I had that old man beat me up a few more times, maybe my strength would grow faster. Thinking of this, Cao Yanbing shook his head fiercely. What am I thinking about? That old man obviously wants to kill me today. I'm afraid I'm not crazy. After washing his face and clearing his nerves, Cao Yanbing stood at the window and let the moonlight shine on his face. This warm feeling was very real. He felt like he was in an illusion, but he couldn't tell which side was the illusion, at Zhenhun Street or Douluo continent, or do both sides exist. Recalling the feeling of holding my brother in my arms on Raxhasa Street during the day, I could even hear my brother's heartbeat. That feeling was extremely real. But now, Cao Yanbing lowered his head and looked at his hands. He tried to make a fist. The real feeling affected every nerve in him. Correct. Suddenly, Cao Yanbing slapped his forehead fiercely, remembering that he had summoned Su Chu and Dian Wei on Raxhasa Street. He would would know if they were true or false upon asking. Su Chu. Cao Yanbing couldn't wait to call Su Chu in his body. Now he is the truth. What are your orders, my lord? After a while Su Chu's deep voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. Su Chu, did I return to Rakshasa Street during the day today? Cao Yanbing asked eagerly. Although Su Chu was a little surprised when he heard Cao Yanbing's words, he still answered truthfully, my lord, I have indeed returned to Rakshasa Street. But in fact Su Chu was also surprised by this situation. When they were on Rakshasa Street, he and Dian Wei followed Cao Yanbing closely, but the net moment without any warning Cao Yanbing fell to the ground. Then their consciousness began to blur, and when they opened their eyes again they had been summoned to beat the old man. They don't know exactly what happened. That's right. After receiving Su Chu's affirmative answer, Cao Yanbing couldn't suppress the smile on his lips, and his guess was confirmed. Whether it is Douluo continent or Rakshasa Street, these two places are real, and I definitely have the ability to freely shuttle between Rakshasa Street and Douluo continent. Thinking of this, Cao Yanbing couldn't suppress the joy in his heart and hurriedly sat cross-legged. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Finally, in a corner of the sea of consciousness, Cao Yanbing discovered an ancient and simple stone door, and right above this stone door there are 3 large characters engraved on it that make people tremble just by looking at them. Rakshasa Street. P.S. The second update today. Please collect it, recommend it, and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 15. Theoryists practice begins. Sure enough, looking up at the 3 characters that were so familiar to his bones, Cao Yanbing smiled excitedly. Sure enough, his guess was absolutely correct. The ancient stone door is carved with strange lines. These lines are connected end to end, forming a mysterious rune, and an ancient aura emanates from it. Cao Yanbing carefully controlled his consciousness and approached the stone door. As the distance got closer, an inapplicable gravitational force came from the stone door. Faced with this situation, Cao Yanbing still kept an eye on it and gradually retraced his steps. However, perhaps because the distance was too close, as soon as his consciousness approached the door, it was as if he was stuck in a quagmire and was directly sucked into it. As his consciousness disappeared, the ancient door was closed again, and his sea of consciousness returned to its former tranquility. Elder brother! A familiar shout came to his ears, and his body was shaken continuously. Cao Yanbing's eyelid trembled slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Brother, you finally woke up. Cao Xianliang wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone full of joy. Xiao Yang. The focus gradually recovered. Cao Yanbing looked at the familiar person in front of him, raised his eyebrows, and got up from the ground. Walking to the edge of the cliff and looking around, the familiar streets and houses came into view, and the feeling of the breeze blowing on my cheeks was so real. As expected, I can travel freely between Douluo continent and Rakshasa Street. With this ability, if one day he encounters an enemy he cannot defeat, he can escape directly back to Rakshasa Street. At that time, no matter how strong the enemy is, there will be nothing he can do if he cannot find him. While he was smiling, Cao Yanbing's prescience suddenly froze. The imagination was indeed very beautiful, but he seemed to have forgotten an extremely important part. He is just an ideology. The 2 times I came to Rakshasa Street seemed to come through consciousness without affecting myself, and my original body seemed to still stay in that world. The smile gradually disappeared and a black line fell from his head. He was very unhappy that such a great idea died so quickly. Cao Xianliang looked at Cao Yanbing, whose prescience was constantly changing not far away. Although he had many questions in his heart, he didn't know whether to disturb him or not. After all, Cao Yanbing's current prescience, it's really a bit permeating. Fortunately, Cao Yanbing's occasional abnormality soon passed, and in just a moment he had returned to his previous appearance. The 2 brothers sat on the stone pier looking at the border of Rakshasa Street glowing with purple light in the distance. Cao Yanbing turned his head and asked Xiao Yang, nothing weird happened here after I left that day? Weird? Cao Xianliang touched his chin and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He seemed to remember something and frowned slightly. Even Cao Yanbing looked sideways at this serious thinking look and gradually started to look at him seriously. A few minutes later, Cao Xianliang frowned and shook his head with a very low tone. It seems not. Damn, I don't have this prescience on your face. Seeing Cao Xuanliang's snickering, Cao Yanbing was immediately furious. He grabbed his fate by the neck and asked fiercely, is it true? I don't know if this counts. Lifted up in the air, Cao Xianliang held his chin and began to think deeply. This look made Cao Yanbing curl his lips. It seems like yesterday the sky on Rakshasa Street suddenly became transparent. Speaking of this, Cao Xianliang suddenly paused as if he was hesitating whether to use another word to describe it. Is it transparent? Yeah. Cao Xiandian nodded, frowning and thinking for a moment. On the way back from 4th Street that day, you suddenly fell to the ground. Your whole body gradually became illusory and finally disappeared. I searched searched for a long time on Raxhasa Street that day. Until night I still couldn't find you. I was thinking that you might have returned to the world of Douluo continent mentioned before, so I gave up searching. Until yesterday I was decorating the door panel at home and the previously unobstructed sky suddenly became as transparent as glass and I even saw a different world. It's a completely different world from Raxhasa Street. I'm not just referring to the architecture and environment but the energy fluctuations that permeate the air. I am an undead. Due to my constitution I am very sensitive to this abnormal energy fluctuation. I can feel that the world is not illusory but real. Cao Xianliang frowned. That magical scene only appeared for a moment but it had already been seen by many residents of Luoxia Street. It's okay for one person to see it and he can still claim that he made a mistake, but when everyone sees it, it is tantamount to a certainty. After listening to Cao Xuanliang's words, Cao Yanbing subconsciously thought of a person. However, I didn't expect you to have a field. It's so awesome. Field? Yes, it's the illusory building Kumpul behind you just now and there are many carriage-like things in it. A group of buildings? A carriage? What Ning Rongrong said turned out to be true. The large group of illusory buildings that appeared behind me in her mouth turned out to be Raxhasa Street. It seems that at that time both she and the old guy came up with a word field. Could it be that my domain is Raxhasa Street? Thinking of this, Cao Yanbing's eyes lit up. Where is Raxhasa Street? This is one of the places where the four sacred trees exist. It is an important gateway for the undead to lead to the spiritual realm. It is also the place that houses the most undead among the thousands of soul-suppressing street. The most indispensable thing here is the undead. Theoretically, once he can freely control the Raxhasa Street realm, he can lead the tens of millions of undead in Raxhasa Street to follow him and conquer the world. When two armies fight, there will be casualties. Those soldiers who died on the battlefield will all become his troops. Just imagine facing the endless army of undead. What can those so-called soul masters do to stop them? Cao Yanbing's weird smile instantly caught Cao Xuanliang's attention. The latter was stunned for a moment, then silently moved to the side, widening the distance between the two. Although he didn't know why Cao Yanbing's prescience was so evil, he understood that it might be better to stay away from him at this time. But Cao Yanbing, who was planning the great cause of building an army in the future, suddenly felt a tremor in his consciousness. This situation had happened before when he came back from 4th Street. Although he noticed it, he didn't pay much attention to it. Looking back now, it should represent some kind of omen. If I guessed correctly. Cao Yanbing turned his head and looked at his brother. Net to him, he was suddenly stunned for a moment. He found that it seemed that the distance between the two had become farther. Illusion? Forget it, it's not important. Xiao Liang, the world you saw does indeed exist because that is Douluo continent. Cao Xianliang was surprised by the previous word. Before he could react, Cao Yanbing continued. If your guess is correct, I will disappear again soon and I don't know when I will come back. Net time. During this period I need you to help me complete something. Cao Yanbing stretched out his hand and grabbed Cao Xianliang's shoulder and said with a serious face, "Ang." It happened suddenly. Cao Xianliang was a little confused. Say, train and manage the foreign undead without disturbing the indigenous people. They may be of great use in the future. Cao Yanbing said this out of his own selfish motives. If his conjecture is verified, then the undead army will definitely join the battlefield with him. The reason why he did not disturb the indigenous people was that he did not want the civilians to be involved in this war. Cao Yanbing is not a saint and he doesn't care who is right or wrong. He just does things according to his own ideas, that's all. I understand. Cao Xianliang nodded without asking too much. He knew that his brother must have his own reasons for doing this. Just as Cao Yanbing was about to nod, his body suddenly tensed up. The net moment, the same feeling as before spread throughout his body. At the moment when his consciousness was about to disappear, Cao Yanbing smiled faintly at Cao Xianliang and said, "Come on, little." The sound stopped suddenly and Cao Yanbing's body became elusive again until finally disappearing completely. "Don't worry, brother, I will complete the task you gave me." Looking at the place where Cao Yanbing disappeared, Cao Xianliang clenched his fist, then turned around and shouted, "Tang Liu." Chapter 16. The teacher is here. Are you back? A musty smell penetrated into the nose, stinging the smell in his nose forced Cao Yanbing to open his eyes, and what he saw was the decaying ceiling of the hotel. I feel so dizzy. Cao Yanbing stared upward. In his eyes the entire ceiling was rotating clockwise and he felt nauseated. He closed his eyes and slowly circulated the spiritual power in his body. Only then did he realize that the spiritual power in his body had not declined at all, but his mental power was greatly consumed. Oh, who can withstand this kind of consumption? Feeling that his mental power was almost exhausted, Cao Yanbing shook his head helplessly. He really didn't expect that his mental power was almost exhausted after just 10 minutes. After thinking about it, the time to enter Raxhasa Street this time time seemed to be shorter than expected, even shorter than the last time. Is it because of his mental strength? Looking blankly at the ceiling that was gradually returning to normal, Cao Yanbing moved his stiff body and sat up from the bed. He came to the table in the center of the room, picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. The feeling of the liquid sliding down his throat made him feel very comfortable. Forget it, I don't want to anymore. After wondering for 100 times about the solution, Cao Yanbing was too lazy to think about it anymore. Instead of thinking hard and wondering about the solution, it was better to let nature take its course and be content with the situation. It's better to take a good rest and ask Ning Rongrong tomorrow where the so-called Wuhan Palace is. In today's world where the jungle is the strongest, only by joining the strongest party can you have your place. The NET day. The sun is shining and there are no clouds in the sky. A gentle warm breeze met with a bit of scorching heat enveloped Shrek Academy. Among them, many students wearing special green uniforms could be seen walking through the campus. There were constant sounds of noise and movement coming from the academy, which gave the originally rigorous academy a touch of human touch. At this time in the middle of the day, a man in black shirt came to the door of Shrek Academy. At this time his handsome face was full of impatience. The two Shrek students on duty at the door had noticed this mysterious man early. Seeing his gloomy look, one of them bravely walked up. What do you have to do, sir? Please don't stand at the door of our Shrek Academy. If you are here to apply for the academy, you will be late and have already missed the admission time. He was not very old, in his early 20s at most, but the arrogant look on his face made Cao Yanbing a little unhappy. No, I'm not interested in your school. I'm here to find someone. Cao Yanbing shook his head and said lightly, not interested? Upon hearing these words, a trace of disdain suddenly appeared in the student's eyes. You must know that Shrek is a well-known academy. Everyone in it is proud of himself. I don't know how many people are envious of being able to study here, but this guy in front of me actually said he is not interested. Straw bag, you're a straw bag, no doubt. Seeing the disdain in his eyes, Cao Yanbing groaned for a while. What's the problem? No problem, I don't know who you want to find. The student may have realized that his little move was discovered, so his tone softened, but the arrogance in his word did not weaken. Cao Yanbing said calmly, Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing this name, the student's voice suddenly rose a few points and he looked Cao Yanbing up and down out of the corner of his eye. What? That should be the right name. The student's appearance made Cao Yanbing stunned. He even wondered if he had remembered the wrong name. What kind of person is Ning Rongrong? She met a useless person with magic and martial art, the student said with curled lips. You must know that the contemporary Shrek 7 monsters are famous far and wide. Which one of them is not the pride of heaven? The person in front of me who can't even detect the soul power is worthy of such a high arrogant. Mo is useless. Cao Yanbing suddenly became interested. He stretched out his right hand and gently flicked away the non-existent dust on the student's shoulders. If you say that, then I'll be relieved. Snapped. A crisp sound sounded. The provocative student actually flew backward and hit the stone tablet with Shrek engraved not far away. The action coming from here immediately attracted a group of students to stop. When they saw the gatekeeper student getting up from the ground with red palm prints on his face, they were all stunned. What happened? Why did Yanagawa become like this? I don't know either. I just came over and saw him getting up from the ground with a big lap mark on his face. Look at the man in black clothes at the door. It seems that he took action because Yanagawa provoked him with his language. It's so strange that man in black clothes has no soul power. How is that possible? Come here and let me see. There were endless whispers and everyone had already deduced the general situation based on the simple scene. However, some ignorant students have already run to the dean's office. If nothing else happens, a teacher will take charge in a few minutes. Really, cats and dog dare to scream in front of me? Cao Yanbing. Cao Yanbing rubbed his slightly red right hand. His face still had the same indifferent look, as if what happened here had nothing to do with him. You bastard! Yanagawa got up from the ground and touched his burning cheek with his hand. The pain suddenly made him grin. I won't let you go. Well, come on. Cao Yanbing waved his hand nonchalantly. He didn't care much about the harsh words of this little guy. Damn it. The fourth soul skill, Shadow Blade. White, yellow and purple were seen under Yanagawa's feet and 5 soul rings rose up. The moment his voice fell, the fourth soul ring suddenly erupted into a burst of light. At the same time, there was a dark purple scimitar in his hand. Thinking about it, this should be his martial spirit weapon, martial soul secret knife. With the martial spirit in hand, Yanagawa felt more at ease in his heart, and the fear of being slapped away just now was suppressed. He looked at Cao Yanbing in the distance and rushed towards him. The fourth soul skill directly. Yanagawa is preparing for a quick victory. His martial spirit is originally mainly for attacking, so quick victory is what he should do. While Yanagawa is so fast, the young man in black is going to be defeated now. You deserve it. Who made him look down on our Shrek Academy? Come on, Senior Yanagawa. The constant sounds of encouragement and shouts in his ears gave Yanagawa inapplicable confident. He raised the corner of his mouth and the veins on the arm holding the dark blade popped out. We can't let Shrek lose face in front of so many juniors and juniors. Yanagawa has never been so eager to win. He is carrying everyone's expectations, carrying the glory of Shrek. Yanagawa's speed was faster than the afterimage. In just a few breaths he had already arrived in front of Cao Yanbing. Yanagawa held the knife in his backhand and the blade was covered with a faint purple color. Veins popped out on his arm and the blade was pointed directly at Cao Yanbing's throat. This tense scene immediately made everyone present feel their hearts in their throat. If this blow hits Cao Yanbing may be killed on the spot. Facing the lightning fast attack, a cold light flashed in Cao Yanbing's eyes. He raised his right foot and took a step back. It was this small move that caused the blade to scratch 5 centimeters in front of his throat. Not good. As an assassin, if a single blow fails, the next step is to retreat or wait for death. He understands this very well. But will I let you go? Cao Yanbing's toes were on the ground, his knees were slightly bent and he exerted force on his right leg. The ready-to-go whip fell directly on Yanagawa, who was unprepared. Suffering such a heavy blow at close range, Yanagawa's face suddenly turned an abnormal red color and then a mouthful of blood spurted out, falling heavily on the Shrek stone tablet. Instant kill. The students who came to see the excitement widened their eyes in disbelief. They looked at Yanagawa, who was motionless on the ground in the distance, and fell into a daze. Although Yanagawa is not very outstanding in Shrek Academy, his strength as a 5-ringed Soul King cannot be underestimated. Is it this kind of strength that he was actually instantly killed in front of this man in black? Teacher Zhao is here. There was a sudden commotion among the crowd and a large group of people spontaneously closed their mouth and made way for a road that was 2 people wide. Even Yanagawa, who was lying on the ground and kept wailing, closed his mouth in fear when he saw the visitor. Before anyone arrived, a deep voice came over. Come, let me Zhao Wuji see who dares to cause trouble in our Shrek Academy. Chapter 17 Trapped Dragon Fire Pillar. Come, let me Zhao Wuji see who dares to cause trouble in our Shrek Academy. A sturdy middle-aged man has walked out of Shrek Academy accompanied by 2 other young people. Judging from the proud presence on his face, he must be strong. Seeing this person appear, the surrounding students who were watching spontaneously closed their mouth and did not dare to make a sound. Oh, isn't this Yanagawa? How come he was beaten into such a bear shape? Passing by the stone monument, Zhao Wuji grabbed the man who was still lying on the ground and pretended to be unconscious and laughed. Of course he knows this Yanagawa. You must know that he is one of the proudest newcomers. In the previous entrance examination he single-handedly defeated 3 old students in a row. He said harshly, Shrek is like this. Then he was killed by Zhao Wuji. I beat him up while using my martial arts spirit and lay in bed for 3 weeks, and I was convinced from then on. Zhao Din Zhao. Sure enough, Yanagawa, who was forcibly pulled up, saw the person coming. The hair on his body stood up. He hurriedly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. Looking at the slap mark on Lu Chuan's face that had not yet dissipated, Zhao Wuji's mouth twitched slightly, suppressing the anger in his heart. He turned to Cao Yanbing and said, who are you? You're excellency, and why did you attack me, a Shrek student? When he saw Cao Yanbing, he had already used his soul power to detect his body, but the result he got was the same as Yanagawa's, that he was a useless person. But he is not a young boy like Yanagawa. In this case, either the opponent really has no soul power at all, or he is the kind of extremely powerful boss who just cannot see it because of his low cultivation level. It just shows his strength. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that the guy in front of him is most likely to belong to the second type. I don't like guys who look down on others. Hearing the anger in Zhao Wuji's tone, Cao Yanbing said calmly, okay. Zhao Wuji said 3 good words in a row. He didn't expect that someone would talk to him in this tone. What kind of trouble did he really think he was, Zhao Wuji? In this case, a trace of fire flashed across Zhao Wuji's eyes. He took a few steps back, then bent down. Zhao Wuji, a powerful martial soul Vajra Baron 81 level Contra, please give me your advice. Wow. Zhao Wuji's move immediately caused all the students present to exclaim. They did not expect that Din Zhao, who has always been a bully, would perform this calf-protecting behavior. In their eyes, Din Zhao is the most unprofessional person. He basically doesn't interfere with the affairs of the college. The only thing that can attract his attention is fighting. Because of this, most of the students present were educated by his love. Seeing him like this now makes people feel a little sad. Sure enough, Din Zhao still cares about the student. We wrongly blamed him before, but when Din Zhao just came here, he said that only he can beat us and no one else can. Sorry, I admit that I was a little one-sided when I spoke just now, but can Din Zhao beat him? It feels like that guy is very strong, a tall and thin student asked, tilting his head. Don't worry, the student net to him nodded. Din Zhao is a level 81 Contra. In terms of defense and strength, he is almost invincible at the same level. His overall strength can even catch up with the Dean. Is that So, is it going to be endless? Cao Yanbing frowned. It wasn't that he was afraid, but he simply didn't like this kind of fighting method where one fight comes after another. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded. Zhao Wuji's eyes flashed with cold light. His fist suddenly clenched and 8 soul rings rose from his feet. At this time the number 1 soul ring instantly lit up. The first soul skill, immovable king body. Immediately afterwards he stepped hard on the ground with both feet and his speed suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Cao Yanbing, his huge golden palm raised high, and at the same time the second soul ring lit up. The second soul skill, the powerful Vajra palm. With the defense and strength of his first soul skill, the power of his second soul skill can pose a threat to contras of the same level. Looking at Zhao Wuji, who took action without any nonsense, Cao Yanbing curled his lips and without any hesitation he stepped back and took out the 10 palaces of Yama. Trap Dragon Fire Pillar. The 10th palace Yama slammed into the ground. In an instant the ground was blasted into powder and a pillar of fire rose from Cao Yanbing's feet, wrapping his body in flame. Boom! Zhao Wuji struck the pillar of fire with his palm, making a deafening explosion. What a strong flame! Feeling the severe pain coming from the palm of his hand, although Zhao Wuji's face did not change, his expression, his slightly trembling arms revealed everything. No, if you continue like this your arm will be destroyed. He didn't know why the Fudo Mingo Shen he used had no effect at all, but his intuition told him that if he continued like this, not only would he not be able to break through his defense, but his arms would also be disabled. After making up his mind, Zhao Wuji glanced at the pillar of fire out of the corner of his eye and was about to withdraw, but what shocked him was that his palm seemed to be stuck to the pillar of fire and there was no way to break free. Damn it, there's something wrong with this pillar of fire. Zhao Wuji panicked a little. He hurriedly mobilized the soul power in his body to gather them in his palm, but he still could not pull his palm away from the torch. What? Can't you take your hand out? Just when Zhao Wuji was panicking again, a faint laugh came from the fire pillar. Otherwise, do you think this move is called the Trapped Dragon Fire Pillar? As the name suggests, the Trapped Dragon can resist spell attacks and imprison physical attack. Not only is the defense extremely strong, but the attack effect is also quite good. Damn it! Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and looked at the flames that gradually spread up his arms with some hesitation. He knew that if he continued like this he might be swallowed up by the flame. Boom! The flames spread faster and faster and Zhao Wuji no longer hesitated. He gritted his teeth and withdrew the soul power covering his palm. Chi! The arm that lost its soul power instantly turned into a scorched black. If Zhao Wuji's body wasn't extremely strong, it would have been terrifying just this second and his arm would have been burned to ashes. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Form. Zhao Wuji looked up to the sky and roared angrily. The 7th soul ring on his body suddenly erupted in deep black. A strong black light instantly spread throughout Zhao Wuji's body and then his body began to undergo huge changes. Possessed by the powerful Vajra bear, Zhao Wuji's already extremely majestic body quickly expanded like a balloon. In the blink of an eye he was already over 5 meters tall. His muscles all over his body swelled in an exaggerated manner. His brown hair grew like crazy and his whole body suddenly changed, became a real giant bear. When his body completely transformed into the shape of a bear, his hair instantly changed color, shining with golden light. His 7th soul skill is different from others. Once used, he can use all soul skills below the 7th level except the Martial Soul True Body for 30 minutes without restriction. The power is 150% of the original and the defense is increased by 100%. 202. However, after each use its own attributes will be weakened by 50% and it will take 7 days to recover. The 1st soul skill, Immovable King Body. The 3rd soul skill, Enhance Gravity. The 5th soul skill, Gravity Squeeze. Without any reservation, Zhao Wuji directly used 3 soul ring skills. Under the 2 major increases in gravity, the adsorption force brought by the fire pillar became smaller. Chi. Under this situation, Zhao Wuji finally succeeded in pulling his arm out of the pillar of fire. This guy! Zhao Wuji retreated, panting and standing in the distance. He tried to move his blackened arms and a heartbreaking pain and burning sensation suddenly swept over him. At this time his eyes were full of shock and even fear when he looked at the pillar of fire in the distance. Chapter 18. Beat up Zhao Wuji. What a weird attack method. Who is this kid? Zhao Wuji held his charred arms looking at the fire pillar with eyes full of shock and fear. From the beginning he was not careless at all. He even used Fudo Ming Wang Shen to strengthen his own defense and then used the powerful Vajra palm to attack. However, even so he still succeeded in Cao Yanbing's way. This scene was naturally caught in everyone's eyes, especially when their eyes fell on Zhao Wuji's arm. They were so shocked that they couldn't open their mouths from ear to ear. Even Poison Douluo praised Zhao Wuji's amazing defense, but now he was directly defeated with just one move. Who is that man? Among the 2 people who came with Zhao Wuji, one of them, a man with long blonde hair and twin eyes, swallowed his saliva full of shock. Net to this man, a fat man with a fiery red mohawk haircut, was also horrified. His flames are completely different from my Fini flame. I can feel that his flames are very domineering and have a very strange feeling. A feeling of these two people are two of the contemporary Shrek 7 monsters. Daimyo by the evil-eyed white tiger is the Si Tai 3rd level attack spirit, Emperor martial spirit and white tiger. Evil fire Fini Ma Hungjun level 57 attack spirit, King martial spirit Fini. They were not the only ones who were shocked. When Xiao Wuji withdrew from the fire pillar, there were already waves of uproar around him. No one expected that Xiao Wuji, an 81st level Contra, couldn't even catch a single move. At a certain moment they even thought that Xiao Wuji was too good at making a living. Bah! Xiao Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the fire pillar with fear. Who are you? Among the many titled Douluo in the mainland, there seems to be no instance like you. Weird attack methods, unpredictable strange flames and bottomless strength. Various signs indicate that the person in front of him, who seems to have no soul power at all, is definitely not an unknown person. Being able to almost completely suppress him as an 81st level soul Douluo, theoretically speaking he can only be a strong person at the level of titled Douluo. After a muffled sound, the huge pillar of fire turned into little flames and dissipated, revealing Cao Yanbing wearing a strange fire red armor. At this time there was no expression on his face, but he looked at Xiao Wuji with a somewhat solemn look. As a courtesy, since you're done fighting, it's my turn. Ignoring his question, Cao Yanbing put the 10th palace Yama behind his back again. His hands crossed with each other and bursts of clicking sounds sounded from the dislocation of bones came from his hand. Boom! The flames instantly covered both fists and the intense temperature seemed to distort even the space. Boom! The floor beneath his feet shattered, and the net moment Cao Yanbing's body flew towards Xiao Wuji like a red cannonball. A strong sense of oppression hit his face. Xiao Wuji subconsciously looked at his blackened right hand, stretched his legs out into a defensive posture and planned to resist the attack with only his left hand. Although he knew he might not be able to catch it, Xiao Wuji's pupils reflected his fiery red body. He roared angrily. A huge array of golden light formed on his body. His hair grew rapidly. His body suddenly rose up and the golden light in his left hand condensed, and he fiercely swatted at Cao Yanbing. The second soul skill, the powerful Vajra Palm. Faced with this attack, Cao Yanbing did not block it head on. He was dislocated and dodged the attack. The net moment before Xiao Wuji could react, he felt a burning sensation coming from his abdomen. Then his feet left the ground and his whole body flew out in an awkward manner. Boom! The huge body hit the wall, shattering a large piece of bricks, but Xiao Wuji ignored the pain coming from behind. He clutched his abdomen tightly and almost made a sound in pain. This punch almost broke through all his defenses and damaged his internal organs. Stop! Teacher Zhao has no strength to fight anymore. What else do you want? Looking at Cao Yanbing, who was still walking towards this side in the distance, Daimyo Bai suddenly took a step forward. A cold light burst out in his eyes and the king's aura emanated from his body. Behind him a huge the white tiger's shadow slowly emerged. Boom! Magnificent flames rose from Ma Hungjun's body and the air instantly became hot. A pair of huge red wings stretched out from his back and there were even flames rising in his eyes. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black 5 soul rings were rhythmically surrounding him, and behind him there was also a huge Fini shadow spreading its wings and waving. Cao Yanbing stopped and looked at the two people who were waiting for him and chuckled. You teacher can't stop me, can you too? Faced with these mocking words, Daimyo Bai and Ma Hungjun looked at each other and both saw a kind of fear in each other's eyes. After all, the strength of Xiao Wuji's 81 level Contra was like a paper tiger in his hands, not to mention that the two of them were only at level 50 or Si Tai. Daimyo Bai gritted his teeth and blurted out a few words from between his teeth. You'll know after you try it. The battle is about to break out. What are you doing? Just as the two sides were moving their bodies to prepare for the fight, a voice of confusion with a hint of joy came from the campus. Cao Yanbing. Cao Yanbing was startled by the sudden call. He followed the call and saw a girl in a light blue shirt coming towards him. In the academy when they came, it was Ning Rong Rong. Rong Rong, you came just in time. Seeing the visitor, Daimyo Bai suddenly shouted with joy and waved towards her. Hurry and help me and Fatty increase our soul power. If they were alone they might not be able to cause much harm to Cao Yanbing, but it would be different if Ning Rong Rong came along. You must know that Ning Rong Rong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda has become the 9 treasures glazed pagoda in immortal grass. Its auxiliary effect is unrivaled. With her blessing the two of them will not be able to deal with Cao Yanbing. Sorry boss die. However, what surprised Daimyo Bai was that Ning Rong Rong, who had always been gentle, now apologized to him with a slight blush. Cao Yanbing is my friend. You said he is your friend? Daimyo Bai was stunned for a moment and then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't expect that the person who caused great damage to the reputation of Shrek Academy was one of his own. Rong Rong, when did you you have such a mysterious friend? How come we didn't know about it? Putting away the soul ring, Ma Hongjun turned to Ning Rongrong with a hint of surprise in his tone. It's we just met, Ning Rongrong said with a blush, and with a glance she saw Zhao Wuji collapsed on the ground in the ruins and couldn't help but exclaimed, Dean Zhao, what's wrong with you? That friend of yours did it. Ma Hongjun pointed carefully at the silent Cao Yanbing beside him as if he was afraid that he would suddenly make a move, and quickly retracted his finger. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong frowned and glared at Cao Yanbing. Then she came to Zhao Wuji and restored his soul power briefly. Rongrong, is he really your friend? While Ning Rongrong was treating him, Zhao Wuji used his peripheral vision to glance at Cao Yanbing, who was withdrawing his breath in the distance, his eyes full of fear. Yes, Ning Rongrong said with a red face. She was also a little embarrassed about the fact that her friend injured her teacher. After doing all this, Ning Rongrong came to Cao Yanbing and said angrily, why didn't you tell me in advance when you came to the academy? You even had a conflict with teacher Zhao. You even defeated him. By the end of the sentence, Ning Rongrong's voice had become inaudible. Obviously she knew that if Zhao Wuji heard this she would blush and have a thick neck with anger. I told the student guarding the gate when I entered the school that I came to find you, but not only did he not believe it, but he also verbally attacked me. Cao Yanbing spread his hands helplessly. Every sentence is true, making it seem like he is the victim. Have you told the gatekeeper? Student Ning Rongrong was stunned, looked around and shook his head, but no student came to see me. After Yanagawa in the crowd heard this, his body stiffened suddenly and beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He then quietly turned around and prepared to escape first, but at this moment he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Cao Yanbing's voice echoed in his ears like a devil's whisper. Well, that's the guy hunched over and ready to run away. I think his name is Yanagawa. Chapter 19. Thank you. Well, that's the guy hunched over and ready to run away. I think his name is Yanagawa. Cao Yanbing's plain voice echoed directly in Yanagawa's ears like a devil's whisper. His body froze and an extreme regret suddenly emerged in his heart. Why did you provoke a bully? I really thank you. Most people will be a little more restrained when the teacher comes, but this guy is completely different. He even pushed the teacher to the ground and beat him. Feeling that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Yanagawa turned around stiffly and said bravely, what's wrong? Although Cao Yanbing had been discouraged thousands of times, in his heart he did not dare to show any slightness on his face. It's okay. Unpectedly, Cao Yanbing didn't pursue anything too much. He just shook his head lightly and put away the spiritual cloth. In his opinion, he has already taught this man a lesson twice and there is no point in beating him again. This Yanagawa, who was ready to be scolded, wallowed in disbelief after seeing this. Could it be that this matter was just kept off? Zhao Wuji on the side finally stood up with the help of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. He looked at Cao Yanbing in the distance with complicated eyes. His lips trembled lightly, but he couldn't say anything. The pride in his heart had been completely shattered. He never thought that as the Fudo Mayu he would one day be defeated by a single move, and by a young man at that. Looking around, he was stunned for a moment when he saw the bright eyes around him. What are you looking at? Zhao Wuji once again pretended to be arrogant, pretending to be vicious, and shouted to the surrounding students, hurry up and study. Yes. This voice immediately pulled everyone back from their thought. After being stunned for a moment, the students fled the scene of the crime in a panic. The entrance to the college, which was originally crowded with people, became deserted in just a few seconds. This speed made even Cao Yanbing stunned. Okay, it seems this is a misunderstanding. Zhao Wuji turned around and said with a straight face, okay, if there is nothing else I will go find Flanders first. You guys remember to come over later. As soon as he finished speaking, his huge body disappeared in place. Seeing this, everyone just smiled and said nothing more. Fat man. Dai Mubai put his big hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's not pursue it anymore. Let's go find Dean Flender and see if he has any good news. Ma Hongjun felt the huge force coming from his shoulders and said with some pain, although it is said so, his identity. Shut up. Before Ma Hongjun could finish the rest of his word, Dai Mubai said viciously, Boss Dai, you are bullying Fatty again. Seeing that the two of them were as close as before, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and said with a sweet smile, Rongrong, how can you say that I bullied him? Are you fat man? Yes, Boss Dai is so good, how could he bully me? Rongrong, you are talking nonsense. Shrek Academy. Principal's office. Mistress, what are you going to do when you come back this time? Flanders looked at this handsome but extremely vicissitudes of life man with deep eyes. I plan to stabilize my cultivation first and then develop some practical hidden weapons again, Tang San said after thinking for a moment. Flanders nodded. Rongrong and Hongjun are all in the academy. Mubai and Zuking said they were going back to the Douluo Empire in the morning, and I don't know if they are gone now. If you need anything now, you can tell me directly. Now the Tiandu Empire fully supports us. All kinds of resources are not a problem. Hearing this, Tang San felt happy. Then I'll trouble Dean Flanders. Flanders looked at the rabbit in his arms. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. What's the trouble? You little guys were all trained by us. We have never been married in our lives and you are like our biological children. Now what happened if something like this happens? We can't wait to go to Wuhan Palace. Flanders slapped the table hard and the wooden tea table immediately shattered. Xiao Gang's current mental condition is also very poor. Even when the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family was almost wiped out, he has been engaged in teaching student. Dean, please rest assured. Tang San forced a smile. Teacher and Teacher Erlong have already taken a break. They have worked too hard for the academy and it is rare for them to have a good rest. That's good. Flanders nodded, stood up, picked up the teacup on the other table and took a sip with a trace of relief on his face. He has a good relationship with Yu Xiaogang, so naturally he doesn't want anything to happen to him because of the college affairs. By the way, Dean, bang bang bang. A sudden violent knock on the door interrupted Tang San's words. Please come in. Bang. The office door was pushed open by brute force and Zhao Wuji walked in with his arms crossed and a dark face, sitting on a chair without saying a word. Seeing Zhao Wuji's miserable appearance, Flanders couldn't hold it back. The tea he had just taken into his mouth spurted out. Damn, what's going on with you? What's wrong with your hand? Hearing this, Zhao Wuji raised his chin and was about to speak, but when he saw Tang San, who was also shocked at the sight, he forcefully suppressed the words that came to his mouth. Sorry. Seeing his hesitant look, Flanders put down the teacup and patted Zhao Wuji on the shoulder. It's okay, just tell me. The mistress is not an outsider, so you can't say anything in front of him. This. Zhao Wuji hesitated for a moment and finally gritted his teeth and said, I was beaten. As soon as these words came out, both Tang San and Flanders were stunned. No one in the entire Shrek Academy knew that the dignified, immovable King Zhao Wuji liked to use force to solve problems. If a student usually came to him and complained that he had been beaten, Flanders would definitely call Zhao Yuki for questioning, but now it was Zhao Yuki who said that he had been beaten, which was a bit strange. Teacher Zhao, you just said you were beaten? Tang San asked cautiously. Putting aside the facts, Zhao Wuji is a contra and the only one who can beat him is probably a titled Douluo. There are only a few titled Douluo in the Tiandu Empire. Could it be Dugabo? Ha 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 ha. Unlike Tang San's reaction, Flanders had no worries at all and his gloating laughter directly echoed in the office building. Hey, don't be so sarcastic. Flanders' laughter echoed in Zhao Wuji's ears like a magical sound and he stood up with a blushing face and said. However, in exchange, Flanders laughed even louder. That's enough. With veins popping up on his forehead, Zhao Wuji punched the table into pieces and looked at Flanders fiercely. Cough. Seeing Zhao Wuji looking like he wanted to punch himself, Flanders coughed dryly, turned his head and looked at Tang San with a serious look on his face. Xiao San, how can you laugh so loudly at such a thing? Tang San, Flanders continued, as a member of Shrek we should share the same hatred. Teacher Zhao was injured because of the academy. We should be proud of him. How can we laugh out loud? Not only Tang San but also Zhao Wuji was stunned when they saw Flanders, who could turn his face faster than turning the pages of a book. Flanders' martial spirit. Is it a book? Chapter 20. Shrek finally reunites. Sorry, Dean. Hearing Flanders' righteous words, Tang San smiled secretly in his heart, but an apology appeared on his face. Yes. Very satisfied with Tang San's reaction, Flanders nodded slightly arrogantly. Remember, don't do this any time. Yes. I saw these two singing and harmonizing, directing and acting, and Zhao Wao Qi translating. He rolled his eyes but didn't pursue it too much. The originally dull atmosphere was somewhat relaxed because of this little thing. He smiled and Flanders felt a little better. Wuji, who did you fight just now? Flanders looked at Zhao Wuji, who still had a dark face. Hearing this, Tang San straightened his body with great interest. He also wanted to know who could beat the arrogant Zhao Wuji, Dean Zhao, to such a degree. Alas, Zhao Wuji sighed softly, his tone full of envy. Sure enough, this world is already dominated by young people and we old guys are of no use anymore. These nonsensical words made Flanders a little confused. He stretched out his hand and punched Zhao Wuji. You guy, can you say something human? Why are you suddenly feeling emotional? Boss Fu, I'm ashamed to say that the one who defeated me was just a boy who looked about the same age as Tang San and the others. What? Flanders' voice became a little sharp due to shock. Before Zhao Wuji spoke, he thought he had offended a certain titled Douluo level expert and was beaten. Now it seems that there is a big problem with his judgment. The hand holding the rabbit suddenly erred force. Although Tang San was a little surprised at this time, he was not too shocked because when it came to defeating Zhao Wuji, he could also do it now. Zhao Wuji looked at the shocked expression on Flanders' face before him and told his shameful record with a wry smile. I was sleeping in the office and suddenly a student came to me to report that there was a man wrapped in a black robe making trouble at the school gate and asked me to go and take a look. You also know that I can't sit still at all. As soon as I heard this, I immediately became interested and took Mubai and Hungjun to the school gate directly. Before I arrived, I saw him beating Shrek's gatekeeper at the door. I couldn't help it and was ready to teach teach him a lesson. Having said this, Zhao Wuji paused for a moment and glanced at Tang San and Flanders secretly. When he found that their eyes were not on him, he continued to speak. He is very strong. I admit that at the beginning I did underestimate the enemy and let him have the upper hand, but fortunately I am not weak, so I saved the situation. We fought for several rounds and I found that his weapons and the flames in them were weird. Zhao Wuji touched his chin and murmured that weapon looked very strange, like a long cannon, and the flames erupting from the weapon seem to have strong attachment and can basically penetrate the soul. Long cannon weapon penetrating flame? Tang San narrowed his eyes, and through Zhao Wuji's description a figure inexplicably appeared in front of his eyes. Perhaps your potential is really as powerful as they say and you can turn the continent around. It's a pity that you are too weak now. I don't even bother to take action against you. When you become stronger in the future I will ask you for advice. There are always people who want to form a clique with me, but the world only needs one Demon King, and that is me. Demon King Cao Yanbing. Zhao Wuji, who was talking endlessly about how he fought fiercely, was startled and looked at Tang San. What's wrong, Xiao San? Although Zhao Wuji hated being interrupted when he was speaking, if the other party was Tang San then he wouldn't say anything. Tang San frowned. I wonder if the person teacher Zhao mentioned is called Cao Yanbing. Zhao Wuji was suddenly speechless. He carefully recalled the scene just now. It seemed, was this the name Ning Rongrong shouted at that time? Yes, I heard from Rongrong that his name is this. Zhao Wuji patted his forehead. Rongrong? Tang San was stunned for a while. Rongrong knows him? We should know each other. I heard that Cao Yanbing said that he came to Shrek Academy today just to see Ning Rongrong. It seems that he has something important. Does he know Rongrong? Tang San's eyes lit up. Although there is no absolute certainty that Cao Yanbing is a time traveler like himself, judging from the various words and actions when they first met and the power in his body that is obviously repelled by this space, it is probably close to the same. He mentioned cooperation before but was rejected. Now that he has Rongrong in common, he can try to use her to bring Cao Yanbing into the group. After all, not only does he have the strength to easily defeat Contra, but he also has several companions called Guardian Spirit. It would be a pity not to bring this kind of person to our side. Has teacher Zhao seen his martial spirit? Martial spirit? Zhao Wuji thought for a moment, then shook his head. It seems not. From the beginning to the end he only used weapon. Not to mention martial art, he didn't even look at the soul rings. After a pause in his tone, Zhao Wuji was stunned. A thought suddenly emerged in his heart that made him a little frightened. Yes, it seemed that from the beginning to the end of the battle he only used weapons and the flames in the weapons to deal with him. Whether it was a spirit ring or a martial spirit, the other party did not reveal it at all. Seeing that Zhao Wuji was stunned after he finished speaking, Flanders silently stretched out his hand to adjust his glasses. He didn't speak, but his heart was overturned. What kind of strength is this? He didn't know the man named Cao Yanbing, but Zhao Wuji's strength was obvious to all. He was an 81 level attack type soul Douluo. Even a titled Douluo might not be able to do it without activating the soul ring and martial soul. Defeat Zhao Wuji under such circumstances. Flanders, the corner of his eye, glanced at Zhao Wuji's charred right hand and his heart palpitated. You must know that Zhao Wuji's top quality is defense and strength. The opponent can easily break through the defense and directly burn his arm with all his strength. This seems to be something even a titled Douluo can't do. Who is this person named Cao Yanbing? There was a thoughtful light in Flanders' eyes and he looked at Tang San. Xiao San, do you know this Cao Yanbing? Yes. Tang San nodded, but after thinking for a moment he shook his head. We had a chance encounter. We met in the Star Do Forest before and we even fought against each other. Have you fought against him? What was the result? Who won? Hearing that Tang San had also fought against him, Zhao Wuji immediately poked his head over. Flanders also pricked up his ears. He also wanted to know the result. Dong dong dong. An untimely knock on the door suddenly sounded. Please come in. Flanders adjusted his clothes lightly and said calmly. The door opened and several energetic figures walked in from the outside. The visitors were none other than Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong and their entourage. Dean Flanders. Dai Mubai greeted with a smile. When his eyes fell on Tang San behind him and the rabbit in his arms, his eyes couldn't help but dim a bit. Little San. Tang San had already told them about what happened to Xiao Wu. As the boss of the Shrek 7 Devils, he felt very uncomfortable when he saw this scene. It's okay, boss Dai. Tang San smiled, pretending to be rela-ed, but the look of reluctance on his face could be seen even by Ma Hongjun, who was the least fluent in words. Third brother, don't be sad. We all believe that Xiao Wu will definitely come back. Ning Rongrong comforted her. Seeing the low atmosphere among the few people, Flanders frowned, looked around and finally landed on the figure leaning on the door frame. This must be Mr. Cao. Chapter 21, Cao's Pyramid Scheme. This must be Mr. Cao. Seeing this strange man, Flanders bent down and spoke first. I am Flanders, the principal of Shrek Academy. I am here to apologize to Mr. Cao on on behalf of Zhao Wuji. Seeing Flanders apologizing for himself, Zhao Wuji felt a little embarrassed. He raised his arms slightly but then lowered them. After thinking for a moment, he followed Flanders and bowed to Cao Yanbing. Flanders's polite appearance made Cao Yanbing feel a little fond of him. He smiled lightly and shook his head. Dean Flanders is serious. Teacher Zhao and I are just having an ordinary discussion and there is no such thing as you. It's so serious. As he said that, Cao Yanbing's eyes fell on Zhao Wuji's blackened arm and he smiled apologetically. My move is not serious. Teacher Zhao's arm doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Flanders said with a smile. He is a defensive contra. His body is extremely strong. Any injuries he receives will heal quickly, so don't worry. You must know that soul masters are much better than ordinary people in terms of physical fitness and other aspect. They will basically not take this kind of injury lightly. This is also the reason why Zhao Wuji immediately chose to report to Flanders as soon as he left the battlefield instead of going directly to someone for help with treatment. Yeah. Cao Yanbing nodded, looked around and landed on Tang San standing behind Flanders. Also aware of his gaze, Tang San raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a relatively friendly smile, and stretched out his hand towards him. Long time no see. Cao Yanbing. Faced with Tang San's overture, Cao Yanbing didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't even look at his outstretched hand but simply nodded in response. With his hot face pressed against his cold ass, Tang San, although he felt very unhappy inside, still smiled and retracted his hand. Third brother, do you know Cao Yanbing? Ning Rongrong asked when seeing the two of them. Well, it doesn't count as acquaintance, it's just a simple acquaintance, Tang San said. That's it. Seeing everyone standing and chatting, Flanders patted his forehead and said, stop standing, sit down and talk. Hearing this, everyone smiled and found their seats one after another and sat down. Only Cao Yanbing and Ning Rongrong were still standing. That Mr. Cao? Seeing that Cao Yanbing refused to sit down, Flanders asked cautiously. As for Cao Yanbing, even he couldn't see the exact strength in the induction of the owl martial spirit. Cao Yanbing's body was like a small boat wrapped in a sea of fire and he couldn't see through it at all. Even Flanders, a powerful titled Douluo level person he met, could detect something, but he could only see through Cao Yanbing. Even Flanders would not dare to offend this kind of person easily, which is why he, who has always been arrogant, apologized for Zhao Wuji. I won't sit down. I still have something to do. Cao Yanbing hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Ning Rongrong's eyes dimmed after hearing this. She naturally knew what the important thing was in his mouth. On the way to the principal's office, Cao Yanbing told her that he was going to Wuhan Palace to visit and asked her to take him out of the city and guide her. She also tried to persuade and accuse Wuhan Palace of darkness, but Cao Yanbing just shook his head and replied to her, the law of the jungle is the way of the king. The meaning of this is already obvious. Let's go first. Cao Yanbing waved his hand casually and strode towards the school gate. While watching the two people leave, Flanders sighed deeply. The immature face of a young man appeared in his mind. Oscar, aren't you planning to come back to Yendu City? Ning Rongrong and Cao Yanbing walked side by side on the street and their handsome looks attracted envious glances. Cao Yanbing, do you really want to go to Wuhan Palace? Ning Rongrong asked with a frown on the way. Although they have not known each other for a long time, she really regards Cao Yanbing as her friend. She does not want to meet him again on the battlefield. After hearing the words that came out of Ning Rongrong's mouth for the fourth time, Cao Yanbing said helplessly, I have already decided, you don't need to say it anymore. He did think so. According to Ning Rongrong, the world now has three main empires, Tiandu, Xingluo and Wuhandian, each occupying one of them. This situation is just like Cao's 1,000 years ago. Cao Yan's current army is weak. If he wants to taint the world, he must have his own power. From the current point of view, the Wuhan Empire is quite powerful and has many powerful people. It is just a good place to stay. But can't you stay in our Tiandu Empire? Ning Rongrong paused and there was a hint of dissuasion in her voice. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing was stunned. Looking at Ning Rongrong's serious expression, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. Let me ask you a question. Just compare the Soul Master duel arena here now. If you want to make money, would you rather put your money on a very strong person or would you rather put your money on a very weak person? The easy to understand metaphor immediately made Ning Rongrong speechless. I, Cao Yanbing, am not a righteous person. You say that Wuhandian is an extremely evil person. Then let me ask, if the Tiandu Empire is currently the strongest, would he do the same thing as Wuhandian? The reason why the Tiandu Empire was able to get rid of the fragmentation in the past and become as prosperous as it is now is precisely because someone stood up and unified it through overt and covert means, and you call this kind of person a hero. Now the mainland is also divided. Wuhandian took the lead in standing up and trying to unify, but you call them demons. If a wolf eats a sheep and the sheep dies, you will condemn the wolf and feel sorry for the sheep. But If the wolf doesn't eat the sheep and the wolf dies, who of you will condemn the sheep and feel sorry for the wolf? Whether someone is right or not in everyone's opinion is simply measured from his own point of view. Faced with Cao Yanbing's words, Ning Rongrong opened her mouth slightly to argue, but after thinking about it she found that what Cao Yanbing said seemed to make sense. The belief deep in my heart seemed to be shaken by these words. Cao Yanbing looked up at the sky and there seemed to be flames surging in his eyes. If it were a fair fight, how boring it would be. The reason why this world is interesting is because of the unfairness. The law of the jungle is the rule of this world. I am not an undercover agent sent by Wuhan Palace, nor am I trying to flatter you. It's just that in my opinion what Wuhan Palace did coincides with my thoughts, that's all. You must know that I, Cao Yanbing, am not someone who likes to rely on others. The spirit hall is just a starting point. Cao Yanbing turned his head and looked at Ning Rongrong, who was stunned on the spot, and said with a smile, in the future I might be in charge of this world. Wuhan Palace is just a stepping stone. His target is the whole world. No, no, no. Shaking her head gently, Ning Rongrong got rid of all the unrealistic words in her mind. She felt that if she continued to listen to Cao Yanbing's nonsense, her belief in her heart might really be shaken. Skip this topic. Right. Ning Rongrong came to her senses. She took out a map and stuffed it into Cao Yanbing's hand. She looked around and finally pointed at the magnificent city gate at the end of the road and said, "We are almost at the city gate, hurry up and go there." Seeing Ning Rongrong suddenly accelerate, Cao Yanbing raised the corner of his mouth and showed a meaningful smile. Suddenly my mental strength fluctuated slightly and I felt like I was being spied on. What kind of rat is peeping in the dark? Cao Yanbing's face turned cold and he snorted coldly, and his voice, me-ed with murderous intent, rippled out like water ripples. At the corner a figure in grey clothes came out with an unpredictable aura flowing around him. Bastard! A sharp sound broke through the air and the man in grey robe directly attacked Cao Yanbing. As soon as he appeared, a strange black mist surged in his hand and appeared in front of the two of them in an instant. He jumped up high and punched Cao Yanbing's head angrily. Chapter 22 I'm full. The sudden attack made Cao Yanbing narrow his eyes. A burst of red light came out of his left hand and the saw force coming from it suddenly pushed Ning Rongrong dozens of meters away. He made a fist with his right hand and circles of black flames rose from his fist and he blasted it directly at the intruder. Boom! The fist connected and the flames and black mist intertwined, producing an extremely strong sonic boom sound, creating circles of green and white water like ripples in the air, and strong winds raged wherever they passed. If Cao Yanbing hadn't used saw power to send Ning Rongrong dozens of meters away in advance, she would have been injured with just one blow. The contact between the two people's attacks did not last long and they were shaken away by the reverberation from their own attacks, but the backward distance was different. The mysterious man was directly knocked away dozens of steps and there were traces of him left on the ground. Judging from the footprints, it took a lot of effort for him to control it. On the other hand, Cao Yanbing under the sudden attack only took 2 steps back. You can tell who is stronger and weaker at a glance. Cao Yanbing, are you okay? Upon seeing this, Ning Rongrong hurried over. Cao Yanbing smiled. How could something happen to me? It's ridiculous that a cat and a dog like this want to hurt me. Cao Yanbing, it would be unbelievable if an attack of this level was intended to hurt him. According to Ning Rongrong, this world has a very clear division of strength from soul warriors to titled Douluo. If it were him, his current strength should be above Contra and below titled Douluo. Not surprisingly, he could probably defeat a dozen lower level titled Douluo. If cats and dogs like this can hurt him, what can Cao Yanbing do to conquer the world? At this moment the man in grey robe opposite was also feeling very uncomfortable. He looked down at his trembling hands which had been burned with scars. This guy is so powerful and the flames on his hands are so terrifying. Who is he? Who are you? Stay away from Rongrong. A hoarse voice came out from under the gauze of the man in grey robe. Hearing this voice, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt familiar, but she couldn't remember it. Oh, who are you? You dare to yell at me? Cao Yanbing pulled out the 10th Palace Yama and looked at the mysterious man in front of him with an unkind expression. You have such a poisonous mouth. The man in grey robe smiled coldly, bent his knees slightly, stamped his feet on the ground and shot directly towards Cao Yanbing. Well done! A burst of red light connected quickly on Cao Yanbing's body and in an instant his body was completely wrapped in red armor. Boom! The flames on his arms surged like a tide and instantly enveloped the 10 palaces of Yama in his hands. When the flames receded, the fire blunderbuss in his hands had turned into a giant hammer. Big flame cracking sky hammer. Cao Yanbing's leg muscles exerted force and he jumped directly into the air under the urging of his spiritual power. I found you. Staring at the phantom below that was getting closer and closer to him, Cao Yanbing fiercely raised his hammer and smashed it down. The flames on the giant hammer became more violent under the influence of the wind. One of the two was in mid-air and the other was on on the ground. At this speed the position where Cao Yanbing's giant hammer fell was exactly where the man in grey robe had arrived. Upon noticing this hand, the man in grey robe snorted coldly and stopped instantly. Using his left foot as an A as he quickly rotated his body, silver light flashed in his hand. A delicate crossbow appeared in his hand. The target was Cao Yanbing. Several special steel arrows came towards Cao Yan's unsuspecting soldiers in mid-air at lightning speed. At this speed his body will be pierced in the net moment. Hidden weapon. Humph, only a loser uses such dirty means to sneak attack. The situation suddenly became passive. Cao Yanbing watched coldly as the cold arrows got closer and closer to him, and the angle at which he raised the giant hammer in his hand changed. The hammer that was originally hitting the ground was forcefully pulled by him until it faced the arrow. Ding, 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 chi. The arrow's speed was extremely fast and it directly collided with the giant hammer in just one breath, making a crisp metallic sound. But the net moment those arrows were burned to ashes by the flames covering the hammer swaying in the wind. Blocking the arrow, Cao Yanbing's speed did not slow down. Instead his speed reached a peak due to the acceleration of gravity. At this moment the man in grey robe made a move that made Cao Yanbing unpected. He did not escape quickly but stood directly on the spot. He handed the crossbow to his left hand with his backhand, raised his right hand sharply and faced the giant hammer falling from the sky. At the same time he stepped hard on the ground with his right foot. In an instant the soul rings that emerged from his body flickered and disappeared. It instantly turned grey. Bring it on. The right hand of the man in grey robe raised high suddenly grew in size without warning, directly eponding to 3 times its previous size. The entire palm was covered with a layer of hard snow-white hair. He actually wanted to take the blow with his bare hands. Boom! The earth-shaking hammer fell instantly and the arrogant flames and terrifying power directly hit his raised palm. The net moment the flames covering the giant hammer poured directly towards the ground and the road paved with stone slabs was instantly burned. The man in grey robe stiffened suddenly and his presence changed drastically. He didn't expect the power of this hammer to be so terrifying. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and while resisting the huge pressure coming from above his eyes looked around crazily trying to find a way to crack it. The 9 treasures turn out to be glass. The 9 treasures have name. The 4th one is defense. Suddenly there was a burst of light and the man in grey robe suddenly felt a familiar sense of attribute blessing coming from his body. The man in grey robe was startled and he turned his head sharply to look at the girl in the distance. At this moment her eyes were slightly red. Boom! Although Ning Rongrong's defensive attributes were blessed, the grey-robed man still couldn't withstand this terrifying blow. His body flew out directly and hit the building not far away, causing a burst of dust. What's going on? Cao Yanbing raised the 10th palace Yama in his hand and turned into a fire gun, frowned and looked at Ning Rongrong with some confusion. However, at this time she did not pay attention to Cao Yanbing's words. She just looked at the residential building with slightly red eyes and a dull look. As soon as she heard the grey-robed man's voice, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a hint of familiarity. It was not until she finally saw the crossbow he took out that she knew where the familiar feeling came from. Ahem! A dry cough sounded, and among the ashes produced by the collapse of the residential building the man in grey robe slowly walked out clutching his chest. Now the grey robe on his body was almost completely torn, revealing his not very handsome face under the cloak. When the cloak could not hide his appearance, the layer of mist in Ning Rongrong's reddish eyes finally poured out under the load. Come, this is Oscar, who disappeared for 5 years after making the vow. Wow! Ning Rongrong burst into tears and rushed in front of Oscar, hugging his body tightly with both hands but couldn't say a word. Oscar's eyes suddenly turned red. Feeling the trembling body in his arms, he spoke with difficulty and said in a trembling voice, Rongrong, I'm back. The situation suddenly reversed. Cao Yanbing couldn't help but widen his eyes when he looked at the 2 people hugging each other in the distance. Although he was a little puzzled, he didn't speak. He just withdrew his weapon and stood quietly looking at the 2 people hugging each other. For Cao Yanbing, he didn't care at all about the love between his children, but seeing the kind of affection between the 2, to be honest, he also felt a little bit envious. Taking one last look at the 2 people hugging each other, Cao Yanbing smiled and walked towards the half-open city gate alone. To him, Tiandu is just a station. Chapter 23. Is this oppression? Tiandu City, Shrek Academy. On the tree-lined path inside the campus, Tang San, Ning Fengzi and Gu Rong were walking slowly, seemingly talking to each other. Ning Fengzi looked at the rabbit in Tang San's arms and consoled him. Xiao San, I have heard Rongrong tell you everything about you. Please forgive me. I believe you can successfully resurrect Xiao Wu. Tang San nodded. Thank you, Uncle Ning. I will definitely work hard. Oh, this damn Wuhan palace. Ning Fengzi's face turned gloomy again as if he remembered the destruction of his sect again. Seeing this, Tang San also frowned slightly and then said, Uncle Ning, I invite you here this time. I have something important important to discuss with you. I only want your 7 treasures glaze sect to know about this matter. Instead of do you think it's okay to have some interaction with the Tiandu Empire? If he were an ordinary young soul master, Ning Fengzi would probably not even pay attention to him. Although the Kaibao glaze sect was destroyed, he was also one of the former masters of the upper 3 sect, but for Tang San he certainly wouldn't just walk away. On the contrary, he attached great importance to Tang San's word, because even if you don't consider the Haoshan sect behind Tang San himself still has enough capital to make him take it seriously. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Ning Fengzi said seriously, although I don't know why you must include the Tiandu Empire, I can promise you, and I also look forward to cooperating with you. If you have anything to say, just say it. Tang San smiled and said, thank you Uncle Ning for your support, I plan to. Before he finished speaking, Tang San was stunned. Unknowingly they had arrived at the door of Shrek Academy and his eyes were falling on the 2 people hugging each other tightly in the distance. Sensing something strange, Ning Fengzi followed Tang San's gaze and his body suddenly stiffened. But when he saw the man's appearance clearly, his tense body, Rela Ed sect master Gu Rong stood quietly beside Ning Fengzi with a bit of pleading in his eyes. Ning Fengzi sighed softly, looking at the 2 people hugging each other tightly in the distance, and nodded gently. Mistress, let's go over and talk. Tang San nodded and led the 2 of them towards the interior of Shrek Academy again. During the entire process of their departure, Oscar and Ning Rongrong did not notice it and were still immersed in joy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang San proposed the idea of forming his own sect to Ning Fengzi. Although Ning Fengzi was surprised by the Tang sect he mentioned, she still agreed. To him, Tang San had great potential and helping him establish his power must be of great benefit to him. Evening, Director's office. Tang San, Ning Fengzi and others were still laughing and chatting. Beside them, Flanders Grandmaster Ma Hongjun and others were also listening carefully. For some of the questions they raised from time to time, Tang San would also answer them one by one. In that case, I'm relieved. Ning Fengzi stood up and looked at Tang San with a smile on his face. He was very satisfied with this cooperation. Thank you, sect leader Ning. Tang San also stood up. Obviously he was quite satisfied with the result. Flanders saw this and smiled and said, with your development this Tang sect will soon become one of the best sects in the mainland. Ha 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 ha. Yu Xiao Gang also nodded repeatedly. Judging from the smile rippling at the corner of his mouth, it was obvious that he was also looking forward to this Tang sect. Seeing that the matter had been successfully resolved, Ning Fengzi looked around and said with a smile, I am looking forward to the development of Tang sect. So that's it, everyone take a rest early. Before leaving, Ning Fengzi looked at Ning Rongrong and Oscar, who were sitting together, and said with a smile, Rongrong, where is your friend? Invite him to come to the 7 treasures glazed sect to sit down some other time. After hearing this, Ning Rongrong lowered his head slightly and hesitated. When the mature Ning Fengzi saw her like this, suddenly I felt something bad. What's wrong? These words instantly attracted everyone's attention and everyone turned their gazes over. He went to the spirit hall. Ning Rongrong said hesitantly, but his voice became quieter and even became inaudible in the end. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent instantly. Going to the Wuhan Palace? Is it possible that he wants to join the Wuhan Palace? Ning Fengzi reacted, his brows furrowed into the character Chuan. For this person with powerful strength, mysterious background and unlimited potential, Ning Fengzi had long thought of recruiting him into the Kaibao Glaze sect, but now he actually went to the spirit hall. Rongrong, are you serious about this? Gu Rong looked a little unhappy. After all, he knew that that kid also had a mysterious realm. Well, Ning Rongrong nodded. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun couldn't sit still and said at the top of his voice, I knew this guy was a young boy. Although he said he was not from Wuhan Palace, his heart was always that way. Flanders said with a gloomy face, At first I thought he was a smart man, but now it seems that he is also a fool. Seeing that the atmosphere became strange because of this name, Yu Xiaogang turned his head and asked Zhao Wuji beside him. After getting the answer, his face became ugly. Since such a strong and potential person cannot become a partner, we can only. Yu Xiaogang said coldly. It's okay. Zhao Wuji raised his clenched fist fiercely and said viciously, since this idiot is going to the spirit hall, let him go. Don't blame us for being ruthless on the battlefield. Teacher Zhao is right. Tang San smiled and shook his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A person with low vision and arrogance like him can only prove who is the king with strength. Seeing that everyone was suddenly filled with indignation, Oscar, although he was also puzzled, could only nod his head along with the flow. Okay, he is free to decide where he goes. We have no right to control it. Ning Fengzi calmed down and left with Gu Rong. After saying that, that was what he said, but he knew very well how great the threat from Cao Yanbing was. It was better to report this kind of thing to the Tiandu Empire royal family as soon as possible to avoid chaos if it was too late. After leaving the academy with the full help of titled Douluo Gurong Ning Fengzi rushed back to the imperial city of the Tiandu Empire as quickly as possible. Nowadays Emperor Sui, the king of the Tiandu Empire, has been poisoned, and now the second prince basically makes the decisions both inside and outside the royal family. Ning Fengzi came to a hidden room inside the palace and told Shui Qinghe, the second prince, and his student exactly what happened to Cao Yanbing. That's it. Oh, Shui Qinghe pretended to frown in shock when he heard that the person with great potential in Ning Fengzi's mouth intended to join the spirit hall. The potential is great for friends, but the threat is great for enemies, Shui Qinghe said coldly. Ning Fengzi nodded. So, I will send someone to find out. Shui Qinghe nodded, turned towards the bedroom and said without looking back, it's getting late, teacher, go and have a rest. Yeah, Ning Fengzi didn't say anything, nodded and left. Here, alone in the palace, Shui Qinghe stood at the bedroom window looking at the bright moonlight outside and murmuring, there are not many people who make Ning Fengzi nervous. Is he going to the Wuhan palace? It seems that he needs to report to his grandfather. Yes, his name is Cao Yanbing, right? Chapter 24 The Lost Lamb. There is heaven above and stars below. The Wuhan palace is located just north of Xingluo and south of Tiandu at the intersection of these two empires, but neither empire has ownership rights over it. As the main city of Wuhan Palace, Wuhan City, its existence makes countless soul masters yearn for it. In Wuhan City, the Pope's Palace, one of the two halls symbolizing the highest authority of Wuhan Palace, is located in it. This newly built Pope's Palace is claimed to be the most magnificent building in the entire Douluo continent, and it is precisely because of this newly built Pope's Palace that Wuhan City has become a holy place for all soul masters. This is also the capital-like existence that Wuhan Palace has set up for itself. It takes almost 20 days to travel from Tiandu City to Wuhan City. During this journey, various emergencies will inevitably occur. For example, what kind of place is this? Cao Yanbing clutched the map in his hand tightly, gnashing his teeth as if he wanted to eat the map. This map template is extremely comprehensive. Whether it is large or small cities or dotted towns, they are all marked with white ink on the map. But the biggest problem is that Cao Yanbing is a road fool. Starting from Tiandu City, he had been walking according to the route engraved on the map, but when he entered the so-called Sunset Forest, the continent map no longer worked. You must know that the Sunset Forest is not as intoxicating as its name. It is an inaccessible and foggy place. Most people will be in danger of their lives once entering, but for a soul master this is an excellent place to obtain souls. Compared with the Star Forest, there are many differences between the Sunset Forest and the Star Doe Forest. Apart from the huge difference in area, the Star Doe Forest is located in the center of the continent and is the largest soul beast forest in the center. The Sunset Forest is located in the center of the Tiandu Empire, and further south is the Soto city of the Balak Kingdom. As for the Spirit Hall, it is located at the junction of the Balak Kingdom and the Star Luo Empire, more than 100 miles away from the Star Doe Forest. It has been nearly half a day since he entered the Sunset Forest. Cao Yanbing has also encountered many soul beasts on the road. Although they don't look very good, at least they taste quite good. By looking up at the darkening sky, Cao Yanbing scratched his head in annoyance. He didn't know the journey was so far. If I had known this was the case, he would have had to get some tents or something in Tiandu City. Oh, I got lost. Sighing, Cao Yanbing used the remaining light of the setting sun to collect some firewood in the forest and piled it up under a tree. Immediately afterwards he took out the 10 palaces of Yama, and after controlling the fire power he gently fired at the firewood. There was a bang, the flames suddenly rose and the long-lost warmth once again surrounded him. Cao Yanbing smiled and placed the 10th palace Yama on the ground with his backhand and closely approached the fire. He took out the meat of the soul beast he had just killed and placed them neatly on the fire gun. Sizzling, with the sound of oil sizzling, an ultimate aroma of meat wafted out from it. Sure enough, this thing is not suitable for fighting. It is so delicious when used to barbecue meat. Cao Yanbing sighed at the smell of meat while swallowing the barbecue in big mouthfuls. Just as he was eating happily, there was a sound of branches breaking from a corner in the forest. The sound was not loud, but it was extremely clear. Cao Yanbing stopped what he was doing and squinted his eyes to look around. It seemed that in the darkness a figure was slowly approaching. Cao Yanbing didn't care about this and turned back to continue eating barbecue. As far as he was concerned, no matter who came, as long as they didn't come to disturb him while he was cooking. Rustle, rustle. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer. Just when Cao Yanbing was considering whether to take a look, under the light of the fire, two slightly embarrassed figures walked out. The leader is a man with a somewhat strong build and a rather rough appearance. Following him is a woman dressed in red. Her slender figure has moving curves in the dark night, and her appearance is also quite charming, enchanting. Cao Yanbing glanced at the two of them. His eyes just paused on the woman and then continued eating barbecue without showing much interest on the surface. Sir, we are a mercenary group group from Soto City. We received a mission to hunt the soul bees in the Sunset Forest. However, we encountered a group of soul bees. The team members were scattered. Seeing a bonfire here, we don't know what to do. Do you want to hide for a while? The rough-looking man in the lead glanced at Cao Yanbing cautiously. After finding out that he had no soul power, he was stunned at first, but he still did not neglect him at all. Obviously this uncle's vision is quite good. Cannot. Cao Yanbing raised his head, glanced at them and said lightly, I haven't met anyone after walking all day and they appear as soon as the fire breaks out at night. Who can make sure they are not bad people? You. Seeing Cao Yanbing being so rude, the woman in red behind the man became angry instantly but was stopped by the man with his hand. Since you don't want to be disturbed, let's go. The man gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. Eat, I'll eat you to death. Seeing the man preparing to leave, the woman in red turned around and said fiercely, Hearing these angry words, Cao Yanbing suddenly felt funny. After a casual mental test, he said to them, forget it, it's not easy to see you. Come and sit down. Hearing this, the man paused. A burst of joy appeared on his face and he strode over. After a slight hesitation, the woman behind him slowly walked towards the bonfire and sat down by the fire with some restraint. She seemed a little embarrassed. After calling them over, Cao Yanbing didn't pay much attention and continued to show off the barbecue. Gudong. The tangy smell of meat came to the nostrils. Seeing him eating so happily, the man and the woman in red holding dry food couldn't help but swallowed. It is not easy to have dry food in this forest, but this guy is actually eating barbecue. The fiery gazes between the two made Cao Yanbing feel uncomfortable. The movements of his hands slowed down and he pretended to be polite and asked, how about eating something together? In line with the principle that soul bees are everywhere and barbecues are running everywhere, Cao Yanbing handed the remaining barbecue to the two of them. This isn't good. With the barbecue in front of them, the man and the woman in red swallowed their saliva, looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. Seeing that the two of them wanted to eat but were embarrassed to eat, Cao Yanbing stretched out his hand to the barbecue. If you don't want to eat, then leave it to me. Hearing this, the two finally felt a sense of crisis and started gobbling it up without saying a word. Chapter 25 Urgent Mercenary Group Thing. After getting rid of the barbecue in her hand, the woman's red mouth was a little greasy. She wiped some of it without caring about her image and smiled sweetly at Cao Yanbing. He smiled and said nothing. He lowered his head and carefully wiped the remaining oil stains on the 10 palaces of Yama. He waited until the two of them had eaten and drank enough before speaking. Introduce yourself. I've had enough to eat and drink, but I still don't know your name. For it. Hearing this, the man was stunned and quickly stood up, saluted and bowed. I am Zhao Man of the Juo Mercenary Group, the Martial Soul Black Bear, the 50 SITH level attack type Battle Soul King. This Suja Ikyung. The woman in red took over the conversation and chuckled. Martial Spirit Swiftbird, the 54th level agility attack type Fighting Spirit King. Her personality is very cheerful, maybe because she had eaten and drank enough. Her face was rosy now and her movements were no longer restrained. Yeah. Cao Yanbing nodded lightly. His eyes couldn't help but drift past her graceful figure. This figure is really good. Cao will be forgotten over time, but Cao will not. An old saying appeared inapplicably in his mind. Cao Yanbing shook his head violently and closed the corners of his mouth that widened involuntarily. He glanced at Suja Ikyung out of the corner of his eye and found that the latter didn't notice, and then he felt relieved. I wonder who your lord is? Zhao Man asked cautiously. He was a little curious about the true strength of this person who seemed to have no soul power at all. After all, it was a bit incredible for him that a person without soul power could come to the depths of the Sunset Forest. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing chuckled lightly and waved his hand indifferently. It's just a one-time relationship, there is no need to remember it so clearly. Arrogant. Suja Ikyung stood up suddenly, her fair cheeks slightly red. Obviously Cao Yanbing's tone and attitude made her very unhappy. Oh. Cao Yanbing still looked indifferent and even nodded thank you. Suja Ikyung was immediately furious. She stamped her feet and gritted her teeth and said, shameless. Accept you. Seeing the arrogant and shameless Cao Yanbing, Suja Ikyung's face turned slightly red, but she couldn't say anything. For her, who is highly educated, these words are already the most unpleasant words she can think of to curse people, although they have no effect on the person in front of her. Okay Zyja. Zhao Man pulled her by the corner of her cloth and asked her to sit down again. Then he hugged his fist at Cao Yanbing apologetically. I'm sorry sir, Zyja's temper is like this. I'm so offended already. It's okay, I just like hot girls like this. Cao Yanbing touched his chin and looked at Suja Ikyung with evil intentions. This kind of behavior, like an old pervert, made her blush in an instant. However, due to her feelings, she could only blush and gritted her teeth and said, dirty. Thank you for the compliment. Cao Yanbing nodded shamelessly. As he pecked, this rogue behavior left Suja Ikyung speechless again. Barbarian Zyja at this moment hurried shout came out from the darkness deep in the forest. Hearing this familiar voice, Zhao Man felt happy and hurriedly stood up and ran following the voice. Captain, we are here. In the darkness a ragged middle-aged uncle ran out in embarrassment. The scars left by the soul beast attack still remained on his body and there was even blood flowing out in many places. This tragic appearance made Cao Yanbing raised his eyebrows. Captain, seeing the miserable appearance of the middle-aged man, Suja Iqian covered her mouth and exclaimed and hurried over to perform a simple bandage on him. As the wound continued to be wrapped, the compulsion on the leader's face gradually improved. He forced a smile, waved his hand and said, "Okay, I'm fine. It's just a pity for those brothers." Speaking of this, his eyes dimmed, filled with remorse and regret. Suddenly his eyes fell on Cao Yanbing, who was dozing peacefully beside the campfire in the distance. "We don't know either." Zhao Man shook his head and even lowered his voice a little for fear of disturbing him. "Thanks to this adult for taking us in and giving us some food, otherwise we might be completely dead, lost in the forest." Oh, the leader's eyes lit up. He forced himself to support himself and walked to Cao Yanbing. He bowed to him and said, "Thank you for your help, sir. I am Wang Yan, the leader of the urgent mercenary group." Hearing the loud word coming from his ears, Cao Yanbing opened his eyes, suddenly his face full of gloom. After a day's journey he was already sleepy. He had just closed his eyes and now he was woken up by this guy. If it had been placed in any other place he would have blasted him away. Wang Yan was startled by the sudden opening of Cao Yanbing's eyes. Seeing the unhappy look on his face, he still managed to say, thank you sir for your help. If you don't sleep I will sleep." Cao Yanbing said angrily and then ignored them, turned around and continued to sleep. Upon seeing this, Wang Yan and Zhao Man looked at each other and saw the embarrassment in each other's eyes. Surprisingly, they didn't say anything more and found a suitable place to rest. A night of silence. The net morning. When the morning glow shone on the earth through the gaps between the leaves, the three members of the urgent fire mercenary group had already woken up from their sleep. At this moment the three of them were talking about these things in surprise around the fire. "Captain, look at this fire, it's so strange. It's still burning even though there's no more firewood." "Yes, it seems that there were no matches last night, but it has been burning and it hasn't gone out yet. This may not be an ordinary fire. This master's martial spirit should be able to control some kind of advanced flame type." The chirping voices of the three people echoed in Cao Yanbing's ears like lingering sounds. He frowned and got up stiffly from the ground, looking at the three people with indifferent blank. This angry look immediately made the three of them feel a little frightened and they hurriedly shut their mouth. "The alarm clock doesn't work as well as you," Cao Yanbing said angrily and went straight to the fire. With a wave of his hand, the flames that were still burning fiercely were extinguished in an instant. This method made the three of them burst into laughter, clicking tongue. After making a simple breakfast with wild fruit, Cao Yanbing did not stay too long and walked north with the map. "Grown up." Suddenly Wang Yan's voice sounded from behind. Cao Yanbing turned around and saw a trace of hesitation on his face. "This guy probably wants me to help them hunt soul beasts. I'm afraid he's overthinking it," Cao Yanbing thought to himself. Wang Yan hesitated for a while, then said, "Sir, are you going to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings?" "That's true," Cao Yanbing thought to himself, so he shook his head and said calmly, "Of course not, I am planning to leave the forest." "Leave the forest?" Wang Yan and Zhao Man looked at each other hesitantly as if they wanted to say something, but they were afraid of offending Cao Yanbing. Suja Iqian didn't have any worries. She pointed to the place opposite Cao Yanbing and said, "Sir, that side is the direction to the depths of the forest and this side is the direction out of the forest." Cao Yanbing's face was a little stiff and he walked silently in the direction Suja Iqian pointed. "Sir." Wang Yan bravely stepped forward and said, "Sir, if you want to leave the forest we can do it for you. After all, our mission has been completed and it is time to leave the forest." "Yes sir, we can just go out together." Zhao Manlang smiled. Cao Yanbing thought for a moment and smiled at them. "In that case, that's just right. Let go." Chapter 26. The visitor is a guest. Sunset Forest. In the lush wood, several figures were walking slowly against the setting sun. This trip was made by Cao Yanbing and his party. There was no surprise at all. They had been walking in the forest for almost a whole day. Although the Sunset Forest is less than 1/3 the size of the Douluo forest, the road there are quite rugged, which is one of the important factors hindering their progress. On the other hand, it is naturally a soul beast. The Star Forest is located in the tropic and the plants growing there are naturally tropical plants. Unlike the Sunset Forest, although the latter is not biased towards the cold zone, it has reached the temperate zone, so most of the plants growing here are temperate plants. Ordinary soul beasts naturally prefer tropical forests like the Douluo forest. Therefore, there are only a few soul beasts in the Sunset Forest that can reach more than 10,000 years in cultivation. Most of them are in the behavior of 1,000 to 10,000 years. But even so, the frequency of strange soul beasts appearing in Sunset Forest is much much higher than that in Stardo Forest. On their way out of the forest they naturally encountered many thousand-year-old soul beasts. Although these soul beasts did not pose much of a threat to them, they appeared too frequently and seriously hindered their progress. Boom! With a dull explosion, a 200-year-old ghost tiger died under Zhao Man's fist. At this rate I think we should be able to leave the forest early tomorrow morning. Zhao Man wiped the blood on his hands and tilted his head. Since Wang Yan's injuries were still recovering, he couldn't take action at will, and Suja Yiqian was a girl. As for Cao Yanbing, Zhao Man didn't even dare to think about it. He couldn't see through the strength of this big boss at all, and he was afraid that he would suddenly lose his temper and kill himself. Therefore this kind of brute force work of opening the road was naturally handed over to him, who was equipped with brute force. It's getting late, why not rest where you are? Wang Yan looked at the gradually darkening sky and turned his head to ask Cao Yanbing for his opinion. After seeing him nod, Wang Yan and Zhao Man went to a distance to collect some firewood for making a fire. Suja Yiqian washed the meat of some soul beast that had been collected under Cao Yanbing's instructions during the day. Dinner was another long-awaited barbecue. After eating and drinking, Zhao Man, who was full of strength, spontaneously proposed to keep vigil, and no one refuted it. Lying net to the bonfire, feeling the warmth of the firelight on his face, Cao Yanbing found that he quite enjoyed the feeling of being served. As if he felt a gaze falling on him, Cao Yanbing looked in the direction of the gaze. Through the firelight he saw a pair of bright eyes. When Suja Yiqian saw Cao Yanbing, who suddenly looked at her, she was suddenly startled. Then she became playful and stared at him, unwilling to be outdone, as if to say, "What are you looking at me for?" Seeing this, Cao Yanbing slowly moved his gaze, directly scanning her straight and round leg, and landed on her graceful hands with a teasing feeling in his eyes. How could the Ine Parian Suja Yiqian resist this? She blushed and moved her lips slightly as if she had said something, then turned around and stopped looking at him. Seeing her surrender, Cao Yanbing raised the corner of his mouth, turned sideways and looked at the starry sky. What he said was what he said. Row. In a silent fight the tired people finally fell asleep slowly as sleepiness swept over them. I do not know how long it has been. Attention everyone, there's something going on. Zhao Man's urgent voice suddenly sounded. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, a flash of sword light suddenly flashed in the distant forest, and some colorful soul rings could be vaguely seen flying up and down. Along with this came heart-rending roars and shattering sounds that penetrated the skin. Be on guard, Wang Yan said sternly. Yeah. Several echoes sounded and 5 soul rings slowly rose from the feet of Zhao Man and Suja Yiqian, and behind them there are 2 phantoms slowly condensing. These are their martial spirits. Sir. Wang Yan suddenly turned his head to look at Cao Yanbing. A plea flashed across his face. If there is any battle, please protect Ija Wang Yan. Thank you in advance. Although Wang Yan couldn't figure out what Cao Yanbing's strength was, his intuition told him that the latter was very strong, at least stronger than everyone here. Yeah. Cao Yanbing nodded lightly. Thank you, sir. The sounds in the forest only sounded for a moment before returning to deathly silent quiet. It was so quiet that not even the sound of the spirit beast in the forest could be heard. The entire forest was eerily silent. Watch out, something's coming out. A rush of footsteps suddenly sounded in the darkness in the distance, which immediately made Wang Yan alert. But when they saw the people coming out of the forest, they all froze on the spot. Lu Tian. Wang Yan was stunned when he saw the person coming, and then he couldn't help but said, his tone full of joy, "You're still alive." Zhao Man smiled. Obviously this man named Lu Tian should be a member of their urgent mercenary group. That's not right. Suja Yiqian is indeed a woman, and she observes extremely carefully. When you see the pression on his face, it doesn't look like he's surviving a disaster. It's like he's being chased. The moment she finished speaking, a long cold arrow suddenly shot out from the dark forest behind Lu Tian. Be careful, Wang Yan shouted hurriedly, but it was too late. The long arrow penetrated his body directly and pinned him to the ground. The bright red blood flowed freely along the lines of the earth. Asshole. Seeing his partner being killed in front of his eyes, Zhao Man suddenly became angry and took out the machete in his soul guide and rushed straight into the darkness. Barbarian, come back. Wang Yan hurriedly mobilized his soul power to attach it to his leg. His speed increased rapidly and he grabbed Zhao Man, who was about to rush into the darkness, and pulled him back. Just where Zhao Man was about to step into the darkness, a long arrow with a cold light stabbed firmly into the ground. If Wang Yan had been one step slower, I am afraid that with the strength of Zhao Man, a 50 SITH level Soul King, he might have been directly beheaded to death. Damn it. Zhao Man, who was forcibly grabbed, turned over and got up from the ground. He looked at the arrows on the ground in the distance and roared, "Who is he? Get out of here! How dare a dog in the way be so bold?" There was a dull sound of footsteps and 10 figures in black robes slowly walked out from the darkness in the distance. Moreover, according to Wang Yan's perception, the soul power of each of them exceeded level 70. They are all at soul saint level. level. Chapter 27. What are you calling? Bang! On the spacious forest road, violent soul power was raging and an embarrassed figure shot out. After wiping the figure on the ground for dozens of meters, it hit a big tree heavily. Suddenly suffering such a heavy blow, blood spurted out of his mouth instantly. Captain, seeing the figure wolf being knocked to the ground, Suja Iqiang and Zhao Man hurriedly rushed to help him up with panic on their faces. No, you leave quickly. They are all powerful soul saint. The man who was knocked back by the blow was naturally Wang Yan, the leader of the urgent mercenary group. At this time he forcibly broke away from the two people and roared at them. Who are you? When did our urgent mercenary group provoke you? Suja Iqiang yelled with red eyes. They were just a small mercenary group and they didn't do anything harmful to the world on weekdays, but even so they were attacked by 10 powerful soul saint level warriors. I didn't say you provoked us. The leading man in black smiled coldly. He stretched out his skinny palm and pointed at the figure at the back of the group of people and smiled. We were just ordered to come and kill him. For those of you with low abilities, the blocking dog was just killed casually. The leading man smiled solemnly, not noticing that Cao Yanbing had narrowed his eyes. Okay, without further ado, remember on the Huangquan road that the man who will send you back to the west is called Han Baishi. Han Baishi's SITH soul skill lit up and a holy aura emanated from his hands. The palm of his scimitar became sharper and sharper and he stabbed Suja Iqiang, who was blocking Wang Yan. Shao Jie, get out of the way. Wang Yan, who was seriously injured on the ground, his eyes bursting when he saw this scene, his face changed dramatically and he shouted, don't touch Zijia. Zhao Man rushed forward with red eyes and the martial spirit Black Bear instantly possessed him. It's in the way. Han Baishi's eyes were filled with cold light. He turned around to face the charging Zhao Man and kicked out his whip leg covered in soul power. A mouthful of blood spurted out and the body covered by Zhao Man's martial spirit shrank in an instant. His body flew out, slid across a ferocious ravine on the ground and then hit a boulder in the distant. Click. Ah! The clear sound of broken bones met with Zhao Man's wailing reached everyone's ears. Barbarian. Seeing Zhao Man's huge body now curled up into a ball and twitching on the ground, Suja Iqiang's eyes instantly became moist. You look pretty good. Why don't you practice the acacia method with me? If you agree, I can consider not killing them both. Han Baishi raised the blade with a cold light, pointed at Suja Iqiang and smiled evilly with a lustful look on his face. Makes you feel chilly and chestnut. You're dreaming. Suja Iqiang gritted her teeth, her tone full of anger. A bastard like you is destined to be punished. Oh! Han Baishi's eyes gradually became cold. The soul rings on his body began to light up one by one and the purple meaning on the scimitar became stronger. When the soul power gathered to the peak, he slashed at Suja Iqiang with a fierce knife. If that's the case, then go die. When Wang Yan and Zhao Man in the rear saw Suja Iqiang in danger, their eyes suddenly turned red. They wanted to rush over to help, but the chaotic blood in their bodies told them that this was impossible. I said, are you making a mistake? However, just when this fierce offensive was about to fall on Suja Iqiang's delicate body, a harsh sound broke through the air and a fiery red figure instantly appeared in front of her. Boom! The sharp knife struck him directly, causing rapid ripples and strong winds to sweep away. The powerful energy impact forced Suja Iqiang to close her eyes. When she narrowed her eyes, she saw the figure blocking her in front of her. Under the illumination of fire, that back looked extremely strong, giving people a feeling of uprightness like a green pine, as if telling her that I am blocking the sky from falling. Boom! After a brief exchange, Han Baishi's body instantly fell back dozens of meters away. If his fellow men in black hadn't stopped him in time, he might have flown further. When the firelight faded, the figure carried the huge fire gun on his right shoulder, turned his head and gave Suja Iqiang a delicate side smile and said, don't be afraid, I'm here. Sir. Looking at Cao Yanbing, who was deliberately pretending to be handsome, Suja Iqiang blushed and hurriedly lowered her head. But she suddenly remembered something, raised her head and frowned. Why didn't you come to help earlier? If you had earlier, if you come out, the leader and the barbarian will not. Hearing her slightly complaining and aggrieved tone, Cao Yanbing smiled faintly. Could he say that he had forgotten about it while watching the show? Oh, my strength is really good. Han Baishi's eyes instantly turned cold when he saw Cao Yanbing blocking the front, and he said in a serious tone, but you should have run away with such a good opportunity just now. I don't know if you are stupid or not. Arrogant. Stupid? Arrogant? Hearing this, Cao Yanbing laughed. He smiled at Han Baishi and others in the distance. No one really thinks that they can do it just by relying on a large number of people. Be king and dominate. Before Cao Yanbing could finish speaking, he heard a rapid whistling sound coming from his ears. Die. Be careful. Suja Iqiang claimed. Cao Yanbing turned his peripheral vision to the place where the wind came from, where a man in black suddenly appeared wrapped in black mist. To be able to appear net to him at such a speed, this guy must be a sensitive attack soul saint, and his strength should be stronger than Han Baishi. Cao Yanbing held the 10th palace Yama with both hands, and it naturally transformed transformed into the form of a giant hammer. The veins on the back of his hands popped out and his arms exerted force from bottom to top and a heavy hammer came up. Kang. The visitor's unusually sharp fingers came into contact with the 10th palace Yama and a strange and harsh metal collision sound was heard. If he doesn't defend himself, even the spiritual clothes may not be able to protect him if a terrifying blow falls on him. The true form of the martial spirit. After a failed attack, the 7th soul ring of the man in black suddenly lit up. His eyes emitted a strange light and his hands twisted, becoming thick and sharp at a speed visible to the naked eye like eagle claws. Behind him, after a burst of squirming, a pair of huge wings like steel wings appeared. The edges of the wings were stained with streaks of blood-red blood drops. The resistance from the 10 palaces of hell became smaller. The man in black suddenly closed his hand, twisted his body violently, rotated 360 degrees in mid-air and grabbed Cao Yanbing's lower abdomen with one claw. Seeing that the man in black was about to succeed, Han Baishi was overjoyed, raised his brows habitually and shouted, "Come on, seize the opportunity to deal with him." Han Baishi gave the order and the eyes of the remaining 8 people who had yet to take action suddenly turned cold. Without a word of nonsense, their bodies shot out. They took action with a tacit understanding and their auras were locked in all directions, directly attacking Cao Yanbing. All escape routes are blocked. Sir, be careful of Han Baishi. Wang Yan was trying his best to restore the soul power in his body and subconsciously looked towards Cao Yanbing. When he saw all 10 soul saints dispatched, he couldn't help but warn him. Fine. A faint voice came from the circle surrounded by 10 soul saints. There was no timidity in the voice but pure disdain. It's just 10 dogs. Are they worthy of shouting in front of me? Demon King Cao. PS today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 28. Let me tell you a story. Arrogant. Han Baishi looked coldly at Cao Yanbing, who was surrounded by soldiers, his tone full of ridicule. The 10 strong men who are about to enter Contra are capable of fighting even a titled Douluo, let alone the young man in front of them. When he thought of being rewarded by the second prince after completing his mission, the corners of Han Baishi's mouth would slightly raise as if he had imagined what it would look like to be rewarded. Facing the attack that was so close at hand, Cao Yanbing's eyes flashed with fire and without any hesitation he slammed the giant hammer in his hand to the ground. In an instant a pillar of fire burst out from under his feet, knocking him down. His body was wrapped in flames. Trap dragon fire pillar. The man in black robe's talon-like palm is about to. The moment he touched the pillar of fire, he felt a burst of extreme uneasiness in his heart. With a steady thought he closed his claws into his palms the moment he touched the pillar of fire, and then a huge shock of soul power came from his hand. Boom! As soon as the soul impact touched the pillar of fire, there was an explosion and a terrifying pulling force as if it was pulling him into the pillar of fire. It's really a scam. Seeing this, the man in black robes once again continuously plotted the soul power in his hands. With the help of the impact and his own martial soul avatar, he retreated directly from the gravitational range. He managed to escape because of his sophisticated combat experience, but the rest were not so lucky. A scream suddenly sounded, and that heart-rending sound touched the hearts of everyone present. The whole body of the man in black robe who rushed at the front had been pulled in by the dragon fire pillar. His face was pale and his body was swallowed up by the flames at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his blood was completely evaporated. At the same time there was a scream filled with fear from the other direction of the pillar of fire. The strange scene stunned the remaining men in black robe. They stared at their teammates who were devoured by the flames and looked at each other with cold sweat falling from their forehead. What kind of weird method is this? Han Baishi was completely stunned when he saw his men died tragically in such a bizarre method. Sir, you are so strong. Suja Iqiang's eyes reflected the pillar of fire and she couldn't help but cover her mouth gently with her little hands. Obviously this scene made her a little unbelievable. Snort. Han Baishi clenched his fist tightly and his body started to tremble a little. It was an extremely angry action. In the blink of an eye, only 5 of the 9 powerful Soul Saint level teammates are left. If they can't kill Cao Yanbing, even if they go back they will be dead. Since he can't go and let him come out on his own, Han Baishi's sinister eyes looked around and finally fell on Suja Iqiang, who had a curvy body. Yes, the corners of his mouth curved into a terrifying arc and he rushed towards the latter with a ferocious presence. With Suja Iqiang's strength it was naturally impossible to stop Han Baishi. He grabbed Suja Iqiang's hair, put her down on the ground and violently tore off all her clothes, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. Don't move, I won't do anything to you. Han Baishi breathed rapidly and continued to tear at her clothes. He no longer looked like a soul saint at all. He was now like an animal. Let me go, let me go. Suja Iqiang kept struggling with her legs. Her eyes were full of fear and tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. Han Baishi clamped Suja Iqiang's smooth neck with his left hand, his eyes full of viciousness stop shouting. No one will come to save you if your throat is broken by shouting. Broken throat? Could it be that your name is Broken Throat? Although Suja Ikyung was surprised as to why someone would have such a strange name, she couldn't think too much about it at the moment. Lord Broken Throat! Lord Broken Throat! Hearing what she shouted, Han Baishi's hand that tore her clothes was stunned. He began to doubt whether his act of kidnapping was correct. Bastard! Zhao Man rushed over, dragging his broken left arm. His eyes were full of scarlet and he looked determined to fight to the death. But even in his heyday it was impossible for him to be able to fight against the Soul Saint, let alone now that his breath was unstable and he even had a broken arm. Get out! One of the remaining men in black robes saw him rushing towards him, grabbed his head with his big hand and held his head directly in his hand. As long as he exerted force, Zhao Man would fall instantly. Behind him Wang Yan rushed towards Han Baishi with all his strength but was kicked away by the former. He lay in the distance without knowing whether he was alive or dead. How could he who was already injured stop Han Baishi? Don't move! Han Baishi slapped Suja Ikyung's delicate little face and a bright red slap mark suddenly appeared on the latter's face. I just stripped you naked to blackmail Cao Yanbing. Don't seek death yourself. Seeing Suja Ikyung who was still struggling, Han Baishi said fiercely, Captain Han, there's a situation. The man with the eagle claw looked at the disappearing pillar of fire, frowned and whispered to Han Baishi. This move immediately alerted them and the man in black robe who was holding Zhao Man casually threw him and Wang Yan together. Han Baishi also stopped, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, locked Suja Ikyung's neck and lifted the disheveled woman into the air. Ignoring her desperate struggle, Han Baishi said coldly to Cao Yanbing who walked out of the pillar of fire, this woman has an unusual relationship with you. Let's make a deal. You are not allowed to resist. Let us teach you a lesson and we will naturally let her and them go. Han Baishi pointed at Wang Yan and Zhao Man who were lying far away. This kind of lame threat, although very shameless, is extremely effective. When they have enough revenge they can just kill him directly. As for this woman, when the brothers have enough fun they can also send her down. Facing Han Baishi's shameless request, Cao Yanbing just shook his head gently and slowly told a story. Once upon a time there was a little whose mother left him and there was no news. The little ghost not only had to support his family but also protect his younger brother. One day he saved a female spirit. In order to repay her kindness, the woman took the initiative to stay and take care of the brothers. Gradually the kid treats him as his own sister, but the good times didn't last long. One day a large number of evil spirits attacked, all of them monsters. The little devil's guardian spirit died in the battle and he was beaten so hard that he couldn't stand up. For fun the evil spirit first humiliated her in front of the little devil and then he ate it, and the elder brother watched helplessly as his sister was chewed to pieces. That night the little ghost transformed into a demon and made a solemn oath. From now on whenever he encounters someone who harms a young girl he will cut his body into pieces. Telling the saddest story in a calm tone, Cao Yanbing's cold gaze swept across Suja Ikyung who was being lifted up in the air and was out of breath and fell on Han Baishi. I can't care about the rest, but I know that you won't survive today. A violent aura emerged in Cao Yanbing's eyes and he roared fiercely. Where are the two generals? A sea of flames surged behind him and two huge bodies more than 10 feet tall stepped out of the sea of fire. The last general Su Chu will listen to my lord's orders. The last general Dian Wei will listen to my lord's orders. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 29. I am a person who keeps my promises. Where are the two generals? Two tall figures of more than 10 feet strode out from the sea of fire and everywhere they stepped was filled with flame. The last general Su Chu will listen to my lord's orders. The last general Dian Wei will listen to my lord's orders. As soon as Su Chu and Dian Wei appeared they knelt down directly in front of Cao Yanbing and clasped their fists with their hands. What do you want to do? Han Baishi's tone trembled when he saw the two stalwart figures behind him. He didn't know what those two people behind Cao Yanbing were. They were never mentioned even in the imperial historical materials, but they gave him the feeling that he was facing a titled Douluo. Is this your lord's martial spirit? Wang Yan half circled the unconscious Zhao Man and looked behind Cao Yanbing in shock. After all, the visual impact of Su Chu's Dian Wei was too strong. Twin mutated martial arts souls. The man with the eagle claws frowned and he was also a little annoyed despite being shocked. I would have brought more people with me if I had known about it, but now it seems that there may be some problems in going back this time. If I had known earlier I should have done a thorough investigation before coming, so I wouldn't have been so passive. Sir, Suja Ikyung struggled desperately. She tried to open Han Baishi's palm, but no matter how hard she tried his hand did not move at all, like an iron pliers. I'm warning you, this woman is still in my hands. Han Baishi swallowed and roared with a slightly hoarse voice. I promise you. Cao Yanbing looked at Han Baishi and said coldly, I won't resist, you can just come. As soon as these words came came out. Han Baishi was immediately happy, but he was a little hesitant. He didn't know what Cao Yanbing meant when he suddenly said this, but Cao Yanbing smiled coldly and showed a kind smile. I said I wouldn't do anything, but I didn't say they wouldn't do it. Remember to take good care of them. Su Chu and Dian Wei. The general will obey the order. You don't be impulsive unless you want to see her die. Seeing the kind smile on Cao Yanbing's face, Han Baishi suddenly felt a little frightened, and a burst of purple light suddenly emerged from the hand locked around Suja Iqiang's neck. The net moment Han Baishi saw a flash of red flame like fire in front of him, and then he moved his arms lightly as if something fell. Turning his neck stiffly, he looked at the two very familiar arms lying on the ground, and his whole body froze. There was a scorch mark on the fracture which must have been burned by the flame. The lack of blood flowing out meant that all the blood vessels were evaporated by the flame. The speed was too fast, so there was no pain. Strange, why do I think of so many things in one moment? When his eyes fell on his scorched shoulders, his brain nerves reacted, his face twisted, and he let out an inhuman roar. Ahem! The body fell to the ground, and the palm with the throat locked became cold and weak. Suja Iqiang looked at the one arm that fell to the ground, and her pupils suddenly shrank. After all, she was not a weak woman. She knew that Cao Yanbing had saved her, so after a brief hesitation she hurriedly got up from the ground and ran towards Wang Yan. The small movements here did not attract the attention of the other remnants because they were already stunned now. What are you still looking at? Come on, kill this bastard! Han Baishi roared ferociously. Now he has completely forgotten about strength. He just wants to kill Cao Yanbing. The moment his voice fell, the other four figures burst out almost at the same time. The four soul saints took action at the same time, and the vast soul power spread directly, and a strong sense of oppression was approaching Cao Yanbing and others. Judging from the killing intent in their eyes and hands, it was obvious they had no intention of holding back. As the soul power roared, an attack containing murderous intent came instantly. Cao Yanbing looked at the roaring attacks with a calm expression without even a sign of taking action. The violent soul power roared in like a rushing mountain torrent. However, just when they reached a distance of about 10 feet around Cao Yanbing, in the air suddenly plotted violently. A huge shadow whizzed down with heavy oppression, and a red giant hammer passed by. It directly used terrifying power to bring up an after-image without any fancy, and forcefully attacked the soul power. A powerful explosion. Those who take action suddenly, since however it is Su Chu. His moves are not too fancy and exquisite, but the phrase break through 10 levels with one force is almost perfectly interpreted by him. The four people who suddenly took action were also shocked by Su Chu's strength, but they were not ordinary people. They were just stunned for a while and then recovered again. Dian Wei, I haven't taken action for a long time. Why not use these ants to stretch your muscles today? With one move all the soul attacks were blasted. Su Chu landed heavily in front of Cao Yanbing, turned his face to Dian Wei behind him and smiled. That very good. Dian Wei rubbed the crazy killing halberd in his hand, his eyes full of excitement. Bang! Dian Wei stepped hard on the ground, and his strong body flew out with a bloody aura and instantly appeared in front of one of the four men in black. The SITH soul skill Black Turtle Body Protection. The sudden attack did not panic the man in black. He mobilized the soul power in his body to form a strong defense like a turtle shell on his body surface. Facing this kind of defense, Dian Wei just let out a scoffing laugh. Veins popped up on his arms, and the killing halberd in his hand struck the shield with wisps of blood-red energy fluctuation. Bang! Just under this ordinary blow, the turtle shell protection on the 78th level defensive soul saint suddenly plotted, and the figure flew out in an instant, grazing a long line on the ground. After 100 meters of traces, it fell heavily into the forest, not knowing whether to live or die. Su Chu, are you going to hand them all over to me? Dian Wei looked at Su Chu with a little excitement after killing one person with one move. You are so stupid. Su Chu smiled faintly and then rushed towards the remaining people. It's our turn. Net. Glancing at the powerful soul saint who was being beaten back and forth like a badminton in the distance, Cao Yanbing's cold eyes fell on Han Baishi in the distance. The attack just now could have directly killed him, but Cao Yanbing did not do that and just cut off his arm. He felt that it might be too simple to let Han Baishi die. What do you want to do? Don't come here. Han Baishi was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Since he had no arms, he couldn't get up at all. This arrogant and powerful soul saint finally showed his most humble expression. I said I will cut you into pieces. At this moment, Cao Yanbing's expression was particularly ferocious, and the word Demon King seemed to be tailor-made for him. With a gentle wave of his hand, the 10th Palace Yama in his hand suddenly turned into a long knife after a burst of fire. With veins popping up in his arms, Cao Yanbing stepped on his twisting body to the ground and then without any hesitation stabbed his body with a knife. Han Baishi's heartbreaking voice instantly echoed through the entire forest. Why, you can't can't stand this anymore." Cao Yanbing smiled coldly. He suddenly pulled out the hand holding the handle of the knife, then aimed directly at his leg and slashed with the knife. "Ah, let me go, let me go." Han Baishi, who had his arms cut off and his limbs cut off, could no longer scream. He now regretted extremely and regretted why he took on this mission. Just when he thought Cao Yanbing would kill him with one strike, he drew out his long sword and turned around and left. The feeling of surviving a disaster instantly swept over his whole body and mind. He never thought that one day he would be so eager to live. However, just as he was sighing, Cao Yanbing's voice echoed in his ears again, and its content made his whole body cold and his face full of despair. Su Chu smash him. Chapter 30 Methods to enhance strength. Between the woods there was a mess. The 10 soul saint level Eperts were all lying on the ground, their breath almost extinguished. The worst one was undoubtedly the leader Han Baishi. The originally extremely arrogant man was directly smashed into a pulp by Su Chu with a red-blooded tiger hammer, and he was stuck to the ground without even looking like a human being. "Are you okay?" Cao Yanbing walked slowly towards him, walking on the blood on the ground. In the dark night he was like a lord of the undead, which made people feel timid. "No, it's okay." Even seeing him approaching, Wang Yan and Zhao Man, who had just woken up, subconsciously took a step back. I don't know why, but when they saw Cao Yanbing approaching, they would feel a sense of extreme fear from the bottom of their heart. Perhaps his murderous behavior just now left a psychological shadow on them. "Sir." Cao. A timid voice sounded, and Cao Yanbing turned his head to look, only to see Suja Iqiang standing tall and graceful, playing with the corners of her clothes with her fingertips, her little head hanging slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Cao." She raised her head and showed an intoxicating smile to Cao Yanbing, but the red mark left on her neck was particularly dazzling. "It's a small matter." Cao Yanbing waved his hand indifferently. Lord Su Chu and Dian Wei came over from a distance. He knelt down on one knee and stretched out his hand towards Cao Yanbing. In the palm of his hand there was an exquisite token lying quietly with the two characters dragon flying and Fini dancing engraved on it. "Tiendo." Taking the token and carefully looking at the words engraved on it, Cao Yanbing said with a cold smile, "It is indeed the Tiendu Empire. If I had known, I should have directly marked the imperial city of the Tiendu Empire to let them know who he was. You can mess with anyone, but you can't mess with anyone." Putting away the token, he turned his head and looked at the two guards behind him. "Guardian, thank you for your hard work. General, my lord is joking. Go back, it's enough for me to be here." "Yes, my lord." As soon as the word fell, the huge bodies of Su Chu and Dian Wei instantly turned into red light spots and finally entered Cao Yanbing's body like stars. "This thing." Cao Yanbing looked at the token in his hand. After detecting the remaining energy fluctuations on it, he casually crushed it. In an instant a weak fluctuation of mental power suddenly rippled out and several people felt it. "Sir, I'm afraid this is some kind of communication tool," Wang Yan reminded cautiously. "It doesn't matter." Cao Yanbing waved his hand casually. His original intention was to leave a remnant for him to report back, but he didn't expect these people to be so arrogant and unwilling to resist. Seeing his understatement, Wang Yan and Zhao Man felt more and more that this thigh should be hugged. "Thank you for your help, sir. I, Wang Yan, and the Zhuo mercenary group will remember this kindness in their heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, they will definitely repay it with their lives." Wang Yan also came to his senses. His face darkened and he faced Cao Yanbing. Kneeling on one knee, he said solemnly, "Thank you, Master Cao. You are such a good man." Zhao Man lost the arrogance of the past, and while apologizing he did not forget to flatter Cao Yanbing. "This incident started because of me and they all came after me. If I let it go, I would be despised by everyone." Cao Yanbing smiled and looked at Zhao Man. "Also, I am not a good person. I am the Demon King." "Demon King?" Cao. "Just kidding." Cao Yanbing is not a hero, nor does he have the heart of a holy mother. He has a sense of proportion in his heart to kill what should be killed and what should be spared. "Okay, there should be some loot left on them. You should seize the time to collect it and find another place to rest." "Yes, sir." Wang Yan and others were shocked and then nodded in response with some joy. "You must know that these are all powerful men at the soul saint level. In their soul guides there must be some treasures that ordinary people cannot find. If you can find one or two rare treasures, then the injuries you have suffered are not in vain." With this idea in mind, Wang Yan and Zhao Man, who were covered in scars, happily ran towards the battlefield, not caring about the blood and debris on the ground as they searched for the soul tools on those people. Summoning two guardian spirits and releasing skills continuously consumes a lot of spiritual power. Feeling the fatigue coming from his mind and body, Cao Yanbing gently rubbed his sore cheeks, walked to the distant woods alone, found an open place, lit a fire and sat cross-legged. Seeing Cao Yanbing leaving, Suja Iqiang bit her lips and followed quietly. After seeing the former's tired face, she surprisingly didn't bother him and sat quietly by the bonfire. "He's really awesome." A strange thought flashed through her heart, and Suja Iqiang's face turned crimson. It seems that unconsciously this man's figure has been engraved in her heart. It may be between standing in front of her and resisting all attacks for her, or between giving her hope when her life is about to disappear. But she also understands a young man with mutated twin martial souls, no soul ring but vaguely as strong as a titled Douluo, is so outstanding that even the sun can temporarily avoid its sharp edge. Such people just let me like it myself. Of course Cao Yanbing didn't know what Suja Iqiang was thinking. Now he had entered a specific realm. Feeling his increasingly full aura realm, Cao Yanbing sighed in disbelief. Why is there a slowly rising trend in the aura realm that has never fluctuated at all? If his original state was according to the standards of Zhenhun Street spiritual realm, he should be in the state of shouting, but now he is getting closer and closer to the scorching level in the hazy state. During this period it seemed that he didn't do anything else. Recalling my actions in the past few days, it seems that I insist on bringing up a point which seems to be the battle that just happened. Does it mean that you can become stronger by killing people? It seems that when he was in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect he had killed the strong men of Wuhan Palace before, and his strength seemed to have improved to a certain extent after that. Could it be that? Cao Yanbing's eyes lit up and he had a larger guess in his mind. After killing many powerful men in Wuhan Palace, his strength has been improved and their souls have also appeared in Rakshasa Street. After killing these soul saint level minions, this time my strength has also improved. Is there a possibility that their souls are now also included in Rakshasa Street? Does it mean that as long as I kill I can absorb his soul and pass him into Rakshasa Street? In this way the more people I kill the faster my strength will grow. Thinking of this, Cao Yanbing couldn't help but shudder. If this was really the case, wouldn't it mean that he was encouraging him to kill like crazy? That's not right. Putting away this absurd thought, Cao Yanbing carefully recalled the people he met on Rakshasa Street for the first time. He seemed to remember that the people he had killed in the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect were far more than that. If his guess was correct, then the previous battle in the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Chinese should have given him more Iparian. It should be much bigger than this time, but the reality is almost the opposite. The more powerful you kill, the more energy you will feed back to yourself. Well, yes, that should be the case. Forget it, let's talk about it then. Cao Yanbing did not speculate too much on whether the theory was true or false. He would just find a suitable time to verify it later. Feeling the double exhaustion coming from both body and spirit, he finally closed his eyes. Now he is really tired. Chapter 31, Door-to-Door Delivery. Kingdom of Balak. Located in the south of the Tiandu Empire and bordering the Fasno province, it is affiliated to the Tiandu Empire and is one of the four major kingdoms in the Tiandu Empire. The southern part of the Balak Kingdom directly borders the Douluo Empire. Therefore, among the four kingdoms of the Tiandu Empire, the Balak Kingdom has the most powerful military power. It can also be said to be the gateway of the Tiandu Empire. There are two most important cities in the Kingdom of Barak. One is the capital city of Barak, where King Kundla of Barak lives. This is the center of the entire Kingdom of Barak and its economy. The other city is Soto City, which is located in the center of the Lima Plain, the most fertile land in the Kingdom of Barak, and is known as the Granary of Barak. The city near the edge of Sunset Forest happens to be Soto City. This is also the city where Cao Yanbing and others are about to arrive. The 100-meter-high city wall is more than 10 meters thick. The wall is covered with unknown rocks which shine with a strange light in the early sunshine. On the top of the city wall there were many people in armor standing quietly. Arrow towers were placed one after another and the flags of promotion were fluttering in the wind. This is your first time to come to Soto City, sir? Seeing the wonder in Cao Yanbing's eyes, Wang Yan chuckled. This Soto City belongs to the Balak Kingdom and is located in the south of Tiandu Zingluo. The north is heavily guarded and its military defense is one of the best in the entire Tiandu Empire. Cao Yanbing nodded slightly and moved his eyes to the towering city wall in the distance with a trace of fire flashing in his eyes. After all, in the original world this kind of city only existed in history. Now that I see it with my own eyes, I am naturally shocked. Sir, why don't you go sit with our urgent mercenary group first? Wang Yan asked cautiously. Now that we have arrived in the city, it is only a matter of time before we go to Wuhan Palace. Besides, there is nothing wrong with wandering around the so-called Soto City. Thinking of this, Cao Yanbing smiled and nodded, agreeing to his invitation. Upon seeing this, Wang Yan and Zhao Man suddenly felt happy with uncontrollable joy on their faces. Maybe for them it is a great honor for them to invite strong people. Walking on the streets of Soto City, Cao Yanbing was immediately surprised by the prosperity of the city even compared to Tiandu City. There are also many mercenary guilds in Soto City. According to Wang Yan and others, the strength of mercenary guilds is divided into 5 levels A, B, C, D, E from high to low, and the Urgent Fire mercenary group to which Wang Yan and the others belongs to C level. The mercenary group, just because of the heavy losses in this mission must be reduced to D or E level after a period of assessment. After walking for about a few minutes, the hustle and bustle in the city gradually faded away and the originally majestic high-rise buildings gradually became low and ordinary. This place seemed to be close to the edge of the city. Standing in front of a building that was quite simple compared to the buildings in the city, Wang Yan let out a long sigh and said with relief, "Here we are, this is our urgent mercenary group guild." Looking around above the broken gate, several large and monotonous fonts of emergency mercenary group were emitting a faint light. Cao Yanbing was quite surprised by the dilapidated and shabby appearance of the resident. Judging from the cultivation level of this world, Wang Yan and his friends were already at level 50 and almost 60, so why would they live in such a casual place? Gently pushing the door open as he pecked, the interior of the mercenary union is also extremely simple. "I'm sorry, this is all because of me." Suja Iqian, who was delicate and thoughtful, seemed to have noticed Cao Yanbing's surprise and suddenly said with a blushing face, "Tell me." Cao Yanbing became interested. "Is this the so-called beauty disaster? Our urgent fire mercenary group was originally rated almost a level and was one of the best mercenary groups in Soto City, but because of a mission we had a conflict with the top-ranked Snow Wolf mercenary group. Due to the strength of the other party, we had no choice but to give in. Unexpectedly, they still refused to give up and said that they would remove our mercenary group from Soto City. We had no choice but to resist. Both of us suffered heavy casualties in that battle. We originally planned to fight to the death, but the Soto City patrol stopped us. In front of the Soto City Lord, we had no choice but to let it go. But since that day, members of our mercenary group have disappeared mysteriously while out on missions. Judging from the traces of fights, it is definitely the work of the Snow Wolf mercenary group, but we have no evidence and cannot report it. Shui Feng came here not long ago and said that as long as he lets me be his concubine, he will let the rapid fire mercenary group go or he will kill everyone." Speaking of this, Suja Iqian was obviously stunned. Obviously the so-called Snow Wolf mercenary group and its leader Shui Feng made her extremely disgusted. He said he would give me a day to think about it. During this period we planned to take on a mission and then take a flight to leave Soto City. However, we did not expect that an accident occurred during the mission and almost all our teammates died. Then I met you, sir." After hearing this, Cao Yanbing raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at Suja Iqian with a smile face, smiled and said, "Oh, it seems I disturbed you and left." No sir, you have misunderstood." Suja Iqian blushed and waved her hands crazily. "If sir hadn't come to help, I'm afraid we would all have died in the hands of those soul saints, and how could we possibly bother?" "That's right, if it weren't for your excellency we might have been buried in the forest by now. There would be no chance of returning to the mercenary group. It's too late for us to be grateful for this. How can we blame you, your excellency?" Wang Yan hurriedly took over the conversation. "Worthy of being a mercenary, the commander of the corps. This beautiful outfit and beautiful words are simply flawless. Is that so?" Cao Yanbing smiled. "But those people seem to be here to see the adult," Zhao Man mentioned casually. As soon as the word came out of his mouth, Zhao Man was stunned. He felt two cold eyes that seemed to pierce through his body. His neck turned stiffly. He raised his head and met Wang Yan's eyes. From the latter's widened pupils, Zhao Man read a sentence. "If you can't speak, keep your mouth shut. What he said is right. Those people came for me after all. You just suffered an unreasonable disaster." Cao Yanbing smiled a little apologetically, but the net moment his Zion became serious again. "Although I, Cao Yanbing, am not a good person, I also know how to repay kindness. Don't worry, as long as I'm here no one dares to touch you." Wang Yan and Zhao Man spoke the most domineering words in the calmest tone. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Yan and Zhao Man looked at each other, both seeing the heat in each other's eyes. From a mercenary group of nearly 100 people to only 3 now, the anger in their hearts has reached a peak. They just have the support of a big boss. How can they not be excited? Bang bang bang. "Zijia is back, right?" A fierce knock on the door sounded and an extremely arrogant voice came among the knock on the door. Hearing this voice, Wang Yan and Zhao Man were startled and suddenly showed cruel Zion. "Door-to-door delivery is a yes." Chapter 32. "I'll support you." Those people calling outside should be members of the so-called Snow Wolf mercenary group. Hearing the crazy shouting outside, Cao Yanbing asked casually. "That's right." Wang Yan nodded heavily. "Okay." Cao Yanbing came to the center of the hall, grabbed a stool and waved his hand casually. "Go, I will support you." Hearing this, Wang Yan and Zhao Man looked at each other and they both saw something called excitement in each other's eyes. Even Suja Iqian, who had always been gentle and elegant, couldn't help but smile. Bang! Zhao Man, who had the hottest temper, violently opened the door and stared at the dozens of figures outside. Those figures were dressed in blue robes with a strong wolf shape carved on their chest. Judging from their strength, most of them were soul kings at level 40 or 50. When he saw the door being opened, the leader opened his lips slightly as if he wanted to say something anything, but when he saw the disdain on Zhao Man's face he immediately shouted angrily, "Zhao Man, what's your E-Press Zion? What's my E-Press Zion?" Zhao Man smiled scornfully. "A group of soul kings who are less than level 60 dare to scream in front of me?" As soon as these words came out, the people of the Snow Wolf mercenary group were stunned. They didn't expect that the Urgent Fire mercenary group, which they had always bullied at will, would become so crazy. But what Zhao Man said is also true. He is the 50th level Soul King, and the highest among those present is the leader Su Kun, the 59th level Soul King. "What? Are you crazy?" Su Kun glared at Zhao Man with his eyes wide open as if he wanted to suppress him with his eyes. However, Zhao Man did not accept this trick. He pointed at Su Kun and said arrogantly, "What the hell are you looking at? Come out and fight. You think I'm hanging on you? It's a duel. You hit me. Come on." Zhao Man slapped his face. His attitude was extremely arrogant. This is too much. Su Kun couldn't sit still after being attacked by Zhao Man's silky taunting combo. His feet slammed onto the ground and 5 soul rings, 2 white and 3 purple, rose from his feet and his aura reached its peak. Although I don't know who gave Zhao Man the courage, he must be responsible for what he said. Su Kun level 59 Soul King Martial Soul Ice Armor Spear. Zhao Man 50 SITH level Soul King Martial Soul Black Bear. Boom. As soon as the polite word fell, the two figures rushed towards each other almost at the same time. In just one breath the two were already fighting together. The 5th soul skill, the world-defying Ice Spear. Su Kun's 5th soul ring lit up and the ice blue spear in his hand emitted a gleaming light. An extremely cold breath emanated from the gun. The chill emanating from it was even the snow gathering around it. Everyone in the wolf mercenary group can clearly feel it. Holding the handle of the gun with both hands, Su Kun increased his speed to the extreme. The spear seemed to be given life in his hands and he waved it and waved. The 5th soul skill, Black Bear Protection. Facing Su Kun, who was 3 levels higher than himself, Zhao Man directly used his 5th soul skill to raise his defense to the highest level. The 2nd soul skill, Earth Splitting Palm. Among the 5 soul rings on his body, the 2nd ranked soul ring suddenly burst out with a burst of intense light. The net moment his palm that had been blessed by the 5th soul skill suddenly became a few inches larger. Kang. With a loud bang, Zhao Man directly used the defensive power added by the 5th soul skill and the palm strengthened by the 2nd soul skill to forcefully catch Su Kun's ice armor gun. Damn it, why is this guy so powerful? Feeling the repulsive force from the ice gun, Su Kun gritted his teeth and cursed secretly in his heart. Originally, weapon souls were somewhat powerless when facing beast souls. If the situation continues as it is now, I'm afraid he will lose sooner or later. The 4th soul skill, Ice Spear Intent. A strong blue light suddenly lit up and Su Kun's 4th soul ring solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. With crisp clicking sounds, his 4th soul ring turned into a strange blue energy that poured into his body. After flowing along the meridians in a complete circle, it gathered directly along his arms into the ice gun in his hand. At the same time, Su Kun's eyes were also covered by blue energy, and in his eyes at this moment Zhao Man's huge figure suddenly became full of holes. The 4th soul skill can give him majestic spear intention in a short period of time, and to a certain extent it can stimulate his mental power, making him better at finding the enemy's weakest point. This is why Su Kun, with only level 59 soul power, is uniquely able to sit in the top 3 of the Snow Wolf mercenary group. Found it. With his eyes locked on the position 2 inches below Zhao Man's arm, Su Kun suddenly retracted the spear in his hand with his left foot as the center of the circle. His body suddenly rotated and the soles of his feet stepped out with a very strange pace. Due to inertia, Zhao Man's body jumped directly to the ground. He subconsciously held his head with both hands, but he didn't know that this happened to fall into Su Kun's hands. At the moment when his huge figure was about to touch the ground, Su Kun raised the corner of his mouth lightly and the ice gun in his hand was met with the extremely cold breath and stabbed at the bottom of Zhao Man's arm. Bang! Zhao Man's huge body fell to the ground, splashing dust all over the sky. He turned over and got up from the ground, holding his right arm tightly with his left hand and looking at Su Kun in pain. I heard before that he had a spiritual skill that could see through the enemy's weakest point. He was still skeptical before, but now it seems that he is a little short-sighted. Brother Kun is mighty. It should have been like this a long time ago. I've really seen Zhao Man unhappy for too long, and so have you. Yes, he is too arrogant. Did you see it? This is the true strength of our Snow Wolf mercenary group. The sarcastic words in his ears aroused Zhao Man's emotions and he roared angrily. The 3rd and 4th soul skills lit up at the same time. His strength and speed increased again and he rushed towards Su Kun like a humanoid black bear. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. Su Kun shook the ice armor gun in his hand, his eyes filled with blue light without any fear. While the fight between the two was in full swing, Wang Yan was not idle. He directly activated his soul ring and rushed towards the mercenaries who had gathered to watch the fun. He knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to withstand the attacks of so many mercenaries by himself, but he was not afraid of it at all because he just wanted to release all the frustration and unwillingness he had suffered these days, that's all. Compared with Zhao Man's deadly moves, Wang Yan obviously had a lot more to spare. It can be seen from the fact that he only broke the limbs and joints of the mercenaries, leaving them unable to fight anymore. Come on, barbarian! Come on, captain! Seeing this heart-wrenching scene, even Suja Iqian blushed and shouted loudly. Obviously they have been waiting for the scene for a long time. The noisy chaos outside lasted for about 10 minutes and then slowly began to disappear. Just when Cao Yanbing thought that Zhao Man and Wang Yan had dealt with each other, Suja Iqian's slightly nervous voice reached his ears. Lord Cao, the leader of the Snow Wolf mercenary group, is here. Chapter 33. Come to a duel. Boom! With a loud noise, Zhao Man's huge body smashed the door directly and hit the stone wall beside Cao Yanbing hard. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen and he looked quite miserable. Boom! There was another loud noise and the ragged Wang Yan was also shaken back dozens of meters by a huge force and finally fell heavily to the ground. It looks like the boss is here. Cao Yanbing casually asked Suja Iqian to take care of them. Cao Yanbing's dull gaze moved to the forcibly shattered door where several figures slowly approached. The urgent mercenary group is going crazy right now. Before anyone arrived, the sound came first and the strong figure of the leader appeared in everyone's eyes. The leader of the Snow Wolf mercenary group, Swafeng. Hearing this arrogant voice, Cao Yanbing straightened his back with interest, but after he casually detected the strength of the person he found out, he sat back lazily. Far worse than the old men I met that day. Hey, I'm talking about why these two dogs suddenly started biting people. It turns out they have found a good owner. No wonder. Swafeng's cold eyes glanced at the few people lying on the ground, then fell on Cao in the center of the yard, on Yan Bing's body. As if to set off his momentum, the mercenaries behind him who had been beaten up by Wang Yanpeng were also mocking him at this moment. Tisk, I thought someone's toilet plotted, but when I look carefully it was you who spoke. Seeing their mocking looks, Cao Yanbing shook his head with disdain and said lightly, to be honest, he had no interest in doing anything to these people. He even felt that beating them would dirty his hands. You, the man with strong aura net to Swafeng, suddenly had a cold face and stared at Cao Yanbing, trying to kill him with his eyes. I don't know who you are. Are you really going to help these guys today? Swafeng said as he spoke, quietly releasing his soul power to detect Cao Yanbing's strength. You are not qualified to know my name. Cao Yanbing lightly shrugged his shoulders. Boy, we are the Snow Wolf mercenary group. I would like to warn you, don't try to attract attention. Life is short. After several attempts, Swafeng became cautious. He does not consider himself a good person, but being able to develop a mercenary group to this extent is enough to show his vision and strength. Although he cannot see clearly the strength of Cao Yanbing, his intuition tells him that this person is not simple. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I don't want to pay too much attention to this matter, but I promised to support them today. There is no way I can't keep my promise. Cao Yanbing smiled softly and crossed his legs directly without any trace of it. Take him seriously. Swafeng's face suddenly darkened and the two people who came with him turned pale. He never expected that he would give Cao Yanbing a step to step down, but instead he would step on the step and kick his nose in the face. After suppressing his anger for a short time, Swafeng could not maintain his original calmness and shouted, boy, if this is the case, then you should be prepared to lose your life. Upon hearing this, Cao Yanbing shook his head gently, then stood up and stretched. Come on, my time is limited. Let's discuss it. Let me fight a group of you alone, or a group of you will beat me up. The plain voice reached his ears and Swafeng and the people around him instantly trembled with anger. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since anyone dared to speak to me in this tone? How many years had it been since I had been insulted like this? I will torture the woman behind you to death in front of you later. The resentful voice made Cao Yanbing stretch his body. Just when everyone thought he was timid, the latter just smiled faintly. Thankfully you said that, otherwise I would have to consider letting you go later. Arrogant, quite arrogant. Here, Cao Yanbing took off the 10 palaces of Yama hanging on his back, threw it to Suja Iqian and said sternly, take it. Oh, Suja Iqian was startled by his tone. She nodded hurriedly. She hugged 10th palace Yama and asked hesitantly, but if you don't bring weapons, how can you fight them? Hearing this, although he knew that Suja Iqian cared about him, Cao Yanbing still wanted to laugh a little. He turned his head and smiled. Do you need weapons to fight them? Suja Iqian was obviously troubled by these words. She froze on the spot, looking at Cao Yanbing's retreating back and feeling a bit at a loss. Bring it on. Standing in front of everyone in the Snow Wolf mercenary group, Cao Yanbing spread his hands with some disdain. It's too much to bully someone. Swafeng gritted his teeth and turned his head to the figure behind him and shouted, fuck me. Upon hearing Swafeng's order, the people behind him immediately dispersed, divided their work and formed a fan-shaped encirclement to surround Cao Yan's soldiers. Well, that's right. Looking across the crowd, Cao Yanbing smiled and nodded, spread his hands and shouted, Su Chu Ling Ai. Boom! The sudden flames directly engulfed Cao Yanbing. The net moment, under the surprised eyes of everyone, his figure wearing red armor slowly stepped out of the flame. Let do it. Cao Yanbing shrugged at everyone. Boom! The blue stone floor on the left shattered and a figure covered in flames came from the side. At the same time, his fifth soul ring was also beating strangely. Presumably the flame blessing on his body is the skill gained from his fifth soul skill. Facing the sudden attack, Cao Yanbing didn't even raise his eyelid. He clenched his palms tightly and punched directly to the side with the blessing of flamed. A sound of bones breaking was accompanied by the sound of vomiting blood. The figure flew out fiercely and his body directly wiped out more than 10 meters of charred black marks on the bluestone on the ground and then hit the wall heavily, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. After finishing one person with one punch, Cao Yanbing symbolically blew away the non-existent dust on his fist, looked around and then landed on Swafeng. I said, either I will challenge a group of you alone or a group of you will challenge me alone. Swafeng gritted his teeth and veins popped out on his forehead. He could defeat a soul king of more than 50 levels with just one punch. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have underestimated the strength of the man in front of him. The fifth soul skill possession by Snow Wolf. The fifth soul ring at Swafeng's feet lit up and the light blue ice aura instantly enveloped him. His originally strong body became taller under the stimulation of energy. Both his arms and body began to grow crazily with a kind of hard white hair glowing silvery white. With the blessing of this energy, he actually turned into a werewolf. The control type and agility type soul masters are harassing me from behind and the power type soul masters are following me to attack directly from the front. Swafeng is worthy of being the leader of the top mercenary group. Even when he turned into a werewolf under the influence of the fifth soul skill, he still maintained a clear mind. The fourth soul skill, Snow Wolf Claw. A cold light flashed in Swafeng's eyes and his palm that had turned into a wolf suddenly became a little bigger. The whistling wind met with the biting cold suddenly grabbed Cao Yanbing's head. The second soul skill, Earth Demon Thorn. The third soul skill, the White Tiger, shakes the mountain and roars. The SITH soul skill, Sonic Attack. The moment Swafeng's figure rushed towards him, mercenaries appeared from all directions. Ying, now he is directly surrounded. PS today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Happy holidays to everyone. Chapter 34. Target Wuhan Palace. Facing the attacks coming from all directions, Cao Yanbing did not feel any pressure. On the contrary, he felt a little disappointed. After all, he still wants to have a good fight with some truly strong men, not these little minions. In an instant, the wolf-shaped snow peak appeared in front of him and the wolf claws carrying the strong wind were directly aimed at Cao Yanbing's Tianling cap. The ice contained in the claws made even the mercenaries' net to him feel biting. Cao Yanbing did not intend to dodge. The flames on his right arm spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fiery red air wave lingered and he punched out, hitting Swafeng's palm. Swafeng's pupils shrank. Obviously he did not expect that in such a situation where he was surrounded on all sides, Cao Yanbing did not defend himself but directly launched a counter-attack. Palms and punches connected and there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. Swafeng's companion suddenly showed a strange red color. Then his huge wolf-shaped figure flew out directly and smashed heavily into the ruins' middle. Among the ruins, Swafeng's heart-rending wails were as breathtaking as a siren in the dark night. The despair in his tone made people feel chilled all over. This punch directly shattered all the bones of Swafeng's right arm and even the meridians on his body were all interrupted. If Cao Yanbing hadn't withdrawn his strength at the end, this punch might have beaten him into bloody foam. After destroying Swafeng, Cao Yanbing did not hesitate. He turned sharply and rushed directly towards the people surrounding him. At this moment, every part of Cao Yanbing's body became a fighting weapon. Anyone who came into contact with his body would vomit blood and fly away without exception. After getting rid of these people at once, Cao Yanbing turned his head and looked at the control-type soul masters in the distance who were shaking and looking frightened. Obviously they no longer had the strength to fight again. The battle was resolved in an instant. Cao Yanbing clapped his hands and said to the remaining mercenaries of the Snow Wolf mercenary group in the distance, take you people away and don't dare to look for anyone from the Urgent Fire mercenary group again in the future. Please just wait for me to come directly to your door. Yes, yes. The man who looked hot-tempered before nodded stiffly, even his voice kept shaking as he spoke. Go away. Cao Yanbing shouted coldly, turned around and walked towards Suja Iqiang and the others. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of noise behind him. In just a few breaths, the people from the Snow Wolf mercenary group who were looking for trouble disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the obvious blood on the ground and the ruins everywhere, I'm afraid no one would have thought that a one-sided battle had just occurred here. Seeing that the bad breath in his heart was finally repaid, Wang Yan's eyes were full of passion and gratitude. Thank you, sir. Sure enough, you are my idol. Zhao Man hugged his newly recovered and broken left arm, his eyes filled with admiration. Thinking back, Cao Yanbing's actions along the way had successfully conquered them completely. Give me the stuff. Arriving in front of Sujia Yiqiang, who looked admiring, Cao Yanbing smiled and bent down to take back the 10 palaces of Yama. Seeing Cao Yanbing's side profile in front of him, for some reason Sujia Yiqiang suddenly felt a strange impulse. At that moment her mind was filled with excitement and her body unconsciously leaned forward and pecked the side of Cao Yanbing's face like a dragonfly touching water. Due to the angle of view, this scene was not seen by Wang Yan and Zhao Man. Cao Yanbing stiffened when he felt the numbness on his cheek and a blush appeared on his usually cold and arrogant face. Thank you, Master Cao. An inaudible voice came into his ears and there was a bit of shyness in his tone. Cao Yanbing admitted that this strange feeling was something he had never experienced before. As a solo artist, he was completely new to this kind of love. No, it's okay. Cao Yanbing picked up his weapon and stood up, pretending to be calm and shaking his head, but the remaining smile on his face showed a lot. After the battle, standing among the ruins, Cao Yanbing said goodbye to them after a few casual conversations. After all, he was a man with great ambition. Standing at the door of the Zhuo mercenary group that had been bombarded to pieces, Wang Yan and others bowed deeply to Cao Yanbing's retreating back. For them, strong men like Cao Yanbing are rare, and those who are willing to help them are rare. Since they cannot help him, they can only give themselves the highest respect. Unlike the two grown men, Sujia Yiqiang's eyes were a little red looking at Cao Yanbing's retreating back. Cao Yanbing didn't know how much of Sujia Yiqiang's gentle kiss contained her emotions. He also didn't know that he had left an indelible mark on Sujia Yiqiang's heart. Will this mark dissipate over time or become more intense? Who knows? Maybe. Tiandu Empire. Kaibao Glazek. Ning Fengzi stared blankly at the corpses of the soul masters lying scattered in front of him, his eyes red for a moment. Among the corpses of more than 2,000 soul masters, nearly 100 are the only remaining disciples of his 7 treasures Glazek, and the remaining 1,000 royal soul masters have basically been trained by him. They can be said to be the disciples of the Tiandu Empire, the backbone of the force, but now they were all killed directly. Sect Master Gu Rong, who was supporting his body, called out with some distress when seeing Ning Fengzi's appearance. With a sect suffered 2 disasters. Ning Fengzi's originally tall and straight figure has now become rickety, as if he has aged more than 10 years in an instant. On the screen wall of the Kaibao Glazek, a line of large characters was written in blood: Tang San, you won, this time we will meet again. The signature below is a lifelike serif pattern which seems to represent a declaration of war. What a great spirit hall! Tang San's Zion turned cold. On the surface they had indeed crushed the spirit hall's conspiracy, but the entire Tiandu Empire was directly disrupted. The spirit hall only lost more than 1,000 soul masters were killed, and the casualties on the Tiandu Empire's side were more than double. In terms of soul masters, the gap between the two sides was getting wider and wider. At this moment in the forest outside Tiandu city, Qian Ren Yui had returned to her original appearance, her slender and charming body covered in a light dress. Behind her closely followed 2 seriously injured, titled Douluo Snake Spear Douluo and Arrayed Douluo. Listening to the noise coming from the Tiandu city behind him, Agetes Douluo sighed and said, Young master, how should we explain this matter to His Majesty the Pope after we go back? Qian Ren Yui glanced at him. I have everything and this battle has just begun. If the enemies are all vulnerable to this kind of instance, then what's the point? Speaking of this, she couldn't help but look back at Tiandu city. A trace of pity flashed in her eyes. If Bibi Dong hadn't insisted on launching the plan in advance, how could she have been exposed so early, leading to the failure of the mission? With a slight sigh, Qian Ren Yui walked towards the depths of the forest. Let's go, it's time to return to the spirit hall. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Thanks to for the 1/500 starting coin. Chapter 35. Everyone is taking advantage. In the main city of Soto City, strolling on this bustling street, Cao Yanbing kept looking around at this prosperous and luxurious giant city, and it was inevitable that a hint of admiration would emerge in his heart. In the past, this kind of bizarre architectural scene could only be seen in history or on the screen. Now it appeared directly in front of his eyes, which made him somewhat emotional. Excuse me, which direction is the Wuhan Palace? Cao Yanbing grabbed a passerby and asked politely. The passerby was also extremely unhappy at being pulled inexplicably. He looked up and down at Cao Yanbing. Seeing the latter's shabby appearance, he was even more unhappy. I don't know. The passerby glanced at him angrily, dropped a few words at random and prepared to turn around and leave. Seeing this situation, Cao Yanbing was not upset. He grabbed the passerby's arm with one hand to prevent him from escaping and slowly groped in his pocket it with the other hand. Do you think you can bribe me with just money? I will be the kind of person who bends over for money, a passerby said impatiently. But when he saw the large bag of gold coins in Cao Yanbing's hand, his breathing suddenly became rapid. I wonder what you want to ask, sir? I'm called Soto's know-it-all. As long as you want to know, I can answer it for you. Looking at the passerby who was changing his face as if he were reading a book, Cao Yanbing chuckled and said, I still like your unruly look just now. No, brother is joking, the passerby hurriedly argued, but his eyes never left the money bag. Weighing the money bag in his hand, Cao Yanbing smiled calmly. I'm just asking you for the direction of Wuhan Palace and some information about Wuhan Palace. Easy to say, easy to say. When passers-by heard the news about Wuhan Palace, they hurriedly nodded in agreement. No wonder he was so excited. In today's mainland, the news about Wuhan Palace is well known to every household. Although he doesn't know whether the person in front of him really doesn't know or pretends not to know, it has nothing to do with him. After all, as long as he has money, it will be easy. Seeing how quickly he agreed, Cao Yanbing couldn't help but smile to himself. Sure enough, no matter what world he is in, the more money the better. Which direction is the main city of Wuhan Palace? Cao Yanbing asked. After leaving the gate of Soto City, go straight southwest about 50 or si kilometers away and you will arrive at Wuhan City. The passerby touched his chin and thought for a while, then pointed out a general direction for him. After determining the direction, Cao Yanbing continued to ask, how strong is this Wuhan Palace? What is the strength of Wuhan Palace? The passerby shook his head and looked around cautiously before sighing and saying, as far as I know, Wuhan Palace is even stronger than the two great empires of Tiandu Star and Luo. It's much stronger, not mainly because of the army but because of the number of soul masters. In this Wuhan Hall there are three power centers: the Pope's Hall, the Elders Hall and the Douluo Hall. The Pope's Palace, headed by the current Pope Bibidong, has several titled Douluo level elders under him. They are important decision makers in the development direction of the Wuhan Palace today. The Hall of Elders, headed by the great enshrined peerless Douluo Qiandaoliu, has nearly 20 titled Douluo, among which 7 titled Douluo above level 90 Si are called enshrined, and they are the real power of the Spirit Hall. The core is responsible for deciding the important matters of the Wuhan Palace. Unless there is a life or death situation, it will generally not interfere easily with the Pope's Palace. The Douluo Palace is the highest level instance in the Spirit Palace. Only titled Douluo after death are eligible to enter. It can also be said to be the tomb of all titled Douluo. It has no actual rights and is just a status symbol. He explained everything he knew in one breath, and the prescience of passers-by suddenly became a little depressed. Even a little sad man knows what he has remembered. Seeing him like this, Cao Yanbing felt funny, shrugged and said, it seems you know a lot. Admittedly, it would be really strange if someone could understand the news about Wuhan Palace so thoroughly and even know the number of titled Douluo clearly if they were really ordinary people. I used to be a soul master in the Spirit Hall, but in the end, due to a sudden accident, my soul power was lost and even my spirit dissipated. Finally, I had no choice but to quit the Spirit Hall and came to Soto City to end the rest of my life. The passerby smiled quietly, showing the bitterness in his prescience. All of a sudden, people feel a loss of soul power. The spirit of martial art dissipates and the soul master, who was originally above 10,000 people, turns into a miserable life for ordinary people. Seeing a passerby who became emotional at the slightest disagreement, Cao Yanbing's mouth trembled lightly and he handed him the bag filled with gold coin. I originally wanted to do it for nothing, but now it seems I can't. Thank you. The passers-by were not polite. After taking the gold coins, they bowed down and thanked Cao Yanbing, then turned and left without looking back. They are all poor people. Seeing his leaving figure, Cao Yanbing sighed helplessly and walked towards the gate of Soto City, and in the corner where he couldn't see the passerby just now changed, the bitterness on his face, took out a pocket full of gold coins and smiled. Sure enough, this guy looked like a foreigner at first glance. He can get so many gold soul coins by just making up a little story. He is really worthy of me. Holding the heavy bag of gold coins in his hand, he suppressed the joy in his heart and opened it, only to see a flash of golden light, and the bag was filled with a bag full of stone. As if he was afraid that he might be mistaken, he rubbed his eyes. There was indeed a pile of stones in the bag. Blang! He threw the bag on the ground. His face became stiff and he said angrily, he is nothing. My lord, do you really want to join the so-called Wuhan Palace? At this time, the taciturn Su Chu suddenly spoke up from the bottom of his heart. Faced with Su Chu's question, Cao Yanbing just shook his head and said calmly, since you want to taint the world, you must have your own force. And now that the three kingdoms are standing together, this Wuhan Palace is one of the three. The strongest joining him is the best choice. But Su Chu hesitated. I know what you are thinking. Cao Yanbing shrugged with a deep smile on his lips. Are you trying to say why I am willing to live under someone else's roof? Su Chu, you have to understand that joining Wuhan Palace is is just the first step. Only by getting a higher position in Wuhan Palace can I have the opportunity to take the NET step. If you want to gain certain rights by just joining the so-called Spirit Hall, then you can only prove your strength. And there is only one simple way to prove one's strength. Just hit him. PS the first update today. Please collect, recommend and vote monthly. Thank you boss. Chapter 36. Enter the Spirit Hall. After one day, Martial Spirit City. Standing at the gate of this majestic city looking up at the three characters carved on the city wall, Cao Yanbing breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't borrowed Su Chu's horse on the way, he wouldn't have been able to reach Wuhan City so quickly. Unlike super large cities like Tiandu City and Soto City, Wuhan City is much smaller, even only 1/10 of their size, but its distance undoubtedly restrict the balance of the entire Douluo continent. At this moment, what Cao Yanbing didn't know was that the information about him was now neatly placed in front of the current Pope Bibi Dong. In this information it was simply mentioned that Cao Yanbing was very powerful and his target was Wuhan Palace. As for other things, it was not mentioned much. It may be that the branch of Wuhan Palace in Soto City felt the need to recruit this person. Just came here to report. Cao Yanbing. In the spacious and bright hall, Bibi Dong sat lazily on the large throne, holding her cheek in one hand and holding information in the other, muttering to herself. She is tall and her golden gown fit perfectly from head to toe. The dazzling gown sparkles with more than 100 red, blue and gold gemstones. The 9-curve purple gold crown on the top of his head is even more brilliant. A scepter about 2 meters long and inlaid with countless gems is placed casually aside. Her fair skin and almost perfect face make her look so different, especially the invisible nobility and sanctity oozing from her body, which makes people unable to help but feel the emotion of worshipping her. Who is the helmsman of the Soto City branch temple? Why should such useless information be reported urgently? After reading the information, Bibi Dongdae frowned and her calm and confident aura suppressed everyone present. Back to the Pope at Baikan. Ghost Douluo replied respectfully. Baikan? Bibi Dong shook her head casually. Obviously she had no impression of this person. Tell him to stop being the master of the branch hall and replace him with someone else. Yes. Ghost Douluo was about to nod, but suddenly his face turned cold and his cold eyes looked in the direction of the gate of Wuhan City, where a powerful wave of soul power erupted. It seems that a guest has arrived. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, picked up the scepter in her jade hand and walked outside the Pope's palace. At the same time, in the Elders' Hall there is also a document that has been opened on the desk behind a grey-robed man, the famous Qian Ren Yui. The man in grey turned around slowly. He looked like he was only 30 or 40 years old. He looked very handsome with a faint smile on his face. His calm and tranquil aura gives people a very comfortable feeling. The strangest thing is that even if there is a titled Douluo here, you will definitely not be able to feel a single soul power fluctuation from him. He is the 99th level peerless Douluo Qian Daolio. Under the dim light, Qian Daolio looked outside the city through the window and murmured, the mutated twin martial spirits are comparable to the strength of a titled Douluo. Such a rare talent would actually take the initiative to defect to the Spirit Hall. Twin martial souls are rare enough, but Qian Ren Yui said that this person also has mutated twin martial souls. This potential, I am afraid that many people will be jealous if he talks about it. The corners of his eyes raised. Qian Daolio smiled and picked up the teacup on the table. As soon as the wall of the cup touched his lips, his slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened and he subconsciously looked through the window to the north, where was Wu, the gate of Seoul City. The gate of Wuhan City. Nearly 100 figures whizzed down, and in just a few breaths the guard protecting the Wuhan Palace had already surrounded Cao Yan's troops. Inexplicably brilliant lights of various colors lit up from their bodies. Martial souls were released and soul rings shone. These nearly 100 figures were all soul masters. Who are you? The leading soul master spoke first. In his eyes, Cao Yanbing was just an ordinary person, but the vague energy fluctuations on the other side made him feel very uncomfortable. You go and personally inform His Majesty the Pope that there are guests visiting, Cao Yanbing said seriously. His Majesty the Pope said she was missing. The leading man pretended to look embarrassed and said with some embarrassment. Seeing him like this, the soul masters gathered around him suddenly burst into laughter. After all, in their opinion, when an ordinary person with no soul power came to Wuhan City and made such nonsense that he wanted to see the Pope, wasn't this making fun of them? Is this how your Wuhan Hall treats guests? Cao Yanbing shrugged a little disappointedly, looking around, and finally landed on a silent little soul master in the corner. You go and report it. The little soul master was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously looked at his companions aside. As he pecked, they all stared at him with cold eyes. How dare you? The leading soul master glared at him fiercely, the threat in his eyes almost overflowing from his eyes. After being forcibly threatened, the little soul master suddenly trembled, lowered his head and couldn't utter a single word. Seeing this, Cao Yanbing smiled coldly. It turns out that there is also a so-called bullying phenomenon here. You go ahead, Cao Yanbing said to the little soul master in a gentler tone. You dare. The net moment a muffled sound of bang was heard. Before the leading spirit master could finish his threatening words, he flew out and hit the 100-meter high city wall heavily. Cao Yanbing symbolically blew the dust off his fist and said coldly, I talk to you well, but you think I'm easy to talk to. This unexpected scene made everyone present stunned. They didn't react until the soul master lay on the ground and kept wailing, damn it brothers, follow me. This bastard actually dares to provoke the entire Wuhan palace for his majesty the Pope. The battle spirit masters will go first and the control and auxiliary systems will provide assistance from behind. They were worthy of being the most powerful soul masters among 10,000 people. After being slightly shocked, they directly started to fight back. Under the command of some slightly more powerful soul masters, the hundreds of guards attacked Cao Yanbing almost at the same time. In an instant the ground, the sky and everything visible to the naked eye were covered by colorful soul powers, and the sky was full of soul skills like meteors all over the sky, hitting Cao Yan's soldiers directly. Most of the soul masters in the Wuhan palace are around level 50 to 60. Although such an attack is nothing to Cao Yanbing, the victory lies in their overwhelming numbers. Facing such an attack, even an ordinary titled Douluo must stay away. The soul skill attacks reflected in his pupils continued to amplify, and a destructive wave of soul power surged in like a tsunami, but Cao Yanbing had no intention of dodging. On the contrary, he grabbed the 10 palaces of Yama, tore off the seal covering it, pointed the gun mouth at the sky and attacked, shouting King of Hell Cannon. Boom! A deafening explosion swept through the entire Wuhan city, and circles of air waves visible to the naked eye were like water waves caused by falling pebbles rippling crazily in all directions. Wherever the air wave went, trees and boulders were completely overturned. In just a moment the forest outside the city was reduced to rubble, with the wall of Wuhan city as the boundary. Even the nearly 100-meter-long black city wall began to shake under such a powerful impact. I don't know if it was due to visual reasons. Under the impact of such a powerful air wave, someone finally couldn't withstand the impact and let his body fly backwards after spitting out a mouthful of blood. The sound of vomiting blood rippled through the crowd like a chain reaction. Scarlet blood spurted out from the mouths of everyone present as if it was free, and their bodies were directly knocked tens of meters or even 100 meters away. The air waves and smoke generated by the strong explosion were directly present for nearly 10 years. After a few seconds it finally slowly dissipated under the breeze. Under the gaze of countless almost dull eyes, the sky-covering smoke that filled the city gate finally slowly dispersed. The ruins that appeared in the field of vision and the nearly 10-meter deep pit at the center of the explosion instantly made everyone present take a breath. Whispers came instantly. This guy actually withstood the soul attack of hundreds of us on his own? It's too scary. Is he a titled Douluo? Is there a possibility that he doesn't have any soul power, but that he is so powerful that we can't see through his soul power at all? Why are you talking so much? Even if it is an ordinary titled Douluo cannot survive such a powerful soul skill, let alone him. No matter what, in the center of such an attack I'm afraid he would have been shattered to pieces. Boom! Just as they were whispering, a sea of fire instantly emerged from the huge pit. A huge figure wearing a red armor slowly stood up in the sea of fire, and above him there was also a figure wearing a red armor. The man in a stance with his head held high. You guys are happy now, is it my turn? PS, the second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 37 Ju Douluo. You guys are happy now, is it my turn? Cao Yanbing's plain voice sounded, but in this situation it sounded like the whisper of a devil. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and everyone stared at the fiery red figure without blinking. After a moment their pupils shrank suddenly, and a young man with no trace of battle on his body appeared in front of them. Looking at the man in red armor with a calm expression but a hint of contempt, the whole place suddenly became quiet, and even the space seemed to have solidified. This strength, even a titled Douluo would not dare to exaggerate like this. Seeing Cao Yanbing approaching, the eyelids of everyone who had been knocked to the ground by the air wave trembled lightly, and they quietly moved their bodies to make way for him. Yes, sensible. Not paying attention to the figures lying on the ground, Cao Yanbing went straight to the leading soul master who had made rude remarks before. Seeing the unconcealed fear in his pupils, Cao Yanbing's cold expression suddenly flashed with a hint of violence. What do you want to do? This is. The killing intent in his eyes was as real as ever. The leading soul master was trembling all over. Fear filled the air. He tried to move out of the spirit hall to scold him, but before he could finish his words he vaguely felt a stream of heat flowing from his throat. Ah! A hoarse voice came from his mouth, and every time he uttered a sound, gurgling blood foam flowed out of his throat. Learn to speak in the net life. Cao Yanbing smiled coldly. The 10 palaces of hell aimed at his body and fired a flaming bomb bomb. His body was instantly swept by flame. Gudong. This emotionless and solemn scene made everyone present feel chills in their heart. An extreme fear continued to spread in their heart. Cao Yanbing's back was completely engraved in everyone's heart. Su Chu. Cao Yanbing glanced at the spirit masters of the Wuhan Palace who were lying in a mess behind him and said, "Press zionlessly, get rid of them." "Yes, my lord." Boom, boom, boom. Su Chu's huge body was getting closer and closer, and every time the soles of his feet landed on the ground there would be a sound like regret, and every time he fell everyone would feel nervous. Finally, amidst everyone's frightened press Zion's Su Chu stopped, turned his hands and directly raised the red-blooded tiger hammer in his hand high. In an instant earth-shaking flames poured from his body into the giant hammer. Without any hesitation he directly slammed the giant hammer in his hand to the ground. Earth, fire and thunder. Cracks on the ground spread like spider webs at a rapid speed, and in the cracks frightening flames swarmed out of the ground like fire dragon. Chi. Anyone hit by the flames will have their bodies instantly incinerated into a ball of charred ashes and dissipate between the heaven and the earth, unable to even scream. Evil people will be killed by evil people. After leaving such a sentence, Su Chu no longer paid attention to the soul masters of the Wuhan Palace who were wailing in pain and fleeing hastily behind him, and turned around and walked towards Cao Yanbing. But he didn't realize that the flame had been extinguished by a strange golden petal. The moment he turned around, the sky suddenly darkened. Pieces of golden petals scattered from the sky like raindrops. A feminine voice sounded from Wuhan City, and everyone including Cao Yanbing could see a man surrounded by golden petals walking through the air. "Boy, if you dare to come to our Wuhan hall to cause trouble, I think you really have a long life to spare." Every time he steps down a golden petal will rise out of thin air. On the surface it seems that his speed is not very fast, but he appears strangely in front of everyone. The person who came was a man with long hair reaching his waist. His appearance was extremely charming and his snow-white skin was as fragile as a baby's. He was wearing a slightly noble soft armor with gold thread and strands of gold threads spread along the line. On his chest a large golden gemstone Douluo light, adding an enchanting temperament to him. "She male." Cao Yanbing complained. If he hadn't seen the Adam's apple in his throat, even Cao Yanbing would have thought he was a woman. "Lord Ju Douluo, sir, please help us." "Sir, stop him quickly." On the contrary, when the soul masters of Wuhan Palace saw the coming person, not only were they not surprised, they were even extremely excited. Even after meeting the latter, their confidence in speaking became much stronger, as if the person in front of them was the savior they had relied on for a long time. Yu Guan turned his gaze to the miserable group of spirit masters from the spirit hall below and said impatiently, "They are really useless." His voice was not suppressed too much and it reached the ears of everyone present clearly. But strangely, the people in Wuhan Palace who were originally unruly surprisingly did not refute after hearing these disparaging words. What but lowered his head in shame. From this small move it can be seen that the person coming should be someone with considerable power in Wuhan Palace. Lazy eyes swept over everyone and finally landed on the large pit several meters deep at the city gate. This Yueguan's pupils shrank suddenly, feeling the remaining soul power fluctuations in the giant pit. He clicked his tongue in disbelief. With Yu Guan's insight he could tell at a glance that this was an explosion caused by the contact of soul powers, but he was a little curious about who dared to take the full blow of hundreds of soul masters head on. Suddenly a bad thought flashed through Yu Guan's mind. Before he could feel it carefully, he heard the whistling wind coming from behind him. Sneak attack. Yu Guan smiled coldly, turned around, activated his martial soul, released his skills, and a shield made of golden petals appeared in front of him instantly. The SITH soul skill, the language of strange antler flowers. Boom! A sound like an explosion came from the petal shield and even tiny ripples rippled in the air. The powerful fluctuations in power made the 94th level titled Douluo unable to resist. Under the pressure of the huge force his body actually fell downward. What a huge brute force! Yu Guan was a little surprised. "You must know that he is in mid-air now. Who can actually use power to blast it down?" Ding! A weak but extremely clear ringing sound reached his ears and the happy expression on Yueguan's face disappeared, replaced by a kind of shock. This shield made of countless golden petals actually had a ferocious crack, and the crack was still expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. "You must know that he is a titled Douluo. With the support of his current soul power, almost no one can solve this defensive SITH soul skill except for power soul masters with a higher level than him. But now he can't even connect with the other party." No one saw it, and it was so easily broken which couldn't help but shock him. Click! There was a shattering sound and the shield formed by the petals finally could not withstand this terrible force, and the sky was filled with fragment. "What is this?" Yu Guan's pupils shrank. The moment the shield was forcibly broken, he saw the huge tiger-headed hammer surging with blazing flame. PS Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me, please vote for me, I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 38 Ghost Chrysanthemum Double Douluo. What is this? The tiger-headed giant hammer surging with blazing flames directly shattered the shield and hit Yu Guan. The strong wind coming from the hammer made his figure drift a little. Not good. Yu Guan is worthy of being a powerful title Douluo. Although his talent is not very outstanding, he has been a title Douluo for many years. The Qirongtianjia martial soul was released almost instantly, and the 9 soul rings Ed with the huge soul power were released. The 7th soul skill martial soul true form. The 7th soul ring shone, and the strange velvet giant chrysanthemum suddenly grew in size, coiled around his body and made a series of sonorous and explosive sounds. Yu Guan knew that this was the most dangerous moment, so he directly raised his perception to the limit, and with the help of the powerful wind he swooped down without any pause and fell to the ground under the protection of the true form of the Qirongtianjia artifact soul. Yu Guang's move of retreating in order to advance made Su Chu a little unexpected. He didn't intend to hold back after one hammer blow. He relied on the inertia of rising into the air and directly raised the giant hammer high to hit Yu Guan hard. As soon as the solace of his feet touched the ground, Yu Guang's body spun 180 degrees and looked fiercely at the sky. He wanted to see what kind of monster it was that had broken his SITH soul skill with a hammer. What kind of monster is this? Looking at Su Chu, who was like a cannonball hitting him directly, Yu Guang was stunned. He had never seen such a thing in all his years across the continent. There is a flaw. Seeing the moonlight frozen in place, Su Chu's hands holding the handle of the hammer suddenly had veins popping out. If time hadn't allowed, he could even perform a 720-degree Thomas Pierrot in the air. At the moment when he was stunned by the moonlight, Su Chu's figure was already less than 5 meters away from him. At this distance, even a titled Douluo would have a hard time avoiding him. Die! Su Chu shouted angrily and tried his best to send the moonlight away directly, but the moment the giant hammer fell, he suddenly found that there was a flash of black mist in front of his eyes. Boom! A hammer that could shake the heavens and the earth instantly shook the ground, and the soul masters of Wuhan Palace who had just gotten up lay down again because of this strong agitation. That's not right. After the smoke dissipated, Su Chu moved the red-blooded tiger hammer away. Under it there was no scene of flesh and blood flying as they had expected. It's up there. Cao Yanbing, who felt the breath, immediately raised his head. Above the 100-meter high city wall, a man wrapped in a black robe was standing quietly supporting Yu Guan. Under the sunlight, his appearance under the black robe gradually became clear. That was the face of a very gloomy middle-aged man, very thin and dark-skinned. There was a vigilant look in his eyes and he was very restrained. Ghost Douluo goes. A 95th level titled Douluo. Gui Mei supported Yu Guan and glanced at Cao Yanbing below with cold eyes and said solemnly, Hua Pass, you are too careless. If I were a step too late this time, I am afraid you will be directly seriously injured. The strength of that thing, I'm afraid it's infinitely close to being a titled Douluo. At the end of his speech, his cold eyes couldn't help but look down at Su Chu, who was holding a giant hammer that was dozens of feet high. To be honest, even Cao Yanbing didn't expect that Su Chu's strength would increase to this extent without his knowledge. In Cao Yanbing's rough perception, the power fluctuations emanating from the two people in front of him were not as strong as those of the two old men he met before, but they were still quite strong. When Su Chu faced the old man before, he was directly suppressed by him with just one skill. Now when facing an opponent who was as good as the old man, he was able to gain a slight upper hand. This is enough to show that Su Chu's strength has grown. Could it be because of me? Cao Yanbing touched his chin curiously, but his brain was running rapidly. Generally speaking, the strength of the guardian spirit will increase with the strength of the person who sends the spirit. The stronger the person who sends the spirit, the stronger the guardian spirit. The weaker the person who sends the spirit, the weaker the guardian spirit will be. The most recent increase in his strength was when he encountered the soul saints of the Tiandu Empire in the Sunset Forest. It seems that after solving them, his strength has increased to a certain extent. It should be at that time that Su Chu and Dian Wei's strength also improved to a certain extent. That makes sense. How could I know? Hearing Gui Mei's reproachful words, Yu Guangdun felt unhappy and struggled out of his support. He looked at Su Chu below and said with an unkind expression, this damn thing must be dealt with today. Behind the moonlight, the shadow of a huge and strangely velvet giant chrysanthemum appeared, possessed by 9 soul rings of 3 yellow, 3 purple, 3 black and 9 under his feet. His aura finally reached its peak at this moment. With cold eyes locked on Su Chu, his eyes filled with murderous intent, Yu Guan directly used his martial arts skills without any hesitation. The 9th soul skill. The huge phantom of the velvet giant chrysanthemum behind him gradually solidified and then shattered into crescent-shaped petals with a sharp cold light at a speed visible to the naked eye. The chrysanthemums are broken, the ground is covered with wounds, the flowers have fallen and people are heartbroken. As Yu Guan muttered words, each petal of the the broken Babel chrysanthemum spun rapidly like a small crescent scimitar. Under the gaze of countless eyes, thousands of strange and velvety chrysanthemum petals scattered in the air like firework and finally formed a horrifying golden tornado. With the formation of the golden tornado, the wind elements in the sky are also condensing crazily at this moment, and the golden petals spinning all over the sky indicate the extraordinary power of this soul skill. Go! As Yu Guan shouted, a golden tornado composed of petals swept over in a violent manner. Even though they were far apart, the powerful tearing force contained in them instantly caused cracks to appear on the solid city wall. Lord, be careful! Su Chu was startled by the powerful destructive power of this soul skill. He rushed directly in front of Cao Yanbing in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. He picked up the red-blooded tiger hammer with his backhand and smashed it directly to the ground. Following a loud noise, streams of magma-like flames shot up into the sky and turned into pillars of fire, blocking the two of them. But judging from the fire pillars that were splashing with flames and dimming in color, it was obvious that it was only a matter of time before the fire wall was breached. The 10 halls of Yama! Cao Yanbing shouted low, and the 10th palace Yama in his hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. He pointed the muzzle in the air with his backhand and shouted, human spiritual skills, the ultimate Wu Iong Fire Emperor. Bang! The boundless hellfire gushes out crazily from the muzzle and rises with the wind as soon as it appears. In just an instant it has filled the entire city wall. The soul masters who accidentally came into contact with the flames immediately let out miserable screams, trying to use this method to relieve their pain. The sea of fire filled the sky, rising with the wind, and the terrifying flames condensed directly in the air into a huge fireball tens of meters high. Judging from the twisted space around the fireball, even some powerful titled Douluo would find it difficult to resist this attack. While everyone's eyes were fixed on the fireball and golden tornado, no one noticed that in a shadow under the city wall a figure stepped out of the darkness. The moment he appeared, his figure had turned into a phantom again, stabbing Cao Yanbing in the back. Give me die! The sudden burst of soul power fluctuations behind his back startled Cao Yanbing. By the time Su Chu reacted, it was already too late to rescue him. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 39 Pattern. Give me die! The ghostly figure appeared behind Cao Yanbing almost instantly. No one knew when he appeared. Even Su Chu, who stayed close to him, was too late the moment he saw the ghost appear. The 5th soul skill, Ghost Shadow Pool Hand. The 5th soul ring surrounding the ghost's body glowed with a deep light. His eyes were filled with a black energy and his hands were covered by a strange black shadow. At the same time, a deep and dark shadow appeared at the feet of Cao Yanbing and Su Chu at almost the same time. Dry arms grew out of the shadow, grabbing their legs tightly and forcing them to move. SC limits their movement. At such a close distance, the ghost could have killed Cao Yanbing directly, but he did not do that. Gui Mei's character has always been extremely cautious. In order to ensure that Cao Yanbing would not dodge at the last moment, he directly used the 5th soul skill to control Cao Yanbing and even Su Chu in place in order to avoid accident. Judging from the current situation, it seems that Ghost's approach is indeed the optimal solution. The 1st soul skill, the huge transformation Ghost Hand. The ghost's right arm began to grow in size from the shoulder to the palm and showed a strange purple color. The purple-black blood vessels on the arm slowly wriggled like earthworms and the black energy in the hand continued to flow. In the panicked eyes of Su Chu and the e-sighted eyes of Yu Guan, the ghost's right hand covered in black shadow directly penetrated the flames of the self-protecting master on Cao Yan's armor, reaching towards his back. Although this blow was only his 1st soul skill, the damage caused was indeed one of the best among the 9 soul skills. Even Yu Guan would not dare to take it easily. Seeing this scene, everyone opened their eyes nervously with nervous expressions in their eyes. Successful! Yu Guan's face beamed with joy. Sudden, just when everyone thought they were sure of victory, Cao Yanbing smiled faintly as if he didn't feel the killing move coming from behind him. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Gui Mei frowned slightly, and before he had time to think, his whole body was blasted 100 meters away by an unimaginable force. Boom! His body, shrouded in black robes, was directly embedded in the city wall in a strange posture, causing a pile of falling rocks to splash. Including Yu Guan, everyone's eyes turned to Ghost Douluo embedded in the city wall. At this time their eyes no longer looked e-sighted as before, but there was only deep confusion and shock in their eyes. Twin martial spirit. A slightly trembling voice instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Following their gazes, everyone's e-pressions instantly became dull. Behind Cao Yanbing, a huge figure wearing black armor and holding a double-edged halberd was standing quietly. Even though he was motionless, everyone could still detect the strong aura emanating from him. The murderous spirit. 2 martial arts soul. In mid-air, Yu Guan didn't care that his 9th soul skill was blocked. At this moment moment his eyes were completely fixed on the figure behind Cao Yanbing. Martial souls separated from the body, twins, mutated martial souls. How is this possible? Turning his eyes to Cao Yanbing, Yu Guan's face no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance before, but only a deep fear. Others may only know the concept of twin martial souls, but he is different. Having followed Bibi Dong for decades, he knew that the person in front of him was more than just a twin martial soul. Generally speaking, twin martial arts means that a single person possesses two martial spirit. When using another martial spirit, the soul power and martial spirit in the body will be switched so that one person can display two martial spirit condition. But this situation has a huge limitation. That means the two spirits cannot be used at the same time. The guy in front of him not only summoned two martial arts spirits at the same time, but also allowed them to exist independently from his body. What's even more frightening is that they all seem to have their own consciousness and have strength comparable to a titled Douluo. What kind of monster is it? Not only was he stunned, but the hundreds of soul masters present were also stunned. At this moment their pupils were constantly shrinking and their hearts were even trembling. On the observation deck outside the Pope's palace, the noble scepter inlaid with countless gems in Bibi Dong's hand also fell to the ground with a clang. At this moment, this is impossible. The shock in her eyes was even more intense, to the point of madness, and even the theory she had firmly believed in her entire life began to waver. Theoretically speaking, people with twin martial souls generally have many disadvantages. One of them is that everyone knows that the two martial souls cannot appear at the same time. The second point is about the issue of additional soul rings. As we all know, two martial spirits can easily conflict if they are not of the same type. As a result, when a soul ring is attached to the second martial spirit, it will conflict with the first martial spirit, leading to violent death. The reason why he was able to successfully control these two martial spirits, and both of them had 9 soul rings attached to them, was precisely because his martial spirits were the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, both of which belonged to the same insect species, the Imperial Martial Spirit. This man is not only a twin martial soul but also a benign mutant martial soul, and can even exist at the same time. This has completely subverted her understanding of martial souls. If this kind of person is used by him, maybe he can separate the Death Hurl Yellow and Soul-Eating Spider Emperor from his body. When the time come, Bibi Dong didn't dare to think about it anymore. Both of her martial spirits had the strength of the 9th ring plus her own. It was equivalent to 2 titled Douluo appearing out of thin air. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong's Empress Xian suddenly turned fiery. She turned her head to look in the direction of the Wuhan city gate. Her red lips slightly opened and a strange smile appeared. The spatial fluctuations spread out. Almost at the same time, Qian Daoliu was also shocked from ear to ear. At the top of a building in the Presbyterian Hall in the Papal City that symbolized the supremacy of the elders. Xiao Yui, is this the person you mentioned in your letter before? Qian Daoliu's voice seemed a little fluctuating. Looking at the man in the distance who single-handedly defeated the 2 titled Douluo and hundreds of soul masters, Qian Ren Yui was also stunned. Ning Fengzi had mentioned this person to her before when she was in the Tiandu Empire. When she finally heard the words twin mutated martial spirits, she became a little interested in Cao Yanbing, but now it seems you underestimate this person. This the person that the Tiandu Empire did not hesitate to spend 10 strong soul saints to secretly kill. Grandpa Bibi Dong. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, Qian Ren Yui saw the figure standing on the observation deck of the Pope's palace with a complicated look on her face. There was a strange brilliance in Qian Daoliu's eyes. I know. Qian Daoliu, who has become a spirit from an old tree, naturally knows what Bibi Dong is thinking now, but how can he let her succeed? On the surface, Wuhan Hall is divided into the Pope Hall and the Elder Hall, but in fact it is not as harmonious as it seems on the surface. Over the years, the Pope's palace has tried to dominate the family, which has gone against the wishes of the Presbyterian Palace to a certain extent. He also knew that Bibi Dong's real idea was not to let Wuhan Palace develop rapidly, but to take an opportunity to destroy all the foundations of Wuhan Palace over the years. If this man is really succeeded by Bibi Dong, maybe she will take this opportunity to take the last step, and then the first one to be surrendered may be the Elder Hall. Thinking of this, Qian Daoliu turned his head and said to the empty void, the elders of the Elders Hall obey the order. No one is allowed to interfere in the affairs of the Pope's Hall without my permission. Yes. A series of old voices came from inside the Elder Hall. After doing this, Qian Daoliu turned his attention to the raging battlefield at the city gate. Then let me see your limit. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Thank you for the 1,500 starting coin. Thanks to for the 100 starting coin. Thanks to for the 100 starting coin. Chapter 44, titled Douluo Battlefield. Cao Yanbing, dressed in fiery red armor, stepped on the tens of thousands of steps and walked towards the Pope's palace. Behind him him Su Chu and Dianwei were like killing machines without the slightest emotion, restraining the attacks of the dual-titled Douluo of the Chrysanthemum Ghost and resisting the hundreds of soul masters in the spirit hall. Under those hammers and halberds no one dared to come within 10 feet of them because the place was already littered with corpses. Damn it, what the hell is this? Yu Guan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth after being sent flying dozens of meters away by Su Chu's hammer, his eyes a little grim. He really couldn't understand that the big guy in front of him obviously didn't have a soul ring and didn't have much soul power fluctuation, but he just couldn't do anything about him. Looking at the battlefield still being fought below, Yu Guan turned his head and his eyes fell on Cao Yanbing, who was heading to the Pope's palace in the distance. To capture the thief, capture the king first. As long as he is captured, these two monsters will have no choice but to capture him. Buzz. At this moment a heart-shaking sound came into his and Ghost Douluo's ears. Shilong Yi Yui has returned to the Pope's palace. All you need to do is stop him. Remember, don't hurt his life. Hearing this, Yu Guang subconsciously looked in the direction of the ghost, only to find that the ghost who was fighting Yu Dianwei was also looking at him. Snake Spear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo have completed their missions and returned. The two have been working together for many years and both parties can understand each other's thoughts with just one look. 2 levels of forbidden areas. The ghost suddenly shouted, and a color different from the black he usually released suddenly emerged. It was a brilliant silver flame that rose into the sky almost instantly, and Yu Guan, who was right net to him, also had a layer of golden flames rising from his body. The 9 soul rings on the two people lit up almost at the same time, making the gold and silver flames on their bodies even more magnificent. Standing facing each other, holding hands with each other, the bodies of Gui Mei and Yu Guan suddenly merged, and a total of 18 soul rings on their bodies instantly condensed into a huge gold and silver halo that flew out quietly. Everyone felt as if their eyes were blurred, and suddenly the world seemed to turn into gold and silver and everything around them became still. At this time the bodies of the ghost and Yuegwen disappeared at the moment when the gold and silver halo was formed, and the huge halo also flew into the air, turning into a huge halo with a diameter of more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment even Su Chu, who was holding a red-blooded devil tiger hammer, and Dianwei, who was holding a mad shark halberd and attacking frantically, were still in place. Oops. Feeling that his body was completely restricted, Su Chu suddenly felt something bad. He tried to move his fingers but he couldn't move at all. The sounds of fighting coming from behind him suddenly stopped. Cao Yanbing subconsciously looked behind him, and what he saw was a space with 2 distinct colors and everyone who was completely imprisoned in the space. Yes, within the scope of the 2-level forbidden area, everyone, whether enemy or friend, will be affected by this kind of forced control. The King of Hell's cannon. Sensing something was wrong, Cao Yanbing took out the 10th Palace Yama with his backhand and pointed it directly at Thea. Cannon shot out of the blue-white space and the blazing flames rushed straight towards the rotating halo of light in the air. Seeing the attack coming, Yu Guan's somewhat urgent voice came out from the halo. Shilong, stink blood, what are you waiting for? The moment he finished speaking, an old man appeared directly in front of the 2-level static domain halo. He slowly raised his right hand and quietly waited for the arrival of the pillar of fire. Martial spirit Agude. When the martial spirit was released, his body eponded like a balloon with countless purple spikes emerging from his body and covering his body surface. 2 yellow, 3 purple and 4 black 9 soul rings rhythmically surrounded him. He looked extremely ferocious at this time. Even his hands had turned into purple spikes and his whole body was shrouded in this special purple. The 4th soul skill, the mist of 10,000 poison. The 4th soul ring suddenly lit up. At the same time the old man's eyes were filled with a faint purple light and his whole person, including his hair, was covered with a layer of purple. The dense purple mist that covered the sky and sun spurted out from his withered palm, forming a huge mist barrier like a puffer fish. 9. Another titled Douluo. Looking at the 9 soul rings dancing beside the old man, Cao Yanbing curled his lips in disdain, stamped his feet on the ground and rushed towards the bottom of the 2-level forbidden area at an extremely fast speed. Since you can't break through in one direction, then break through in other directions one by one. Stopping suddenly, Cao Yanbing set up the 10 palaces of Yama and the ready-to-fire muzzles were pointed directly at the huge halo behind the arrayed Douluo. The King of Hell. Suddenly a sense of spatial distortion came from beside him, and at the same time a titled Douluo aura that was no less than that of the arrayed Douluo came in a flash. Not good. Feeling the powerful aura that suddenly burst out from beside him, Cao Yanbing secretly thought something was wrong. Sure enough, just when the flames condensed into the muzzle of the cannon and killed him with one hit, a cold snake spear suddenly appeared below the 10th Palace Yama. Kang. As soon as the snake spear appeared, a dazzling black light burst out. At the same time the snake spear spread out lightly, turning into 9 lights and shadows pointing directly at Cao Yanbing's body. The sudden harsh fierce attack shocked him, but he was not an ordinary person. The moment the 9 lights and shadows appeared, he shook his hand and directly interrupted the charge of the King of Hell cannon. Close the cannon and change the form. The 10 palaces of Yama in his hand instantly turned into a long halberd, and its shape was somewhat similar to Dian Wei's crazy killing halberd. A sneak attack, right? Cao Yanbing smiled coldly, intertwined his hands, and the halberd was instantly covered with a layer of terrifying flame. It was obvious that he had no intention of giving in the face of the fierce attack. However, a strange scene occurred. Just when the spear and the halberd were about to make contact, the snake spear suddenly changed its trajectory and suddenly stood on the ground. The latter's body suddenly pounced to the right. He stabbed Cao Yanbing directly in the body. Oops! The sudden move lured the enemy deeper, making Cao Yan's soldiers unable to guard against it. However, at this time it was too late to turn the gun. Click! The glowing black snake spear struck directly at Cao Yanbing's lower abdomen. In an instant, black mist spread everywhere. At the point where the snake spear came into contact with the spiritual clothes, a crack like a spider web spread crazily. It can't be forced. Seeing that the spiritual clothes Su Chu had made for him began to break under this blow, Cao Yanbing felt a chill in his heart. He swung his halberd toward the ground, flew backwards with the help of the huge force from the snake spear, and finally fell heavily. It hit the steps leading to the Pope's palace. The person who made the sneak attack let out a sigh. You must know that he is extremely confident in his attack. This move should directly penetrate the armor and seriously injure him instead of simply flying backward. As the distance increased, Cao Yanbing saw clearly that the person who had just attacked him with a fierce offensive was actually an old man holding a snake spear, and on the snake spear in his hand 9 soul rings were flowing. Titled Douluo Shilong. PS: the second update today. Please collect it, recommend it, and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 41: Strategies and Stratagem. It's strange that you didn't die after taking a spear from me. The old man in the distance made a sound of doubt. The old man was 2 meters tall. His slender figure was as straight and sharp as a javelin, and he was holding a snake spear tightly in his dry and powerful hands. About 2 feet long, the spear head is curved and the sharp point is bifurcated like a snake letter. The whole body of the snake spear is purple. 2 are yellow, 3 are purple, and 4 are black. 9 frightening soul rings surround this snake spear. Level 92. Titled Douluo Shilong. This titled Douluo gave people the impression that only the snake spear flew out and no one. This was no longer a simple fusion of man and spear, but a true fusion. Bah! Cao Yanbing lowered his head and looked at his lower abdomen, where there was a ferocious spider web shaped crack. There was also a trace of black air floating out of the crack. This was the dark energy added to the snake spear. 9 soul rings. Another titled Douluo. When his eyes fell on the 9 soul rings on the old man's snake spear, Cao Yanbing raised the corners of his mouth. There was no fear at all in his smile, but only endless fighting spirit. Fish your hook. He held the halberd in his right hand and stuck it on the ground. He forced himself to stand up and pressed his left hand to his lower abdomen. He raised his head and swept it into the air. The blow from the King of Hell has been broken, and at this moment the person with a similar appearance appears in the sky. The weird old man was walking in his direction now. Injury to oneself. The 2 guardian spirits were trapped. The spiritual energy in the body is consumed hugely. A new enemy has appeared. Turning his head and looking at the almost one-sided situation, Shilong said calmly, I have to admit that you are very strong, but I still have to say surrender. You are at the end of the road. Cao Yanbing smiled sarcastically and said, what does it mean to be at the end of the road? Ha! Shilong chuckled, raised his snake spear and pointed at Su Chu and Dian Wei, who were in the forbidden areas of the 2 poles, and said, those 2 should be your martial spirit. Well, they are very strong themselves, and they have mutated twin martial arts. Soul, your potential is indeed great, although I don't know what method you used to separate your martial soul from the body and still have the strength of a titled Douluo without attaching a soul ring, but this is not important. Shilong walked towards Cao Yanbing casually, the snake spear in his hand, emitting a bit of cold black energy. If you dare to come to Wuhan City to cause trouble, you can only say that you are too stupid. Looking at the snake spear glowing with black air in Shilong's hand, he suddenly became nervous as the blood came from the air. After all, his mission was to capture Cao Yanbing. If Shilong did something impulsively at this time, it would be hard for him to defend himself. Thinking of this, Qian Shui stepped forward slowly, silently stretched out his hand and grabbed Shilong's right arm to block him behind him. If I remember correctly, your name should be Cao Yanbing. I have seen your name on the file before. Oh, Cao Yanbing was slightly surprised when he heard the strange-looking old man say his name. Satisfied with his reaction, Zhang Shui continued, forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Shui, a 92 level titled Douluo and a titled Agudig. As he said that, he turned sideways and let Shilong behind him. This is Shilong. He is also a 92 level titled Douluo titled Snake Spear. We have no other malicious intention intentions and this action is purely routine. Do you people in Wuhan Hall talk as much nonsense as you do? Cao Yanbing laughed sarcastically. What did you say? Xue Xue was a little confused. It seemed that Cao Yanbing's words just now made him unable to react. Cao Yanbing looked at the two powerful old men in front of him calmly and smiled coldly. You don't think that I am at a disadvantage, do you? Shilong and Zhang Shui were stunned for a moment, looking at each other, and both saw a hint of smile in each other's eyes. The former smiled faintly, as if he had heard some joke. What? Your two mutated martial souls are trapped at the moment, and if I guessed correctly, the soul power in your body should also be consumed a lot now. What you are saying now is just to delay time and restore as much physical strength and soul power as possible. How about that? I'm not wrong. That's true, yes. Cao Yanbing's eyes remained calm. What Shilong said was basically correct. He was indeed trying to delay time and try to restore his spiritual power. Yeah, but what surprises me is that I'm very curious about what your current soul ring configuration is. Shilong touched his chin, becoming more interested. After all, he had never released his soul ring when he fought against Guizhu Shuang Douluo or even fought him head-on now. This made Shilong even more curious about him. Well, that's almost it. However, facing Shilong's words, Cao Yanbing acted as if he had never heard them before and said to himself, Hey, I'm asking you something. Shilong looked impatiently at Cao Yanbing, who was talking to himself. Raising his head to look at Shilong, who was gradually approaching, Cao Yanbing looked through him at Su Chu and Dianwei in the distance and then raised the corner of his mouth and asked, Have you heard a sentence? What did you say? Seeing the expression on his face, Shilong felt inexplicably uneasy, but he couldn't tell where he felt uneasy. Villain, die from talking too much. Shilong, stink blood, be careful. In an instant the uneasy voice of the ghost came from the halo above the two-pole forbidden area. Before the words could be finished, Cao Yanbing slammed the halberd in his hand against the ground. Before Shilong and Qi Shui could react, he retreated and shouted, The ancient evil is coming. Bang! Endless flames surged behind them. In the flames, two majestic figures were stepping out of the flame. Their bodies exuded a violent aura. My lord, please forgive me. It's too late. As soon as Su Chu and Dianwei appeared, they stood directly behind Cao Yanbing. The martial soul fusion skills used by the two titled Douluo are indeed very powerful in the two forbidden areas, but you must know that his guardian spirit can be released as freely as the martial soul. On the surface, Su Chu and Dianwei were indeed tightly imprisoned in the domain, but on the other hand, could it be that Cao Yanbing had plotted against the powerful men in Wuhan Palace? When Ghost Ju Douluo used the martial soul fusion skill, they were destined to be unable to escape. After seeing Su Chu, Dianwei and the hundreds of martial soul hall soul masters imprisoned in that field, Cao Yanbing had already thought in his heart, have a plan. It's just that the appearance of Snake Spear Douluo made him a little unprepared, but overall the plan was still very successful. Buzz! The sound of space creeping sounded. The two-level forbidden area covering a huge area was suddenly lifted at this moment, and at the same time as Ghost Ju Douluo, there were also hundreds of spirit masters from the spirit hall who were unbound. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection, please recommend me, please vote for me, I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 42 Attention of thousands of people. Shilong turned his eyes to Cao Yanbing or to Su Chu and Dianwei behind him. At this moment he could no longer suppress the shock in his heart. Similarly, the look of blood stabbing is also a bit unsightly. The situation that was completely one-sided just now has almost reversed. Compared to Shilong, he has more on his mind. The martial soul fusion skills of Yu Guang and Gui Mei have now been released and their soul power consumption has reached an extremely high level. This is enough to show that they are almost unable to play in the NET battle, resulting in only 2 of the 4 titled Douluo on their side. On the other hand, looking at Cao Yanbing's group, apart from the fact that he himself seemed to have consumed a huge amount of soul power, the aura of the 2 mutated spirits behind him was only slightly weaker than in their heyday. Thinking of this, Qian Shui subconsciously turned his head and looked at the Pope's palace, which was several hundred meters away behind Cao Yanbing. His eyes were hesitant as if he was waiting for the NET instruction. Neither Shilong nor Thornblood did anything blindly. Yu Guan and Gui Mei were also running their skills on the top of the city wall at this moment, trying to intensify the recovery of the soul power in their bodies. As for the soul masters guarding the city gate, most of them left the scene hastily because their soul power was exhausted. My spiritual power is not enough. During the confrontation between the two sides, Cao Yanbing felt that there was not much spiritual power left in his body and sighed secretly. Originally, summoning a guardian spirit was a very consuming task, not to mention the continuous battles and skill releases. If he hadn't absorbed the undead souls of many strong men before, which made his strength reach a leap, I'm afraid he would have been completely exhausted this second time he summoned the guardian spirit. Having said that, this Wuhan palace is indeed made very strong not only in terms of soul masters but also in terms of the number of strong men it has. Suddenly a slight uneasiness surged through his heart. Cao Yanbing glanced at both sides with his peripheral vision and silently released his mental power. Buzz. A vasi of spiritual power instantly covered less than half of Wuhan city. Feeling the fluctuations of soul power that were constantly appearing within the scope of his mental power, Cao Yanbing smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. As he pecked, I'm waiting for support. During the mental power detection, densely packed Wuhan Palace soul masters were gathering in his direction and their numbers shocked even Cao Yanbing. This nearly tens of thousands. The only person who can possess such means and prestige is the Pope of Wuhan Palace, whom he has never met. Bibi Dong. Now how are you going to break through the siege? In the Pope's palace a playful smile appeared on Bibi Dong's noble face. Although Yu Guang and Gui Mei lacked soul power, they were recovering at an extremely fast speed. Shilong and Thornblood were able to restrain the two strange mutated spirit. After receiving the order, Demon Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo rushed towards Wuhan city without stopping, plus the tens of thousands of soul masters in the city. Bibi Dongye combed the black hair vertically beside her ears with her hand. She was not worried at all that Cao Yanbing could walk out of Wuhan city intact. Even if he has a twin mutated martial spirit, even if he is very strong when faced with SI titled Douluo and tens of thousands of soul masters, he will only be captured. When it finally fell into her hands, she would naturally find a way to make Cao Yanbing hand over all the secrets about her twin martial souls. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong turned her head and glanced at the Presbyterian hall behind the Pope's hall, her noble eyes filled with passion. When the time comes, even if you Qian Daoliu take action in person, Bibi Dong will still be happy and not afraid. In the Elders' Hall, Qian Ren Yui frowned slightly as she looked at the tens of thousands of soul masters who were moving like ants in the distance to surround Cao Yan's soldiers. She knows this situation is basically impossible to reverse. Grandfather, judging from the current situation, it is only a matter of time before Cao Yanbing's defeat. Are you not planning to take action? No rush, no rush. Qian Daoliu's handsome and plain face did not reveal much worry. He smiled faintly and said, maybe the fun has just begun now. Good show. Has it just begun? Qian Ren Yui was stunned for a moment after hearing Qian Daoliu's somewhat confusing words. Qian Daoliu smiled lightly and asked Xiao Yui, if you were to fight the royal family of the Tiandu Empire head on, what preparations would you make first? Qian Ren Yui was stunned and subconsciously covered her fragrant lips with her jade hands. After thinking for a moment, she raised her head and said, I will first find out how many powerful people there are in the Tiandu Empire. Yes. Qian Daoliu nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Cao Yanbing, who had his head slightly lowered, and said calmly, the fact that he dared to show off his full strength and his twin mutated martial souls to enter the spirit hall shows that in addition to these methods he also has some unknown trump card, and maybe it's because of this trump card that he has the confidence to attack Wuhan city head on. Oh, a strange brilliance flashed in Qian Ren Yui's eyes, and her golden eyes looking at Cao Yanbing's back revealed a different kind of emotion. Perhaps even Qian Ren Yui herself didn't notice that her heart, which had not felt a beat in so many years, actually beat slightly at this moment. She has seen countless geniuses over the years. Even Tang San, who single-handedly shattered her decades-long plan, could not make her feel like this, and this stranger who had only met her once before was unable to make her feel like this, which actually makes her have an inexplicable attraction. Outstanding and powerful. In addition, Cao Yanbing's unique kind of rather than teach me to bear the consequences, the talent of a hero in the world. A smile flashed across Qian Ren Yui's golden eyes, and she became even more interested in this mysterious man. Oh, is this a field? Qian Daoliu's slightly shocked voice brought back Qian Ren Yui's thought. Noticing the inexplicable smile on her lips, her noble and pretty face turned rosy involuntarily. But when Qian Ren Yui's eyes fell on the huge building comple behind Cao Yanbing, her smiling pupils tightened and a look of shock suddenly emerged. Almost at the same moment, several figures in grey robes appeared on the platform behind Qian Daoliu and Qian Ren Yui. Obviously they also felt a sense of disbelief. Great Elder, this guy came to join the Wuhan Palace. The slightly short figure behind Qian Daoliu hesitated for a while and said, well, why do I think he wants to overthrow the entire Wuhan Palace by himself? Another sturdy figure took over. Seeing the domain, the standard equipment of a strong man appear behind Cao Yanbing, Qian Daoliu also began to wonder if this guy was here to defect. Let's not mention whether he came to join Wuhan Hall or not. Now let's see if he can break through. If he really has the intention to join Wuhan Hall, even if he falls out with Bibi Dong, I will still take him into the Elder Hall. Saying this, Qian Daoliu's quiet face suddenly burst out with a hint of coldness. If he really comes to disturb the situation, then he must not be allowed to get out alive. alive. A genius with twin martial souls is a double-edged sword, let alone a mutated twin martial soul like Cao Yanbing. If he joins Wuhan Palace will be the icing on the cake. If he joins other forces or creates his own forces, he will definitely set off a storm in the Douluo continent in the future. You must know that the appeal of genius is very strong and there are many hostile forces between Douluo continent and Wuhan Palace. In this case, facing such a genius who can be called a monster, we must be even more cautious. Be careful. After hearing what Qian Daoliu said, everyone present nodded. After all, his influence is too huge. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Those who can see this must be some friends who really like this book. I would like to thank you in advance. If you want to discuss the plot or seek benefits, please join the group 949034823. Chapter 43. I've never been afraid of competing with people. At this moment everyone stared blankly at the huge shadow of the building behind Cao Yanbing, feeling a little shuddering in their heart. As soul masters, they naturally know how powerful the domain is as a deterrent. At the same level, a titled Douluo without a domain is definitely no match for a titled Douluo with a domain. This is an absolute suppression. In the Rakshasa Street realm, traces of pure spiritual energy are constantly rippling in the space, nourishing the bodies of Cao Yanbing and even Su Chudianwei like living tadpoles. Lord, this is. As the spiritual energy continued to enter the body, Su Chu suddenly discovered that the little spiritual energy left in his body was recovering at a considerable speed. I feel like I can still fight another battle. Feeling that his spiritual power was continuously recovering, Dianwei's eyes showed a faint red light and his eyes were full of fire when he looked at the titled Douluo in the distance. It seems the effect is better than I imagined. Cao Yanbing looked at his hands wrapped in spiritual power with a smile in his eyes. The original plan was to break the bank, forcefully open the realm and use the lives of tens of thousands of soul masters to convert the undead army. But even he himself did not expect that being in the Rakshasa Street realm could actually restore spiritual power. Who are you? You actually have a domain? Shilong gritted his teeth and looked at Cao Yanbing. The jealousy in his eyes was like real fire. You must know that he is now over 50 years old. Although his strength has been promoted to the 92nd level of titled Douluo, he still has not understood this mysterious spiritual realm. Now that he saw that this young man in his early 20s not only had the strength of a titled Douluo but also had the realm he dreamed of, how could he not be jealous? Me? With the blessing of the Rakshasa Street domain, Cao Yanbing's tone became tougher and said, I am who I am and so is Cao Yanbing. Yellow Mouth Kid. Stirred by his arrogant tone, Shilong, who already had a hot temper, suddenly became furious and rushed directly in the direction of Cao Yanbing with a series of after images behind him, giving people a feeling of uncertainty. This time, facing Shilong's recklessness, San Yui did not reach out to stop him. He subconsciously looked up at the Pope's palace with a trace of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Above the Pope's palace, the scepter has returned to her hand. Bibi Dongmei's eyes are fixed on the large group of buildings behind Cao Yanbing, and the jade hand holding the scepter is slightly inert. Obviously she seemed to underestimate Cao Yanbing. Is this your biggest support? Her tone gradually became colder. Sensing the gaze coming from the stabbing blood, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed and she said, calling all the soul masters together, we will definitely capture him. After receiving the affirmative answer, Qian Shui no longer worried about anything else at this moment and instantly released his martial soul and 9 soul rings and then jumped up high. All the soul masters in Wuhan Palace listened to the order. Today Cao Yan's soldiers have no law and try to subvert the authority of Wuhan Palace on his own. For Wuhan Palace and for His Majesty the Pope, today must be necessary. Take it down. His voice was sonorous and powerful, and with the blessing of soul power it spread to almost half of the spirit empire. The place that was calm a moment ago suddenly started to churn. In the sky, on the ground and everywhere visible to the naked eye, there were sounds of breaking wind. In just a few blinks every rooftop, road and wherever you look is filled with human figures. Long live Wuhan Palace! Suddenly such a high-spirited shout came from nowhere, instantly setting off a climate on the entire battlefield. Long live Wuhan Palace! Long live Wuhan Palace! Long live Wuhan Palace! A sound like thunder resounded throughout the world at huge momentum. This made Su Chuda tremble. The hands holding the red-blooded devil tiger hammer slowly earned force, and the enthusiasm revealed in Su Chu's eyes was no less than that of Dian Wei. He stared at the dark figure and gasped, in our time, even if we didn't kill 1,000 enemies, we would be embarrassed to say that we were a general. The tiger idiot is right. Dian Wei agreed. Without any hesitation his huge body rushed directly to Cao Yanbing's right side and then swung his halberd. Bang! A harsh metal collision sounded and Shilong's blow was directly blocked by Dian Wei. Snort! When the attack failed, Shilong did not feel strange. On the contrary, his footsteps took a strange step. The body holding the snake spear began to become illusory and his aura was locked on Dian Wei. "I'll kill you first." Shilong is not aimless. He has dominated the world for so many years just because of the word break. This break is a flaw. When he locked his breath on Dian Wei's body, he immediately discovered that this martial soul was almost full of flaws, and they were not the kind of flaws that were deliberately imposed but real flaws. Faced with so many flaws, Shilong was fully confident that he could defeat him quickly, which is why he suddenly turned his gun and aimed to kill Dian Wei first. The SITH Soul Skill Shadow of the Nine Snake. The SITH Soul Ring lit up and Shilong's snake spear suddenly trembled and 9 substantive purple-green snake-like phantoms appeared directly beside the snake spear. Without any hesitation, as soon as the 9 purple-green lights and shadows appeared, Shilong directly thrust out the sword and stabbed directly into Dian Wei's body. Suddenly streams of blue spiritual blood continued to flow down the wound. Snort. Dian Wei snorted coldly, facing the injuries that penetrated his body. Dian Wei didn't care at all. His eyes flashed with tongues of fire. He grabbed the snake spear pierced in his body and directly pulled Shilong's entire body over. The blazing flames directly clung to its arm without leaving a single hand behind. It charged up a punch and hit Shilong directly on the chest. "Give me Dai Hu." With a muffled grunt, snake spear Douluo flew out upside down. The snake spear in his hand almost fell out of his hand as it trembled violently. His upper body leaned back completely and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. But Shilong was not an ordinary person. He stuck the snake spear into the ground and with the help of resistance he reluctantly stopped, but his face turned pale. Looking at his charred chest, he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. If his body wasn't weak, I'm afraid this punch could directly incapacitate him. On the contrary, his charged blow clearly hit the enemy successfully, but it didn't seem to cause any harm to Dian Wei. "Repay him with his own way." Dian Wei casually touched the injury on his lower abdomen. Holding the mat shark halberd in his hand, he turned his body sharply, stamped his right foot on the ground and rushed towards Shilong. With Dian Wei's characteristic of becoming more courageous, the more he fights and the more injuries he gets, the higher his explosive power becomes. It must be only a matter of time before he can be defeated. Shilong, seeing the two people fighting in full swing, a hint of ferocity flashed across the face of Agatha Douluo and his huge body whizzed down, intending to join the battle. "Your opponent is me." However, how could Su Chu tolerate his wish? He stepped hard to the ground and his huge body suddenly rose, directly catching blood in mid-air. The battlefield was instantly divided into 3 areas. Seeing that Cao Yanbing's 2 martial souls were restrained, the tens of thousands of soul masters roared directly towards him, and their momentum was as intimidating as overwhelming mountains and seas. "Are you the only one with many people?" Looking coldly at the soul masters coming from all directions, Cao Yanbing smiled faintly and stamped his feet on the ground. In an instant, streaks of flames spread from under his feet like spider webs, occupying almost the entire Raxhasa street in just an instant. Click. There was a sound of breaking earth, and from the crack that spread on the ground, undead creatures covered in light green death gas scrambled to crawl out. Their number is actually comparable to that of the powerful ones from Wuhan Palace. Among those undead there are also some soul masters with soul power. They are all assassins who were killed by Cao Yan's soldiers. Facing the powerful enemies coming from all directions, Cao Yanbing waved his hand and shouted, "Come on, let them know what an army is. I've never been afraid of comparing numbers of people. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Thank you for the reward of 100 darting coin. Thank you for your monthly ticket support. Thank you for your monthly ticket support." Chapter 44. The Undead Army temporarily shows its edge. Luo, the breaks came and dark cloud pressed over the city. With the complete opening of the Raxhasa street realm, the entire world quickly dimmed at this moment and a frightening chill spread with Cao Yanbing as the center. "What happened? Look, what is that?" Something unexpected happened, and the vast number of soul masters in the Wuhan Palace subconsciously stopped at this moment. They stared blankly at the monsters that kept crawling out of the ground and felt an inexplicable uneasiness in their heart. The street paved with bluestone began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. In that strange building, undead spirits carrying evil power tore through the earth like wild beasts. These people who were born in Douluo continent have never seen such things as undead. They can only attribute it to monsters. Looking around with contemptuous eyes, Cao Yanbing looked at more and more undead crawling out from under the Raxhasa street area and shouted coldly, "Go, let them know what a real army is." Roar. After receiving the order, the undead looked up to the sky and howled fiercely. Their godless eyes stared at the soul masters who did not dare to step forward. They burst out like locusts and rushed towards them overwhelmingly. This breathtaking scene made the pupils of Ju Ghost Douluo, who had just recovered half of his soul power, shrink suddenly. But after all, Yu Guan was also someone who had seen big scene. "Don't panic everyone, let kill this monster together. A slightly eerie voice sounded from Yueguan, and then thousands of flowers rained down directly, killing hundreds of undead with an astonishing momentum. Come on everyone! Yu Guan's move shocked the morale of the countless soul masters in the Wuhan Palace. Then he suppressed the fear in his heart, and when his soul power was activated, a series of colorful soul skills fell directly into the undead army. Even some soul masters with strong attack beast martial souls have used their martial souls to possess them and rush directly into the undead groups, wiping out all the undead wherever they go. Crackling. Under the overwhelming offensive, the undead continued to fall from the sky like birds with broken wings, but then more undead crawled out from the ground. There were an extremely large number of soul masters in Wuhan Palace. Under this kind of attack with no blind spots, the number of undead troops under Cao Yanbing's feet was getting smaller and smaller. It seems that those low-strength soul masters can only turn into such low-level undead after being killed. The number of undead was decreasing sharply, but Cao Yanbing didn't care at all, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. In that case, let me see your strength. Roar. In the area covered by Raxhasa Street, a large number of figures stood up again, but unlike the mindless undead just now, they had been standing there blankly since they appeared here. The leader looked around. After seeing the familiar surroundings, he subconsciously rubbed his eyes. His tone was full of disbelief. This is the Spirit Hall? We are back. They were the strong men from the Spirit Hall that Cao Yan's soldiers killed when they first attacked the Blue Lightning Overlord Dragon sect. Cao Yanbing still had some impression of the person leading the group, and he seemed to be named Xiao Sheng. He had been standing there blankly since he appeared. This behavior, which was different from ordinary undead, immediately attracted the attention of some powerful people in Wuhan Palace, but when they took a closer look, they suddenly discovered that those undead were actually their former teammate. Wait a minute, look, that figure doesn't look like Zhao Si. The one standing at the front is my friend. His name is Xiao Sheng. Tianai, are you still alive? In an instant, the soul attack that had been bombarding the undead army without any pause suddenly stopped, because they saw their former companions among the undead. Different from fighting side by side in the past, this time they are all standing on opposite sides of each other. Do you want us to kill them? I can't do it, I really can't do it. A cry suddenly came from among the undead, and his voice was like a virus, instantly infecting most of the undead present. Bang! The noisy shout suddenly stopped. Looking at the undead being burned to ashes in the distance, Cao Yanbing gently blew away the trace of smoke from the muzzle of the 10th Hall Yama's cannon. It seems that Xiao Yang still hasn't taught you what military orders are, such as mountain. Cao Yanbing's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard in the ears of the undead present. However, unexpectedly they could not raise any resistance at all, and they could not even resist. Maybe this is the absolute suppression of the undead in the Raxhasa Street realm. The battle continued. Cao Yanbing looked coldly at the group of conscious undead in front of him and spoke again. You have only two options, either kill them or kill you. Superior. Xiao Sheng roared angrily, no longer thinking too much, as if he wanted to give himself an explanation, and rushed directly towards the direction where the soul masters were densest. Perhaps because he took the lead, the hesitant undead behind him also made up their minds and rushed into the battlefield one after another. After death they can no longer use soul power and soul skills, but compared to other soul masters, their strength and structure are far higher than ordinary undead. As they entered the scene, the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall gradually began to suffer small casualties, and some of the strong men of the Spirit Hall who recognized the reality no longer showed mercy to them. For a moment the soul masters and the undead army below collided directly like two torrents. From the soul power attack emanating from it rippled violently, and its momentum was simply terrifying. Dian Wei, who was having a fierce fight with Shilong, turned his peripheral vision to the many undead fighting with tens of thousands of soul masters in the distance, and couldn't help laughing wildly. Dian Wei really did not choose the wrong master. Even if the body has turned into bones, even if the dominance has become history, even if millions of years have passed, as long as the Lord still wants to rule the world, Dian Wei will tear this sky apart, even if my soul flies into annihilation. At the same time, Su Chu, who was knocked back by the blow, also noticed the endless undead. He subconsciously looked at the back of Cao Yanbing as he stepped onto the steps. As expected of Lord Cao, this strategy is even more powerful. In this case we will definitely not embarrass our Lord. After saying that, Su Chu's morale surged, his eyes were red, and the palm holding the red-blooded tiger hammer gradually tightened, and he rushed into the battle again. I'll see who else can stop me. The peripheral vision swept across the battlefield between Su Chu, Dian and Wei. Cao Yanbing took one last look at the endless army of undead behind him, sneered, and then turned around and stepped onto the steps. After all, the so-called Pope has not taken action yet to this so-called top pert. Cao Yanbing is looking forward to it very much. PS: the second update today. Please collect it, recommend it, and vote for for me I would be very grateful. Chapter 45 I want this world. Asshole. Looking at the figure in the distance who stepped up the steps and gradually walked towards the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong finally lost the grace and splendor he had before. She never dreamed that a man with only the strength of a titled Douluo would cause such an impossible change. The chrysanthemum ghost Douluo could not stop him. Snake spear Douluo and bloodthorn Douluo couldn't stop him. Even though almost half of the soul masters in Wuhan City were dispatched, they still couldn't stop him. Is this a human being? Gritting her silver teeth, Bibi Dong suddenly turned around and looked at the magnificent elder hall behind her. Her eyes seemed to penetrate directly through the building and fell on Qian Douluo. It seems to be asking him why there has been no movement in the elder hall until now. Sensing the scorching gaze coming from the Pope's palace, Qian Douluo didn't pay much attention because at this moment everyone in the elder's palace was also in shock. There were already more than a dozen people behind Qian Douluo. Some of them looked at each other and said hesitantly, Master, I would like to ask, is this Cao Yanbing here to join the spirit hall? Where did you get the news? His voice obviously paused for a moment. Apparently Cao Yanbing's actions even made him doubt whether the statement about joining Wuhan Palace was just hearsay. Let me ask, who doesn't behave in a well-behaved manner when joining other sects or forces scrambling to show off their best qualities? How could anyone be like Cao Yanbing, who went straight from the entrance of Wuhan City to the Pope's palace in front of 4 titled Douluo and tens of thousands of soul masters? With his gangster-like attitude, everyone here would not dare to believe that he and Wuhan Palace have a blood feud that has lasted for hundreds of years. That's right, Da Feng, is this a mistake? I don't think he looked like someone who has come to seek refuge. His question directly addressed the sentiments of almost everyone present. It would be nice if Cao Yanbing did want to join Wuhan Palace. In the end they would be happy to do so. If they really want to kill Wuhan Palace directly in the end, how can they, the elders who are the ancestors of Wuhan Palace, be able to shoulder such a responsibility? Upon hearing this, Qian Douluo's originally resolute voice wavered a little at this moment, and he subconsciously turned his head to look at Qian Renyue beside him. Sensing that everyone's eyes were on her, Qian Renyue's pretty face was a little blushing at this moment, and she didn't know how to explain it. Even Qian Douluo was a little uneasy in the strange atmosphere and hurriedly changed the subject. It doesn't matter, no matter how powerful Cao Yanbing is, if he dares to set foot in Wuhan Hall alone to provoke, we old bones can still make him feel better of. His words undoubtedly revealed two meanings. Don't act rashly, first wait and see what the situation is. Even if Cao Yanbing's purpose was to overthrow the Wuhan Palace with them here, he wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Although they received a clear guarantee, everyone was still hesitant. After all, the variables were too great. Papal Palace stopped. 2 temple protecting knights wearing silver armor blocked Cao Yanbing's path. At the same time, beside these 2 temple protecting knights, there were hundreds of temple protecting knights who raised their knights' swords at the same time. They were originally ordered to guard here by Bibi Dong. They were the last group of strong men guarding the Pope's palace, and they were also the guards of the entire Pope's palace. Their duty is to not leave their post without permission, no matter how big something happens in Wuhan City. This is a forbidden area. If you come one step closer, you will be killed without mercy. Although they said this, judging from the slight trembling of their arms when they raised their swords, it was obvious that they also knew the identity of the person they stopped. You can't stop me. Cao Yanbing raised his hand with an indifferent expression and patted the temple guard knight on the shoulder. This is a forbidden area. Come one step closer and you will be shot to death. The leading temple guard knight took a step back, shuddering, gritting his teeth, and managed to burst out a few repeated words from between his teeth. He looks like this. The appearance of not giving in easily in the face of evil forces made Cao Yanbing look at him with suspicion. Let your Pope come out. Shaking his head, he said the most arrogant words in the calmest tone. The leading temple guard face turned pale and he didn't know how to answer. Back off him, you can't stop him. Just when Cao Yanbing was about to destroy all these people and ascend to the main hall, a noble voice came from the Pope's palace deep behind him, which made people think a lot. Yeah. Cao Yanbing's eyes moved away from the knights and fell into the dark corridor behind them. There, a graceful figure wearing a black robe inlaid with gold threads, a 9-curve purple gold crown on his head, and holding a diamond ice dust staff, slowly appeared. Cao Yanbing's eyes were stunned by his exquisite appearance, no white skin, and the sacred aura that he used unintentionally. Cao may be forgotten by history, but Cao will not. For a moment he could even hear Cao's thoughts echoing in his heart. The palace guard knights all withdrew. Bibi Dong looked at the lustful Cao Yanbing in the distance and said with a smile, your strength and potential are indeed rare in my life, but this is not the capital for you to act recklessly in Wuhan City. Her voice was very soft, but Cao Yanbing could clearly hear the threat in her tone. You have been allowed to run wild in Wuhan City for so long. Do you really think that there is no one in my Wuhan palace? A smile appeared on Bibi Dong's noble face. She raised her right hand and Gui Mei and Yu Guan, who were still on the battlefield, slowly stepped out of the shadows behind her. Obviously Bibi Dong sensed something was wrong and secretly sent a message to call these two titled Douluo back. Looking at the two people behind her, Cao Yanbing smiled disdainfully. Who am I? Aren't these the two defeated generals? Hearing this, Yu Guan's face suddenly darkened. If he hadn't been pulled by the ghost, he might have already rushed forward to fight with Cao Yanbing. Ha ha ha. Bibi Dong applauded and the corners of her mouth curved lightly. You are indeed an eloquent person, but I hope that your strength will be directly proportional to your verbal skill. Talk skill? Cao Yanbing smiled indifferently. How can His Majesty the Pope decide so quickly whether verbal skills are good or not without even trying them? Filthy word. To this kind of words Bibi Dong had not yet reacted, but Yu Guan beside her was a little unable to sit still. He was unhappy with Cao Yanbing because he had not achieved any benefit on the battlefield, and now he wanted to find an opportunity to vent his anger. Cao Yanbing glanced at Yu Guan and smiled contemptuously. When did insects dare to come out and interrupt you? Moonlight was angry. That's enough, Bibi Dong said again. Tell me, what is the purpose of going to Wuhan City in such a big way, even showing off all your strength? Let me guess, is it money, treasures, beauties, or status? Or maybe soul rings or soul bone? Although Bibi Dong's voice was very plain, it was not difficult for everyone present to hear that there was some temptation in it. No, I don't want any of these. What surprised Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo was that Cao Yanbing shook his head directly, and what he said net even made Bibi Dong stunned for a moment. I want. Cao Yanbing smiled. This world. PS today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 46. Follow the guidance. I want this world. Cao Yanbing's voice was not loud, but the arrogance in his tone even made Bibi Dong stunned for a moment. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since no one dared to speak to me in this tone? His mere SI words hit Yu Guan and Gui Mei's hearts like a giant hammer. These two titled Douluo, who had been in power for many years, were unable to recover at this moment. Okay, what a great Cao Yanbing. Bibi Dong was extremely angry and rejoiced. The majestic momentum surged out in all directions with her as the center, creating circles of ripples visible to the naked eye in the air. In an instant the entire hall shook violently. Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who were standing behind Bibi Dong, were the first to be affected. Under the suppressive force of Bibi Dong's 99th level peerless Douluo, the two of them groaned and their bodies flew out, directly hitting the main hall. Fortunately Bibi Dong did not lock his aura on them, otherwise under such a close range impact their strength might cause them to be seriously injured in an instant. Even though Yu Guan and Gui Mei were both in such a sorry state, there were naturally no except ions for Cao Yanbing, who was locked by her aura. The moment Bibi Dong's momentum plotted, he flew backward. If he hadn't relied on the 10 palaces of Yama to act as a buffer in the end, I'm afraid he would have flown out directly from the Pope's palace. So strong. Feeling the surging soul power fluctuations spreading from Bibi Dong's body, Cao Yanbing's brows wrinkled in a rare way and a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that the so-called His Majesty the Pope was only as strong as the two old men from the Dushindo Empire he met before, but when he saw him today he seemed to be much stronger than them. Buzz! The body of the 10th Palace Yama fire gun trembled lightly, constantly emitting a vibration similar to excitement. Understood. With gentle pressure on his palm, Cao Yanbing quietly mobilized the spiritual power in his body to forcefully stabilize it. But this time when he raised his head there was less hesitation and more determination in the depths of his eyes. No one knew what decision he had made in his heart. Not even Su Chu and Dian Wei could guess what he was thinking. Only Bibi Dongfang could see that after her soul power completely plotted, what appeared in Cao Yanbing's eyes was not shock and panic but determination and excitement. Of course Bibi Dong had seen this look before, but it only came from people who had no hope for life. She didn't know why a person who was so high-spirited one moment was determined to die the net moment. Possibly because of her misunderstanding, Bibi Dong restrained her aura and said calmly, Cao Yanbing, your strength and potential are the best I have ever seen in my life. It's better than this. From now on you can stay in my Pope's palace and help me. I believe that with your ability and strength you will definitely become the real right-hand man of my Pope's palace one day in the future. In the future, when I the Wuhan palace have conquered the two great empires of Tian Doing and Luo and occupy the entire continent by myself, I can give you money, beauty, status, power, soul rings, soul bones, whatever you want for you. You said you want this world. When I reach level 100 and go to the God realm in the future, why not leave the entire Douluo continent to you? To be honest, Bibi Dong's appearance coupled with her alluring voice can easily confuse those who are scheming and weak-willed. This point can be vividly reflected from Yu Guan and Gui Mei, whose eyes eyes are slightly dull from a distance, but this time Bibi Dong's wishful thinking may be in vain because what he Cao Yanbing likes is to dominate the world. His Majesty the Pope. Cao Yanbing raised his head slightly, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Did you misunderstand something? I Cao Yanbing don't want the world that comes from others' charity. What I want is the entire world including Wuhan Palace. Before he finished speaking, Cao Yanbing raised the 10th Palace Yama in his hand with his backhand. In an instant the muzzle of the cannon charged up and fired directly at Bibi Dong. In this case Cao Yanbing actually dared to take action directly. Your Holiness, be careful. Seeing this sudden attack, Yu Guan and Gui Mei's heart suddenly rose to their throats and they subconsciously took a step forward. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. She just stood there quietly watching Cao Yanbing's attack getting closer and closer to her, but she had no intention of stopping it and instead looked regretful. I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be as stupid as them. Since you are determined to die, I have no choice but to use force to suppress you in this papal palace. I will pry out all the secrets about your twin mutated martial souls from your mouth one by one. As her word fell, Cao Yanbing's attack also came. Bang! In the horrified eyes of Yu Guan and Gui Mei, the pillar of fire directly involved Bibi Dong, making a loud noise that made the Pope's palace tremble. Damn it! Yu Guan's slightly charming face was actually a little pale at this moment. The face of the ghost beside him darkened and the 9 soul rings under his feet suddenly lit up. Thick black shadows surged around his body, trying to rush into the battlefield. Buzz! A trembling sound came from the space. The energy reaction caused by the explosion disappeared instantly. As the smoke dissipated, Bibi Dong's noble figure reappeared in the eyes of several people. At this moment Bibi Dong's face was still so noble. A huge blood-red shadow was floating quietly behind her with 9 brilliant soul rings surrounding her. The tremendous pressure emanating from her body made even the air dull. 2 yellows, 2 purples, 4 black and 1 red. This is the best combination of soul rings exclusively for the Pope. You guys stay there quietly. Bibi Dong's noble eyes glanced at Ghost Ju Douluo aside, and the cold voice sounded in their ears like thunder, making them feel a feeling of worship from the bottom of their heart. Yes. Yu Guan and Gui Mei looked at each other and bowed nervously. After doing this, she turned her attention to Cao Yanbing below. She knows very well about this kind of person. If he is too soft, he can only fight hard. If he wants to make such a militant surrender completely to her, then he can only beat him until he surrenders. Sensing Bibi Dong's gaze, Cao Yanbing smiled calmly and said, "Is this the strength of His Majesty the Pope? It really surprised me." Bibi Dong frowned and didn't respond much. Instead she was slightly confused. "Where are your 2 mutated spirit? Why don't you summon them? Otherwise it is impossible for you to defeat me alone." Ha 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 ha. Cao Yanbing looked up to the sky and smiled. After sensing Su Chu and Dian Wei in Wuhan City through his spiritual power, he unilaterally took them back into the self-contained space of the 10 halls of Yama. Isn't it even possible? Then I'll give it a try. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 47 Taunting Layman. Bang! An explosion sounded and Dian Wei's huge body flew out directly at this moment, leaving a gully dozens of meters long on the ground before slamming into Rakasa Street. In an instant many undead armies that had just crawled out of the ground suffered heavy losses. Although I don't know what you are, but I can definitely say that you are very strong. In the distance the ragged snake spear Douluo Shilong slowly approached with a spear in one hand. At this moment he no longer had the contemptuous look he had before. On Shilong's cheeks a faint green aura emerged. Anyone who knew him well knew that this titled Douluo had become angry. His Dian Wei, who collapsed on the ground, lowered his head and looked at the wounds on his body that were entangled in the strange cyan gas that could not be healed and took a deep breath. Yes, Shilong is probably the only one who can beat Dian Wei, who is like a madman into this state. At this moment Dian Wei was also a little confused. Based on the characteristic that the more serious the injury the stronger the attack, he fought back and forth with the old man in front of him. But ever since the green smoke appeared on the old man's face, he has been gradually forced into a disadvantage and has almost no ability to fight back. But how did he know that Shilong was almost burning his life to fight it? Bang! After knocking back the blood with a hammer, Su Chu twisted his neck and turned his gaze to the seriously injured Dian Wei in the distance. "Dian Wei, you'd better take care of yourself first." Before Su Chu finished speaking, he heard an old voice from the right. A scream suddenly sounded and the giant body of aged Douluo suddenly shrank, and then the 5th rank soul ring suddenly glowed with a thick purple aura. The contracted body eponded instantly and the hundreds of poisonous stingers attached to his body instantly scattered around at lightning speed. These detached poisonous stings were accompanied by a lot of purple-tinged poison. Even Su Chu couldn't avoid the explosion at such a close range. Su Chu felt pain. Even though the armor covered with flames could effectively isolate the tuins, the hundreds of poisonous stingers stingers were actually inserted into Su Chu's body. Even in this explosion, most of the undead pouring out around him were eliminated in an instant. Group attack skills. Shilong's foot stepped off 5 meters away from Dian Wei. He mobilized the soul power in his body to attach it to the snake spear with murderous intent in his eyes. I don't know what these two guys are, but they are really difficult to deal with. Stop being so nagging, let's settle it quickly. The bloodthorn Douluo glanced at the Rakshasa street realm that was gradually becoming transparent from the corner of his eye and urged Shilong on the side. Got it. Shilong nodded, the murderous intent in his eyes having condensed into substance. However, just as he swung his spear, the bodies of Dian Wei and Su Chu actually started to fade and dissipate like the Rakshasa connecting field beside them. Along with the disappearance of the Rakshasa street realm and Su Chu, Dian Wei, the undead that originally numbered in the thousands or even tens of thousands, also disappeared in a strange form. If it weren't for the frightening ravines on the ground, no one would believe that tens of thousands of their soul masters had fought against endless undead here. The sudden appearance of this strange scene caught Shilong off guard. He stared around and asked with confusion, what is going on? Not good. San Yui slapped his forehead fiercely and his figure suddenly swelled. He didn't have time to say anything more and flew directly towards the direction of the Pope's palace. Seeing his presence, Shilong was a little confused, but he didn't ask too much and just followed him towards the Pope's palace. With the disappearance of several Gaozhan and the undead, the soul masters from the Wuhan palace who came to support from below also collapsed on the ground and let out a long sigh. One of the soul masters shed bitter tears from the corner of his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, is this the legendary hell? Nearly 20,000 soul masters originally entered the battlefield, but now there are only nearly 10,000 left after a battle. They swore that the scene they saw today was definitely the most terrifying scene in their lives. There are fewer and fewer companions and more undead. They will never forget that those companions killed by the undead will turn into undead in the net moment, roaring towards them. Facing those companions who were born and died together, many soul masters died not from the attacks of the undead but from their own softness of heart. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong looked at the motionless Cao Yanbing below with cold eyes and surprisingly did not disturb him, even though she knew that the latter might be recovering his soul power. And this is indeed the case. The spiritual power in Cao Yanbing's body has been almost exhausted. Although the Rakshasa street realm can help him restore his spiritual power, this effect will become less and less as the Rakshasa street appears. Fortunately, Rakshasa street absorbed a lot of undead this time, and this pure power was directly and completely fed back to himself, so that the spiritual power in his body has now reached a very impressive level. But even so, he did not activate his spiritual power to release Dian Wei and Su Chu again. He is waiting for an opportunity. When Bloodthorn Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo arrived at the Pope's palace, what they saw was this strange scene of them looking at each other, but neither of them showed any sign of taking action. Shilong was stunned for a moment, but just when the two were confused, Yu Guan's feminine voice sounded in their ears, explaining the whole story to them. Oh, Shilong and Zhang Shui suddenly realized and turned their attention to the battlefield again. Feeling the spiritual power restored in his body, Cao Yanbing grinned, raised his head and said arrogantly, come on, let me see you. What is so wrong with the so-called Pope of Wuhan Palace? Oh, do you want to fight alone? Bibi Dong smiled faintly, a hint of teasing flashed in her noble eyes. If you summon your 2 mutated spirits, maybe you can survive a few more rounds under my hands. You talk a lot of nonsense. Cao Yanbing curled his lips disdainfully. Seeing his appearance, Bibi Dong smiled instead of being angry. You are the most arrogant person I have seen in so many years, bar none. In that case, let me see what you have to offer to enter the spirit hall alone ability. As soon as he finished speaking, Bibi Dong's eyes glowed with purple light and the vasi of soul power was released without any control. The powerful soul power fluctuations even made the 4 spirit hall titled Douluo who were watching here subconsciously take a few steps back. He took a few steps back, but facing this power, Cao Yanbing still looked disdainful. You'll know if you try it. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 48, Fighting the Pope Alone. You'll know if you try it. Oh, if your strength can be directly proportional to your arrogance, this battle may be more interesting. Bibi Dong smiled lightly. Bibi Dong admitted that the man in front of him gave him too much shock, but what if he had twin mutated martial arts souls? So what if his strength is comparable to a titled Douluo? She is a 99 level peerless Douluo and the Pope of Wuhan Palace. Cut. Cao Yanbing curled his lips in disdain. He was not polite at all to His Majesty the Pope, who was among tens of millions of people. King of Hell Cannon. Without any more nonsense, Cao Yanbing stood up fiercely, lifted the 10th Palace Yama in his hand with one hand and aimed the muzzle at Bibi Dong, charging up the attack. Boom! Fiery red flames swept across the sky and a along with the distortion of the space. A pillar of fire with extremely strong penetrating power pierced through the space and fell on Bibi Dong. Faced with this attack, Bibi Dong stretched out her right hand with a calm precision, and then the third soul ring lit up on its own. A dark purple poisonous spider web spit out instantly, and the poisonous mist with dense purple gas pushed up. The third soul skill, death spider web binding. Deep purple poisonous gas filled the air, condensing into spider-shaped shields to resist the attack of the fire pillar. But the spider web hidden in the poisonous gas directly brushed against the flames, suddenly ponded in the air and enveloped Cao Yanbing. When she reaches Bibi Dong's level of strength, she can completely do two things, using one part of the same soul skill to resist attack and the other part to attack. Bang! Pillars of fire followed one after another, and the terrifying attack that even ordinary titled Douluo would not dare to face head-on when they landed on the shield filled with poisonous gas dissipated as silently as raindrops falling into the water. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Cao Yanbing did not hesitate at all. He flipped his wrist, and the 10 palaces of hell in his hand changed form from a fire blunderbuss to a giant hammer. Staring at the poisonous spider webs coming from all directions, Cao Yanbing covered his legs with flames, then stepped hard to the ground, and his fiery red body flew straight into the sky like a cannonball. The soles of his feet were wrapped in flames which cut off the stickiness of the spider webs. Cao Yanbing stepped on the roaring spider webs using his muscles to exert force, and with the help of the spider webs flying in the sky, his speed continued to increase until he was approaching Bibi Dong in the air. Even the poisonous spider web that ordinary titled Douluo dare not touch easily were directly used as a stepping stone by Cao Yanbing at this moment. Great flame cracking sky hammer. Cao Yanbing was extremely fast. In just a few breaths he had already arrived 5 meters away from Bibi Dong with the help of a spider web. The giant hammer in his hand suddenly erupted into a burst of flames that distorted the space. All the muscles in his body were evaporated to the extreme at this moment. Without any hesitation, Cao Yanbing hammered Bibi Dong below, who was resisting the pillar of fire. Sensing the power fluctuation coming from the air, Bibi Dong frowned slightly, and an imperceptible flash of appreciation flashed in her eyes. After one blow failed, she tried another blow. Isn't this kind of brave and resourceful subordinate exactly what she needs? Bibi Dong stretched out her palm with a dull precision. There was a strange poisonous gas in her palm. The moment the poisonous gas condensed, she directly faced Cao Yanbing's direction and struck down with her palm. Bang! With a loud bang, Cao Yanbing's body holding the giant hammer collided with Bibi Dong. The powerful impact of spiritual and soul power even completely shook away the surrounding poisonous mist and pillars of fire. The terrifying wind generated by the contact between the two swept across, and the gorgeous floor of the Pope's palace was completely destroyed by this soul power wind. At this moment, the 4 titled Douluo from the spirit hall who were watching the battle were all mobilizing their soul power at this moment to resist this huge energy fluctuation. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Cao Yanbing's body flew out in a strange way and finally hit the wall of the Pope's palace dozens of meters away, splattering into a pile of ruin. There was bound to be an injury between the two parties. The moment Cao Yanbing's attack was successfully received by Bibi Dong, it was destined that he would miss this move. With the departure of Cao Yanbing, the power fluctuations that enveloped the battle circle gradually dissipated. In the battle circle, Bibi Dong's somewhat ferocious image appeared in front of everyone. Bibi Dong's leg disappeared, and from the abdomen downward was a huge round sphere from which 8 thick long legs grew. There are large patches of purple hair growing on the long leg, and there is even mucus. When the mucus drips to the ground, it makes a continuous popping sound which is disgusting. Not only her lower body had changed, but the skin of half her body was also covered with a layer of purple-black armor. Even her face was covered by a carapace, and there were 4 small eyes growing out under her eyes. This is Bibi Dong's first martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, and it is also her 7th soul skill, the true body of the martial soul. Cao Yanbing, why did you risk the world's injustice and embark on such a path of no return? You think you are invincible, but you don't know that you have been sitting in a well and looking at the sky, and you have not underestimated your own capabilities. Bibi Dong quietly looked at Cao Yanbing, who was lying unable to move among the ruins, with a hint of contempt in his tone. Although Cao Yanbing is indeed very strong and has many methods, all of them are basically in vain in the face of absolute power. The gap in strength cannot be made up by mean. Ahem. Climbing up from the ruins with difficulty, Cao Yanbing spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Bibi Dong using his martial soul avatar, but there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Lord, why don't you let us take action? Su Chu's slightly uneasy voice came from inside him. No, I can deal with her myself. Facing Su Chu's question, Cao Yanbing just shook his head gently. His tone was quite firm, but Su Chu wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Cao Yanbing. Su Chu military orders are like mountains. Do you understand this? The general understands. Then give me a good look at it. Cao Yanbing moved his limbs and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly raised the 10 palaces of hell in his hand and turned it into the form of a fire gun again. Gee, the formless fire emperor! As the shout came from his mouth, everyone could clearly feel that the fire energy in the entire space was rapidly converging towards Cao Yanbing. A huge fireball visible to the naked eye ponded at an extremely aggravated speed, occupying almost half of the Pope's palace in just an instant. This should we stop it? Feeling the soul-trembling feeling coming from the fireball, Qian Yue turned his head and asked Shilong symbolically. Well, but His Majesty the Pope said that none of us would be allowed to interfere. Shilong scratched his head a little at a loss. This, recalling what Bibi Dong said just now, he sighed and looked away, but when he glanced in the direction of the ghost at Yuegwen, he found that the two of them had already withdrawn from the Pope's palace. Zhou, these two guys actually escaped secretly. Seeing the figures of Yu Guan and Gui Mei escaping at some point, Lian Shui cursed secretly, then no longer hesitated and followed suit one after another. Finally, under the condition that almost all the spiritual power of the body was activated, this symbolized that Cao Yanbing's strongest blow was finally successfully accumulated. Go! A trace of madness flashed in Cao Yanbing's eyes. Even though he knew that even he might not be able to dodge this blow, he still insisted on releasing it. Feeling the overwhelming heat rushing towards her face, even Bibi Dong looked a little solemn in front of this scene. The 8 soul skill Spider King clone. The purple light instantly became intense and the 8 black soul ring arrayed on Bibi Dong's body suddenly shone, and the dazzling purple light solidified on the left side of her body. In the flickering light and shadow there was actually another Death Spider Emperor that was exactly the same as her body. This was the Spider Emperor clone of the 8 soul skill of Bibi Dong's number 1 martial spirit. Spider King's clone effect uses soul skills to create a clone which has 100% of the power of the original body. It has no intelligence and must be controlled. This 100% power is not only strength but also includes soul skills. Of course, it is only the first 7 soul skills. It does not include the 8th and 9th soul skills. Under Bibi Dong's control, the Spider King clone's body bounced and came directly in front of Bibi Dong, accelerating together with Bibi Dong's body. At the same time, the 4th soul rings on Bibi Dong's body and the Spider King's clone also lit up. The 4th soul skill Thorn Spider Armor. Long purple thorns with a length of more than 1 meter are densely covered on every part of the two bodies, and the purple carapace on their bodies has become extraordinarily thick. At the same time, the attached stingers are highly poisonous. In this case, Bibi Dong also used all her strength, attacking without neglecting defense at all. Finally, in everyone's shocked eyes, the huge fireball, which was half the size of the Pope's palace, collided with Bibi Dong fiercely. Boom! A loud and earth-shattering sound suddenly sounded, and in an instant it seemed as if the entire space of Wuhan Hall was frozen for a moment. The explosion and roar produced by the connection between the two almost made the minds of all the soul masters in most of Wuhan City go blank, and even the entire Wuhan City was violently shaken by this boom. Under the panicked eyes of countless people, the Pope's palace, which countless soul masters regarded as a holy place, was finally overwhelmed at this moment and collapsed. It seems that the collapse of the papal palace was not just a building but a certain belief in their heart. Asshole! After successfully receiving the blow, Bibi Dong fell to the ground in an extremely embarrassed state, with an abnormal blush even surging on her cheek, until she saw the majestic papal palace, which had been painstakingly built for decades and hundreds of years, collapse. At this moment she could not help but curse out loud in her state of mind. Cao Yanbing, you bastard! At this moment Bibi Dong's anger has completely suppressed her reason. The vasi of spiritual power was suddenly released, and it only took a few seconds to detect the scorching figure in the ruins caused by the explosion. Without any hesitation, she directly locked it with her breath and then frantically mobilized the soul power in her body to rush towards Cao Yanbing. The distance of tens of meters was reached in an instant. Bibi Dong looked angrily at Cao Yanbing, who was unable to move on the ground, and shouted, I admire you because of your strength and bloodiness as well as your qualifications to be king, but now I have changed my mind. Today you must die here. As soon as he finished speaking, a spider leg glowing with rich purple light suddenly stabbed towards Cao Yanbing's heart. Do you have the qualifications to be king? Strangely facing the threat of death, Cao Yanbing acted as if he had never heard of it. He almost ignored the spider legs coming towards him and said something confusing to Bibi Dong. It's just that there is no room for 2 kings in this world. The moment she finished speaking, Bibi Dong's purple spider legs penetrated directly into Cao Yanbing's heart. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. The long-awaited 2 Xiaohe brothers will appear before 12 o'clock tomorrow. As for the follow-up, it may make up for some of the regrets in the anime, such as resurrecting Cao Xiao Qianliang and letting him awaken his martial soul in the ban, etc. If you have any good ideas, you can join the group to discuss them together. 9490344823 Chapter 49 Beheading. It's just that there is no room for two kings in this world. Cao Yanbing's cold voice carried sarcasm and stirred directly in Bibi Dong's heart. The spider legs that were about to be withdrawn suddenly accelerated after a moment of pause. A clear sound of heart-breaking echoed gently in the sky. A drop of scarlet blood splashed on Bibi Dong's cold cheek, adding a touch of coquettishness to her. A fatal blow, and with one last look at the dissipating pupils in Cao Yanbing's eyes, Bibi Dong's violent heart finally calmed down. At this moment, she pulled out the spider legs that pierced Cao Yanbing's body, turned around and left without looking back. Since you insist on dying, there is no need for me to keep you here anymore. The secret of your mutated twin martial souls should always remain in your heart. Lying on the cold ground, Cao Yanbing could clearly feel a stream of heat flowing on the ground along with the vacancy in his heart. An irresistible cold feeling came from his limbs, and he could clearly feel that something was gradually losing. Is it life or consciousness? Asshole, it hurts so much. I was actually pierced. Damn it, it doesn't seem to be the first time. In the haze of consciousness, Cao Yanbing finally noticed that an extremely hot temperature was burning from his body. This feeling made him feel a little heartbroken. With blood foam constantly coming out of his mouth, Cao Yanbing could clearly feel that his life force was gradually draining away, and his eyelids seemed as heavy as lead. It seems like someone can't sit still. Whether intentional or not, you made a mistake, Bibi Dong. You asked for it. The only remaining flash of light finally passed. At the last moment, when his pupils were about to completely dissipate and his vitality was about to be completely exhausted, he seemed to see a grey-robed man and a woman appearing in mid-air. At this moment, their eyes were full of anxiety and anger, and they didn't know why. Strange, are they here to save me? Do I know them? The consciousness could no longer think, and the last scene was completely frozen in Cao Yanbing's eyes. His life finally completely dissipated at this moment. At this moment in the Pope's palace, the gunpowder smoke that filled the entire papal palace finally dissipated. The original splendid palace was gone, replaced by pieces of hideous and terrifying ruin. Countless soul masters in Wuhan City stared blankly at the collapse of the Pope's palace that had stood for decades, as if even the beliefs in their hearts were shattered. Walking alone among the ruins, Bibi Dong Maoman's figure actually looked a little rickety at this moment. Stepping through the ruins and reaching the center, she stroked the familiar throne with one hand, but her heart felt unusually calm. Looking at the arrogant Pope, who seemed to have suddenly aged, Yu Guan walked in quietly from outside the palace and asked worriedly, His Majesty the Pope, get out of here. Bibi Dong's majestic momentum surged in like a wave. In an instant, even if she was affected by the waves, her whole body flew out uncontrollably. Seeing this, the ghost figure moved and appeared behind Yu Guan in an instant. The saw force surged from his palm, stopping his retreating body. Seeing Bibi Dong getting furious, Ye Shui stepped forward to persuade him. His Majesty the Pope, please calm down. Calm down your anger. Bibi Dong seemed to have heard some joke. She was extremely angry and rejoiced. Tell me how to calm down my anger. For titled Douluo and almost half of the tens of thousands of soul masters in Wuhan City couldn't stop Cao Yanbing, a man with twin mutated martial souls. He directly forced him to the Pope's palace. Moreover, I personally took action and forcibly destroyed the Pope's palace, which symbolized the status of Wuhan Palace, and stabbed blood. Tell me, how can I calm down? Bibi Dong's aura instantly locked onto the stabbing blood, and the killing intent that filled the air slowly gathered on him. The stabbing blood could clearly feel that this time she was really angry. Your Majesty, I quietly using her soul power to resist Bibi Dong's murderous intention, she gritted her teeth while bleeding, feeling extremely uneasy inside. He originally thought that he could alleviate Bibi Dong's anger a little by relying on his years of conscientiousness, but now it seems that he has overestimated his capabilities. Buzz! Just when San Yui was about to grit his teeth and bear Bibi Dong's wrath, the space above the Pope's palace squirmed and two figures slowly stepped out. The people who came were none other than Qian Daoliu and Qian Ren Yui. At this moment, Qian Daoliu's face was also extremely gloomy. He originally thought that Bibi Dong would consider the special nature of Cao Yanbing's twin martial spirits and hold back at the last moment. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong not only did not hold back but also directly used a killing move, directly piercing Cao Yanbing's heart. Even he couldn't help but tremble with this move. In this way, the strategy he had been pondering for so long was ruined before it could be implemented. Qian Ren Yui's eyes did not linger too long on Bibi Dong and the ruins of the Pope's palace. She looked around and landed on Cao Yanbing. Seeing the lifeless Cao Yanbing, Qian Ren Yui's pupils shrank fiercely and even her heart slowed down for a beat, and then she moved and landed directly net to him. Putting her palm on the wound on Cao Yanbing's chest, Qian Ren Yui's palm flickered with soft golden light and a stream of rich life energy poured into his body, but it had no effect at all. He raised his head and shook his head at Qian Daoliu in mid-air, and the last glimmer of hope in his eyes disappeared. Alas! Seeing Qian Ren Yui's appearance, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but sigh. What's more, he felt regretful. Their actions were naturally noticed by Bibi Dong. After the latter paused for a moment on Qian Ren Yui, she said in a rather cold tone, "I wonder what the great offering is." "It's nothing, I just think it's a pity that such a good seedling is gone like this." Qian Daoliu sighed, a trace of regret met in his handsome face. Oh! Listening to Qian Daoliu's words, Bibi Dong's face turned cold and a sudden pressure began to spread around her. The realm of death. This Cao Yanbing went to the spirit hall alone. "I wonder where you are enshrining him?" Bibi Dong smiled faintly, and the lavender death realm was slowly released in this smile. Sensing her little move, Qian Daoliu shook his head silently and smiled lightly. "Our elder palace will only take action when the Wuhan palace is irreversibly destroyed. As the Pope, you cannot help but you know." What a cunning old thing! After hearing his flawless words, even Bibi Dong couldn't help but curse secretly. "So even if the Pope's palace was forcibly destroyed, it has nothing to do with you? The Pope's palace belongs to you and is the area under your jurisdiction. We in the Elder's palace cannot show up easily. Moreover, if you can't suppress even a small person with the strength of a titled Douluo, then there are some problems with your position as the Pope." "That's it," Qian Daoliu said word by word, and every word he said really fell on Bibi Dong's heart. The four spirit hall elders who were closing the distance could only look at each other at this time, not daring to interrupt easily. No one noticed that behind Qian Ren Yui the lifeless Cao Yanbing's finger suddenly trembled slightly. "P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection, please recommend me, please vote for me, I'd like to thank you very much." Chapter 50 Xiaohe Dun Xiahao Iwan. Here is a quiet place. Looking around, it was filled with will-o'-the-wisps, and countless bones were kneeling on the ground with weapons in hand. Judging from the faint aura left on their bodies, they must have been strong men in the past. Cao Yanbing stepped on the bones with his feet without stopping at all and went straight to the center of the land of the dead. Here there is a huge bronze door standing quietly as if it has existed for thousands of years. Every soul-bearing person has a world that accommodates the guardian spirit, but behind this stone door it leads to different regions. Who is this guy this time? Striding to the stone gate, Cao Yanbing gently placed the 10 palaces of hell in the hands of a skeleton with outstretched hands. Buzz! Baigu's eyes, which had been silent for thousands of years, suddenly burst into flames, and an aura like an ancient general surged out of its body. At the same time, the bronze door that had been closed for who knows how many years slowly opened with a trembling sound. The moment the door opened, a sea of fire that distorted the space poured out like a bursting lake, and the madness was rampant here. Whether intentionally or not, these black flames completely avoided Cao Yanbing's body and spread in all directions. Here it is. Behind the door is an avenue entirely sculpted by bronze stone slab. On both sides of the avenue are endless seas of fire and tens of thousands of innocent souls floating above the sea of fire. The air was completely filled with an ancient and terrifying hot energy, and even he with the body of a god of war felt oppressed by a burst of flame. This is the source of the power of the 10 palaces of Yama, filled with endless pain and anger. When the road in front of me emerges from the fire, I am already halfway through the gate of hell. Taking a deep breath, Cao Yanbing gently closed his eyes, ignoring the resentment coming from the eyes of tens of thousands of innocent souls, and his steps were firmer than ever. The innocent soul that had been silent for thousands of years was already like a madman the moment Cao Yanbing stepped onto the road, roaring towards him, constantly tearing at his soul. The unbearable feeling of pain instantly swept through Cao Yanbing's whole body and mind. He clenched his fist tightly to guard the last bit of clarity deep in his heart. Suddenly, in the whirlpool of flames at the end of the avenue, a majestic sound that could shake the world suddenly sounded. "Everyone stand down." The moment the sound sounded, the innocent souls surrounding Cao Yanbing scattered like zombies and finally disappeared into the sea of fire again. "One-eyed dragon, are you finally willing to talk to me?" The moment the voice sounded, a smile appeared on Cao Yanbing's lip and his closed eyes suddenly opened at this moment. In front of him stood a tall figure wrapped in flame. He was more than 10 feet tall. Judging from the aura emanating from him, he was much stronger than Su Chu. "Wrong, it's the two of us." The flame figure laughed loudly, and behind him stood another tall figure also wrapped in black flames. "Xiahao Iwan, boy, even if you are a descendant of King Wei, I don't allow you to call me by my name." The face of the figure behind the one-eyed dragon turned cold, and an undisguised sense of violence surged over him. "Cao Yanbing." The one-eyed dragon slowly walked towards him, his tone full of disdain. "I thought that with Su Chudianwei you could deal with him, but in the end you are so motivated in this battle. Now that your heart has been pierced and your life is not long, I am very curious. This is not your style." Hearing this, Cao Yanbing smiled faintly and asked, "I'm even more curious. Why are you willing to see me?" Without paying much attention to his word. Ha 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 ha. The two figures in the flame vort looked up to the sky and smiled. The latter said, it just because we two brothers heard what you just said, a sentence that interests us even more. What do you mean you are willing to help me? Cao Yanbing looked happy. Help you? The one-eyed dragon shook his head. Help you? What are the benefits to us? If you don't help me, what good will it do to you? Cao Yanbing, we know what you are thinking. Do you want our souls to merge with yours? Obey your orders from now on and at the same time respond to your damaged body. In response to his words, Cao Yanbing did not refute but just smiled lightly and said, what else? Cao Yanbing, look at this sea of fire. We have become the kings here. All the evil ghosts obey our orders. Even if you die, we can still live here freely. Why should we give up our own? Are you here to help a young guy who seems familiar but not familiar? Answer me. The one-eyed dragon shouted. Exactly. Cao Yanbing curled his lips and looked at him with contempt. Zhenhun, is that your ambition? Do you just want to be the king and hegemon in this filthy and chaotic place? Is this what you want? Is this the same fierce general who rode the world with Cao Gong 1,000 years ago? Outside the sea of fire there is something far greater than your ideals. When Su Chudianwei was willing to help me, the remaining 5 people refused. At that time you said that I was not aware enough. It's not so much a lack of awareness but rather a different belief that each pursues. But now I can understand your thoughts to a certain extent. In today's new world, those in power are corrupt and only those with real strength can be called kings. Hearing his plain words, Zhenhun instantly became interested. Oh, tell me, what do you want now? Tell me. You ask me what I want? Ha 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 ha. Cao Yanbing looked up to the sky and smiled. His tone had never been so arrogant as now. His eyes were full of fire and he shouted angrily, the world. I want this world. Cao Yanbing's words plotted like a bomb in this world of flames. Zhenhun and Xiahao Iwan laughed at the same time. Ha 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 ha. This is the answer we want. When you said that there is no room for 2 kings in the world, I knew your ambition. The world needs a hero and whoever can unify the world is a hero. Little Ama, you have the qualifications to let us work for you. In that case, let us brothers become your generals and see what you are capable of. Boom boom. During the stalemate between Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong, the temperature of the world suddenly rose and a black flame that had never been seen before began to gush out from the body of Cao Yanbing, whose life had dissipated. Xiaoyu, back away. She long stabbed the blood. Get out of there. The sudden change shocked Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu and they subconsciously reminded them. The moment their voices fell, the black sea of fire in the sky flew up like a waterfall going upstream straight into the cloud. At the same time, beneath the sea of fire, a familiar figure that made people feel chilled walked out slowly, stepping on the hellfire. What's so great about relying on a large number of people? Cao Yanbing glanced disdainfully at the figures surrounding Bibi Dong and then Cao Yanbing shrugged and shouted, Su Chu Dianwei. Boom. 2 figures, one black and one red, that made everyone feel chilly in their hearts, once again rushed out of the flame. Besides, Cao Yanbing paused and looked at Bibi Dong and others with black flames surging in their pupils. An extremely uneasy feeling permeated the hearts of many. Titled Douluo Pert. Aren't you going to come out and have some fun? Zhenhun, Xiahao Iwan. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection, recommend it and vote for me, I'd be very grateful. Grateful. 100 book coin. Chapter 51. 4 Martial Souls. Bang. The exquisite body trembled and the diamond scepter in Bibi Dong's hand that symbolized the status of the Pope fell into the ruins below without any warning. Above the sky she stared blankly at Cao Yanbing below, or rather at the 4 figures behind him who were no less than titled Douluo, her eyes completely dull. 4 martial spirit. She suddenly felt that her twin martial soul talents, which she was proud of, were not worth mentioning in front of this person at this moment. The twin martial spirits are already the only peerless geniuses in the entire continent. What about him? What are the 4 martial spirits called? How could he possess 4 martial spirits at the same time? In the distance, the sudden discovery made Shilong Yayui Yu Guan Gui Mei and others fall into extreme shock. If they can barely accept the twin martial souls, then what are these 4 martial souls? Are both parents twin martial spirit? He has 2 parents each with innate soul power. Did he give all his martial souls to him? Looking at the entire continent, there is no such record. Xiao Yui, are my old eyesight blurry? Why did I see 4 martial arts spirits behind Cao Yanbing? Qian Daoliu rubbed his eyes and looked at the countless figures standing in the ruins below. Even the sound was gone. Trembling slightly, how could someone possess 4 martial souls at once? If I saw it wrong, I must have seen it wrong. Yes, that must be the case. Faced with Qian Daoliu's call, Qian Ren Yui did not react immediately. It was not until he called for the 4th time that she was suddenly startled. She took a deep breath and then breathed it in. After doing this several times, Qian Ren Yui suppressed the funny and dull look on her face, but her slightly trembling palms were slightly different from hers. The shifting pupils revealed her inner shock. Grandpa, you read that right? He really has 4 martial spirit. The corner corners of his mouth were trembling and Qian Daoliu's E-Press Zion became extremely exciting at this moment. If the potential of Cao Yanbing's twin mutated martial souls was enough to shock him before, then his current status as a fourth-born martial soul really made this 99-level peerless Douluo completely overturned understanding of the mainland. The twin martial spirits are already geniuses that can be competed by all forces on the mainland. As for the three martial spirits, only some great empires and some ancient sects seem to have vague records in history. So what about the current four martial spirit? The palms hidden in his sleeves clenched tightly as if he had made some decision. He turned his head and sent a message to Qian Renyui, who was very close at hand. No matter what method is used, this Cao Yanbing must be allowed to join the Elder's Palace. Once he joins the Pope's Palace, I am afraid that not only Tiandu and Xingluo but even the entire Wuhan Palace will be subverted by Bibi Dong. Hearing Grandpa's voice directly ringing in his ears, Qian Renyui nodded numbly, not knowing whether it was intentional or not. Why do everyone have such E-Press Zion? Seeing the people who were as stunned as stone sculptures, Cao Yanbing sneered innocently. Su Chu Dianwei, is this how you two heroes protect your lord? Behind Cao Yanbing, Xiahedun turned his head and yelled at Dianwei Su Chu. That's right, how can a general be behind and the lord be in front? Xia Haoiwen shook the Dark Knight Dragon King sword in his hand and let out a sneer. Su Chu snorted coldly, drew out the red-blooded tiger hammer with his backhand and shouted, unwilling to be outdone, Dianwei and I will follow the lord to fight in all directions, and you Xiahe brothers will hide in the 10 palaces of hell and be like rat. Indeed, Dianwei nodded in agreement. While several people were arguing, Cao Yanbing glanced contemptuously at Bibi Dong, who was standing in mid-air, and said impatiently, hey, do you still dare to fight? You are going to make me lose face like this? Strangely, in the face of Cao Yanbing's provocative words, Bibi Dong didn't do anything else, just silently adjusting her emotions. The shock in Bibi Dong's eyes gradually turned into a cold glare. She knew that she had already had murderous intentions towards him and even took actions for it. It was basically impossible for him to join the spirit hall now. At this moment she no longer had any scruples in her heart. If she couldn't use this terrifying potential, she could only kill it. Thinking of this, a strange look suddenly appeared on Bibi Dong's face. With a movement of her body, she landed directly from the air and came to Cao Yanbing. Cho! Before Bibi Dong could speak, a sharp spear glowing with black flames was pointed at her forehead. Keep a safe distance. Xiahedun took a step forward, holding a gun in one hand and staring at Bibi Dong quietly with his black eyes. Cao Yanbing, I admit that your potential is the first person I have seen in all my years as Pope. Observing this man with red hair and red eyes at close range, Bibi Dong was not stingy in his praise. Facing Bibi Dong's overture, Cao Yanbing didn't appreciate it. He shrugged and said in a calm tone, oh, if you have anything to say, just say it. What annoys me the most is chirping. Refreshing. Hearing Cao Yanbing's words, Bibi Dong's eyebrows curved, a smile appeared on her lips, and she tended an olive branch to him again. Join the Wuhan Palace. I will soon be able to break through the last step and reach the legendary god level when the time comes. It doesn't matter if this spirit hall or even the entire Douluo continent is given to you. I have power and you have potential. As long as you agree to assist me within a year, no, half a year, the entire continent including Tiandu Starluo will be yours. How about it? Yeah. After hearing Bibi Dong's seductive words, Cao Yanbing subconsciously touched his chin, a very tempting offer. So you agreed? Bibi Dong was secretly happy. This move even made Qian Daoliu a little nervous. However, to everyone's surprise, compared to Bibi Dong's words, Cao Yanbing just smiled and shook his head. If you had said this to me before, maybe I would have agreed to your request in a hurry, but now. Cao Yanbing paused, pointed at his chest and said with a smile, for this kind of secretly underground, I really don't need Black Hand's companion. Ignoring Bibi Dong's stiff E-Press Zion as if he was eating durian, Cao Yanbing looked up to the sky and smiled. I heard people boasting about how powerful Wuhan Palace is before, but now it seems that it is completely useless. Instead of doing this, it would be better for me to build my own force. I see. Cao Yanbing, respect the strong, but you are not qualified yet. Let's go. No need to send it off. After finishing speaking, Cao Yanbing put his hands behind his head, ignored the gazes of everyone present, and turned towards the gate of the Pope's palace, which had been turned into ruin. The moment he turned around, a glistening drop of sweat slid down his forehead and his arrogant E-Press Zion became a little sluggish. The consumption of spiritual power is too great. The continuous summoning of guardian spirits to fight, coupled with the continuous use of spiritual skills, caused the spiritual power in his body to be overloaded. Now that he has forcibly summoned 4 guardian spirit, he is now at the end of a powerful crossbow. Seeing Cao Yanbing turn and leave, the kind E-Press Zion on Bibi Dong's face instantly turned cold. She turned her head and shouted to the 4 elders of Wuhan Palace behind her, when are you going to see us again? Give it to me. Down. Yes. Yu Guan and others looked at each other other, and they naturally knew how much of a threat it would pose to Wuhan Palace if they allowed Cao Yanbing to leave successfully. It's not just a matter of reputation but an issue of building his own power. It is hard to imagine that a soul master with 4 life martial souls and soul power reaching the level of titled Douluo would have such a huge impact on the current continental structure once he announced that he would establish a sect. Asshole. Hearing the whistling sound of the wind coming from behind and the powerful pressure of soul power, Cao Yanbing dragged his exhausted body and cursed secretly. This bee seems to be a bit too pretentious. Su chu dianwei zioha dun zioha, etc. Just when Cao Yanbing gritted his teeth and was about to risk his life, a crisp drink suddenly sounded behind him. Bang! A sudden explosion of soul power suddenly came out, followed by 4 figures vomiting blood and flying upside down. Looking at Qian Daoliu, who was standing behind Cao Yanbing defending him against the attacks of the 4 Spirit Hall elders, Bibi Dong couldn't help but said angrily despite his temper, "Qian Daoliu, what on earth do you want to do? PS today's first update, please add it to your collection, please recommend me, please vote for me, I'd like to thank you very much. Thanks to for the 100 starting coin." Chapter 52 Zero Daoliu's Dissuasion. Qian Daoliu, what on earth do you want to do? Seeing Qian Daoliu, who single-handedly defended Cao Yan's soldiers from the attacks of the 4 Spirit Hall elders, even Bibi Dong's temper could not help but become completely angry at this moment. "Why should your majesty the Pope be angry?" Facing Bibi Dong's anger, Qian Daoliu not only did not feel timid at all, he even felt a little secretly happy. The current situation is exactly what he wants to see. With the scene where Bibi Dong assassinated Cao Yanbing, it was destined that he would never have much contact with the Pope's palace. In this case he can find an excuse or an opportunity to take Cao Yanbing into the Elders' Hall. Obviously now is a good opportunity. "Qian Daoliu, I need you to give me a reasonable explanation. As the chief priest of Wuhan Hall's Elder Hall, why did you secretly interfere in the affairs of our Pope's Hall? You even helped outsiders to injure your own elders." After saying this, at that moment a strong purple light surged out of her body. Field skill. Bibi Dong's domain is called the Death Domain, and it is also the innate domain skill of her first martial soul, the Death Spider King. The field has a total of 3 major effects. All attributes of the self are increased by 10%, all attributes of the enemy are reduced by 20%, and no concealment skills or teleportation skills can be used within the scope of the field. At the same time, a mental deterrent is produced which increases the own mental strength by 20% and weakens the opponent's mental strength by 20%. And the most terrifying effect is the highly to IC environment. Within the scope of the domain, everything is filled with the extremely powerful corrosion and diffusion of the Death Spider King's poison, which can also reduce the opponent's speed by 10%. Haha, His Majesty the Pope is joking. Facing Bibi Dong, who immediately opened the realm after a disagreement, Qian Daoliu smiled up to the sky. The bright golden light shook and behind him a huge seraph phantom slowly emerged. At the same time a bright golden light spot appeared at the feet of Qian Daoliu, which was rapidly epandaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the golden light and the purple light came into contact, nothing violent happened, but the moment they touched, the purple light was instantly dissolved. Angel Realm. Qian Daoliu's martial spirit Si Winged Angel has its own domain skills which can purify the enemy's soul power within the domain and even purify and restrict the enemy's domain to enhance itself. Presumptuous. Seeing that her realm was purified by the Angel Realm, Bibi Dong immediately said angrily, "Qian Daoliu, are you really going to betray the Spirit Hall?" Bibi Dong's words were very accurate. As the great priest of Wuhan Palace, his behavior of helping outsiders attack his elders has touched upon a matter of principle and even betrayal. Your Majesty, there is no need to label me with such a big label." Qian Daoliu smiled lightly and looked at Bibi Dong, who was about to burst into anger, and asked, "His Majesty the Pope, you don't want Cao Yanbing, who has such evil potential, to form his own forces to resist you in the future, right?" Oh, hearing the meaning behind his words, Bibi Dong's frown slightly. "Rela Ed, keep talking. Judging from the potential that Cao Yanbing has shown now, he may be able to completely affect the pattern of the entire continent in the future. And for someone with such potential, you don't want him to become your enemy, right? So what exactly do you want to say?" After hearing the boastful talk of Qian Daoliu, who had always been stoic, Bibi Dong's wisdom had already thought of what he would say. Net. Ha ha ha. Qian Daoliu smiled lightly. "Why don't we let him join our Elder Hall? Anyway, the Elder Hall and the Pope's Hall belong to the Spirit Hall, right?" "Absolutely not." Seeing this old boy finally revealing his inner thoughts, Bibi Dong immediately refused. Although the Elder's Hall and the Pope's Hall both belong to the Spirit Hall, she knows that this apparent balance is actually nothing. She had finally managed to secretly develop the Pope's Palace to a point where it could compete with the Elder's Palace, and now she had handed over a world-defying genius like Cao Yanbing talking to him. What would she do after overthrowing Tiandu Xingluo in the future? Having already guessed that Bibi Dong would refuse, Qian Daoliu was not annoyed and continued to speak, taking a step back. I won't stop him today. Do you think you and these 4 spirit hall elders can stop him? You can try it. Bibi Dong sneered, but having said that, Bibi Dong is really not absolutely sure that she can kill Cao Yanbing. She knows that Cao Yanbing also has a trump card field. Regarding this biggest change, even Bibi Dong did not dare to easily guarantee that he could withstand it. If he joins our Elder Palace and attacks Tiandu Xingluo in the future, he will definitely be an indispensable force. And if he joins Tiandu and Xingluo, how much damage will it cause to our Wuhan Palace? You not sure? Staring at Bibi Dong, who refused to let go, Qian Daoliu suddenly felt that one person was as big as 2 people. It was the first time in his life that he had said so many words. Strangely, after saying these words, Bibi Dong also calmed down. Apparently she was also thinking about the pros and cons of Qian Daoliu's words. Xiao Yui, take him away. Taking advantage of the gap, Qian Daoliu turned his head and gave instructions to Qian Ren Yui behind him. Yes. Qian Ren Yui nodded slightly, and with a flash of golden light she appeared directly net to Cao Yanbing. Stop. Seeing the sudden appearance of the person, Xiao Dun suddenly raised the Purgatory Ghost King spear in his hand. Stop. Before Qian Ren Yui could react, Cao Yanbing had already issued an order to Xiao Dun. After speaking, he turned his head and looked at the peerless person net to him. What on earth are you planning? Qian Ren Yui was stunned, covering her sight, and secretly stretched out her arms to help Cao Yanbing up. Grandpa saw that you lacked soul power, so he helped you. Why are you helping me? Aren't you all from this Wuhan Palace? Cao Yanbing was a little surprised. Maybe it's because your potential is so great that Grandpa fell in love with talent. Feeling Cao Yanbing's breathing at close range, Qian Ren Yui blushed a little. Okay, don't talk anymore. I'll take you away now. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Sensing that Cao Yanbing was about to speak again, Qian Ren Yui hurriedly stopped him, then moved and disappeared directly in this papal palace. As they left, the 4 guardian spirits of Su Chu Dianwei, Xiao Dun and Xiao Yuan also slowly dissipated after a while. Thank you, His Majesty the Pope. Sensing that the auras of Qian Ren Yui and the 2 were gradually disappearing, Qian Daoliu ignored Bibi Dong's press. Xian bent down and said thank you before turning around and disappearing. At this moment, the only ones left in the huge ruins of the Pope's palace were the 4 seriously injured elders and Bibi Dong, who looked gloomy. His Majesty the Pope. Seeing everyone leaving, Shilong stood up with his snake spear on the ground and said angrily, forget it, it's useless. There was a hint of despair in Bibi's always noble tone. She was not sure whether this behavior was right or wrong. As for Cao Yan's soldiers attacking the Wuhan Palace, Yu Guan came to Bibi Dong's side with the help of ghosts, and his tone had a rare hint of weakness. Why? Bibi Dong let out a long sigh, waved her hand, and the scepter that had fallen somewhere in the ruins automatically returned to her hand. Stepping on the ruins and walking towards the gate of the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong's plain and slightly bitter voice echoed in several people's ears. It is an indisputable fact that he joined the Wuhan Palace alone. As for the end, let's just say that he joined the Wuhan Palace, although this is indeed the case. Hearing the slight bitterness in Bibi Dong's tone, the 4 of them looked at each other and nodded heavily. But they know, from now in the future there may be a terrifying figure named Cao Yanbing who shakes up the structure of the mainland. PS, the second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. The fighting scene in the Hall of Spirits is basically over. In the net few chapters, the plot needs to be followed according to the original work, and then there is the issue of Cao Suanliang's resurrection that many readers are concerned about. Xiao Sheng won't be outspoken here. Cao Xianliang will be resurrected, and so will Yu Jin. Finally, wrong. Xiao Sheng said one more thing. I will be banned at the end of my life, and I am willing to go through fire and water for the Cao family for generations to come. Chapter 53 Royal Conversation. Tiandu Empire. Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang smiled and looked at the 7 tall and straight figures in front of him with a look of appreciation in his eyes. In the past few days, I believe you all should have gained something. No need to say it, just feel this feeling carefully. The reason why I suggest you go to Poseidon Island is that I hope that your hearts will always be filled with this feeling and you will continue to squeeze your potential under pressure. Pressure is motivation, but you must also control the degree of pressure. Too much is not enough. From Senior Sword Douluo, you should also understand the gap between yourself and the truly strong. I hope that when you come back from Poseidon Island, this gap can be greatly narrowed. Yes, except for the unconscious Xiao Wu, the remaining SI Shrek monsters responded seriously at the same time. The effect is good. Yu Xiaogang then turned to Tang San and said, Yao San, sect leader Ning has sent people to invite you to the palace. You can go now. I have prepared the items you need for this trip and you will set off early tomorrow morning. Yes, teacher. Tang San agreed agreed casually and then temporarily left Xiao Wu under the care of Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong and then followed the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect into the palace. The Tiandu Empire's palace has now returned to normal. At least from the outside there is no indication that a major event that nearly overturned the imperial family had occurred not long ago. Arriving at the newly built Kaibao Glaze sect, Tang San met Ning Fengzi. Uncle Ning. Ning Fengzi smiled lightly. There are no outsiders, so why are you so polite? What's more, you are the head of the Tang sect now, so you must pay attention to your identity. Tang San nodded slightly but did not refute. Ning Fengzi smiled lightly and said, this time His Majesty mainly wants to see you. Oh, Emperor Shui? Yeah. Tang San was a little startled. This guy actually still has such energy. Yes. Ning Fengzi nodded with a heavy expression on his face. I don't know how long your trip to Poseidon Island will take. Maybe His Majesty can no longer insist on your return. He should have something important to tell you. Tang San suddenly realized the defense of the Tiandu Empire's palace is tighter than before. The 2,000 soul masters who were transferred back to the royal family are all deployed in the palace. There are at least 200 soul masters patrolling around the palace of Emperor Sui alone. Ning Fengzi took Tang San directly to the outside of Emperor Sui's palace to ask for an audience. Soon the guard sent a message to let the two of them enter the palace. In the palace not only Emperor Sui was there but also an acquaintance of Tang San's, the newly promoted Crown Prince and Fourth Prince Shui Bang. See, Your Majesty. Tang San and Ning Fengzi paid homage to Your Majesty at the same time. Emperor Sui smiled lightly. He was not too interested in these rules and regulations. After a brief exchange of pleasantries he finally revealed his thought. The purpose of summoning Tang San this time was for two things. The first was to make Shui Bang worship Tang San as his disciple. Emperor Shui yet understood that he could not last long due to his physical condition. Shui Bang was still young. For the sake of the royal family's operation and even for the sake of the Tiandu Empire he had to find someone with strength and brains to be his teacher. Tang San, who was in his prime, just met his requirement. From another perspective, for their royal family the Tang clan's hidden weapons are undoubtedly excellent defensive weapons. Once the Tang clan is successfully tied up, the Tiandu Empire will definitely do more good than harm in the future. Regarding this situation, Tang San did not refute too much. He also knew the importance of the Tiandu royal family to the Tang clan. In this regard, Emperor Sui also specially prepared a gift for Tang San, the Vasi universe cover. The function of this thing needs to be studied by Tang San himself. It took more than an hour. Seeing that the most important things to him had been explained, Emperor Sui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he didn't have much time left. Seeing the joy on the faces of Tang San and Ning Fengzi, Emperor Sui seemed to suddenly think of something. After hesitating for a moment he said, by the way, there is a man named Cao Yanbing. I wonder if you know about him. Cao Yanbing? Ning Fengzi frowned, then suddenly thought of something and nodded heavily. The twin mutated martial spirits have appeared in the Tiandu Empire before. Oh, Emperor Sui's expression condensed. Sensing his strange expression, Tang San was stunned for a moment and asked, why did Your Majesty suddenly mention this person? This Emperor Sui hesitated a little. He seemed to have some information about Cao Yanbing, but even he couldn't tell the truth from the lie. Seeing his little thoughts, Tang San smiled lightly. Your Majesty, if you have anything to say, don't you worry about me and Uncle Ning. Okay then. Emperor Sui took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became serious. According to the news from Wuhan Palace not long ago, the man named Cao Yanbing single-handedly attacked Wuhan City, even approaching the Pope's palace. As soon as these words came out, it seemed that even the space was frozen, but surprisingly several people present did not speak again to break the silent atmosphere. Entering the spirit hall on your own? Tang San and Ning Fengzi was stunned, and the latter even subconsciously scratched his ears. He suspected that he heard wrongly. Go to the spirit hall? If these words were spoken by other people, Tang San might have smiled disdainfully, saying it was impossible, but it happened that these words came from the mouth of Emperor Sui. After a moment of silence, Tang San asked suspiciously, what happens? Net? Didn't any of the many titled Douluo in Wuhan Palace take action to stop him? Of course I'll take action. The corners of Emperor Shui's mouth trembled slightly and his face looked a little ugly. Sticking blood, Shilong Ghost Yu Guan. The 4 elder level titled Douluo from Wuhan Palace and tens of thousands of soul masters in the city simultaneously tried to encircle and suppress him, but it had no effect at all. It is said that he relied on his heaven-defying strength and the talent of the mutated twin martial souls to forcefully fight his way from the gate of the Wuhan Palace to the Pope's palace. In the end, if Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu hadn't suppressed him together, I'm afraid this martial artist, the Soul Palace, was burned to the ground. At this point, Emperor Shui's face suddenly became a bit older and a feeling of powerlessness slowly spread into his heart. If I had known that he had been to the Tiandu Empire, how could Emperor Sui let such a unique monster go at will with his temper? Their backs gradually straightened, and when Tang San and Ning Fengzi heard the word suppressed, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, what happened? Net later, Emperor Shuye smiled bitterly, his palms trembling slightly as he raised the teacup on the side and took a sip. He joined the spirit hall. Join Wuhan Palace. Tang San and Ning Fengzi looked at each other, and both sides saw the shock in each other's eyes. Click. Tang San, who always prided himself on being calm, simply crushed the teacup in his hand, then stood up abruptly and said in a rather firm tone, "This is absolutely impossible." Although Tang San didn't have very deep contact with Cao Yanbing, the biggest impression he had on him was that he was arrogant and arrogant. How could such a person surrender after defeat? Nothing is impossible about this. Ning Fengzi was silent for a moment and then said, under the threat of death, everyone will pay for his arrogance, even Cao Yanbing. Although Ning Fengzi's words are unpleasant to hear, they are very realistic. After thinking for a moment, Tang San turned his gaze to Emperor Sui, who was standing aside. Your Majesty, how reliable is this news? You can completely believe it, Emperor Sui said confidently. But Tang San was still in disbelief. Do you think with Bibi Dong's insidiousness and cunningness she will keep a person by her side who will bring great disgrace to Wuhan Palace? In other words, will she safely treat her enemies as friends? Seeing that the originally harmonious atmosphere had changed because of this person, Emperor Sui hurriedly interrupted with a frown. Whether he joins the spirit hall or not, it has nothing to do with our Tiandu Empire. Okay, let's stop here. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. Recognizing the meaning of Pelling guess in Emperor Shui's tone, Tang San and Ning Fengzi stopped talking too much and left the palace after saluting. Tonight's night is very dark. P.S. Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Sorry the update is a bit late today, so I apologize to everyone. Chapter 54 Rakshasa Army. Martial Spirit Hall. The inner hall of the elders. In a heavily guarded secret room, Cao Yanbing, with his upper body naked, was sitting quietly cross-legged. A black flame visible to the naked eye was wandering over his body in a strange manner. At the same time, the surging spiritual power flowed through Cao Yanbing's body like a small snake, repairing his overloaded body. This time it was really a bit too much. Outside the secret room, several figures in black robes were standing quietly. They did not speak, but their solemn gazes fell on Cao Yanbing as if they penetrated the wall. Grand Priest, do you really want to include him in our elder hall? Golden Crocodile Douluo frowned and asked with some worry. Golden Crocodile Douluo, a 98 level titled Douluo, a martial spirit. Golden Crocodile King, the second enshrinement in the elder hall. Hearing this, the rather thin old man beside the second worshipper said, Qian Daoliu, you have to think about this matter carefully. Qinjun Douluo, a 90 SITH level titled Douluo with a martial spirit coiling dragon stick and a SITH enshrinement in the elder hall. There is absolutely no doubt about the potential of Cao Yanbing. He is even rare in the world. He has 4 martial spirits and each one of them can stand alone against a titled Douluo. But the biggest question is whether he should stay or not. To the elders of the elder hall, Cao Yan's soldiers had no royal laws and he wantonly provoked the authority of the spirit hall. He even caused a riot in the spirit city and killed tens of thousands of spirit masters. This kind of person, even if he was cut into pieces with 1,000 swords, not an exaggeration. But now Qian Daoliu ignored the dissuasion and rescued Cao Yanbing in front of Bibi Dong and even took him into the elder hall, which made them very confused. If you are worried about his potential, isn't now the best time to kill him? In response to the doubts rang out around him, Qian Daoliu did not open his mouth to explain anything, but there was a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. Stop talking, Grandpa must have his reasons for doing this. Qian Renyue glanced at Qian Daoliu, who was silent, and said cautiously, I hope your actions are right. If Wuhan Hall is destroyed because of him in the future, I will definitely not be able to spare you. The second worshipper snorted coldly, turned around and left. When the others saw the 2 worshippers leaving, they all shook their heads. One after another head turned and left. In such a huge place, Qian Daoliu and Qian Renyue were the only 2 people left. In an instant, buzz drifting in the sea of consciousness, Cao Yanbing once again came to the simple stone gate with the words Rakshasa Street engraved on it. After a burst of light that could hurt even the soul, he finally returned to the familiar streets again. Feeling the gradually recovering consciousness energy, Cao Yanbing took a deep breath and wandered slowly through the streets and alleys. This kind of completely comfortable and completely free life was what he wanted at the beginning. Heavy rain pear blossomed. As he crossed the last street, Cao Yanbing suddenly heard a low shout coming from the 4th area bordering Ruksha Street in the distance. Following the sound, Cao Yanbing raised his eyebrows. On a small building in the distance, a familiar figure was standing with a serious face. Below him is a giant square that is 100 meters long. Cao Yanbing is familiar with this place. It was the place where residents of Rakshasa Rex Haas's street used to dance in the square. However, the square at this time is very different from the past. In the square now undead are standing in an orderly manner. Their prepared appearance is like an army. It seems that under Zai Liang's management I will be able to own an army of the undead one day. Cao Yanbing smiled secretly. His younger brother indeed had the talent of a manager. Keep practicing. Feeling the sudden and familiar fluctuation of spiritual power, Cao Xianliang let out a light voice without changing his e-pression. He waited until the tens of thousands of undead below executed the order, then he came to Cao Yanbing's side. Well done, Xiao Yang. A smile appeared on Cao Yanbing's lips. He reached out his hand and rubbed Cao Xuanliang's head. Feeling the warmth coming from the big hand above his head, Cao Yanbing felt a trace of pride in his heart. He smiled calmly and said, "No, you don't even know who I am. You said you were fat and you still had asthma. Hey hey." After the two brothers chatted for a while, Cao Yanbing turned his attention to the undead army below. By the way, Xiao Yang, suddenly remembering something, Cao Yanbing asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Are these all the foreign undead now? Why do I feel that the number does not match up? You are the only one who has the nerve to say that you are the soul-killing general of Rex Haas's street." Cao Xianliang looked at him with disdain and said to himself without answering his word, "People who die in the real world will turn into undead souls and come to Zhenhun street at the time of life and death. The reason why the undead still have wisdom and consciousness is because there is still a glimmer of hope in their hearts, and that last glimmer of hope protect their final clarity. After coming to this place, many undead souls completely gave up all hope for various reasons and turned into another kind of monster, evil spirit." With that said, Cao Xianliang led Cao Yanbing straight to another street which also had a huge square. Cao Yanbing suddenly discovered that although the size was similar, the level of defense and guarding here was much higher than that of the fourth area. Even the surrounding walls were sealed with a miraculous talisman. Roar, die, die all. Before you even get close, you can feel a frightening killing and bloody aura coming in like a wave. This Cao Yanbing paused. Even though he had been guarding Rex Haas's street for so many years, his pupils couldn't help but shrink when he saw the scene of nearly 10,000 evil spirits roaring in front of him. On the contrary, it was Cao Xianliang. He seemed to be used to such an environment and his e-pression did not change much. Many of the undead before gave up their hope and voluntarily degenerated into evil spirit. I have also imprisoned these evil spirit here. If you summon Rex Haas's street again in the future, these evil spirits without any emotion or consciousness will be your vanguard, who are not afraid of death." Hearing this, Cao Yanbing's eyes lit up and he looked at his younger brother with admiration in his eyes. "Before I handed over these foreign undead to Cao Xianliang, I just wanted to train him, but I never thought about the current result." Even he was quite satisfied. "Xiao Yang, I think this Rex Haas's street will reach an unprecedented level under your management in the future." Cao Xianliang shook his head. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. "I just completed the task you gave me. Besides, we are brothers, aren't we?" "Well said." Cao Yanbing looked up to the sky and smiled, looking down at the tens of thousands of evil spirits, his eyes full of fire. "Let us two brothers join forces to overturn this injustice of fate and let everyone know that one day the world will change its surname to Cao. PS, the second update today. Please collect it, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 55, Elders Hall. In the secret room, Cao Yanbing slowly opened his eyes, circulated the spiritual power in his body and he hailed a breath of turbid air. As the turbid energy left his body, his strength, which had stagnated at the level of shouting, actually began to gradually increase at an extremely slow speed. Click. Hell realm, scorching heat realm. The shackles that he had resisted for a long time were suddenly released and he felt the spiritual power fluctuations in his body that were higher than before. Cao Yanbing suddenly felt that he had never been so refreshed. According to the current spiritual power reserves, we should be able to supply 4 guardian spirits to fight at the same time, plus the Rex Haas's street domain. He punched a few times vigorously. He briefly adjusted his suddenly surged spiritual power and then suddenly remembered, I seem to be still in Wuhan Hall. I vaguely remember that a beautiful girl helped me when my spiritual power was about to dry up. Recalling Qian Ren Yui's appearance, Cao Yanbing slapped his head fiercely and looked around looking for the beautiful figure, but he found nothing. The Elders Hall. Cao Yanbing had some impressions of this vocabulary. It is said that Wuhan Palace is mainly divided into 2 parts: the Pope's Palace headed by Pope Bibidong and the Elders Palace headed by the Great Enshrinement Yandaoliu. Generally do not negotiate with each other unless they encounter devastating disasters. Cao Yanbing vaguely remembered that the man in grey robe who finally rescued him seemed to be called Qiandaoliu. Thanks to that person, otherwise I would have lost half my life if I wanted to leave the Pope's Palace at that time. Thinking of this, Cao Yanbing silently gave Qiandaoliu a thumbs up. He has almost no other advantage advantages. The biggest shining point is that he is sober enough to repay kindness. Come to think of it, he will not pretend that nothing happened. How are you? A light voice sounded from behind. Cao Yanbing turned his head and saw a graceful man standing quietly at the door of the secret room. She was wearing a golden palace dress. There were not too many patterns on the dress. The style was simple and elegant. The golden stand-up collar protected her snow-white and slender neck. Her long golden hair was very casual, draped behind him. If her clothes give people a sense of nobility, then her appearance has reached the level of beauty. Her skin is as good as snow, her nose is straight, her eyes are slightly slender, and she has a stunning face that is a bit majestic. Even Cao Yanbing was slightly lost when he saw her. What's wrong? Sensing Cao Yanbing's gaze, Qian Ren Yui's pretty face turned red and her calm mood unexpectedly showed rare ripples. She had been sent to the Tiandu Empire as an undercover agent since she was a child. She knew nothing about such ignorant emotions, so she seemed a little overwhelmed when she noticed Cao Yanbing's gaze. No, nothing. Cao Yanbing smiled lightly, trying to break the weird atmosphere, but Qian Ren Yui changed her past cold and noble attitude and looked at Cao Yanbing but hesitated to speak. I know I'm very attractive. There's no need for me to look like this young lady. After saying that, Cao Yanbing even took care of his hair. Qian Ren Yui, she couldn't help but wonder if the arrogant man in front of her and the decisive and arrogant man before were two different people. Qian Ren Yui put her hand on her forehead, turned around quietly and said in a helpless tone, actually I just want to remind you that you are not wearing any clothes. Miss, you really know how to joke. Cao Yanbing smiled faintly and lowered his head slightly. When his eyes fell on his almost naked body, he was stunned. Why? Hearing the sound of sparsely wearing clothes and bursts of low-pitched curses that kept coming from behind, Qian Ren Yui, who was not smiling at all, couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps Qian Ren Yui herself never discovered it. She has almost closed off all her emotions. When she sees this man, her emotions will fluctuate slightly. This unique but intoxicating feeling was something she had never experienced before. Ahem, I wonder what you call miss? After getting dressed and coming to Qian Ren Yui's side, Cao Yanbing's face turned red. Qian Ren Yui, a very nice name. Cao Yanbing muttered it twice, then he tended his right hand to her. Cao Yanbing. Looking at Cao Yanbing's outstretched palm, Qian Ren Yui was a little hesitant because since she was a child, except for her grandfather, she had almost no physical contact with other members of the opposite SE. I'm sorry. Seeing this, Cao Yanbing showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. He was about to take it back when he saw Qian Ren Yui with a reddish face stretching out her slender jade hands. With the corners of his mouth raised, Cao Yanbing showed a gentle smile and he gently held Qian Ren Yui's jade hand, soft as if there were no bones, hands like catkin. As soon as he touched it, he let it go. Qian Ren Yui smiled lightly and said, Grandpa said that after you eat at the cultivation state, let me take you to find him. Oh, Grandpa? Cao Yanbing was stunned. Do I know your grandfather? Taking into account the uncleanness on Cao Yanbing's face, Qian Ren Yui smiled slightly and explained, the man in grey robe who rescued you that day was my grandfather, but because of some method he looked younger. This Cao Yanbing was speechless. Under the leadership of Qian Ren Yui, the two entered a dark and deep corridor. This passage is extremely long and the walls are inlaid with huge luminous pearls. The faint brilliance makes the light in the passage a little hazy. After walking in the passage for about half an hour, a familiar light finally appeared in front of the passage. It's almost here. Qian Ren Yui smiled faintly. When he stepped out with the solace of his feet, dazzling light suddenly swayed down. The stinging sensation made Cao Yanbing subconsciously narrow his eyes. After waiting for a moment, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he looked at the scene in front of him. What appeared in front of us was an obvious valley groove. The steep mountain wall spread all the way up and finally reached the end of the line of sight. In the open space in the middle of the three cliffs there is a tall and daunting altar. This place is not like the Pope's Palace or Wuhan City, which is nobility and strict. On the contrary, as soon as he stepped here, Cao Yanbing felt a very comfortable feeling. Looking around, Qian Ren Yui saw the man standing with his hands behind his back. When he saw the figure on the altar, he turned his head and smiled at Cao Yanbing. Let's go. As the solace of my feet stepped on this land, a very familiar but slightly unfamiliar feeling came to my heart. Cao Yanbing kept looking at everything here. As his pace became faster and faster and the more things he saw, he was shocked to find that he seemed to have been here before. Cao Yanbing couldn't wait to come to the bottom of the altar. He looked at the stone wall at the end of his eyes, but his surging heart calmed down strangely. It is said that what is depicted in this relief is a legendary power from millions of years ago and the first god in Douluo continent. While Cao Yanbing was stunned, Qian Daoliu's calm and respectful voice sounded behind him. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 56 Legends thousands of ancient ruins. It is said that what is depicted in this mural is a legendary power from millions of years ago and the first god in Douluo continent. While Cao Yanbing was stunned, Qian Daoliu's plain voice with a hint of respect sounded out. There are many things engraved on the mural ranging from everything in the world to mountains and rivers, but the only thing that made him unable to take his eyes away was the blurry back figure in the center of this huge relief. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Cao Yanbing was sure that it was a figure from behind simply because he was in the shape of a villain, but for some reason Cao Yanbing had a very special feeling lingering in his heart when he saw this figure, but he couldn't tell what it was like. Why does this figure give me a familiar feeling? Su Chu's steady voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing was stunned. Do you also feel this way, Su Chu? Hey, if you ask me, the person up here is Su Chu, but he came here thousands of years ago, Zhenhun said jokingly. You guys, thousands of years ago we were following Duke Cao to conquer the world. How could we possibly come to this ghost place? Su Chu was speechless. Ha 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 ha. Xia Hao Iwan laughed. Su Chu, he is making fun of you. You are quite honest. Su Chu snorted coldly. When I have time in the future I will definitely propose to my lord that you and I have a fun battle to see who is stronger, the tiger and the enemy or your brother Zioha. Su Chu, don't take me with you now. My halberd can only cut down enemy generals, but I can't attack my comrade. Dian Wei, who was always bellicose, curled his lips in a rare gesture this time. What a Dian Wei! Su Chu was stunned. Zioha smiled and said, ha 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 ha, you are the only one of the two heroes. When you have time in the future you can challenge us two brothers. Snored. Hearing the noisy voices of several guardian spirit from the bottom of his heart, black lines dropped from Cao Yanbing's face. He suddenly felt that having too many guardian spirits was not a good thing. Cao Yanbing. Upon hearing the call, Cao Yanbing unilaterally cut off the contact with the guardian spirit and asked, what's wrong? Are you interested in this mural? A smile appeared on Qian Daoliu's face like a young man. From the moment he entered this place, Cao Yanbing came directly to the mural and was in a daze. This behavior made Qian Daoliu naturally think that he was interested in the mural. No, I'm just interested in the figure on the mural. To be honest, I think this silhouette gives me a very strange feeling. Cao Yanbing frowned slightly, but he didn't do anything about it. Nothing to hide. Oh, Qian Daoliu was stunned and a trace of fluctuation suddenly flashed in his dull pupils. After he pondered for a moment, he raised his feet and his body instantly appeared on the altar. Cao Yanbing was stunned. He didn't expect that this guy seemed to be stronger than the so-called Pope. When he came to the altar, Qian Daoliu's face darkened slightly. His slender palms kept clicking in the air. With each fall of his fingers, the empty air suddenly rippled like raindrop hitting the surface of a lake. Make ripples one by one. What is he doing? Cao Yanbing turned sideways and asked with a puzzled look on his face. This I don't know either. Qian Renyui's pretty eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Soon their doubts were answered. The mural originally carved on the stone wall began to tremble slightly, and as time went by the trembling amplitude became larger and larger. Buzz. After a soft sound, the scene that happened in front of them instantly made Cao Yanbing and Qian Renyui press their admiration from the bottom of their heart. The mural in front of me turned into a shadow and floated out from the stone wall. The originally tangible and colorless depiction was now embellished with a little color. It is said that thousands of years ago the entire continent was ruled by ancient soul bees. The soul bees had been raging for millions or even tens of millions of years, and humans were just livestock raised by them. Qian Daoliu's voice came from the altar and echoed clearly in this forbidden area. In such a hopeless situation, a human warrior stepped forward to save the world from the fire and water. From then on, everyone knew what martial souls were, what soul rings were, and what cultivation was. After millions of years of fighting, he led mankind to defeat the soul beast and achieve the final victory. But when people tried to promote him as king, he mysteriously disappeared. No one knows his name and no one knows what he looks like. Everything about him has been forgotten. Now, tens of millions of years later, there are no more than 3 people in the entire continent who know about this historic site. Even I am only taking over the Elder Palace. I came here by accident decades later and I only knew a little bit about it. In the past few decades I have traveled across the continent and consulted many ancient books, but all I got was a vague concept. He has several martial arts spirit. Qian Daoliu's voice suddenly became sonorous and powerful. He turned his head and looked at Cao Yanbing in the distance with a wise and fiery luster in his eyes. That's right, twin martial souls have been rare for 100 years, but what about Cao Yanbing? 4 martial spirit. Qian Daoliu even felt that Cao Yanbing was the reincarnation of the legendary power millions of years ago. This is one of the reasons why he did not hesitate to offend Bibi Dong and take action to bring Cao Yanbing into the Elder Hall. Sensing the strange smile on Qian Daoliu's face, Qian Renyui pondered for a moment and then cautiously said, Grandpa, don't you think that Cao Yanbing? Qian Renyui was already very very smart, and the implication of Qian Daoliu's words was extremely obvious. It was easy to guess the meaning of his words, but this conclusion made her a little afraid to compliment him. Cao Yanbing was also stunned when he heard this. He subconsciously raised his head to look at Qian Daoliu on the altar and raised his brows without leaving any trace. I bet this old boy is so confused that he thinks he is the legendary power that only he is in myth and saved mankind millions of years ago. No, old boy, how dare you think about it? A legendary figure from millions of years ago? Do you think I, a man in my 20s, can shoulder this important task? Cao Yanbing complained helplessly. Besides, isn't what you're talking about just a myth? It's not very credible in the first place. It's just used to COA children. You're hundreds of years old, so why bother to connect it with reality? The continuous complaints made Qian Daoliu look a little unhappy, but there was nothing wrong with what Cao Yanbing said. He seemed to be a little too focused on studying ancient murals. Why did you spend decades studying these fictitious things? Cao Yanbing looked helpless. In his original world, such legends and myths were used by adults to COA children. What he didn't expect was that this old man believed it. Cough. With a dry cough, Qian Daoliu's face turned red and the corners of his mouth trembled lightly, as if he had realized how funny what he just said was. It's up, it's up. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it, and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 57, Judgment Elder. Cough. With a dry cough, Qian Daoliu's face turned red. In fact, he didn't really believe in these things. If it weren't for taking the last step to reach the legendary god level, he wouldn't bother to study these classical records handed down from ancient times. Well, I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. There is nothing wrong with whether this story is true or false. Telling you these stories is just to satisfy your curiosity about this mural. Qian Daoliu pretended to be serious and whispered, "Hey." Cao Yanbing curled his lip. Back to business. Qian Daoliu waved his big hand and a strange energy wave rippled out instantly. The energy mural suspended in the air also buzzed and then fell silent again. Qian Daoliu came straight to Cao Yanbing. His expression changed from the smiling face before and became a little serious. Cao Yanbing, you have no law and are arrogant and domineering. You provoked the authority of Wuhan Palace, wantonly killed my Wuhan Palace soul master, and even destroyed the Pope's palace. This seriously affected the order and reputation of Wuhan Palace. Do you know your guilt? The moment the word fell, a powerful pressure that made the entire space tremble swept over instantly. The soul power of the 99th level peerless Douluo suppressed Cao Yanbing's body like a mountain, and his tall and straight body instantly became bent. Crunch. Under the extremely tyrannical pressure of soul power, Cao Yanbing's knees suddenly bent and he was about to kneel on the ground. Then he gritted his teeth, resisted the oppression, and stood up straight. Knowing the crime? What a joke. What crime do I, Cao Yanbing, have? Although Cao Yanbing was a little puzzled by the sudden display of power given his temperament, it was obvious that he could not give in. Cao Yanbing was seen gritting his teeth, and the surging spiritual power in his body was flowing freely in his body like a river bursting through its embankment, resisting the pressure of soul power from Qian Daoliu with all his strength. Bang! The powerful soul pressure caused the floor under Cao Yanbing's feet to instantly shatter, and even his feet were pressed into the soil. Grandpa, what are you doing? Feeling the terrifying soul pressure in the space that was rushing towards Cao Yanbing to avoid her, Qian Renyue hurriedly spoke out while looking at his twisted expression. We were talking and laughing just a second ago. Why did it suddenly turn into this situation? Hearing Qian Renyue's puzzled voice with a hint of pleading, Qian Daoliu frowned slightly, then put his palms behind his back and shook his head gently at her. Qian Daoliu spoke again. Since you have the strength of a titled Douluo and you also possess 4 mutated spirits that are comparable to the strength of a titled Douluo, yet you are so strong and wantonly attack those weak ordinary soul masters, what do you think? Is this fair? Fair? Cao Yanbing's eyes flashed with a trace of amusement. He fiercely pulled out the 10th Palace Yama, and with the help of its straight waist he forcibly resisted the suppression and stared at Qian Daoliu and shouted, "If it were a fair fight, how boring it would be. The reason why this world has interesting just because there is unfairness. The law of the jungle is the law of this world." Is this your idea of a strong person? Qian Daoliu snorted coldly. Ha 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 ha. As if he heard a joke, Cao Yanbing looked up to the sky and smiled. No matter which world you are in, the weak are the slaves of the strong. Even if the times are different, only the method of slavery has changed. If you insist on saying this, then let me ask you, when you Wuhan Palace led your troops to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the 7 Treasures Glaze Sect, did you ever think about the concept of being strong? Relying on my own strength, I use a method that is most suitable for me to attack those who threaten me. I would like to ask, is there any big difference between me attacking Wuhan Palace and your Wuhan Palace destroying other sects? Some impassioned words. Qian Daoliu was immediately speechless and unable to argue. It is true that to a certain extent Cao Yanbing's nature is almost exactly the same as Wu Hundian's style. Sensing that he was at a disadvantage in terms of words, Qian Daoliu once again strengthened his soul suppression and said slightly angrily, although you are very good at words, why do you think you dare to fight against Wu on your own? The Soul Palace compete for the world? Under the increasingly intense soul pressure, Cao Yanbing's legs were about to be unable to withstand the pressure. A drop of crystal sweat slipped from his forehead. Wrapped in this extremely powerful aura, he even felt that his vision began to become a little blurry. People have believed in gods since ancient times just because the gods represent justice, and people have submitted to the king since ancient times just because they are willing to regard the law as justice. But the rules of the world are only in the hands of those in power. People who stand above the law may not be able to reason with you. What kind of justice is there in this world? Since there is no justice in this world, why not get to the bottom of it and break it? What if I Cao Yanbing become the king of this world where everyone in power can conquer it? Hearing Cao Yanbing's impassioned words, Qian Ren Yui's golden pupils moved lightly, and a different kind of emotion kept lingering in her heart. She has seen many people who are flattering and duplicitous, and many people who are willing to compromise and betray their faith under the threat of death, but Cao Yanbing is indeed the only one she has seen in her life. Perhaps she herself never realized that a seed of love had taken root and sprouted in her heart. Facing Cao Yanbing's unruly words, Qian Daoliu laughed loudly after a moment of silence. Ha 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 ha, sure enough, Qian Daoliu saw the right person. The oppressive feeling of hatred that permeated the entire space was instantly withdrawn, and Cao Yanbing's body, which was supported by force, fell to the ground the moment the pressure of soul power disappeared. Whoa! Seeing this, Qian Ren Yui's delicate body moved, and she directly supported Cao Yanbing's body and fell into her arm. Feeling a touch that was not like the cold ground coming from behind, Cao Yanbing was stunned and subconsciously squirmed behind him. Ah! The exclamation sounded. Cao Yanbing's body froze as if he had been electrocuted, and he quickly got up from the ground. Behind him was Qian Ren Yui, who looked shy. This you? Cao Yanbing blushed when he saw the trace of blush on her cold and pretty face. Ahem. I said, can you pay attention to the occasion? Qian Daoliu said with a serious expression. Although Cao Yanbing was arrogant, domineering and arrogant, after observing him for a period of time, Qian Daoliu discovered that there were some shining points in him. The most important point is that, judging from what he did just now, this guy should be like Xiao Yui and not have much love Perian. How does it look like him? Well, I digress, Grandpa. Seeing the hidden smile on Qian Daoliu's face, Qian Ren Yui blushed. Ha 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 ha. Qian Daoliu smiled and turned his attention to Cao Yanbing. Cao Yanbing, you passed the test. Now you can be considered one of the elders of my elder hall. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 58. Two people with 800 thoughts. Cao Yanbing, you passed the test and now you are considered one of the elders of my elder hall. Elder? Cao Yanbing was stunned despite the severe pain caused by the oppression of his soul. I'm ready to fight you. Are you telling me this is a test? Seeing the surprise on his face, Qian Daoliu coughed dryly and said, I just wanted to test your character and see if you have that kind of outstanding character that is too ordinary. Hey, put your hand down. Seeing Cao Yanbing gritting his teeth and raising his fist, Qian Daoliu hurriedly dissuaded him. This is just a procedure, don't get angry. Procedure? Then why didn't you tell me in advance? Cao Yanbing said angrily. As long as you tell him in advance, he won't be angry. If I told you in advance, could it still be called a test? The most unprepared situation is the one that reveals your true side, Qian Daoliu said. TCH. Cao Yanbing curled his lip. After casually giving some request, Qian Daoliu waved his hand. Okay, let's stop here. Xiao Yui, take him out to learn about the elders hall first. I have some things here. Yes, Grandpa. Qian Ren Yui nodded and left with an unhappy Cao Yanbing. By then, only Qian Daoliu was left in the huge underground palace. This man has great ambitions and is very strong. Although his character is lacking, he can be said to be the best. Are you sure you can defeat him? A dull voice suddenly sounded from behind Qian Daoliu, but he did not look back, just smiled faintly and said, ambition? Isn't this what we need? As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. He is ambitious. The bigger it is, the better it is for us. As for those who cannot be surrendered, ha 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 ha, do you think that with the strength of a 99th level peerless Douluo like me, I can't suppress a little guy with only the strength of a titled Douluo? Yeah, that's true. Behind Qian Daoliu, the second worshipper with a gloomy face, golden crocodile Douluo, appeared at some point, and his eyes fell on the direction Cao Yanbing left. The relationship between Qian Daoliu and Jin Crocodile is actually very good. In the past they were just showing off in front of other worshippers. On the contrary, he actually admires admires this guy named Cao Yanbing because he likes him. This guy has great ambitions, bigger than anyone I've ever seen. I'm afraid that when his strength reaches the peerless Douluo level in the future he will bring disaster to the spirit hall. No. Qian Daoliu smiled and shook his head, his tone full of doubt. His current role is nothing more than to be a chess piece under our hands, just a tool for me to restrict the Pope's palace and Bibi Dong. Moreover, no matter how strong his potential is, without the inheritance of the divine position he will at most be a level 99 peerless Douluo in the future. When the time comes when Xiao Yue succeeds in inheriting the remaining angel soul bones, won't it be easy to kill Cao Yanbing and seize control of Wuhan Palace? After listening to Qian Daoliu's words, Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded lightly, then smiled lightly and said, "It's so easy to kill a donkey with one hand. This Cao Yanbing probably didn't expect that we just used him as a tool. Haha." The river and the sky were completely dust-free and there was only a solitary moon in the bright sky. Under the cold and dark sky, half of the moon hung sideways and the moonlight seemed to cover the entire land with silver gauze. On the top of a high tower in the Elders' Hall, Cao Yanbing, who had taken off his spiritual clothes, sat cross-legged and circulated the spiritual power in his body. After draining out all the soul power that Qian Daoliu had secretly invaded his body just now, Soldier Cao Yan let out a breath of turbid air, his eyes filled with coldness. Qian Daoliu said it was some kind of test, but how could he not understand that it was just an excuse for the former to show off his power? He said he was an elder, but isn't it actually just to use this title to tie myself up in the Elders' Hall and let him do whatever he wants? But there was one thing that puzzled Cao Yanbing. Even though he has made it clear that he intends to overthrow the Wuhan Palace and declare himself king alone, this old guy still insists on bringing him into the Elder Palace. Isn't he worried that he will rebel? Or is it that he has confidence? Thinking of this, Cao Yanbing shook his head. Even if Qian Daoliu had any conspiracy, it didn't matter to him now. After all, the purpose of joining Wuhan Palace was to join him. Now that he thinks about it, this mission can be considered completed. My lord, I have always had a question and I don't know whether to answer it or not. Su Chu's voice sounded sincerely. Oh, you say? With my lord's current strength, according to the system of this continent, he should be at the level of titled Douluo. Add in the two brothers Xiaohe and us, and his strength is no less than that of the Spirit Hall. Why not re-establish his power and break the three kingdoms? What about the situation of Dingli? Su Chu is a tiger fanatic after all. After all, he still doesn't quite understand what Cao Yanbing is doing at this time. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing shook his head. Now that the separation of the three countries in the mainland is almost a foregone conclusion and they are in a situation of mutual constraints, do you think they will be indifferent to the establishment of new forces at this time? Looking up at the waning moon hanging in mid-air, Cao Yanbing sighed softly and said, there is another point. On this battlefield now, the Soul Masters are at the core, followed by the armies of the major empires. In this 100-year-long acquisition and merger, basically all the Soul Masters have been divided up by these three parties. Even if there are only some soldiers and generals left, they are of little use to us. Su Chu said in confusion, isn't there an army of undead in Raxhasa Street that the young master has begun to train? Since there is no way to accommodate Soul Masters, these countless undead are our biggest backup. Hearing Su Chu's words, Cao Yanbing was speechless. Su Chu, you are indeed a martial arts idiot. Since I rely on my own undead army and not on the mainland's local Soul Masters and troops, then why should I bear pressure from three aspects to establish a new force? A smile appeared on Cao Yanbing's lips. Besides, this Wuhan Palace is quite suitable for me. He originally had the idea of joining Wuhan Palace and relying on the huge resources of Wuhan Palace for training. On second thought, after joining the Wuhan Palace, he would have a suitable reason to attack the Soul Master armies of the two empires of Tiandu and Silla at the same time, thereby absorbing the undead to enhance his own strength. Even if he is targeted by the two empires, he can rely on his status as the elder of Wuhan Palace to direct the opponent's firepower to Wuhan Palace. How could Su Chu have thought of this? Sure enough, after listening to Cao Yanbing's words, Su Chu suddenly realized. Similarly, this is the first time he has discovered that Cao Yanbing is so cunning in so many years of following him. Whoops! The familiar soul power came from behind along with a soft voice. Aren't you going to rest yet? P.S. The second update today. Please collect it, recommend it, and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 59. Mr. Cao who did bad things. Aren't you going to rest yet? Cao Yanbing turned his head, looked at Qian Renyue coming slowly behind him, and said with a smile, it's so late, what are you doing here? No, I was just bored being alone and I happened to see you here, so I came over to take a look. A smile appeared on the corner of Qian Renyue's mouth. She moved lightly, walked straight to Cao Yanbing and sat down net to him. The unique fragrance of the girl filled Cao Yanbing's nose, which made the latter's already not very strong mind begin to waver. her at all. Shaking his head gently to throw away the ridiculous idea, Cao Yanbing looked at the charming girl beside him with a smile on his lips. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Cao Yanbing's strange smile, and Qian Ren Yui frowned slightly. What's wrong with you? No. Cao Yanbing subconsciously stretched out his hand to wipe the non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth. His secret was so dangerous that it was almost e-pose. Not paying too much attention to his strange behavior, Qian Ren Yui looked at the brightly lit palace in the distance and sighed softly. Cao Yanbing asked in confusion, what? With your lofty position in Wuhan Palace, what else can you worry about? You don't understand. Qian Ren Yui shook her head with a hint of sadness in her beautiful eyes. I was sent to the imperial palace of the Heaven Do Empire since I was a child, disguised as the Prince Shui King He. There I had to disguise myself every day and was forced to wear a mask and laugh with people every day while trying to change the imperial palace of the Heaven Do Empire pattern while reporting to Wuhan Palace. This kind of life has taken up almost everything I have. I have never felt the taste of loving or being loved, nor have I felt the care of my friends. All I have is endless speculation and scheming. Qian Ren Yui's round legs were slightly arched and she gently placed her chin on her knees. Her low voice contained a kind of weakness and grievance that went deep into her bone. No one can understand her helplessness, and no one knows how she managed to lurk alone in the enemy camp for more than 10 years. Everyone may only marvel at her noble status, but no one cares about how much she has paid to reach this level. But just when I thought my mission was about to be successfully completed, Bibi Dong's understatement instantly caused my undercover career of more than 10 years to end in failure. I hate her. Saying this, Qian Ren Yui's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent, but the moment this murderous intent was perfectly buried in her eyes. Cao Yanbing could see that this girl, who was only in her 20s, hid all her grievances and unwillingness deep in her heart. Sorry I made you laugh. Qian Ren Yui's eyes were slightly red and she smiled bitterly at him, obviously not wanting to get too entangled in this issue. It was obvious that he had buried all these things deep in his heart, but for some reason as soon as she got close to this man she couldn't help but reveal all the grievances and powerlessness she had felt over the years. You know, even when facing his dearest grandfather he would never show this attitude. Alas! Seeing Qian Ren Yui's pitiful appearance, Cao Yanbing instantly felt his heart tightening. He had also experienced this feeling of powerlessness that was almost despairing. Cao Yanbing's eyes became rare and gentle. He looked at the girl net to him who had all the wealth. At that moment a compulsive emotion seemed to surge deep in his heart that he could not distinguish. Subconsciously he stretched out his hand and grabbed her catkin. With a little force he directly pulled her into his arms. Her delicate body crashed into Cao Yanbing's arm. Feeling the warmth that penetrated her clothes, a tender cry came from Qian Ren Yui's mouth and her body suddenly stiffened. The blush on her cheek seemed to be dripping with water. Qian Ren Yui subconsciously put her jade hands on Cao Yanbing's chest and tried to struggle. Do not move. The plain but domineering voice that sounded in her ears made the blush on Qian Ren Yui's face even more charming. After a slight struggle she gave up her unnecessary resistance. If it had been anyone else with her temperament she would have been killed the moment her arm touched her. But for some reason when Cao Yanbing took her into his arms she even felt a little secret in her heart happiness. Feeling the delicate body gradually calming down in his arms, Cao Yanbing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, when he took Qian Ren Yui's hand and pulled her into his arms he was already prepared to be knocked away by the latter's palm, but now it seems that he doesn't have any bad intentions towards the other party. Thinking of this, he quietly wrapped his arms around the slender waist that could not be grasped. The comfortable touch made Cao Yanbing feel relieved. He looked down at the blushing Qian Ren Yui and said softly, from now on how about I Cao Yanbing protect you? Who wants your protection? Qian Ren Yui frowned and murmured in a low voice. Perhaps she didn't even notice it, but at some point she had regarded the man in front of her as her own. Looking at Qian Ren Yui, who was usually noble and cold and could refuse others thousands of miles away, but now she pouted her little mouth, showing the look of a little woman that was extremely rare. Cao Yanbing suddenly felt an itch in his heart. The arms around the slender waist tightened involuntarily, but one palm lifted the smooth chin, looking at the charming and rosy mouth with a hint of salivation, and then slowly lowered his head. How could the inexperienced Qian Ren Yui withstand Cao's teasing? The heartbeat is speeding up and the coldness and nobility in daily life have long disappeared. The blush on her face became more intense. When she felt Cao Yanbing's breath hitting her face, Qian Ren Yui closed her eyes subconsciously. Looking at Qian Ren Yui, who closed her eyes and looked like she was letting the emperor do anything, Cao Yanbing's lips turned into a hint of teasing. Don't move, you have something dirty here. He stretched out his hand and wiped Qian Ren Yui's cheek and deliberately said loudly, Why do you close your eyes? The imagined scene did not appear. When she heard the voice ringing in her ears, Qian Ren Yui breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. However, while she was relieved, she was still worried about gains and losses. Looking up at the joking expression on Cao Yanbing's face, Qian Ren Yui pouted and struggled lightly. I must have misjudged the person. It turns out that all men in the world are virtuous. Cao Yanbing curled his lips and asked, what kind of virtue are you talking about? It just Before Qian Ren Yui could say the words, she suddenly felt a rush of hot air rushing towards her face, and then hot lips covered her lips. After a long time their lips parted, the two of them panted lightly, their eyes looked at each other with connected crystals hanging from the corners of their mouths, their eyes as hot as fire. Cao Yanbing stretched out his hand to wipe her lips, licked his lips and said with a smile, is this the kind of virtue you are talking about? Qian Ren Yui blushed and shyly buried her head in Cao Yanbing's chest. A low voice came from her mouth, Humph, you are indeed not a good person. The arms surrounding Qian Ren Yui's delicate body were slightly strengthened. Cao Yanbing Lang smiled and said, I never said I was a good person. P.S. This is the first update today. Please collect it, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful. I really don't have much experience in this niche of emotions. Instead of continuing to be vague, it's better to just get it done. A lot of people have sent me private messages about the heroine. I would like to mention it here first. They are two heroines. I wish everyone a healthy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 60 Bibi Dong's arrival. I never said I was a good person. Cao Yanbing smiled evilly. Facing Mr. Cao's shamelessness, Qian Ren Yui smiled and her delicate body leaned slightly into his arms. You have to be responsible for what you did to me. Qian Ren Yui raised her pretty face and looked at Cao Yanbing's angular profile with burning eyes. What did I do? Cao Yanbing smiled secretly in his heart but had a look of confusion on his face. You? Hearing this pretentious tone, Qian Ren Yui was lightly angry and clenched her jade hands. Looking at it like this, she wanted to teach someone Cao a lesson. Cough. Cao Yanbing coughed dryly, silently stretched out his hand to take her into his arms again and said softly, don't worry, I will be responsible for you. Hearing this, Qian Ren Yui did not reply but quietly stared at Cao Yanbing's loving eyes. The bright moon is hanging high and the pure white moonlight is shining down. Qian Ren Yui's beautiful and noble face can be vaguely seen with a subtle arc. The Net Day. The Elders' Hall. In the tall domed building you will see a wide hall as soon as you enter the door. The hollow dome is nearly 30 meters high. It is divided into 3 floors with 10 rooms on each floor. Except for extremely special circumstances, the first requirement for being able to move in here is to have a soul power of level 90 or above and possess the strength of a titled Douluo or above. This is where the true highest power of Wuhan Palace lies, and even the Pope must be restricted by it. When the early morning light illuminated the earth, several figures had already entered the Elders' Hall one after another. In the center of the main hall of the Elders' Hall there stood a huge seraph statue made of pure gold. At this moment several figures were standing quietly in front of the statue. The leader was naturally Qian Douluo with a smile on his face. Cao Yanbing, since you successfully passed the test, it proves that you are qualified to become the ruling elder. The dull voice of the second enshrined golden crocodile Douluo sounded. The ruling elder is second only to the worshipper in the Elder Hall. Consecration does not require participation in any actions of the Wuhan Palace, and the most important responsibility of the ruling elder is to kill all the strongest opponents who oppose the Wuhan Palace. In response, Cao Yanbing nodded and glanced around at the offerings. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he didn't see that exquisite figure among the crowd. After what happened last night, the relationship between him and Qian Ren Yui has risen to an extremely delicate level. Recalling his hot-headed actions last night, Cao Yanbing had a bad smile on his lips. Sure enough, when a girl is most vulnerable it is easiest to break into her heart, but even now he doesn't know why he did that. Maybe it was because of love at first sight, or is it CAOXIN? He shook his head slightly. Is this important? No, that's not important. Since you have done this you must be responsible for others. This is a promise to Qian Ren Yui. Very good. Golden crocodile Douluo glanced at Qian Douluo behind Cao Yanbing without any trace. After seeing that the latter did not do anything else, he continued to speak. As the elder of my Elder Hall, you must first understand that the reputation of Wuhan Hall must be the first priority in everything, and you must not act rashly. Yeah, Cao Yanbing nodded indifferently. For him these rules and regulations had no real binding force. About half an hour later this extremely boring initiation ceremony slowly came to an end. Hey, these old guys talk a lot. Let's go and play with Xiao Yui after this is over. However, just as Cao Yanbing was planning to go find Qian Ren Yui to do something wrong, at that moment a very majestic voice suddenly sounded from the door. Wait a minute everyone, I think there are some things that I need to discuss with you. Go through the sound. At the entrance of the Elder Hall several figures were lined up walking towards Cao Yanbing, and and others. The leader is naturally Pope Bibidong of Wuhan Palace, holding a scepter and wearing a luxurious robe. On both sides of her there were 4 figures standing, including the ghost Jew double Douluo, the snake-spear Douluo, and the blood-stinging Douluo who had fought against Cao Yanbing. Counting Bibidong, they actually had 9 titled Douluo Perts gathered in the Elder Hall this time. His Majesty the Pope, what do you mean by this? Qian Daoliu took 2 steps forward to block everyone behind him and narrowed his eyes slightly when looking at Bibidong and others. The Pope's palace and the Elder's palace usually do not interfere with each other, but now she suddenly starts a war like this, which will inevitably make Qian Daoliu wary. Without paying much attention to Qian Daoliu's words, Bibidong's cold gaze passed directly over him and fell on Cao Yanbing behind him. It seems that your Elder Hall has successfully gained another elder with unlimited potential. A cold look appeared on Bibidong's noble and stunning face. For this person who openly disobeyed him, Bibidong Fi not only had no favorable impression at all, but even had a faint murderous intention in his heart. Killed nearly 10,000 soul masters in her Pope's palace and used thunder to destroy the Pope's palace that symbolized the status of the Spirit Hall. If Qian Daoliu hadn't stopped him at the last moment, I'm afraid she would have killed Cao Yan's soldiers long ago and hung them at the city gate as a warning. Haha, I have to thank His Majesty the Pope for this, Qian Daoliu said with a smile, but his tone was not kind. If His Majesty the Pope went to our Elder's palace to go to war this time just to target our Judgment Elder, then you might as well invite him back. Elder Judgment? Hearing Qian Daoliu's name for Cao Yanbing, Bibidong laughed angrily and the surging soul power rippled around her with her as the center. Your presbytery has elected a new ruling elder. Why don't you consult the Pope for his opinion? Bibidong's cold tone coupled with the surging soul power fluctuations, the majestic and noble aura burst out of her body, instantly shocking everyone present. Snore. Qian Daoliu's dull prescience suddenly turned solemn. He stretched out his arm and a golden light emitted from his body, forming a soul shield with the Si-winged archangel engraved on it directly in front of everyone. Dang! Bibidong's surging soul power hit the angel shield in Qian Daoliu's hand like a giant hammer, making a deafening roar. Centered on the collision point of the 2 souls, all the floor tiles inlaid with gold rims a few meters away were blasted to dust at this moment, and even the walls dozens of meters away were shaken with ferocious crack. Taking over Bibidong's soul suppression, Qian Daoliu said calmly, the Elder's palace and the Pope's palace do not interfere with each other. Why do we need to report to you when we recruit new elders? You take care of your Pope's palace. Okay. 3 good words in a row revealed the anger in Bibidong's heart at this moment. Her eyes were fixed on Cao Yanbing net to her, and she said coldly to Qian Daoliu, I hope your actions will not damage the future of Wuhan Palace, fall into some kind of disaster, otherwise I won't bother you anymore. Qian Daoliu raised his right hand and interrupted her. Bibidong snorted coldly and finally looked away from Cao Yanbing. Qian Daoliu said, if that's why you came here, you can go back now. Bibidong sneered and said, how could I get into a big fight over such a trivial matter? I came here just to discuss with your Elder Hall about the re-election meeting of the new 7 sect. PS, the second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 61 Nation Building Plan. How could I get into a big fight over such a trivial matter? I came here this time just to discuss with your Elder Hall about the re-election meeting of the new 7 major sect. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu was slightly startled, turned his head and looked at the 2 worshippers, then asked doubtfully, the new 7 sect? No wonder Qian Daoliu is unclear. After all, when Bibidong sent soul masters to sneak attack the Kaibao Glaze sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he basically had no communication with Qian Daoliu, so Bibidong was not surprised by his reaction. Eyes swept over Qian Daoliu. Bibidong's red lips slightly opened and she said, now the 3 upper sect, the Kaibao Glaze sect, have been completely damaged. I think Ning Fengzi and the temperament of the current Tiandu Empire royal family will definitely not send anyone to participate. Almost the entire Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect has been wiped out with only 2 or 3 cats and dogs left. They are not qualified to participate at all. As for the so-called Haoshan sect, it has been hiding in seclusion for so long and it must not dare to make any big moves. And the strength of the 4 smaller sects such as the White Tiger sect, the Elephant Armor sect, the Fire Leopard sect and the Wind Sword sect are not worth mentioning at all. Isn't this a good opportunity to reshuffle the cards? Bibidong has great ambitions. What she wants is not only to increase the scope of influence controlled by Wuhan Palace, she also wants to develop her own influence in order to attract other soul masters. If the Kaibao Glaze sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were destroyed before, they were just trying to solve some stumbling block. Now Bibidong has included the vacant positions of these 2 sects into his plan. After hearing what Bibidong said, Qian Daoliu's Zion remained calm. He opened his mouth and said, from what His Majesty the Pope said, it seems that he already has quite a plan for these so-called 7 major sects. Bibi Dong nodded slightly and said with a smile, not only am I confident but I already have suitable candidates for the new 3 sects. Oh, a trace of surprise flashed in Daoliu's eyes and he couldn't help but smile. Since His Majesty the Pope has arranged everything, why do you still come to us old guys to discuss it? Although he said this, the disdain in Daoliu's eyes was truly revealed. At first he thought that Bibi Dong really came to discuss some matters with them about the new 7 sects, but now it seems that there is something else going on. As he pecked the moment Daoliu said these words, a smile appeared on Bibi Dong's lips. It is indeed a great offering. He is truly a heavenly being in terms of observation. Bibi Dong stretched out her jade hand and couldn't help but softly applaud and praise twice. Then she changed the subject and said, re-electing the 7 major sects is just the beginning. I simply want to use their influence coupled with Wuhan Palace's current appeal to recruit soul masters from all over the world. The purpose of everything is simply to establish an empire exclusive to the Spirit Hall, the Spirit Empire, Martial Spirit Empire. After hearing Bibi Dong's word, Daoliu and many of the worshippers also fell silent at this moment. They are considering the pros and cons of this matter. Build a new empire. Cao Yanbing smiled lightly. This was exactly what he wanted. He is the main killer. Only by killing enemy troops and absorbing the undead for transformation can his strength be improved and increased. Nowadays the establishment of a new empire will inevitably involve fighting with the armies of the 2 empires Tiandu and Xingluo. On the battlefield there must be casualties. If he can blend in, then his strength may be able to break through to the Great Jiaor. By then wouldn't it be easy to seize the world? Since you as the Pope have planned all this, why don't you come to us old guys this time to see more than just the establishment of the empire? Daoliu frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, Bibi Dong nodded, smiled lightly and said, that's right. This time when I came to the Elder Hall, I mainly discussed with you the ministers about the issue of territorial expansion and the issue of garrisoning troops at the junction of the 2 empires Wuhan Hall and Tiandu Starluo. When the Wuhan Palace is established as a nation, the Wuhan Palace branch halls and main halls scattered throughout the 2 empires of Tiandu Starluo will be taken back. Regarding the security issues and material transfer issues, the titled Douluo in the Pope's palace will definitely be very busy. As for the founding of the country, it was a major matter that would subvert the status of Wuhan Palace. She would never allow anyone to take advantage of it. Golden Crocodile Douluo said in a deep voice, His Majesty the Pope, this is the Hall of the Elders, not your Pope Hall. A gleam of purple light flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes and a slight hint of soul power emanated from her body. Second worshipper, don't forget I am the Supreme Ruler of Wuhan Palace. Golden Crocodile Douluo sneered, Supreme Ruler? Your Majesty the Pope, please remember that according to the rules of Wuhan Palace, our Elder Palace has the right to remove the Pope. Oh, Bibi Dong smiled instead of getting angry. Of course the Elder Hall has this right. However, after so many years of secret disintegration, she has already taken most of the titled Douluo in the Elder Hall except for a few major worshippers under her command. It can be said that the current Elder Hall is almost an empty shell. Removed. Now everything I do is to develop Wuhan Palace in a different direction than it used to be. Why do you have the right to remove me? Bibi Dong's eyes were red and her tone was not polite at all. Phew. Golden Crocodile Douluo frowned slightly. He had indeed ignored this aspect. Second worship, what His Majesty the Pope said is true. Helping the development of Wuhan Palace is also our original intention, isn't it? After Golden Crocodile Douluo finished saying something similar to his own, Daoliu stopped him. He looked at Bibi Dong and said, then Your Majesty the Pope, if you need to guard the border, leave it to Sangong, etc. His words were interrupted. Daoliu raised his eyebrows slightly and turned to look at Cao Yanbing, who was striding out behind him. Sir, otherwise leave this task of guarding the border to me. Cao Yanbing smiled faintly and bowed slightly to Daoliu. Oh, there was a slight fluctuation in Daoliu's dull eyes. He did not expect that Cao Yanbing, who had always been unruly, would spontaneously intercept this task and even use the honorific title. Leave it to you? On the contrary, Bibi Dong was a little unhappy. She looked Cao Yanbing up and down and said, guarding the border is extremely complicated and requires strong strength. Do you think you can do it? Cao Yanbing curled his lips and said, I think I should have the strength to destroy the entire Pope's palace in front of you. Bang! The death realm was released instantly with Bibi Dong at the center, and a chilly aura that made one's legs and feet weak permeated the entire Elder Hall. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you because there are thousands of Dao flowing behind you? Bibi Dong's eyes burst out with a trace of blood. 9 soul rings appeared instantly and the murderous intention in her eyes was almost materialized. Stop! A helpless low shout sounded and Daoliu's body appeared between the two of them. With a flash of of golden light the angel domain purified Bibi Dong's death domain, knocking the two of them back a few steps. Your Majesty, the Pope, you and I are aware of Cao Yanbing's strength. We all agree that he spontaneously proposed to guard the borders, so let him go. Why go to war? Qian Daoliu said helplessly. Humph, Cao Yanbing, I hope you can successfully manage border affairs by then. Bibi Dong glanced at Cao Yanbing for the last time, then turned and walked out of the hall. The 8 titled Douluo who came with her naturally left one after another behind her. The sky in Douluo continent is about to change. PS today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 62 7 Sect Re-Election Conference. A few days later, a bombshell in the Soul Master world suddenly struck. Wuhan Palace announced that it would reconvene the election meeting of the new 7 major sects. As soon as this call was issued, it spread like wildfire, and in just a few days it became a well-known hot topic. Regarding the election of these 7 major sects, many small sects want to take this opportunity to rise to the sky and become a being above 10,000 people. However, some sects that have problems with Wuhan Palace sneer at this. Nowadays everyone knows that 2 of the original 3 sects, the 7 Treasure Glade sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Haoshan sect, have been destroyed, and one of them has gone into hiding. At this moment Wuhan Palace suddenly announced that it would reconvene the election meeting of the 7 major sects. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was just a unilateral self-directed and self-acted event by Wuhan Palace, but even so it will not affect the influence of Wuhan Palace on the Soul Masters of the entire continent, nor will it affect the intensity of this conference. Tiandu Empire. Inside the Kaibao Glaze sect, Ning Fengzi sat quietly on the sofa in the hall, holding in his hand a letter about Wuhan Palace reopening the election contest for the 7 major sects. Opposite Ning Fengzi, Gurong, who was dressed in black robes, was slowly sipping tea. Judging from the stronger soul power fluctuations in his body than before, it was obvious that his strength must have improved in these days. On the sofa opposite Gurong, Chen Xin, who had only one arm left, was gently wiping the 7 kills sword in his hand without saying a word. Fengzi, what do you think of this sect election contest? Putting down the teacup, Gurong looked at Ning Fengzi with wrinkled eyes. Hearing this, Chen Xin, who was wiping the sword, subconsciously stopped what he was doing and looked up. Bang! Slapping the letter in his hand on the table with his backhand, Ning Fengzi stood up and clasped one hand behind his back, saying coldly, the Wuhan Palace has been waiting for so long, it must be just for today. The letter marked all the participating sects in the election meeting of the 7 major sects. Not surprisingly, almost all the sects have more or less connections with Wuhan Palace. Obviously the purpose of Wuhan Palace this time is extremely clear. Seeing him gnashing his teeth, Chen Xin shook his head and said, let them fight for this sect competition and be wise and protect themselves. Now that our Kaibao Glaze sect has just begun to improve, we should let them go to the farce that they directed and acted themselves. Let play. Cowardly man said it well. Gurong raised his teacup and took a sip. Our primary goal now is to stabilize our own development and prepare for success. When Tang San and Rong Rong successfully return from the trial on Poseidon Island, that's when we will start a complete war with Wuhan Palace. It can be said that Tang San and others have become the hope of almost everyone. They believe that enduring the humiliation this time is just to be better prepared for the future. After hearing the words of the 2 old men, Ning Fengzi nodded, turned his eyes to the distant sky and couldn't help but murmured, Rong Rong, how are you doing there? At the same time, the same place, headquarters of the Tang sect of the Tiandu Empire, the ceremonial hall of the sect leader, the patriarchs of the 4 clans who were originally extremely difficult to meet were all gathered together at this moment. The one at the top was naturally the leader of the Power Hall, Titan, and on both sides of him were the other 3 hall masters. Bang! Titan slapped the letter in his hand on the discussion table. The powerful brute force even caused cracks to spread on the table. Niu Gao on the side said angrily, now the 4 sects are all sects supported by Wuhan Palace. Holy Dragon sect and Black Tiger sect have also secretly surrendered to Wuhan Palace. Wuhan Palace still has the nerve to say that the re-election meeting of the 7 major sects is fair and just. How shameless! Alas, what the sect leader said is indeed true, but I didn't expect that Wuhan Palace can no longer even pretend to have faith. His ambition is truly terrifying. Titan placed the badge belonging to the Black Tiger sect on the map and said worriedly, now we are only left with the top of the 3 sects. Once all the new 7 sects are won over by the spirit hunters, at least half of the spirit masters on the mainland will fall into the hands of the spirit hall. He shook his head, his tone was quite solemn. Seeing that everyone had become depressed because of this incident, Yang Wudi said in a cold tone, the Elephant Armor sect and the Wuhan Palace are colluding with each other. I think Hu Yanzhen has already secretly colluded to win the position of the head of the 3 sects. Well, by the time the 7 major sects are completely won over by Wuhan Palace will probably be at its strongest. By then they may make some moves that are detrimental to Tiandu Xingluo. Bai, he said in a deep voice. It's okay. Tai Tan shook his head with a look in his eyes. I believe that when the sect master and the others return to the Tang sect, no matter how powerful the spirit hall is, we will definitely win in the end. Well, I believe it too. Niu Gao agreed. A cold light flashed in Yang Wudi's eyes. I believe it too. In this case, let us look forward to it for a few days. Let's watch the re-election meeting of the 7 major sect starring Ho Wuhundian. A few days later, the newly built papal palace. In the spacious and bright hall, Bibi Dong leaned lazily on the large throne, holding her fragrant cheek in one hand and holding the scepter in the other, quietly waiting for the news. At this moment there was a steady sound of footsteps outside the door of the main hall, and the charming Yu Guan walked in, quickly knelt down and saluted and said respectfully, His Majesty the Pope, the 7 major sects will be selected for the re-election meeting in the early stage. Out of the 10 major sects. Hearing this, Bibi Dong raised his head slightly and looked at Zhu Douluo below with a noble and lazy gaze, gesturing for him to continue. Led by the Elephant Armor sect, Holy Dragon sect, Black Tiger sect, Wind Sword sect, Fire Leopard sect, Rock Antelope sect and Bird Bee sect, they have all entered Wuhan city and are waiting for your order. Yes. Bibi Dong nodded slightly as if she had thought of something and said calmly, not long ago what happened to the houses and buildings that Cao Yan's soldiers destroyed when they attacked Wuhan city? Your Majesty, with the efforts of many architects in the city, all the construction was completed 3 days ago. Yue Guan said respectfully. That's good. Standing up from the throne, a faint smile appeared on Bibi Dong's lips and a noble and majestic aura emanated from her body. The order is passed down. 3 days later, the re-election meeting of the 7 major sects will officially begin. Yu Guan's half-kneeling body trembled lightly and he said respectfully, Yes, His Majesty the Pope. After saying that, Yue Guang bowed respectfully and left the Pope's palace. In the huge Pope's palace, Bibi Dong was the only one left. This continent has been silent for so long and it's time for the atmosphere to be active. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 63. The competition begins. Boom. When the first ray of sunshine in the morning touched the earth, the re-selection contest of the 7 major sects, which shocked the entire continent, finally kicked off with the sound of a bell. For this re-election meeting of the 7 major sects, Bibi Dong renovated the battlefield that was once used for the elite competition of the entire continent's advanced Soul Master Academies. This venue is located in the center of Wuhan city. The huge arena is 100 meters in diameter and is completely repaired from granite. This huge competition stage is reinforced with a large number of soul guides to prevent damage. According to the information given by Wuhan Palace, this site is strong enough to withstand any attacks from soul masters below the Soul Emperor without being damaged. Directly in front of this competition stage is the newly rebuilt Pope's Palace. Whether in terms of scale or appearance, it is more high-end, classy and even stronger than the one destroyed by Cao Yanbing before. Maybe it was because someone wanted to prevent something like this from happening again. At this time, on the platforms on both sides of the Pope's Palace, there were a lot of people crowding around. Judging from their positions, these people should be high-level officials of Wuhan Palace. On the left is the golden generation of Wuhan Hall headed by Hu Lina, and on the right is the elders who hold the Elder Order of Wuhan Hall. This square is extremely large, but today it is still occupied by many dark heads. Looking around, the bustling crowd spreads wantonly with noise. Although there is no order, judging from the distinctive badges they wear on their chests, these people must also be participating sects participating in the re-election meeting of the 7 major sects. Hu Lina leaned on the railing and looked down at the entire square. When she heard the noise coming from below, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. After all, the last time this place was so lively was when the golden generation of Wuhan Palace fought against Shrek Academy. Rumble. His Majesty the Pope has arrived. A welcome sound met with fluctuations in soul power echoed throughout the battlefield. Along with the opening of the door to the Pope's Palace, the chaotic noise suddenly stopped. Everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at the huge statue of the Holy Angel in the center of the Papal Palace. Their Pope Bibi Dong, wearing a 9-curve purple gold crown, a golden robe and holding a diamond scepter, was walking gracefully on the red carpet. Behind her on both sides were Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who symbolized the power of Wuhan Palace. His Majesty the Pope, long live, long live, long live. Deafening cheers soared into the sky. Bibi Dong's current status is like a god in the hearts of all the soul masters in the continent. It is so intimidating that when seeing the real person, he can't help but feel a little emotional. Hearing the heart-rending cheers, Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows lightly, her noble face relaxed and contented. You all shoulder the hope for the future of the soul master world. A new generation of 7 sects will be born from among you. The Pope's Palace will also witness your glory. I announce that the re-election meeting of the 7 major sects is now open. The moment the word fell, Bibi Dong smashed the scepter in her hand to the ground. In an instant, a bright golden light shot straight into the sky from the scepter. Rumble! The huge battlefield gradually began to shake, and with the rotation of outlines a bright golden light shield slowly enveloped the entire battlefield. A cardinal from Wuhan Hall came on stage and looked at the sect below, who were gearing up, and shouted, in the first round of the 7-sect re-election conference, the Elephant Armor sect versus the Bird Bee sect, please come to the venue. As soon as the word fell, as the sect teams from both sides entered the arena, bursts of cheers suddenly erupted from the crowded stands. Apparently the sect competition they had been waiting for had finally begun. In a high corner of the papal palace, Cao Yanbing glanced at the raging battlefield below with a hint of disdain on his lips. If it weren't for a titled Douluo level battle, he didn't even bother to take a second look at the petty quarrels between these SI Tai and 70 level soul masters. It was so solemn I thought it was some kind of battle between the most powerful men. Pouting his lips, he turned and walked towards the Elders' Hall. Rather than watching these children's petty quarrels, it would be more practical to go to Qian Ren Yui to contact him. The Elders' Hall. When Cao Yanbing hummed a tune and came to the Elder Hall to look for Qian Ren Yui, he suddenly discovered that the familiar figure was in the center of the Elder Hall. Beside her, Qian Daoliu, dressed in grey robes, stood quietly. He was standing there, but it gave people a very strange feeling, as if the sunlight shining into the hall from the huge windows around him was focused on him alone. Even though his clothes were so simple, just standing there gave people a feeling of worship. Watching from a distance, Cao Yanbing not only murmured, this old boy is probably a bit stronger than the Pope. No, I have to compete with him another day. Within the main hall, Qian Daoliu and Qian Ren Yui stood looking at each other. The former frowned slightly, but his usually calm tone was now a little serious. Yao Yui, you also know the status of these SI inheritance angel soul bone. I know this is very difficult, but for the future you must seize the time to inherit the other soul bone. Grandpa, I know, but Qian Ren Yui certainly knows the importance of inheriting the soul bone of the angel's divine armor. If she had put it before, she would have agreed without hesitation, but now Cao Yanbing's handsome face flashed through her mind, and Qian Ren Yui's pretty face turned red. She wanted to spend more time with Cao Yanbing. Qian Daoliu sighed softly. You have also seen that Bibi Dong's influence in the Wuhan Palace has surpassed mine, and I am not afraid to tell you that the more than 10 titled Douluo in the Elder Palace, except for us and the other 2 except for the 3 elders, almost all the others have been secretly bribed by Bibi Dong. What? Qian Ren Yui was shocked. This is impossible. Qian Daoliu smiled lightly. Xiao Yui, you have to remember that this is a world where the jungle prevails. Whoever is stronger will have a greater say. This concept is even more true in our Wuhan Hall. Her strength is no less than mine, and she is still so young. Perhaps she may become the first person to reach another level in many years. So Xiao Yui, there can only be one person who controls the Spirit Hall in the future, and I hope that person will be you. Qian Ren Yui didn't speak again, and Qian Daoliu didn't say anything more. The two of them just stood quietly, one thinking silently and the other waiting for her to think silently. Finally Qian Daoliu sighed. A trace of relief flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yui, you want to stay with Cao Yanbing more, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Qian Ren Yui broke out of the silence in an instant. She cautiously said, Grandpa, you know everything. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 64 Conversation. Qian Daoliu sighed. A trace of relief flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yui, you want to stay with Cao Yanbing more, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Qian Ren Yui broke out of the silence in an instant. She cautiously said, Grandpa, you know everything. Qian Daoliu did not answer but nodded slightly, turned around silently and gave her a back view. Grandpa, a blush appeared on Qian Ren Yui's cheek. She didn't expect that her relationship with Cao Yanbing would be discovered so soon, but in recent days they haven't done anything particularly intimate, so we go together from time to time to watch the sunrise, sunset, mountains, rivers and vegetation. How was this discovered? Let me ask you, do you really plan to be with this person? Have you ever thought about the future? In other words, have you ever thought about his origin? Qian Daoliu still had his back to Qian Ren Yui, but he spoke. His tone changed from normal and became quite majestic. Qian Ren Yui hesitated. Every moment she spent with Cao Yanbing these days flashed before her eyes like a revolving lantern. Watching the sweet scenes between the two of them pass by, her heart seemed to be beating along with these scenes. Suddenly the scene in front of me suddenly froze. On that night, the night when they first came into contact. From now on, Cao Yanbing will protect you. How about it? A few short words represent a man's commitment to a woman. Qian Ren Yui's face gradually calmed down. She looked at Qian Daoliu's back and her tone suddenly became firm. I really want to be with him. Perhaps even Qian Ren Yui herself never thought that one day her heart, which had been silent for so long, would beat for a man other than her closest grandfather. So what about his origin? I may not be able to interfere with his past, but I will accompany him to the end," Qian Renyue said firmly. Who? Qian Renyue didn't notice that when she said these words outside the hall, Cao, who was dressed in black robe, slowly loosened his fists clenched due to nervousness, breathed a deep sigh of relief, and his face was filled with joy, an expression that hadn't appeared on his face in a long time. Happiness. "In this case I won't say anything more. The affairs of you young people will be left to you. You young people decide for yourself." Qian Daoliu sighed, then shook his head. His tone was quite helpless. On the one hand, it was because he felt very sorry that his granddaughter, who he had cared for so many years, was abducted by a Cao Yan soldier. The second is that his little plan will fail. Originally he saw that Cao Yanbing had great potential and was interested in joining the Hall of Elders, so he took him under his wing based on the principle of killing the donkey. He waited until Qian Renyue succeeded in inheriting the God of Angels and then wiped him out. But now, the late emperor failed to start a business, but the middle path collapsed. Cao Yan's soldiers, you kid really played a big game of chess. Grandpa, you don't you object. Qian Renyue was a little confused. The reason why she didn't tell Qian Daoliu these things immediately was because she was afraid that he would stop him or do something else. Now it seems pretty good. Qian Kuliu shook his head and turned around slowly. Objection. Why should I object? Cao Yanbing, although he has some shortcomings such as being a bit arrogant, a bit mean in his speech, a bit grumpy, a bit too arrogant, other places are pretty good. After carefully recalling these shortcomings from Qian Daoliu's mouth, Qian Renyue was silent for a moment and asked weakly, "Is he anywhere else? How can this be called some shortcoming? This is obviously a complete denial of 360 degrees without blind spot. Are there any other drawbacks to this? Is he himself a shortcoming?" Why, Cao couldn't help but curse. At this moment he felt an insult falling from the sky. Cough. Qian Daoliu coughed dryly and glanced in the direction of the entrance of the hall. He seemed to realize that what he said was a bit one-sided and added, "But he is not bad and he is powerful and has great potential. Forced supplementation is the most deadly." Off topic. Qian Daoliu shook his head and said in a deep voice, "His origins are extremely mysterious. Even though I have secretly collected information from many channels these days, there is no record of Cao Yanbing. It's like a person appearing out of thin air, mysterious and unpredictable. But it is undeniable that his potential is something I have rarely seen in my life, and even if I look at the entire continent for thousands of years, I have rarely seen such a person. When he grows up in the future, he will definitely be a giant. If you have him by your side to help you in the future, you will probably avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble." Maybe Qian Renyue might not feel any unusual emotions when she heard Qian Daoliu praising herself like this, but when she heard Qian Daoliu praising Cao Yanbing, she could not help but feel a sense of pride from the bottom of her heart. This feeling is very strange. "Xiao Yui, let me ask you, if Bibi Dong reaches the legendary god level in the future, have you ever thought about the consequences?" Qian Daoliu's tone was deep and there was a hint of rigor in his eyes. "Bibi Dong becomes a god?" Qian Renyue raised her eyebrows and said, "I think she will directly attack the Tiandu Empire or the Starluo Empire." "No." Qian Daoliu shook his head. "With Bibi Dong's temperament, if she waits until she becomes a god, the first person to be eliminated will be those aliens who dare to disobey her in the Spirit Hall. And Cao Yanbing, who destroyed the Pope's palace in front of him and made many Wuhan Palace elders lose face, is definitely the first person she wants to get rid of." Bang! An astonishing soul force burst out from Qian Renyue's body, and ferocious cracks suddenly appeared on the floor beneath her feet and then turned into dust all over the floor with a muffled sound. "I won't allow this to happen." Seeing that his word finally took effect, Qian Daoliu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "In this case, in order to control Wuhan Palace in the future and to protect him, you can only inherit angel soul bones and seek from them that little chance to become a god. Otherwise, I see." Taking back her soul power and her emotions, Qian Renyue sighed softly and a touch of determination appeared in her golden pupils. "Grandpa, I'm ready. Let's continue to inherit the remaining few soul bones." "Yes." Qian Daoliu nodded with a faint smile on his lips, and his peripheral vision unconsciously turned towards the door of the Elder Hall. "Cao Yanbing, do I thank you or hate you? P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful." Chapter 65 Great Ambition. The mountain behind the Elder's Hall. On the cliff, Qian Renyue gently curled up her slender legs, held her knees weakly with her jade hands, lowered her head and buried her face between her knees. Her long golden hair spilled down like a blooming lotus. Cao Yanbing walked away slowly. Qian Renyue obviously didn't realize it and then turned to look at him, her eyes a little dim. Gently sitting down net to her, Cao Yanbing stroked the ring-shaped soul guide worn on the middle finger of his left hand, took out a bottle of wine with his backhand and smiled at the corner of his mouth. "You must know that this soul guide ring was made by by Qian Ren Yui not long ago after she contacted the best craftsmen in Wuhan City. 2 of them were specially made. One is in the hands of Cao Yanbing and the other one is naturally in Qian Ren Yui's hand in hand. Although it is said to be a soul guide, judging from the fact that both of them are wearing it on their hands, it seems that there should be some other meaning. Her beautiful eyes swept across the ring on Cao Yanbing's left hand and Qian Ren Yui subconsciously touched the ring on the middle finger of her right hand. A similar ring appeared in his eyes. Qian Ren Yui was very conflicted. She didn't know how to explain to Cao Yanbing about inheriting the angel soul bone. According to her grandfather, if she successfully inherits all the angel soul bones, she will have a chance to become a god. Once she seizes this opportunity, she can successfully inherit the legendary angel god. By then the situation on the entire continent will be reversed because of her. However, she didn't know if her feelings for Cao Yanbing would be affected after becoming a god. After all, the legendary gods generally had no emotions or desires. Shweta, if you have anything to say, just say it. There's no need to bear it alone. Cao Yanbing opened the bottle and took a big gulp. Qian Ren Yui was stunned, then hesitantly said, I want to tell you a story. What story? Cao Yanbing became interested. Qian Ren Yui sighed softly and looked at the sunset that was gradually dissipating on the horizon. In the Wuhan Palace there are Si soul bones that have been passed down for thousands of years. These Si soul bones can only be used by soul masters who have the seraph martial soul. Each soul bone is 99,999 years old. Only it's just a hair short of reaching the 100,000 year level. Unless someone can use these Si soul bones at the same time, they can be stimulated to the 100,000 year level at the same time, thereby becoming a god like instant. These Si soul bones are called angels' divine armor. As the inheritor of the seraph martial spirit, I have now inherited 3 of the Si. Grandpa said that I am the most promising person to successfully inherit the Si soul bones and also the most promising to realize the power of becoming a god. Therefore, for a long time in the future, maybe I will have to retreat and pass on. At the end of the sentence, Qian Ren Yui couldn't help but look at Cao Yanbing with her golden eyes. Her eyes were slightly red and there was a deep feeling of reluctance in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Cao Yanbing's face did not show any major emotional fluctuations, but his hand holding the wine bottle was slightly hard and his finger joints even turned white due to the force. I know. Qian Ren Yui's eyes were slightly red and she was stunned. She said in disbelief, how do you know? Oh my god. Cao Yanbing was about to say that he was eavesdropping at the gate of the Elder Hall that day, but then he thought about it and changed his mind and said, Qian Douluo came to me that day and told me about it. Grandpa came to see you? Did he also tell you? Qian Ren Yui's big eyes were a little surprised. With Qian Douluo's temperament, would he go out of his way to do such a thing? Qian Ren Yui wanted to say something else, but how could Cao Yanbing give her a chance? He grabbed her beautiful hand and directly took her whole body into his arms. Ignoring the tender cries of the person in her arms, the arms around Qinren Suliu's waist were slightly strengthened as if they wanted to integrate her into his body. Shweta, don't worry. Put your chin on Qian Ren Yui's forehead. Cao Yanbing's low voice reached her ears, but Qian Ren Yui hesitated. You have a lot to carry. Whether it is the Elder Hall or the Spirit Hall, these burdens will fall on you in the future. All I can do for you is to become stronger. Qian Ren Yui didn't speak again, but her slightly red eyes revealed the fluctuations in her heart. Leaning on Cao Yanbing's chest and listening to his steady heartbeat, Qian Ren Yui felt an unprecedented sense of security and satisfaction. Holding Qian Ren Yui's delicate body, feeling the softness, a trace of calmness flashed in Cao Yanbing's eyes. He hesitated for a moment and then said, Shweta, you should be very curious about my life. Period. Yeah. Qian Ren Yui nodded, slightly raised her head and said, but I know that you must have your reasons for choosing to conceal it. Yeah. Cao Yanbing nodded and took a sip of wine. Actually, I'm not from this continent, or I'm not from this world. I come from a place called Earth, but I was sucked into the Douluo continent by accident. Qian Ren Yui's delicate body stiffened suddenly and the pupils reflecting on Cao Yanbing's side face suddenly trembled, but this state only lasted for a moment before she suppressed it. Well, I know. Qian Ren Yui raised her head and smiled faintly. I know. These understatement words shocked Cao Yanbing. You, how do you know? Qian Ren Yui chuckled, revealing a smile that eclipsed the whole world. She gently held Cao Yanbing's cheeks with her hands, looked at him with her golden eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Looking at Qian Ren Yui's tender eyes and that charming smile, Cao Yanbing was stunned. You have no soul power, but you can release martial spirit. You don't have soul rings, but you can release soul skills. And those 4 martial spirits? No, I don't think they should be called martial spirits. They should be called some kind of contracted creatures. Qian Ren Yui's gentle voice echoed in her ears, and every word she spoke was so calm as if she already knew it. it. Yeah, Cao Yanbing, who was holding his cheek, nodded slightly. They are my guardian spirits from the 3 kingdoms. They are generals from 1,000 years ago. After death they entered my body in the form of soul. Guardian spirit? Qianren Yui smiled lightly when she heard this lightly unfamiliar term. I forgot to tell you I have 7 guardian spirits like this, Cao Yanbing said calmly, and there was even a hint of pride in it. Maybe this is the evil psychology of men in love who want to show themselves in front of women. Qianren Yui was stunned. 7? Like this it can rival a titled Douluo. He has 7 guardian spirits in total. Is this really not a monster? Sensing the shock in Qianren Yui's eyes, Cao Yanbing stretched out his hand and pinched her little face and said with a smile, what are you thinking about? With my current strength I can only summon 4 and the remaining 3 you may not be able to obey my orders. But that's already amazing. Letting his saw face change shape in those claws. If you are strong in the future, wouldn't it be that wherever you are there are 8 titled Douluo? Well, you can almost say that. Cao Yanbing shrugged. Qianren Yui chuckled. From now on you will be the emperor of this world and I will be the queen. Ha 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 ha. A look of endearment appeared on Cao Yanbing's face and he stretched out his hand to rub Qianren Yui's little head. Then it settled, my dear queen. P.S. Today's first update, please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Thanks to for the 3600 starting coin. Chapter 66 Douluo Situation. Night. It was just dark and there were a few sparse remaining stars in the pale blue sky. On the side of a mountain far away from the Elder Hall there is an exquisite small building. This is a residence built by Cao Yanbing himself some time ago with an ancient style. At this time on the bed in the room, Cao Yanbing, who was in the shape of a Chinese character, was sleeping like a dead pig, quietly looking at this man who had no image at all. Qianren Yui, who was beside the bedside, softly held up her cheek with one hand and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her lips. This guy was hugging her and talking nonsense one moment and fell asleep the net moment. If Qianren Yui hadn't been so strong, I'm afraid he would have had to sleep on that cliff tonight. This guy is really... She covered him with a quilt, thoughtfully looking at the sleeping Cao Yanbing, looking at his not particularly handsome but extremely attractive face. Qianren Yui smiled lightly, leaned down and kissed him gently on the cheek. I don't know how long it will take to inherit the angel soul bones this time. It used to take half a month or a month to successfully inherit one piece. This is my 3rd piece. It must take about 3 months to successfully inherit it. 3 months is not a long time, nor is it a short time. For powerful soul masters like them it is just a fleeting time. But these 3 months have been like a year for the young couple who have just fallen in love. After giving Cao Yanbing one last look, Qianren Yui's eyes finally firmed up. She gritted her teeth and left the room without looking back. With her departure the small building returned to its previous tranquility as if it were a world away. A few days later, with the conclusion of the re-election meeting of the 7 major sect, the new 7 major sect that all the soul masters in the continent have longed for have finally been successfully elected. The last 3 sect: Elephant Armor sect, Holy Dragon sect, Black Tiger sect, the NET 4 cases, Wind Sword sect, Fire Leopard sect, Bird Bee sect and Rock Antelope sect. The new 7 sects were born this time. Without exception, these 7 sects are the most loyal supporters of Wuhan Palace. Among the 2 empires there is simply no one who can compete with it. When the re-election of the 7 major sects was completed, the reputation of Wuhan Palace suddenly reached its peak. The 7 major sects submitted a letter almost at the same time stating that the soul masters in the world respected the Wuhan Palace and requested that the Wuhan Palace better control the group of soul masters. You are all the elites of my spirit hall, great warriors who consciously protect the peace of the Douluo continent. In order to ensure the long-term peace and stability of the Douluo continent, today the Spirit Hall officially establishes a country in accordance with the destiny of heaven and renames it the Spirit Empire, with me as the Queen of the Empire. From now on the Wuhan Empire will summon all the soul masters in the continent. If they don't obey the order they will be treated as aliens and killed without mercy. After Bibi Dong made an impassioned appeal, Wuhan Palace declared its founding and changed its name to Wuhan Empire. All spirit halls in the 2 former empires, whether they were the main hall or the branch halls, were closed and all the spirit masters stationed there were withdrawn. The scope of the Wuhan Empire was originally based on all the kingdoms and principalities of the 2 original empires. The horizontal link between the 2 empires completely cut off the connection between the 2 empires. With the combination of more than 10 kingdoms and principalities, the total area of the Wuhan Empire was not inferior to any of the 2 empires after the split. At the same time, under Bibi Dong's order to recruit soul masters from all over the continent, Wuhan Palace almost controls more than 70% of the soul masters on the continent. There are more than 10 titled Douluo alone. The 2 empires, forced by their powerful strength, can only accumulate strength and dare not easily confront each other. Otherwise, if they are defeated like a mountain, they will will have no chance. This huge change directly affected the overall structure of the entire Douluo continent, and the Wuhan Empire became the most powerful empire today. It is worth mentioning that in just a few months, the Wuhan Empire directly occupied many provinces of the two empires of Tiandu Star and Luo, and the one who took the initiative to apply to lead the army was naturally Cao Yanbing, who was in urgent need of undead to increase his strength. In the past few months of killing, his strength has been completely stabilized at the Jiaor level, and there is even a trend toward greater Jiaor. Nowadays, whenever the Tiandu Xingluo Emperor's border city defense troops see that fiery red figure in the Wuhan Empire's attacking army, they can't help but have their legs tremble and their military morale is weakened. On the other hand, the Wuhan Empire's army would affectionately call Cao Yanbing General Huo, and unlike the Wuhan Empire, which had a surge in morale after the Tiandu Empire was successfully occupied by the Wuhan Empire in the Balak Kingdom, Emperor Sui was so angry that he died in the night. After that, under the guidance of Yu Xiaogang, the new Emperor Shuebeng regained his military morale against the Tiandu Empire. The royal family. Yu Xiaogang looked at the words Tiandu Empire on the map and sighed heavily, moved to the window, looked at the brightly lit palace and analyzed the current situation in the mainland. The Tiandu Empire is rich in product and vast resources. It has the highest mountains and the most magnificent river valleys in the world. It has a prosperous culture and a large number of people. The Spirit Empire has been coveting it for a long time. The Tiandu Gong transformation was as dangerous as the previous day. Unexpectedly, there was such an undercurrent in the peaceful atmosphere. The Wuhan Empire was deliberately trying to change the situation, and even the Tiandu royal family seemed to be overturned. Now the vitality of the royal family is seriously damaged and the country is in ruin. Wuhan, the empire, will definitely not miss this opportunity. With the failure of the Tiandu palace transformation, the Wuhan Empire will of course step up its penetration and attack on the two empires. It must seize the time to build defenses, resist attack, and eliminate internal troubles. Well, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but shook his head. As far as the current situation is concerned, the current Wuhan Empire is basically invincible. Even he can't see the future of the Tiandu Empire. Dong dong dong. An untimely knock on the door sounded, which also brought Yu Xiaogang back from his thought. Please come in. The door opened and it was Lu Erlong, who came with snack and a tired look on his face. Xiaogang, you haven't eaten all day. If this continues, your body will be exhausted sooner or later. Lu Erlong put the snacks on the table and looked at Yu Xiaogang worriedly. Alas, Yu Xiaogang sighed again. In just 10 minutes he has sighed no less than 3 times, which is enough to show his emotion about the current situation. He picked up the snack and put it to his mouth but never bit it. Erlong, how is the war situation on the border now? Borderland? Lu Erlong shook his head. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes, punched the table hard and said in a rather angry tone, not that Cao Yanbing. This lunatic has been fighting on the border. After the fall of the Balak Kingdom and the tens of thousands of troops and thousands of soul masters, almost half of them were slaughtered by him alone. If the Heaven Do Empire hadn't mobilized poison Douluo to stop him, maybe he would have been killed. He has already led his troops to attack Tiandu city. Yu Xiaogang fell silent. There was a strong murderous intent in his eyes as well as a trace of regret. He hated why he didn't pay attention to this person before, which led to the current situation. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 67 Target Resurrection. Frontier Battlefield. This place is different from the lush green areas full of life in the past. On the contrary, this place is like a desert. Perhaps it is because of the constant influence of soul power due to year-round battles that the soil here has become desertified. The teacher returns to the court. Cao Yanbing shouted loudly, put away his spiritual clothes and the 10 palaces of Yama, and led the thousands of soul masters from the Wuhan Empire towards the station. Behind them were the soul masters of the Tiandu Empire, who had been beaten to pieces, but they were different from the arrogant posture before. Now they had a relaxed look in their eyes, and the fighting spirit exuding from their bodies had almost dissipated. For some reason, unlike the previous decisiveness of killing Cao Yan's soldiers, now almost took pleasure in teasing them. They were not very serious but just made them incapacitated. Regarding this, although everyone in the Wuhan Empire and everyone in the Tiandu Empire were very surprised, they surprisingly did not ask too much. The night gradually enveloped the desert. Far above the sky the moon hung high like a silver plate, pouring down the faint icy moonlight overwhelmingly. In the desolate desert there are few people, but on a hill there are surprisingly some firelights and loud voices. The sound spreads, diluting the silence and coldness around it. There is a large construction camp on the hill with dozens of fire piles releasing sparks into the sky. The firelight illuminates the entire camp extremely transparently, and beside these fires there are many figures surrounding them holding hands. He held the wine jar, laughed loudly, then bumped it together hard and drank it all in one gulp. did you see that as soon as the general showed up the Tiandu Empire family ran away in a panic like a mouse seeing a cat? Ha 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 ha. That's not true. You have to know that in just a few months the general has led us directly to the kingdom of Barak. I dare to ask who else has such strength. If you ask me, the title of General Fire is simply tailor-made for our general. By the way, I heard before that our general seems to have even beaten the Pope. No way. His Majesty the Pope is a 99th level peerless Douluo, and he also has twin martial souls. TCH, twin martial souls are nothing. After months of fighting, have you ever seen the general release his soul and soul ring? It is said that his martial soul is even fearful of the Pope. Seriously? With the help of Jujin, these Spirit Empire spirit masters and soldiers who had been guarding the border for many years praised their new general. So unhappy. You must know that most of these Spirit Empire soldiers and spirit masters guarding the border are far away from home, so they are isolated here almost all year round. In addition, Bibi Dong deliberately blocked some information about Cao Yanbing before, so these people knew almost nothing about him. That must be true. The tent in the middle of the camp was opened and the shirtless Cao Yanbing walked out. He glanced at the large group of generals outside and said with a smile, I think back then even the Pope was almost killed by me. Oh, the fire general is so powerful. In this regard no one had any doubt. Wave after wave of cheers resounded throughout this uninhabited frontier land. These guys. Cao Yanbing raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He was extremely satisfied with this unrestricted and free atmosphere. In addition, he is strong and has no airs, so he captured the hearts of almost everyone in just a few months. Picking up a barbecue and a few bottles of wine, Cao Yanbing turned over and jumped directly to the top of a boulder. While eating barbecue, drinking wine, looking at the bright stars hanging in the night sky and listening to the various boasting sounds coming from below, Cao Yanbing's thoughts gradually drifted away. Well, Schwetter didn't know when the inheritance would be completed. It was promised for 3 months, but now 5 months have passed and there is still no news. In the memory, the noble girl in the golden dress suddenly appeared in Cao Yanbing's heart without warning, and her soft smile made his heart tremble. General! A commotion suddenly broke out among the crowd below. When he looked down, he saw a group of red-faced soldiers shouting loudly, It's been so long and I still don't know where the general lives. A soldier said, General, I haven't seen you release a soul ring for so long. Can you open our eyes today? General, what is your martial spirit? I haven't seen you release it before. Judging from the flushed faces of these people, they obviously drank too much. Gudong gudong. Taking a swig of wine, Cao Yanbing laughed loudly at their jokes. Martial spirits are nothing and spirit rings are nothing. All I have are a few guardian spirit. What is a guardian spirit? A soldier asked in surprise. Why do you know so much? Cao Yanbing curled his lips and showed off a bite of barbecue. Does the general have any brothers and sisters? If he does, they must be extremely powerful. Brother, sister. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing's hand holding the barbecue froze and the thin figure of his younger brother Cao Xianliang appeared in his mind. I have been fighting continuously these days, constantly absorbing the undead to improve my strength so that I have no time to enter Raxhasa Street again, and I don't know how Cao Xianliang is doing now. He lowered his head and looked at the wine and meat in his hands and then thought about his brother who had become an undead, and suddenly a sense of shame came to his heart. I am living happily here drinking wine and eating meat while my younger brother is training the undead alone in Raxhasa Street. Bah! After spitting out the roasted meat in his mouth, Cao Yanbing's eyes flashed with hope and he recalled in his mind the words of the spirit beast he heard in the Stardo forest a long time ago. If you want to be resurrected, you must gather this kind of thing. The first is the holy soul grass that awakens the soul, and it must be at least 10,000 years old. The second one is the most precious 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king that has been reborn and reshaped. The third type is a treasure that is used to unite the soul and body, an inner Elir from an ancient spiritual beast. Yes, he decided that he would resurrect his brother. After tidying up his clothes, Cao Yanbing jumped off the boulder and ran towards the mountains far away from the border, not forgetting to leave a sentence. Go out for a moment and you can continue. Yes, General. Feeling the sharp wind blade that was like a blade slicing across his cheek, Cao Yanbing rushed straight towards the mountains without any hesitation in his eyes. Although I don't know if these things can bring my brother back to life, it is still a hope after all. I am happy here, but I can't let my brother stay there alone. With Zai Liang's mind, he must be a very strong strategist. Before, when his strength was weak, his younger brother could dismiss him with just a casual word, but it was different now. Now he was fully qualified, but before that he still needs to go to one more place. Rakhasa Street. Chapter 68. Angel Inheritance. Martial Spirit Empire. Douluo Hall. Douluo Hall is located at the top of the sacred mountain of Wuhan Hall, and it has the potential to be the top. Compared with the Pope's Palace, the Douluo Palace is smaller, but in terms of influence alone the Pope's Palace is far less influential than the Douluo Palace, because here the titles of all deceased titled Douluo are enshrined. In the middle of Douluo Hall there is a statue. It was a 10-meter tall golden statue with 3 pairs of wings spread out behind its back, holding a huge golden sword in its hand and pointing directly at the sky. Just from the huge statue in front of you, it gives people a feeling of being the most powerful person. The golden plagues of hundreds of titled Douluo around them were sleeping peacefully under the suppression of its aura. At this time a person was kneeling quietly in front of the huge statue in the center of Douluo Hall. The wavy long hair is spread behind her back, reaching down to her face. Her hands are in a strange posture in front of her chest with the thumbs interlocked, the end fingers touching each other and the other SI fingers spread out to both sides, looking like SI winged angel spreads its wings. Buzz. The space wormed, and in the center of the statue of Qian Ren Yui and the angel a figure slowly emerged, gradually becoming clear from blur. With his appearance the statue suddenly began to glow with golden light as if welcoming his arrival. Open your eyes. Qian Daolio raised his hand and waved, and a bright golden flame suddenly burst out from the long sword on the statue behind him and fell from the sky, covering Qian Ren Yui's figure. Buzz. A low roar sounded, and in Qian Daolio's slightly shocked eyes a 9-piece golden light curtain appeared in front of Qian Ren Yui. Angel 9 EAMS, Angel 9 EAMS have appeared. Ha 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 ha. The 9 EAMS that countless generations of Douluo Hall masters have been looking forward to have finally appeared. Hearing the laughter, Qian Ren Yui opened her eyes with difficulty, her eyes slightly confused. A soft light flashed in Qian Daolio's eyes. He pointed at the 9-piece light curtain in front of Qian Ren Yui and said softly, Xiao Yui, this is the symbol of the successor of every Douluo Hall master. If what appears in front of you are 8 golden light curtains, then you will be the NET master of the Douluo Palace, but what appears in front of you now are 9 paths, which means that what you have to go through is the legendary 9 Angel EAMS. 9 EAMS for Angel? Qian Ren Yui raised her eyebrows slightly. Obviously she had no idea about this professional terminology. Qian Daolio explained, originally after inheriting SI 99,999-year-old angel soul bones, they will be stimulated into 100,000-year soul bones at the same time, which will also give you a chance to become a god. But now that you have successfully inherited the soul bone, you have awakened the 9 angel trials, which means that once you pass these 9 trials you can directly become the legendary angel god. Adieu. Qian Daolio stretched out his hand and rubbed Qian Ren Yui's little head kindly and said softly, the Angel 9 emanations will last for a long time. During this period Grandpa will do his best to help you and strive for your early success. Qian Ren Yui nodded lightly and was about to agree, but suddenly she looked startled and asked hurriedly, Grandpa, can you wait a day and continue the 9 Angel EAMS tomorrow? Qian Daolio was stunned for a moment, frowned slightly, then shook his head and said, the moment you awaken to the 9 Angel emanations, the angel barrier has already enveloped you. So I know. Qian Ren Yui sighed softly, moved her almost stiff body and immediately interrupted him. After staying in this boring place for several months, Qian Ren Yui originally planned to use this time to find Cao Yanbing. A breakup was better than a wedding, but now, seeing the dimness in Qian Ren Yui's eyes, how could the mature Qian Daolio not know her inner thought? Don't worry, Cao Yanbing is leading his army to be stationed near the Balak Kingdom on the current border between the Wuhan Empire and the Tiandu Empire. Qian Daolio sighed. Upon hearing these 3 words, Qian Ren Yui's eyes lit up and she hurriedly asked, Cao Yanbing, is he okay? Is he injured? Seeing Qian Ren Yui, who was suddenly in high spirits, Qian Daolio's mouth trembled imperceptibly. Sure enough, when this guy's name was mentioned, everyone got excited. Don't worry, with that guy's temper and temper only, others will be hurt, not him, Qian Daolio said with a smile. That's good. After hearing that Cao Yanbing was fine, Qian Ren Yui's mouth corners slightly raised, her eyebrows curved, and there was a smile on her face. Can we start taking the 9 Angel EAMS now? Qian Daolio said with a slight smile. Then let's get started. At the same time, in a secret room in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong, who was sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes fiercely, turned her head and looked at the wall. Her eyes seemed to fall through the bricks to Qian Daolio, who was far away in the Douluo Palace. What if you let Xiao Yui inherit your position? One day I will destroy your angelic foundation. Qian Daolio, you still underestimate me. Ever since I devoured your son's body and soul, changed the way of cultivation and entered the secret realm of Rakshasa, you have been unable to see through me. There is only one last step left. The last step that cannot be completed in this life. I will definitely break through in 10 years at most. By then no one can stop me from doing anything. If your son destroys me, I will destroy everything in your angel family. Haha. Horrifying laughter like a night owl rippled through the secret room, and a huge, terrifying and ferocious black shadow appeared behind Bibi Dong, disappearing and appearing suddenly. Barak Mountain. Boom. A black flame soaring into the sky swept across the entire mountainside. The huge and hard boulder was as brittle as paper caught in the fire in front of the black flame. In an instant it was burned into a huge cave. Can't wait to walk into the cave and sit cross-legged. Cao Yanbing waved his hand and instantly the sea of fire filled the air. Su Chu, wearing a flame armor, walked out slowly with his feet stepped on the flame. Lord! Su Chu looked at the slightly tired man in front of him and sighed, my lord, why is this necessary? It is our responsibility to go into battle to kill the enemy, so why bother to do it myself, lord? During these days of fighting in various places, Cao Yanbing had been shaking up the entire army by himself. Even if the Tiandu Empire sent two titled Douluo to rob and kill them, he did not release Su Chu and others. This move made Su Chudianwei and even Xiaohe Dun and Xiaohe Yun extremely puzzled. They also communicated with him secretly many times, but Cao Yanbing always rejected them on the grounds of tempering himself. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing shook his head gently, looked down at his hands and said solemnly, perhaps the sins on his hands are so heavy that I can't control my strength now. On the current battlefield I basically didn't kill the enemy troops but just defeated them. I want to try to use this method to regulate the uncontrollable power in my body. This is the most critical reason why he changed from his normal state and only defeated the opponent but did not take their lives. Su Chu said, my lord, from now on the task of going into battle to kill the enemy can be left to the last general. Little Amon, it's not that you can't control the power in your body, it's that you don't believe in it. Xiaohe Dun's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. If you have always relied on others and formed a habit, you will naturally not believe in your own strength. People who don't even believe in their own hearts are the most pitiful weaklings. No matter how hard they practice, it will be in vain. Xia Hao Iwan said, just take it as what you said. Cao Yanbing waved his hand and turned to look at Su Chu. Help me protect the law. I have to go to Rakshasa Street. Yes, my lord. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 69 scored 2 degrees. Rakshasa Street. With the gradual awakening of consciousness, when Cao Yanbing opened his eyes again, the familiar streets fell into view again. His eyes swept over the surrounding tall buildings and after slightly identifying the direction based on the road signs and street, he walked towards the square where Cao Xianliang had taken him to in the past. Tang Liuya, come back. Before anyone arrived, I could already hear Cao Xuanliang's childish but majestic voice. After passing the familiar street corner, when the scenery in front of him completely appeared on his retina, Cao Yanbing's pupils suddenly shrank and his steps stopped. Looking around, it's still the square, but in the current square there is a powerful spiritual oppression that shocks Cao Yanbing. Looking far away, everything visible to the naked eye is covered by the mighty undead. He discovered that on the bodies of the undead there were wisps of cyan spiritual power gradually rising into the air, converging into a ball, and a huge dragon shape could be vaguely seen. Cao Yanbing smacked his lip and raised his lips slightly. It seems that leaving these undead armies to Xiaoliang is obviously the most correct decision. As the number of enemies killed on the battlefield increased in the past few days, he had been worried that Cao Xianliang and Tang Liuyu alone would not be able to completely suppress these undead, but now it seems that his worries is redundant. Tang Liuyu, rainstorm pear blossomed. A cold shout suddenly sounded from behind him. Cao Yanbing was startled and then subconsciously shouted, Su Chu. A black figure was vaguely visible rising slightly into the air. The net moment the sky was full of missiles met with the cold broken air bodies chasing down Cao Yan's soldiers like raindrops. Lord, be careful. Su Chu's huge figure stepped out of the sea of fire. Without a moment's hesitation he jumped up and directly stepped over Cao Yanbing to block him. Earth, fire and thunder. When Su Chu took possession of the scarlet-blooded tiger hammer, his eyes glowed red. His arm suddenly earned force and he directly smashed the giant hammer to the ground. Boom! The pillar of fire suddenly rose from the ground, blocking the two people like an impeccable wall of fire. Bang, bang, bang! The missiles immediately ignited as soon as they came into contact with the fire wall and continued to detonate in mid-air. In the superposition of the explosions of hundreds of missiles, even the space of Rakshasa Street began to ripple at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! The moment the pillar of fire was dispersed by the air wave generated by the missile explosion, a black steel figure fell straight from the sky and struck Su Chu directly with his hands like a hammer. Snort! Su Chu shouted coldly without any fear in his eyes, but when he saw clearly the black figure that penetrated the flames and came towards his face, he subconsciously trembled. The giant hammer that was originally in an offensive state pulled back instantly. Su Chu's body moved and he stepped back 2 positions and then jumped to the side. Bang! The ground in the area where Su Chu was standing was directly shaken into powder. Under the action of inertia, dust suddenly rose into the sky. After the smoke drifted away in the wind, the black steel figure, who still maintained the thumping posture, slowly stood up. Lord, this! Su Chu was stunned when he saw the steel figure completely. Just now in mid-air he noticed that the figure looked familiar, so he retreated to the side. Now it seems that he was right. Seeing this familiar black figure, Cao Yanbing curled his lips helplessly, looked around and finally looked at a rooftop on a tall building. Net to him, Xiao Yang, stop playing. Pew. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin body suddenly jumped from the rooftop where Cao Yanbing's eyes were focused and landed steadily in front of everyone. Who told you not to go back to Raxhasa Street recently? After patting the dust on his body, Cao Xianliang glanced at Su Chu beside him and finally rolled his eyes at Cao Yanbing, who had improved in strength. I have a lot of things to do over there. I'm on an expedition and fighting. I'll come back as soon as I'm done, right? Cao Yanbing spread his hands. Yes, busy man. Cao Xianliang came to Tang Liuya, who was half kneeling on the ground with an unhappy look on his face, and reloaded the used missiles behind him for him. Su Chu, please go back and continue to guard. Looking at the thin back standing on Tang Liuya splicing lines and loading missiles, Cao Yanbing sighed softly and turned his head to face Su Chu, said, Yes, my lord. Su Chu clasped his hands into fists and his huge figure of several dozen feet trembled slightly for a moment before turning into spots of light all over the sky, gradually dissipating in the air. Looking up at Cao Suanliang's back again, Cao Yanbing walked over after a slight hesitation. Xiao Yang, I want to revive you. The sparse and ordinary words shocked Cao Xianliang, who was busy. The back of the hand holding the wrench turned white, but after a while it returned to normal. Cao Xianliang did not look back and continued to assemble those things that needed to be replaced. No, I told you before. Once I am resurrected, I will leave Raxhasa Street and leave our home. Rather than doing that, it would be better to stay here as an undead and train an army for you, right? Having said that, Cao Yanbing could see Cao Suanliang's attitude of being unable to tighten a screw for a long time due to trembling hands. Xiao Yang, I will make arrangements for the Raxhasa Street army. The main reason I came back this time is to tell you about resurrection, I said. Cao Xianliang turned around and pretended to be impatient, but as soon as he said what he wanted to say, he was forcibly interrupted. Listen to me. Cao Yanbing stretched out his hand, held down his head and said in a deep voice, Xiao Yang, you have to understand, we are brothers, blood brothers. My parents left us when we were young, leaving only us two brothers dependent on each other. Raxhasa Street is home, our common home. I know when I asked you about resurrection before, you said you were reluctant to leave Raxhasa Street and our home, but I can see that you just don't want me to waste my energy and time on doing these things. It's not that you don't want to be resurrected, but you're afraid that resurrecting will cause me some more troubles that I can't solve. But now you can rest assured. Cao Yanbing pulled out the 10th Palace Yama from behind with his backhand and slammed it to the ground. In an instant, overwhelming black hellfire surged out from it. In Cao Suanliang's shocked eyes, the three guardian spirits of Dianwei, Xiahudun and Xiahao Iwan stepped out from the depths of the black hellfire at the same time. Lord, the sudden burst of spiritual power here instantly attracted the attention of all the undead. When they noticed the terrifying oppression emanating from Dianwei and others, almost all the undead froze in place. Some of the undead have only seen Dianwei and Su Chu, but not Xiahudun or Xiahao Yuan. What's more, they were killed ruthlessly without even seeing the guardian spirit of Cao Yanbing. So after seeing these three figures, it would look so sluggish. Xiao Yang, I am no longer the person who needed protection when I was a child. Now I am fully capable of controlling my own destiny. So no matter what you say, I will definitely resurrect you. PS, today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 70, Road to Resurrection. So no matter what you say, I will definitely resurrect you. Cao Yanbing's voice was not loud, but Cao Xianliang could clearly hear the domineering and unquestionable tone in his tone. Resurrection is something that goes against the grain no matter which world it is in. Even if it can be done in this world, it will inevitably go through many difficulties and consume a lot of energy and time. Cao Yanbing was right. It wasn't that Cao Xianliang didn't want to be resurrected, but he just didn't want to add to his burden. Let me ask, if there is a chance to regain human form again, who would voluntarily be a poor undead being bound to one place forever? The shocked gaze that fell on the three guardian spirits was withdrawn. Cao Xianliang pondered for a moment and jumped off Tang Liu. He came to Cao Yanbing, pressed his hand on the top of his head, compared it with Cao Yanbing's head and said with a smile, sure enough, you have grown up. You are no longer the person who needed to seek refuge from others. As for resurrection, if it's really possible, then go ahead and do it. At the end, Cao Suanliang's eyes also had a hint of fire, which was a desire for life and a yearning for the future world. Do not worry. Seeing that the stubborn Cao Xianliang was persuaded by him, Cao Yanbing raised the corners of his mouth lightly and a touch of joy appeared in his heart. It seemed that even his own mood improved involuntarily. Correct. Cao Xianliang cast his eyes on the two brothers Xiaohadun and Xiaohaiwan. After staring at them for 2 minutes he turned his head and said, now you have 4 guardian spirit. If possible you can go and scare those undead spirit. There are also some among them. There are many arrogant people who need to be suppressed. I see. Cao Yanbing nodded, and without any unnecessary nonsense he led the 3 guardian spirits directly into the military square. Facing nearly 20,000 menacing undead he showed no fear at all. He smiled loudly and said extremely arrogantly, come up together and let me see the results of your practice these days. Although Cao Yanbing is now like their general, the disdain and arrogance in his tone instantly ignited the unwillingness in the hearts of many undead. Ever since a battle of 4 to 20,000 has begun. 20 minutes later, it's almost done. Xiao Yang. When Cao Xianliang was about to repair all the damaged and used parts on Tang Liu's body, his face was filled with emotion. Cao Yanbing, who was full of fighting spirit, came back with 3 guardian spirit. So fast? Looking at the people striding towards them, Cao Xianliang felt a little different, feeling the faint feeling of weakness coming from his consciousness. Cao Yanbing waved his hand and said, I just gave them a small lesson and a show of strength. In the future your management of them it will be smoother. Okay, I don't have much time. When we meet NET time, Xiao Yang will be resurrected. When his consciousness was about to eat at Raxhasa Street, Cao Yanbing made a promise to his younger brother. I see. Cao Xianliang nodded slightly with a smile on his lips. Then he repaired and activated Tang Liu 3 times 5 divided by 2 and then walked towards the square with satisfaction. Looking blankly at the undead lying in the square in the distance like corpses, Cao Xianliang was stunned. A show of force. Nearly all of the more than 20,000 undead that he had carefully trained were injured under the influence of Cao Yanbing's mere swagger. Do you call this a swoop? Cao Yanbing in the cave opened his eyes suddenly and immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Even the look on his face was a lot more excited. Since Yao Yang agreed, I should try my best to find these 3 things now. Haha, that's really good. Cao Yanbing couldn't help but feel happy when he thought that his brother, who had been dead for many years, could be resurrected in Douluo continent. Lord. Seeing Cao Yanbing wake up, Su Chu, who was guarding him at the side, was a little hesitant. He seemed to have something to say but didn't know whether he should say it or not. What's wrong, my lord? According to what those 2 soul beasts said, if you want to be resurrected you not only need the 3 things you need, but you also need to upgrade your strength to the level of a titled Douluo. But Su Chu hesitated. Cao Yanbing said impatiently, Su Chu, if you have anything to say just say it. I don't like to complain. Su Chu said, my lord, the resurrection mentioned by the 2 soul beasts is based on the fact that they have bodies but no souls, but the young master has a soul but no body. I am worried that this method will not have the effect of resurrection. Su Chu's worries are not unreasonable. At first the rabbit had a body but no consciousness, so Tian Qing Niu Meng and the Titan giant ape provided a method of resurrection. But now if we were to resurrect Cao Xianliang, who only had a soul, that method might not be possible. Sure enough, after hearing what Su Chu said, the joy on Cao Yanbing's face began to gradually disappear, replaced by a look of solemnity. The words of both of them were recalled in my mind. The first type is the holy soul grass that awakens the soul, and it must be at least 10,000 years old. The second type is the most precious 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king that can reshape one's body and reshape one's body. The third type is a treasure that is used to unite the soul and body, an inner Elir from an ancient spiritual beast. This it seemed there is indeed something not quite right. A bad thought came to his mind and Cao Yanbing's face darkened. He silently turned over and sat up from the ground and then walked towards the cave without looking back. Su Chu, no matter what, let's go to the Star Do forest first, capture those 2 soul beasts and interrogate them. Cao Yanbing's cold tone echoed in the cave. Looking at his back, Su Chu hesitated for a moment and took a step forward. But my lord, Cao Yanbing, who was about to walk out of the cave, paused and said without looking back, Su Chu, do you have any other questions? Hearing the coldness and majesty in his words, Su Chu hurriedly clasped his hands in his fist and said, my lord, please forgive me. I will have no more word. Then let go. After saying that, he went straight to the cave. Seeing Cao Yanbing's leaving figure, Su Chu was stunned for a moment, scratched his head and murmured, the general wants to say something since he has joined this elders hall. Why not ask the old man known as the Great Enshrinement for advice? I think with his there will be a better way to revive. Su Chu shook his head, looked at Cao Yanbing, who was about to disappear from sight, sighed softly, and then his body turned into light spots all over the sky and swept back towards the direction of the 10 palaces of Yama. I am afraid that the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, who are far away in the Star Do forest, did not expect that people would come from the sky while sitting at home. The method of resurrection they studied for Tang San would become the trigger that ruined ruined their future. PS the second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 71 Is snitching popular? Frontier Camp. Cao Yanbing did not stay here too long, but after casually giving a few words to the Soul Masters he set off on his way to the Stardo Forest. However, while he was leaving, someone in the Tiandu Empire's border defense force carefully discovered that the most powerful person on the Spirit Empire's side seemed to be missing. Because the Wuhan Empire Elder Hall sent Cao Yanbing, a powerful adjudicator elder, to come forward, the titled Douluo, who was originally stationed here, was recalled to the Empire. Now that Cao Yanbing has left, the Wuhan Empire's border defense has been under considerable pressure. The Wuhan Empire has its own unique communication method. It only took less than 5 hours for the news of Cao Yanbing's absence from duty to reach the Pope's palace and the Elder's palace in the form of letters. Snort. In the splendid papal palace, Bibi Dong, who was wearing a crown symbolizing the status of the Empress, leaned lazily on the throne, glanced at the letter in her hand and looked coldly. Cao Yanbing, as the adjudicating elder of the Elder Hall, failed to fulfill his duty to defend against foreign enemies and fight on the battlefield. He left his post without permission and ignored the border areas, which made the Taidu Empire's army counterattack. Qian Daoliu, let's see how you plain this time. Teacher, what are you looking at? Beside her, Hulina with short blonde hair bowed slightly. After the establishment of the Wuhan Palace, Hulina's status also increased. The name of the saint did not change, but she became the saint of the Spirit Empire. Her power was second only to Pope Bibi Dong, and she had the power to mobilize the imperial team and the Empire's soul masters except the Elder Hall. In terms of the development of the Wuhan Empire, she even trusted Bibi Dong more deeply than the elders of the Wuhan Palace. Humph, he's just an interesting person. Bibi Dong responded with a hint of fun. What she was thinking about at this time was how to ridicule Qian Daoliu. Interesting person? Hulina's beautiful eyes froze and a figure appeared in her mind involuntarily. Tang San. A strong sense of excitement swept through her body and mind in an instant. It was obviously impossible for Hulina to turn a blind eye to this man who had completely occupied her heart. Teacher, is Tang San? Hulina didn't notice that when she said these two words an unnatural blush appeared on her face. Tang San? Bibi Dong turned his face lightly and his purple eyes fell coldly on Hulina's blushing face. What, Tang San? I'm talking about Cao Yanbing. Cao Yanbing? Hulina was slightly stunned. Nana, are you still thinking about that Tang San? I remember telling you many times that Tang San is the enemy of our Spirit Empire, the biggest enemy. The coldness and faint purple color in Bibi Dong's eyes became more and more intense, and even the temperature of this area plummeted due to her eyes. I'm sorry, teacher. Sensing the condensation in the surrounding air, Hulina lowered her head and kept tugging at the corners of her clothes with her hands, feeling a little uneasy. Well, just when Hulina thought she was about to be scolded, Bibi Dong averted her eyes and let out a long sigh. As his eyes shifted, the almost breathless atmosphere finally gradually dissipated. Holding her fragrant cheek in her hand, Bibi Dong looked at the closed door in the distance and whispered softly, if I had known this, I shouldn't have let you go to the killing city at that time, and this kind of thing would never happen again. Alas, fate plays tricks on people. Although Bibi Dong's tone was very calm, Hulina could still hear the deep regret in her tone. After all, Bibi Dong cared a lot about this student. It was precisely because of a task at that time that she fell in love with Tang San, so she made one wrong step and another wrong step. Teacher, I'm sorry. Hulina bit her lower lip gently. The eye sockets are slightly red. She knew this was wrong, but sometimes she just couldn't help but think of everything she had with Tang San. Oh, that's it. From now on there will be nothing between you and him. Bibi Dong didn't know how many times this was the first time she sighed, even though she knew how much she sympathized with this student's emotional period. But how can we plain the word love clearly? Nana, the teacher tells you. Bibi Dong's eyes returned to Hulina again, but there was no longer any coldness in her eyes. You meet a person and make a mistake. You want to make up for it and pay it off, but in the end you find that you are powerless to make up for it. The sins you have committed can never be made up for. We can never pay back what we owe. As long as you make a mistake, it is wrong, can never be made up for. Perhaps even Bibi Dong herself didn't notice that there was a hint of bitterness in her tone when she said this. This was the first and only time Hulina failed to understand the meaning of Bibi Dong's words. She didn't even know whether the words were addressed to her or to herself. The teacher is also a miserable person. The Elder's Hall. Yo, this guy. After the second worshipper Golden Crocodile Douluo read the letter, his mood did not fluctuate much. In his opinion, Cao Yanbing's unruly behavior was the right one. If you're a wall, you're a wall, he muttered casually, and Golden Crocodile turned to the figure meditating in the distance and said, 7 worshippers, please send someone to the border of Balak Kingdom. Our ruling elder seems to be on strike. 7 enshrinements. Demon conquering Douluo level 96 peak Douluo martial spirit coiling dragon stick. The 7 worshippers who were meditating leisurely opened their eyes and looked at the golden crocodile. After a moment he nodded. Seeing Qi Gongfeng nodding, Jin Crocodile then turned his attention to the letter. Cao Yanbing, Cao Yanbing, we need you to do something to attract the attention of the Pope's palace. What I admired about you at the beginning was your unruly, arrogant and domineering manner. Turning his head to look at the huge building in the distance, Jin Crocodile narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly. For the sake of Xiao Yui's inheritance, the great enshrinement may also hope that you will make some noise. Follow his gaze. There is the Douluo Hall. Of course Cao Yanbing knew nothing about the matter of snitching to the Wuhan Empire. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. After all, he was just using the Spirit Empire's resources to enhance his own strength. With the help of Su Chu's Mount Juekan, the journey that originally took 1 day was reduced to more than half by Cao Yan's soldiers. The Zhu group is about to collapse due to insufficient spiritual power supply. As they dispersed, a lush forest finally appeared within Cao Yanbing's sight. After seeing that the mission was completed, Juekan finally hissed in relief, and then his body turned into dots and dispersed in the air like a guardian spirit. Standing on the outskirts of the star forest, his piercing gaze swept across the lush green forest in front of him, and Cao Yanbing's eyes showed a hint of excitement. Su Chu Dianwei, Zioha Dun Zioha Yuan, come out to play. PS today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 72, Return to the Big Forest. Su Chu Dianwei, Zioha Dun Zioha Yuan, come out to play. The moment Cao Yanbing's words rang out, the boundless black hellfire instantly condensed behind him. In an instant, a huge whirlpool of black flames suddenly appeared. 4 stalwart figures strode out of the flame vort almost at the same time. Lord, this place? Su Chu raised his eyes and looked around. It just so happens that the last time we were here we didn't have a clear winner against those 2 beasts that were 100,000 years old. Today I, Dianwei, have been able to fulfill my wish. A faint scarlet color appeared in Dianwei's eyes again. Apparently he also missed the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. Little Amao, why did you bring us here? This place has no intention of being a battlefield. Zioha Dun put away the purgatory ghost king spear with his backhand and turned his attention to Cao Yanbing. You will know when the time comes. Let's go and see our old friend. Cao Yanbing tilted his head, twisted his neck and made a clicking sound. Then a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he stepped into the star forest. After the 4 guardian spirits looked at each other, they followed his steps into the forest. Here is a dense forest. What is presented in front of you is a beautiful picture that cannot be described in words. The clear small lake makes the air more humid. The surrounding towering trees are reflected on the lake surface. The sun shines brightly, making everything crystal clear under the reflection of the water surface. On one side of this moving picture, an extremely tall figure squatted quietly by the lake, drinking water with his head lowered. It was like a mountain. Titan great ape, suck it, suck it. The giant ape's face was filled with a faint sense of satisfaction as he dazzled the clear lake water with his big meal. For soul beasts that have survived for more than 100,000 years, this simple happy life is enough to satisfy them. After drinking the lake water and using the water to cleanse his body a little, the titan ape was completely satisfied and sat firmly on the huge stone beside him in a daze. Brother, do you think Tang San would really go through all the trouble to search for those rare medicinal materials and resurrect our sister Xiaowu? Suddenly the titan ape remembered the rabbit that lost its life due to sacrifice a few months ago. Facing his inquiry, circles of tiny ripples rippled out without warning on the originally calm lake surface, and a faint tremor like an earthquake quietly emerged. The bottom of the lake continued to surge and the subtle water waves gradually became larger. In just a few breaths, the originally calm lake surface suddenly formed a huge whirlpool. Bang! A muffled sound came from the bottom of the water and a curtain of water suddenly arose from the water. In the mist, the forest emperor with the head of a bull and the body of a snake, the huge body of the azure bull python, was entangled in the lake with only half of its body pose. Second brother, if you don't worry about that human Tang San, don't you worry about Xiao Wu too? The roaring voice of the azure bull python suddenly sounded. Looking directly at the body that was several times larger than itself, the titan ape did not feel scared and only a touch of respect showed in his eyes. You're talking nonsense. How can I worry about Xiao Wu? She has always been our eldest sister, so I can trust her, the titan giant ape said stubbornly with his head held high. To show his credibility, he even hid his chest muscles with both fists, making a dull sound. The azure bull python didn't take it seriously. It looked at the outskirts of the forest. After hesitating for a moment, it sighed heavily. I also believe in Xiao Wu's eyes. Tang San's words and deeds at that time were enough to prove his love for Xiao Wu. But after all, Tang San is only a human being. He also has human emotions and joys, and he will give up when encountering difficulties. I wonder if he worked hard to find those things he needed for resurrection. It's not that that it's specifically targeting Tang San. He just doesn't have a good impression of human beings. If it weren't for Xiao Wu with his temper, Tang San would have been driven out of the forest long ago, and how could they tolerate him jumping around in front of them? The Titan ape scratched his head and said, "Brother, I think Tang San seems to be a bit deviated from our understanding of human beings. He doesn't seem like that kind of sinister and cunning person. On the contrary, I think he is a person who values love and justice and dares to do things for others. People who love sacrifice. The Titan ape is not like the azure bull python. It does not have the thoughtfulness of the latter. On the contrary, it can only analyze it superficially. As for Tang San, it wasn't too specific to him, but it was quite satisfactory. I hope that boy can do it. After all, Sister Xiao Wu sacrificed herself for him." The azure bull python shook her head, feeling more or less unworthy of Xiao Wu's actions deep in her heart. While the two forest kings were conversing, a pitiful bird wail suddenly echoed through the entire forest. What happened? The Titan ape smashed his fist on the ground, stood up suddenly and jumped onto the boulder nearby, then stood up high and looked out. But because the trees in the star forest were so tall and dense, it was impossible for him to see through them with his height. Another extremely miserable bird wail suddenly sounded, but judging from the distance, it was actually getting closer to them. Bang! The rock-like fist slammed against the boulder at his feet and then broke apart with a loud explosion. Damn it, they are definitely those humans. The Titan giant ape's face darkened and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. I don't know what happened on the mainland during this period. The humans who came to the Stardow forest to hunt the soul beast and seize the soul rings, there are more and more, and the strength is getting stronger. This time it will probably be them again. As soon as he finished speaking, the Titan ape's eyes were red and his fist kept hitting the boulder at his feet. Bang, bang, bang! Under the attack caused by anger, the boulder at the feet of the Titan ape that was originally blasted into debris was directly blasted into powder. But judging from the increasingly intense red light flashing in his eyes, it was obvious that he did not intend to be satisfied with this. "Brother, please wait here for a while and I will teach those greedy humans a lesson." The Titan ape roared angrily and his lantern-like eyes subconsciously looked at the azure bull python. After he nodded, the Titan ape felt relieved and walked out. Just after taking 2 steps, a miserable bird cry that made the Titan giant ape and azure bull python tremble in their souls suddenly sounded. This time the sound appeared directly more than 10 meters away from them. The dull sound of footsteps suddenly sounded from the forest in the direction where the birdsong came from. In the darkness, the azure bull python felt a familiar and terrifying energy fluctuation. This feeling made his heart tremble involuntarily and his pupils suddenly shrank. Return! Just as it was trying to dissuade the Titan ape, a bright black pillar of fire swept across from the darkness in the forest. P.S. The second update today. Please collect it, recommend it and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 73. This the power of a skill. The black fire pillar erupted very quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. Wherever it passed, even the air was burned and twisted. Fortunately, the Titan giant ape is a soul beast that has been around for more than 100,000 years and is relatively outstanding in terms of consciousness and reactions. Facing the black pillar of fire that was shooting rapidly, the Titan ape was a little shocked, but he was not too panicked. The body, like a mountain, suddenly sank and a light yellow energy wave was gradually released on his body. In an instant it raised its arms high and hit the ground heavily. Bang! The fist fell and traces of light yellow energy instantly spread crazily to the surrounding land, with the fist as the center of the circle. Each of the ground thorns, which were 5 meters long and looked like triangular pyramid, broke out of the ground at an extremely fast speed under the Titan ape's huge body, instantly forming an airtight earth wall that tightly bound its body. Locked in it. Young man, be careful. The Titan ape reacted extremely quickly and even used its protective skills immediately. However, for some reason the azure bull python couldn't help but feel a deep sense of uneasiness and couldn't help but speak out. The moment the black pillar of fire touched the earth wall, it surged up like maggots attached to bones and then plotted under the azure bull python's horrified gaze. Boom! The sound of an explosion like thunder from the sky instantly resounded through nearly half of the star forest. Loud thunder plotted in the sky, and the depths of the Stardow forest seemed to have turned into an erupting volcano in an instant. The blazing black flame instantly turned into a wave of fire spreading out in a circular arc. At this moment the entire earth began to tremble violently. Huge cracks spread along the ground, rocks rolled down and trees burned. It was like a doomsday scene of destruction. The raging fire wave formed a huge fire wave in the mid-air deep in the star forest and could be clearly seen even within 100 miles radius. Where the fire wave gathered, even the water pool where the azure bull python was entrenched was instantly evaporated into water mist. The originally full water pool was only half full in an instant. Second brother. However, at this moment it didn't care about that much at all. The entrenched body suddenly jumped and flew directly into the air. An extremely huge amount of of cyan energy gathered in the mouth, and the water mist in the sky seemed to have a vent gathering crazily towards the cyan energy. Boom! A blue beam of light me-ed with dense water vapor wrapped in cold air shot directly towards the Titan ape in the center of the fire wave below. It couldn't believe why the black pillar of fire, which had no arrogance at all, had such terrifying destructive power. The cyan light beam shot out, and no one noticed that the body of the azure bull python with the body of a bull-headed snake was trembling slightly with a very weak but real amplitude. An emotion called fear suddenly surged into my heart. After the cyan light pillar me-ed with dense water vapor completely enveloped the area, the black fire wave lingering in the center of the explosion began to disappear at a slow speed. Second brother, you must hold on. With his eyes fixed on the slowly dissipating waves of black fire below, the azure bull python's heart was beating violently. If the conditions were not for it, it would even rush down directly and rescue the Titan ape from the center of the fire wave. But looking at the black flames that were enough to burn even space, it knew that if it rushed down rashly like this, the first person to die might not be the Titan ape but itself. Time seems to have frozen. The sky-green bull python suspended in mid-air fixed its eyes on the black fire mist that was gradually dissipating below. If the fire mist below was not dissipating at a slow speed, I'm afraid some people may think this is a static picture. Boom! He felt that the aura belonging to the Titan ape was disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Just when the anger of the azure bull python was about to occupy all his thoughts, that familiar roar suddenly reached his ears. Second dick! A kind of hope burst out from the eyes of the azure bull python again. With a fierce swing of its huge tail under the huge wind pressure, the scorched black earth swept by the fire wave was directly overturned. The earthen wall where the Titan giant apes had just gathered had long since disappeared and was replaced by an unfathomable huge pit at the same location. But now in the huge pit a pair of huge arms were clinging to the edge of the pit, struggling to climb up. Second brother, I'm coming. Seeing this familiar arm, the azure bull python turned its head and plunged in, regardless of the remaining black flames restraining it below. Grab my tail, quick! Although the fire wave had almost dissipated, the terrifying residual temperature still lingered on the ground, holding back the temperature that was enough to burn the soul. The azure bull python gritted its teeth and threw a thick tail directly into the pit edge of the hole. Without any hesitation, the Titan ape turned over, then firmly grasped its tail with two big hands and shouted, brother! Hearing the sound, the azure bull python endured its huge body that was almost convulsed by the extremely high temperature, then twisted for a while and finally rushed directly into the remaining lake water. Plop! Although the water in the lake is now only less than half full and the water temperature has almost boiled under the heat of the fire waves, with the entry of the azure bull python the water temperature has gradually returned to normal temperature. Feeling the comfort brought by bathing the body in the lake, the azure bull python let out a long sigh. It had no time to find out who initiated the attack, so it directly turned its attention to the Titan ape. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but the sight of it made the azure bull python's pupils shrink suddenly. The originally dark and shiny fur of the Titan ape has now become extremely burnt black and even exudes a faint aroma of barbecue. Second brother, you mind me? The Titan ape lowered his head and looked at his charred body. He did not show too much sadness or pain, but just roared lightly, brother, I'm fine. These are just some fur scars. They're harmless to me. The azure bull python let out a long sigh. The Titan ape took a sip of lake water, scratched his head and said solemnly, if it hadn't been for the fact that when the earth wall was about to be completely melted, I used the gravity field to forcibly create a deep pit on the ground to avoid the fire wave, I'm afraid if you really want to be seriously injured or even die. Bang bang! Just as the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape were recovering from their catastrophe, the steady footsteps me-ed with applause slowly came from the distant forest. Seeing the visitor, the two soul beast pupils suddenly shrank and their bodies even trembled lightly. No reason. I just saw that person. There are also 4 majestic figures standing behind him. P.S. Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 74. The method of squeezing resurrection. The lantern-like eyes were staring at the man who was walking leisurely and carrying a firecracker in the distance. The azure bull python and the Titan giant ape couldn't help their pupils shrinking suddenly. Although there is still no soul power fluctuation, the unknown aura emanating from his body is comparable to that of a genuine titled Douluo. Their eyes moved back slightly, and when they saw the 4 majestic figures behind Cao Yanbing, their whole bodies suddenly tensed up. 4 aren't they 2? How is it possible that there are 4 humanoid martial spirit? The azure bull python and the Titan giant ape were stunned. The twin martial souls were already rare geniuses that they would never meet even after living for 100,000 years, but this guy? 4 Gudong. The Titan apes couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Even the usually steady azure bull python was no exception. This eye-catching watching scene really challenges their understanding of the world. The Azure Bull Python's face turned a little blue as he subconsciously recalled scenes from a long time ago in his mind. You must know that Cao Yanbing a long time ago could rely on the strength of the Soul Emperor and his two mutated twin martial spirits to fight them back and forth. The aura on his body now has reached the level of a titled Douluo, and the strength of those two mutated spirits may have also reached the level of a titled Douluo. Not to mention, the corner of his eye turned to the four huge figures behind Cao Yanbing again, and the Azure Bull Python subconsciously swallowed his saliva. What's more, this guy used some means to gain two more mutated spirit. As he pected, their strength should have reached the level of titled Douluo. Counting Cao Yanbing himself, he alone can rival 5 titled Douluo. This person is too scary. But then I thought about it. Cao Yanbing, without suppressing his aura, he led the 4 mutated martial spirits to the depths of the forest with great fanfare and launched a killing move. This kind of behavior is nothing more than one soul rings soul bone. Thinking of this, the fear in the Azure Bull Python's eyes disappeared, replaced by a faint intention to die. The tail buried at the bottom of the lake quietly floated up and then gently wrapped around the Titan ape's feet, conveying his thoughts to it. The two beasts looked at each other silently, and both saw in each other's eyes that there was a hint of jade not broken. Cao Yanbing paused, stopped about 20 meters away from the lake and chuckled. Hey, my old friend is here, why don't you come out to welcome him? Pooh! Countless water splashes rose into the sky from the lake surface, and the entire space suddenly became moist. The huge body of the Azure Bull Python gradually emerged from the water after twisting slightly. Cao Yanbing, you and I have no grudges. Why did you mobilize your troops to come to the Star Forest today? And you injured my brother? The Azure Bull Python stared at Cao Yanbing in the distance with cold eyes, and the murderous intent in his eyes was revealed without any concealment. If he hadn't been afraid of the 4 mutated martial spirits behind him, the mere fact that he had injured the Titan ape would have been enough to make the Azure Bull Python fight. Oh, why did I hurt your brother? I just said hello to him. Cao Yanbing curled his lips and smiled faintly. Asshole! Upon hearing this, the Titan ape slammed into the water with a hammer, causing waves to fill the sky. The eyes he looked at Cao Yanbing were full of resentment, and he wanted to chew him into pieces. However, Cao Yanbing didn't care at all about this kind of gaze. He lowered his head and gently wiped the dust on 10-point Yama and said without raising his head, I just want to ask you something this time. If you have lived enough and willingly die, of course I have no problem with it. Something? The Azure Bull Python was slightly startled. He glanced at the Titan ape from the corner of his eye and asked with some confusion, what's going on? It's very simple. Cao Yanbing raised his head. A trace of fire flashed in his eyes. About the resurrection method you mentioned before and the required materials. Azure Bull Python. After hesitating for a moment, the Azure Bull Python's e-pression darkened. He didn't expect that Cao Yanbing came here with great fanfare just for the method of resurrection. Now that it had a clue in its mind, its lantern-like pupils suddenly turned and it immediately spoke. Don't you know the method of resurrection? The first type is the holy soul grass that awakens the soul, and it must be at least 10,000 years old. The second one is the most precious 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng that can reshape one's body and reshape one's body. Hey. As soon as Tian Qing Niu Python said a few words, Cao Yanbing's face darkened and he interrupted. I know everything you said. What I want to ask is that the soul is still there, and what should I do without the body? The soul is still there, but there is no body. The Azure Bull Python was stunned when he heard this. This situation seems to be a bit rare, so even though it has lived for 100,000 years, it has not been seen a few times. But there is another way. A very powerful body, the essence and blood of 3 spirit beasts that are over 100,000 years old, and an inner Elir from an ancient spirit beast. This soul beast's essence and blood is like a soul beast's heart blood. Even a drop of it will cause irreversible damage to the soul beast's strength. The problem with this method is that the blood essence of 300,000-year-old soul beast. If this is revealed, I am afraid that Cao Yanbing will directly operate on the 2 brothers. No, absolutely not. We have practiced for 100,000 years and have never encountered such a weird situation. You can go find other people, maybe they can find a solution. The Azure Bull Python waved its huge head, pretending to be helpless appearance. No way. Looking at the Azure Bull Python's huge bull face with an e-pression that didn't seem to be fake, Cao Yanbing suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. Are you sure there is nothing you can do, and it's not that you don't want to say it? Hearing this, the huge snake body of the Azure Bull Python suddenly trembled and even its body sank a little. No, we really have no choice. The Azure Bull Python gritted its teeth, but its thunderous voice inadvertently became deeper. Perhaps it didn't even notice it itself. Cao Yanbing saw all its little movements and demeanor. Although Cao Yanbing is arrogant, he is not without emotional intelligence. He understands understands things like words and emotions better than the average person. That's such a shame. Cao Yanbing waved his hands helplessly with an annoyed expression on his face. With a long sigh he slowly turned around and walked towards the outside of the forest. Generals, it seems there is nothing we need here. Well, what a pity. Let go. Yes, my lord. After saying that, Cao Yanbing took the lead and walked toward the outside of the forest, followed closely by the 4 guardian spirits. Seeing them leaving, the azure bull python breathed a heavy sigh of relief and its huge body was pressed into the bottom of the lake almost instantly. However, just when it thought it had escaped disaster, a sound of rapid footsteps suddenly sounded, followed by a thick blood evil aura and terrifying oppression. You Minotaur, even though you have lived for 100,000 years, your lying expression is so clumsy. A scoff sounded and the huge bodies of the azure bull python and the titan ape suddenly stiffened. They looked out and what they saw was Cao Yanbing sneering while striding towards them, the approaching figure. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 75 4 Generals lay with 2 Bs. You Minotaur, even though you have lived for 100,000 years, your lying expression is so clumsy. A sneer sounded and the huge bodies of the azure bull python and the titan ape suddenly stiffened. They followed the sound and what they saw was Cao Yanbing sneering and striding towards them. Zioha dun Zioha Yuan, it's been so long and you two Zioha brothers haven't had a chance to play properly. I'll give you this opportunity today. Ha 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 ha. Zioha dun laughed loudly and looked at Cao Yanbing with his only eye with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Little Mao, I had this intention but I never thought that you would bring it up first. After being out for so long, we are finally allowed to stretch our muscles and bones. Yahao Iwan's eyes showed a trace of fire. After hearing their words, Cao Yanbing shrugged and said with a smile, go ahead and have some fun with them. No problem. As commanded. Bang. The moment Zioha dun's voice fell, a ferocious look suddenly appeared on his face. He took a step forward and his figure disappeared strangely. Second brother, get out of the way. The moment Zioha dun's body disappeared, the azure bull python also noticed it and his expression immediately changed. The huge snake tail directly wrapped around the body of the titan ape and then suddenly exerted force and threw it directly to the shore. At the same time, its huge body also sank suddenly after throwing the titan ape onto the shore. At the moment when his huge bull head sank into the lake, a long spear glowing with black flames met with a thick blood evil air gently slid across the water. However, this shot without any pretense made the pupils of the azure bull python sink into the water suddenly shrink. It saw that the water surface scratched by the tip of the spear could not heal for a long time and there was even a trace of black flame spreading on the water. Well, the reaction is not weak. The blow missed and Zioha dun's figure emerged in the net moment. Without any hesitation, the purgatory ghost king spear in his hand turned into a thorn directly aiming at the huge head of the azure bull python hidden at the bottom of the lake. Snore. Just when the ghost king's spear was about to touch the water, the azure bull python snorted coldly and the blue scales on its huge body began to glow with a strange luster. Then its body flipped violently and its tail instantly poked out of the water and struck fiercely from the side. It hit Zioha dun hard. Bang! A loud sound rang out and the huge body of the azure bull python stopped firmly in mid-air as if imprisoned. The power that was enough to shatter the mountain peaks had no effect at all at this moment. How can it be? The lantern-like eyes of the azure bull python suddenly opened wide and even pillars of smoke continued to appear from between its nostrils. Blocking this charged blow with one hand, Zioha dun's remaining single eye glowed with a scarlet light. Throwing the ghost king's spear behind him with his backhand, he hugged the azure bull python's body with both hands and laughed wildly. What fun is there in the water? Why don't we come up and compete? Wow! The moment his word fell, the azure bull python could feel the irresistible force coming from its tail, then accompanied by a sound of water coming out and a feeling of dizziness. The more than 10-meter long body of the azure bull python was dragged directly out of the water by Zioha dun and was thrown heavily on the shore. Brother! Upon seeing the scene, the titan's eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Its huge body stood upright and the entire forest was suddenly covered with a layer of light yellow mist. The field of gravity, everything around them began to become solemn and even Zioha dun and Xiahao Iwan could feel their bodies gradually becoming heavier to varying degrees. Cao Yanbing, who was sitting on the mountain watching the tiger fight, saw the gradually unfolding gravity field and couldn't help but sneer. What is the use of this kind of field? It is true that compared with Cao Yanbing's Rakshasa street realm, the titan ape's gravity realm is like a child playfulness, not posing the slightest threat. The moment the gravity field appeared, the titan ape suddenly rushed towards the blue bull python. Brother, big brother, I'm fine. The azure bull python shook its huge head and turned its head to look at the two Zioha brothers in the distance. Its eyes suddenly turned green. At the same time, everything around him seemed to be shrouded in a light cyan color. Flow field. Interesting. Feeling the sense of gravity and sluggishness coming from his previous life. Xiahou Iwan suddenly felt that this battle was not so boring after all. With his eyes locked on the two beasts, Xiahou Iwan laughed loudly. The Dark Knight Dragon King's sword in his hand drew a strange arc in the air and shouted, "Dark Knight Sagara!" The sea of fire surged, and under the horrified gazes of the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python, a black fire dragon that was almost the same size as the azure bull python gradually took shape. However, the murderous intent in its eyes and the looming cold aura on its body, which was like a substance, were not. It makes their hair stand on end. Looking at the prescience of the two beasts, Xiahou Yuan laughed wildly, turned his head and said to Xiahou Dun, "Why don't you summon your red ghost army to have fun?" "No need." Xiahou Dun's eyes fell on Enyi Seijiaoluo and smiled. "With this guy here, how can my red ghost army get on the stage?" Hearing this, Xiahou Iwan also felt a little proud. The fighting spirit in his eyes surged and he shouted, "Let's go up and play." Wah! Cao Yanbing's indifferent eyes swept across the raging battlefield below and he yawned. He looked at the little soul beast lying on the ground in the distance due to the huge pressure. "Oh, what a pity. If we couldn't add soul rings to Dianwei Su Chu and the others, we would have killed all the soul beasts in this forest that are over 1,000 years old." Cao Yanbing had also tried to attach a soul ring to Dianwei Su Chu before, but for some unknown reason, once the soul rings touched the bodies of Dianwei and Su Chu, they would instantly collapse. So after trying it a few times, he gave up on the idea. He is still thinking, if all 7 guardian spirits are awakened in the future and each general has 9 soul rings, how can the feeling of oppression be comparable to that of a titled Douluo? "My lord, I finally have something to ask of you." Su Chu, who had been standing behind Cao Yanbing, suddenly took a step forward with some hesitation in his tone. Hearing the sound, Cao Yanbing waved his hands and said with a smile without looking back, "Go, you and Dianwei can go and play if you want. Just save your life for me." He had long been aware of Su Dianwei's eagerness to try. After all, as tiger generals, killing enemies is their pleasure and the battlefield is their paradise. "Thank you, lord." After Su Chu thanked him, he looked at Dianwei, who was equally eager to fight, and their huge bodies rushed directly into the battlefield. Tiger Idiot continues. As soon as Su Chu's feet touched the ground, he saw a huge black shadow flying towards him, followed by Xiahou Dun's sneer. "Just what I wanted." Su Chu directly punched out. The torrential flames gathered and the roar of the tiger resounded. In the vast spiritual power there was a trace of the flames from hell. Boom! With this punch, the huge body of the Titan ape suddenly flew backwards for tens of meters in an awkward manner. "Haha, I'm coming too." Seeing this, Dianwei looked up to the sky and laughed. With a movement of his body, he appeared directly behind the flying Titan ape. With a twist of his body, he struck a shocking kick that could shatter the boulder, and he hit it hard on the ladder. "Who?" The Titan giant ape spurted out a mouthful of blood, and its body that had not yet stabilized flew forward again, its heart and lungs shaking violently. "Ha ha ha." The two Xiahou brothers also laughed. Xiahou Yuan stepped forward and punched out, knocking the thing away again. Bang bang bang. 4 huge figures stood on the ground, their fists roaring. The Titan giant ape, the king of the forest, who was feared by countless people, was like a sandbag at this moment, being kicked around in the sky at will. He looked like he didn't even have the strength to fight back. As for the so-called forest emperor Azure Bull Python, he was lying half dead on the boulder in the distance and could only watch helplessly as the Titan ape was slaughtered by others. P.S. Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 76. Sorry, I regretted it. It wasn't until the banging sound of punches hitting the flesh lasted for an unknown amount of time that Cao Yanbing stopped them. "That's enough, stop playing." Standing up from the boulder, Cao Yanbing moved his stiff body and walked towards the battlefield. "Keep them alive, I will still be useful. The general will obey the order." Hearing this, the 4 guardian spirits stopped what they were doing and drank almost at the same time. However, what surprised Cao Yanbing slightly was that Xiahou Dun, who had always called him Xiao Aman, actually lowered his posture at this moment. Obviously, he has accepted Cao Yanbing. Lifting his feet to the Azure Bull Python lying on the ground dying, Cao Yanbing smiled coldly. "What? Aren't you going to speak?" "Cao Yanbing, you will be punished one day." The Azure Bull Python moved the huge bull head with difficulty, its eyes full of malice. "Retribution?" Cao Yanbing raised his head and smiled. "I Cao Yanbing never believe in heaven, let alone talk about retribution or not. I said I only do it for the method of resurrection. If you continue to be stubborn, you will die here." Bar. As he spoke, he placed the 10 palaces of Yama in his hand heavily in front of the huge bull's head. Bang. The 4 guardian spirits behind him also thrust their weapons heavily into the ground, their eyes filled with murderous intent, trying to move its dilapidated body. Feeling the oppression of these 5 titled Douluo, the Azure Bull Python's huge head moved lightly and looked at the unconscious Titan ape in the distance. After a brief silence, the forest emperor finally lowered his noble head and gave up the struggle. "I can tell you, but you have to promise not to attack us again." The Azure Bull Python used all his strength to raise his head so that his eyes could look directly at Cao Yanbing. "Okay, I promise you." Cao Yanbing smiled after hearing its words of surrender. "Well, if you want to resurrect a person who only has a soul and no body, this method is rare but it still is," the Azure Bull Python said solemnly. "If you want to be resurrected, you also need to collect 3 things. First, a body with considerable strength, simply put is the corpse of a strong person titled Douluo, and soul saints, strong ones, are the best. Second, an inner elir from an ancient spiritual beast to ensure that the soul and body can be harmonious. This third." When it came to the third item, Azure Bull Python's tone suddenly paused. "What's the third item?" Cao Yanbing said impatiently. When he saw it, suddenly hesitated. "This third thing is a drop of blood essence from 300,000-year-old soul beast." When it said the last one, Cao Yanbing suddenly realized it. No wonder even though he was seriously injured, he still refused to speak. It turned out that he was afraid that he would attack them. Of course it knows the essence and blood of this soul beast. Equivalent to the soul beast's heart blood, it contains the pure source of power in a soul beast. A drop of heart blood will directly cause irreversible damage to the soul beast, thus causing their strength to be greatly reduced. "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" Although in this case Cao Yanbing also understood that he did not dare to lie to himself anymore, the process still had to go. "How dare I lie to you?" Azure Bull Python's tone was full of bitterness. The forest emperor, who had lived in the Great Star Forest for more than 100,000 years, actually felt a great sense of grievance. "This is our home. We have lived here since we were young. We can run away as a monk but cannot run away from the temple. If I lie to you, what good will it do to us?" "This is indeed not a lie. If once Cao Yanbing discovers that he has deceived him, I am afraid that the next time he comes here he will not only get a beating but also be seriously injured. With his strong killing intention, I'm afraid that next time I come I'll just massacre the entire Stardo forest. Therefore it does not dare to tell lies." "I'm sorry, you don't dare to tell lies." Cao Yanbing glanced at the huge bull head with his cold eyes, then turned and walked out of the forest. A very powerful body, the inner elir of an ancient spirit beast, 3 drops of the blood of 100,000-year-old spirit beast, well, 100,000 years. Seeing Cao Yanbing and the 4 guardian spirits leaving, the Azure Bull Python let out a heavy sigh. It is almost numb now. How many years has it been? How many years has he not experienced the feeling of fear? But now, because of all these changes, when he sees Cao Yanbing and the generals behind him, his body will tremble unconsciously and become cold. This feeling of fear has almost penetrated deep into my heart. Holding back the pain from its almost broken body, the Azure Bull Python gritted its teeth and twisted in the direction of the Titan ape. But just after taking 2 steps, its huge body suddenly froze in place and was even trembling slightly, because it saw that devil-like figure walking towards him with a smile on its face. "I'm sorry, I suddenly changed my mind. Just consider these 2 drops of the blood of 100,000-year-old soul beast as something I borrowed from you." Hearing his demonic voice, Azure Bull Python suddenly felt a burst of energy and blood. It forcibly twisted in front of the Titan ape, protected it behind it, then raised its head and shouted viciously at Cao Yanbing. "Cao Yanbing, you said you would never attack us again. You broke your promise. It's for a good person to keep his word." Cao Yanbing disagreed with its vicious word. He raised a strange arc in the corner of his mouth and said, "I, Cao Yanbing, am not a good person, so the word 'keep your word' well don't suit me very well." After finishing speaking before the Azure Bull Python could speak, Cao Yanbing turned to the 4 generals behind him and said, "Is it okay to leave the painstaking efforts of 200,000-year-old soul beast to you?" "Don't worry, my Lord Chu will do his best," Su Chu said, clasping his fists on behalf of the 4 guardian spirit. "Go ahead, I'll leave it to you." "As you command, my lord." "You call out, call out, call out." Accompanied by 4 violent blasts in the air, Su Chu holds the red blood tiger hammer, Dian Wei holds the crazy killing halberd, Zioha Dun holds the purgatory ghost king spear, and Zioha Yuan holds the dark knight dragon king sword. The 4 generals appeared in 4 directions almost at the same time and surrounded the 2 seriously injured forest kings in an unstoppable manner. The war is about to break out. Cao Yanbing casually cut off a blade of grass and put it into his mouth. Cao Yanbing ignored the Azure Bull Python in the center of the encirclement. The Azure Bull Python in its heyday could not match the 2 brothers Zioha Yuan and Zioha Dun, let alone Su Chudianwei. Even if it tries to self-destruct in the end to maintain its last bit of dignity, Xiahao Iwan, who can enter the demonized state, can completely control it, so he is not worried at all. The faint bitterness coming from the grass root filled the corner of his mouth. Cao Yanbing released his spiritual power but found no trace of other 100,000-year soul beasts here. "Well, it seems that these 100,000-year-old soul beasts are quite difficult to find. I think there should be one in the Sunset Forest forest. And at this moment, in the sunset forest near the ice and fire eyes, the blue-silver emperor, who had only cultivated for 10,000 years, probably did not expect that a storm was sweeping towards her. PS: the second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 77 Let's Go Sunset Forest. As expected, this one-sided battle did not last long. When the four generals returned to Cao Yanbing's side, they already had two more small jade bottles in their hands. Is this the essence and blood of 100,000-year-old soul beast? Cao Yanbing took the small jade bottle and carefully observed the scarlet but with a trace of crystal blood essence in the jade bottle through the sunlight. The blood on the left side was dark red and there seemed to be fine lines like gold threads floating in it. If it weren't for his good eyesight, he probably wouldn't have been able to spot it at a glance. On the other hand, the blood on the right shows a light cyan color among the bright red. Similarly, this drop of blood also has a golden thread-like ripple. Thinking about it, this ripple should symbolize the cultivation of 100,000-year-old soul beast. A body, the essence and blood of 3 soul beasts that are more than 100,000 years old, and an inner Elir from an ancient spirit beast. Well, now I have obtained 2 soul beast essences and blood that are more than 100,000 years old. The body, when the time comes, go to the Tiandu Empire and kill a titled Douluo. As for the inner Elir of the ancient spiritual beast, then go back and ask Qian Daoliu, he should know where to get it. Having made up his mind, Cao Yanbing felt that the current situation looked like a good start. Tiger generals, it's time to leave. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at the 2 sluggish spirit beasts behind him. Cao Yanbing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked out of the forest. My lord, I don't understand why Chu didn't just kill him. Su Chu didn't understand. They are still useful if you keep them. Cao Yanbing did not elaborate on the reason but simply let it pass. Except for the inner Elir of this ancient spiritual beast, the other 2 things were not too difficult for him to find. In the future, when Cao Xianliang is resurrected, he will probably awaken his martial soul. When the time comes, the soul rings of these 200,000-year-old soul beasts will be perfect for him. Seeing Cao Yanbing carrying the 4 guardian spirits and finally completely disappearing into the forest with the sluggish azure bull python behind him, he tremblingly raised his huge bull head. The azure bull python lowered its head to look at the hideous wound on its heart that was filled with black flame. The stinging sensation from it made it grin. It didn't understand that it was a soul beast that was more than 100,000 years old, so why couldn't it even do a backhand in front of them, especially that guy? Recalling Xia Hao Iwan's figure covered in demonic energy in his mind, azure bull python suddenly shuddered. Just now it tried to self-destruct to maintain its final dignity, but it never thought that at the last moment of self-exposure the man would actually change his form. The all-pervasive demonic energy instantly infected its entire body, and even its self-destruction was forcibly suppressed. It was he who split open his body with a knife and forcibly extracted the blood essence from his heart. More than 100,000 years. I have lived on this continent for more than 100,000 years, and I have never seen such a strange creature. The terrifying black flames, the demonic energy that makes people tremble with fear without a soul ring but with strength comparable to a titled Douluo. If these 4 figures left an indelible fear on it, then Cao Yanbing made it feel fear from the bottom of its heart. I want to ask if these 4 terrifying creatures can be easily attacked and sent away. How terrifying will Cao Yanbing be if he attacks with all his strength? But it doesn't know. Cao Yanbing mainly relies on the 4 guardian spirits to deal damage. His own strength can only deal with ordinary titled Douluo. Sensing the aura of Cao Yanbing and others who had completely disappeared from the forest, the azure bull python stiffly turned its neck. Its eyes flashed towards the titan ape, which also had black magic energy covering its heart, wondering if it wanted to. It seems that this forest is no longer safe if we live somewhere else. As expected, from the central area of the Stardow forest to the outskirts of the Stardow forest, even though Cao Yanbing had searched carefully, but there is still no trace of the 100,000-year-old soul beast. Although he had already guessed this result after searching for it, he still felt a little unwilling. Sure enough, there isn't. It's really hard to find these 100,000-year-old soul beasts. I wonder if I can use the blood essence of the same 100,000-year-old soul beast. Cao Yanbing's eyes lit up. It only said that the essence and blood of 3 soul beasts that were more than 100,000 years old would be collected, but it did not say that the essence and blood of the same soul beast could not be used. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look back and look deep into the Stardow forest. At the same time, the azure bull python, which was quietly recovering from its injuries, was suddenly startled, and an extremely uneasy feeling instantly lingered in its heart. Isn't it true? Without any hesitation, the huge mental power swept out instantly, covering almost half of the forest in just 4 or 5 breaths. When the man's figure did not appear in the mental power detection, it's almost if body rela ed. It was really scared. It was afraid that Cao Yan's soldiers would suddenly come back with their cavalry. Zhuge Liang visited the thatched cottage 3 times. Net there are Cao Yanbing and his 3 soul bees. Forget it, just to be on the safe side, let's use 3 different blood essences from 100,000-year-old soul bees. Looking back, Cao Yanbing sighed helplessly and took out the map in his pocket. After identifying the direction, he said, Su Chu, lend me your horse for a ride. I obey, my lord. Su Chu's deep voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. Zhuekan appear. Boom. On the side of Cao Yanbing's body, a whirlpool of black flames appeared without any warning. In the center of the whirlpool, a war horse wearing a fiery red armor and nearly its entire body covered in flames slowly stepped out. Sure. As soon as the Jew group appeared, it raised its front legs. Its entire body was almost upright and let out an excited scream. Drive. Without saying a word, Cao Yan got on his horse, pointed the direction on the map and rode towards the net destination, Sunset Forest. At this moment, the Sunset Forest. In a hidden place there is a valley that is like a fairyland on earth. There is a huge hot spring in the valley. The hot spring area is not large, but it is divided into 2 parts. In the oval pool, the colors of the hot spring water are actually milky white and vermilion. What's even more strange is that although they are in the same pool, they are clearly distinct from each other. They do not invade each other and always stay on their own side. A piece of milky white mist was generated from the position between the 2 hot springs. Finally, it continued to rise up and slowly dispersed until it reached the mountain pass. Ice and fire yin. Net to this rare treasure land, all kinds of fairy grasses are vying to grow, and among these rare fairy grasses there is a huge vine-type plant that is growing wantonly. With this plant as the center, countless vines spread out in all directions as if they were embracing the entire treasure land. Net to this huge vine, a middle-aged man with only 1 arm and 1 leg was reaching out and stroking it gently, his eyes full of love. PS today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 78, Meeting Tang Rishan for the first time. Sunset Forest. This place has almost left the Wuhan Empire and can be said to be completely within the control of the Tiandu Empire. But even so, Cao Yanbing's aura did not restrain at all, and he felt that it was not necessary. One of the 3 items needed for resurrection is a relatively powerful body, and it is not unreasonable for him to choose this Sunset Forest. This Sunset Forest is completely within the sphere of influence of the Tiandu Empire. Once an outsider invades, some strong men will be sent to intercept it. If you are lucky enough to encounter the leader of the titled Douluo team, you can kill them directly when the time comes. Isn't the body needed for resurrection solved? Furthermore, he has also been to the Sunset Forest and he still has some impressions of some of the roads. After all, he has lost his way here a long time ago, so he can't get lost a second time, right? With this thought in mind, he rushed to the Sunset Forest without stopping. But what surprised him was that even if he didn't restrain his aura at all, the Tiandu Empire didn't seem to detect him and didn't send anyone to stop him. This is very speechless. Even with their extraordinary speed, it took Cao Yanbing nearly half a day to arrive at the Sunset Forest. On the surface, this place is still a big forest and it doesn't seem to be much different from the Star Forest. But if you look closely, you will find that the Star Do Forest is a tropical rain forest and there are more trees and plants suitable for growing in the north. It was almost dusk. In this case, it was already difficult to search for those powerful 100,000-year-old soul bees. So after a brief thought, Cao Yanbing felt that it would be better to spend the night in this forest. Cao Yanbing casually dealt with a few thousand-year soul bees that came to invade and peeled off all their flesh with great interest. Having grilled meat in so many places, Master Cao still feels that the meat of the Sunset Forest soul beast is more flavorful than the meat of the soul beast of the Star Do Forest. Skillfully arranged the firewood, put on the barbecue and sprinkled with salt. When everything was completely ready, Master Cao happily took out the 10 palaces of Yama and gently fired a shot at the bottom of the firewood. Bang! The rich hellfire surged out wildly, sweeping through the firewood and peeled meat that he had worked so hard to collect like a wild horse. Damn it! The moment he saw the hellfire appear, Cao Yanbing suddenly realized something was wrong. When he was recognized by the 2 brothers Xiaohe Dun and Xiaohe Yuan, his flames had been upgraded to black hellfire with dozens of times the destructive power of the original flame. This kind of flames may not be able to roast meat. Sure enough, by the time he realized that he had no intention of closing the gun, it was already too late. 1 second. The hellfire only burned for a second and everything Cao Yanbing had worked so hard to prepare was already in flame. He stared blankly at the puddle of dark black ashes, stunned. Master Cao, who has been busy for half the afternoon, all the work was in vain. This is a piece of cake. The night was very long and Master Cao, who was hungry, was was speechless for some reason. The NET day. The flames could not be used, so Cao Yanbing could only pick some ordinary wild fruits to satisfy his hunger. There has been no killing and no undead absorption in these days, which means that his spiritual power has not improved much. Hell Great Heat. The general level of Great Heat is divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, top and P. As for the level of Great Heat, there are quasi-infinite and endless. Cao Yanbing, who now has 4 guardian spirits, is only at the intermediate level of Great Jihad, or at best. After all, the more spiritual power he needs to increase his strength, the greater the amount of spiritual power he will need. Sensing some stagnant spiritual power in his body, Cao Yanbing sighed while eating wild fruit. After eating and drinking, the process of searching for the soul beast began. In the past he could easily encounter 2 soul beasts that were over 100,000 years old in the Douluo forest, which gave Cao Yanbing the illusion that they were easy to find, but now then something went against our wishes. After searching in the forest for about half a day, he never encountered another 100,000-year-old soul beast, and even some 10,000-year-old soul beasts were somewhat difficult to encounter. If he hadn't already reached the deepest part of the Sunset Forest, he might have turned back directly to the Star Forest to borrow a few more drops of blood essence from the Azure Bull Python. Finally, based on the concept that he would encounter powerful soul beasts if he walked straight to the center of the Sunset Forest, he finally came to a mountain. Release of mental power. The huge spiritual power instantly enveloped the mountain. In the perception of spiritual power, he found that the 100,000-year soul beast he needed was indeed here, and it had not moved, indicating that it should be staying in a certain cave. However, what surprised him was that the aura issued by this 100,000-year soul beast was hundreds of times smaller than that of the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant. It's strange. It clearly gives me the feeling of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, but why is my cultivation so weak? Cao Yanbing, who was wondering, suddenly discovered that during the mental power detection there seemed to be a person with a strange aura net to the 100,000-year soul beast. The reason why the aura is strange is that in the vague detection he gave Cao Yanbing the strength of a titled Douluo, but after careful detection he only had the strength of a 70-level soul saint. Looks like I'm going to be a fisherman again. Feeling the man's drifting soul power, Cao Yanbing's lips sneered, and he subconsciously regarded him as a practitioner who came to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Bang! The black hellfire instantly enveloped his leg. Without any hesitation, Cao Yanbing jumped up the mountain in one step, soared into the sky, and appeared directly on the top of the mountain with 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. Looking down from the top of the mountain, you can see a 2-color hot spring. Net to the hot spring, a huge blue silver emperor plant occupies an area of dozens of square meters. Each blade of grass is up to 2 feet wide, and the clear golden lines shimmer under the sunlight. From a visual point of view, the huge blue silver emperor is the center of this valley. This thing is blue silver grass. Cao Yanbing stared blankly at the plant net to the 2-color hot spring that was the same as the blue silver grass but with golden line. Having been in Douluo continent for so long, he can distinguish these simple plants, but isn't it said that these things are waste? Moreover, what makes Cao Yanbing a little strange is that in his detection of spiritual power met with mental power, he found that the fluctuation of the soul power of the blue silver grass below had reached the standard he needed, but it didn't look like it had lived for 100,000 years. No matter what, you can tell if it's true or false at a glance, but if it's a plant, it won't be much fun to fight. A trace of disappointment flashed in Cao Yanbing's eyes. His hellfire specializes in restraining plant. I'm afraid this will be another one-sided battle. Oh, it's so boring. However, just as Cao Yanbing was sighing, a tall and old figure rose up net to the golden blue silver emperor below. Although he only had his right leg and left arm, the intimidating power he brought when he stood up was still suffocating. Who? The sound of shouting shook the valley, and 2 cold eyes looked directly at Cao Yanbing's position. At the same time, huge soul pressure swept toward him in an instant. Facing the disabled man who was about to take action without saying a word, Cao Yanbing just smiled disdainfully, and the strength of the intermediate level Jihad or burst out without any concealment. Feeling this strange aura fluctuation, Tang Hao's Zion changed instantly. The sense of oppression coming from the latter is even comparable to that in his heyday. Very satisfied with the man's stunned Zion, Cao Yanbing stepped down the cliff step by step, took out the 10th palace Yama with his backhand and put it in his hand, smiling contemptuously. A descendant of the Cao family, Cao Yanbing. PS: the second update today. Please collect it, recommend it, and vote for me. I would be very grateful. Chapter 79. 1 Move to defeat Haoshan. A descendant of the Cao family, Cao Yanbing. Watching the strange man walking down the cliff step by step, Tang Hao's broken body tensed up instantly, and a sense of oppression that made his legs weak swept over him like a wave. Stop! Even though he was a little timid in his heart, Tang Hao still kept his presence calm and scolded sternly, for no other reason than to protect the woman behind him, the woman he loves most. Hearing Tang Hao's scolding, Cao Yanbing smiled faintly, but he really stopped. Get out of the way. My target is that soul beast. I'm not very interested in you, but if you want to die, just pretend I didn't say this. Looking at the cautious middle-aged man in front of him, Cao Yanbing smiled coldly. Asshole. Upon hearing that his target was a yin behind him, Tang Hao's muscles tightened instantly and the trace of fear in his eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by a strong killing intent. You must know that this plant-type soul beast behind him is the emperor among all blue-silver grasses, and it is also his wife and his lover. He Haoshan Douluo would never allow anyone to have any evil thoughts towards his wife. The killing intention that had been suppressed for many years was finally released unchecked at this moment, and Tang Hao's pupils were as scarlet as bloodshot. Unparalleled strong evil aura erupted and the god of death domain was released. With Tang Hao as the center, a large area around him instantly seemed to be covered with a layer of blood-red mist, and the surrounding temperature suddenly became ice-cold. Sensing the sudden change, Cao Yanbing looked at the one-armed man in front of him with cold eyes. He could clearly sense that the scarlet mist filling the air and the sudden drop in temperature were all released by the person in front of him. If nothing else, it should belong to one of the field. I didn't expect you still have a domain. Looking at this man who was full of murderous intent, even if he didn't agree with each other, he was suddenly curious. Why would he, a soul saint of only over 70 levels, have a field that even a titled Douluo could not touch? Is he hiding his strength, or does he have some incredible talent? Ignoring Tang Hao's menacing look, Cao Yanbing touched his chin as if in a trance, looking at his unfolding god of killing domain with burning eyes. This realm filled with blood evil energy not only made him feel eager, but also made the four guardian spirits in his body feel an inexplicable sense of excitement. Well, although this man is not very strong, the secrets about him make him interesting. Just when he was interested in the field of god of death, Tang Hao had a fierce presence on his face. Solace of feet stomping on the ground, the 9 soul rings under him slowly rose from his feet, and an aura that was no less powerful than a contra emanated from his body. This move made Cao Yanbing feel curious again. In the vague sense, the man in front of him was clearly a titled Douluo, and he now had 9 soul rings, but for some reason his last 2 soul rings were in a grey state and his strength was only 75, around level SI. What kind of gameplay is this? Unlike Cao Yanbing's curiosity, Tang Hao, who was going all out, couldn't help but wallow secretly before he cut off an arm and a leg and completely pulled his soul bone out of his body, causing his strength to drop by 70% from the level 96 titled Douluo. Now he only has the strength of a level 75 soul saint. The oppressive feeling emanating from the man in front of him can even be compared with that in his heyday, which means that he is at least a titled Douluo. In this case, head-on confrontation is basically for nothing, so he can only place his hope on his previous reputation. 90 SITH level titled Douluo, titled Haoshan martial spirit Haoshan hammer. The only remaining arm shook suddenly. A huge black hammer appeared in his hand without warning, and the astonishing sense of oppression emanating from the hammer was even stronger than Tang Hao himself. The name Haoshan Douluo is basically unknown to everyone on the mainland, and with the addition of the god of death domain, it can more or less scare some Xiao Iao. At least that's what Tang Hao thought. It seems that he is still a Douluo with the original title. Completely contrary to what Tang Hao thought, after seeing the 9 soul rings and the powerful clear sky hammer, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. With the strength of the original title Douluo plus his domain, this kind of body is quite good, and it will be more than enough for Xiao Liang when the time comes. 10 halls of Yama, king of Hell's cannon. Ignoring Tang Hao, who was pretending to be a strong man, Cao Yanbing drew out the 10th palace Yama with his backhand, pointed the muzzle directly at Tang Hao and fired. Bang! The black fire pillar burned the forest directly like a ferocious fire dragon rushing toward Tang Hao with a burning sensation that distorted the space. The 7th soul skill, martial soul true body. Faced with this attack, Tang Hao didn't dare to show off at all and directly used the clear sky hammer's spirit form. If he was in his heyday, there wouldn't be anything to fear, but now he is only at level 70. Since he failed to retreat, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. The 7th soul ring shined. The huge black clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand suddenly bloomed and intense black light surged. The huge clear sky hammer faced the wind and turned into a giant hammer dozens of meters long like a hill. Now that his soul power is locked, the Wuhan avatar is the strongest soul skill he can display. He had previously used this move to forcefully block the simultaneous attacks of the Pope and others in the Wuhan palace. Haoshan hammer. He is quite proud of his confidence. Once Haoshan's body was released, it grew directly with the wind. Even when facing the pillar of hellfire, Tang Hao was not timid at all. The giant hammer that could shake the heavens and the earth suddenly dropped down, and under the pressure of this huge aura, the water surface of the ice and fire eyes began to surge. Bang! With the increase in the killing god domain, this hammer without any hesitation directly hit the black pillar of fire in Tang Hao's ecstatic eyes. But the net moment, Tang Hao's expression of ecstasy suddenly solidified on his face, and that awkward and funny expression made people laugh. The moment the huge clear sky hammer, which was enough to change the color of the world, touched the black pillar of fire, it was like an ice cube falling into the flame. It was directly melted by the flames without even blocking it. How can this be? Although his strength has declined seriously, this handy move has no problem against ordinary titled Douluo. But now, before Tang Hao could think about it, his tall and straight body suddenly became rickety and an unnatural scarlet color appeared on his face. Then he suddenly trembled and bright red blood flowed out from the 7 orifices. The soul power in his body could no longer support him, and even the belief he had held on to for a lifetime quickly collapsed at this moment, and his tall and straight figure collapsed to the ground at this moment. No time to care about anything else. Tang Hao, who was paralyzed on the ground, sat up from the ground in panic, his palms trembling constantly, but the clear sky hammer, which was originally about to come and go, was motionless at this moment as if it had disappeared into the sea. His martial spirit, the clear sky hammer, directly destroyed by hellfire. PS today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 80, The Essence and Blood of the Blue Silver Emperor. Impossible. This is impossible. Feeling the silent clear sky hammer inside his body, Tang Hao's panic-stricken face suddenly became older, and the killing intent that originally filled his eyeballs disappeared at this moment. The blood-covered face was full of fear. Now Tang Hao no longer had the arrogance he had in the past, and he no longer had the domineering power of Haoshan Douluo. Now he collapsed on the ground like a child, breathing heavily, and the trace of clarity in his eyes began to gradually dissipate. The Haoshan hammer represents his unparalleled status in the world, represents the glory of his Haoshan Douluo life, and also represents their Haoshan sect and his life. Now that he failed in one move, not only was his martial spirit clear sky hammer completely abolished, but his cultivation was also completely destroyed at this moment. Tang Hao now was the real demon martial useless man. Cao Yan's soldiers turned their guns, and the black pillar of fire suddenly rose into the sky, and without any hindrance it shot directly into the sky. Bang! The soaring black pillar of fire plotted under the guidance of Cao Yanbing's spiritual power. The originally clear sky turned into a bit of dark clouds at this moment. Even the little bits of light produced by the explosion are as dazzling as firework. I didn't expect hellfire to be able to directly forcibly evaporate other people's martial souls. This really surprised me. Turning over the 10 palaces of Yama in his hand, Cao Yanbing smiled faintly. At first he thought it was just strengthening the original flame, but now it seems that his hellfire is a complete qualitative change. The corner of his eye swept over Tang Hao, who was lying on the ground with expressionless eyes. Cao Yanbing said coldly, I have warned you long ago that my target is only that blue silver grass, but you still insist on taking action. No god can save this situation now. Just as Cao Yanbing spoke, a thick blue gold vine suddenly shot out from the ground. Without any hesitation, the vines immediately wrapped around Tang Hao's body the moment they appeared, and were then recovered at an extremely fast speed. In this regard, Cao Yanbing just looked at him, his calm eyes not showing much panic. It is undeniable that the speed of this blue gold vine is extremely fast, and it has pulled Tang Hao in front of the huge blue silver grass in just a blink of an eye. Hao, what's wrong with you, Hao? Cheer up, cheer up. Yin's and I's voice floated out from the center of the blue silver emperor, and then Cao Yanbing saw a blue gold light emanating from every branch and leaf, directly condensing a faint void in mid-air film. This phantom looks to be no more than 30 years old. It is extremely graceful and unparalleled in beauty. However, what surprised Cao Yanbing was that the blue silver grass's 10,000-year cultivation actually gradually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye after Tang Hao's martial soul melted and the soul ring was broken. Sacrifice. The soul beast condenses all its own essence and soul power into soul rings and soul bones and gives them to humans. On the contrary, as long as humans are willing to return all the soul rings and soul bones of the soul beast to the soul beast, then its dissipated cultivation may be given back again. It's just that the soul bones are easy to talk about, but the soul rings can only be returned by deactivating the martial soul or using other method. Therefore only a very small number of people understand these things. When Yin noticed that her soul power was gradually recovering, a trace of uneasiness emerged in her heart. As soon as she appeared, she came directly to Tang Hao, whose eyes were dull. How, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Yin's voice was choked with sob, but because of the intangible reason she did not shed tears. She wanted to reach out and touch Tang Hao's unshaven face, but it still penetrated him as always. Looking at the familiar man in her arms, she suppressed the trembling in her heart, controlled the leaves surrounding her body, and then she was able to gently stroke his cheek. Under the gentle touch, Yin's complexion suddenly became extremely pale and a sense of desolation filled the area. No soul power. Tang Hao's soul power, which had dropped to level 75 due to the removal of the soul bone, was completely reduced to 0. The 9 soul rings he attached to the clear sky hammer also dissipated at this moment as the clear sky hammer melted. The 100,000-year-old soul ring obtained through the sacrifice was all given back to Yin at this moment. As Yin's mood fluctuated, the unknown celestial grass growing net to Tianhua Lianji's eyes withered in large tracks at this moment. Even the 2 eyes of ice and fire that were originally emitting bright light suddenly lost their color at this moment. The sky even became gloomy because of this sad atmosphere. What exactly do you want? The golden blue leaves surrounding Tang Hao earth light force, and Yin turned his gaze to Cao Yanbing with a tone that was 5 parts chill, 3 parts cold and 2 parts angry. Soul ring or soul bone? Cao Yanbing didn't speak. His eyes met Yin's, but there was a hint of ripples in his plain eyes. One person and one shadow looked at each other like this, with indifference and calmness on one side and anger and sadness on the other. After waiting for a few minutes, Cao Yanbing finally said, "I'm not interested in your soul rings, soul bones or anything like that. I just want to get a drop of your blood essence." Essence and blood? Yin's eyes that looked at death were slightly hesitant. She lowered her head and looked at the man in her arms with a touch of tenderness in her eyes. "If I gave you blood essence, wouldn't you stop embarrassing us?" Yin did not raise his head but still looked lovingly at Tang Hao in his arms. His cold eyes glanced at Tang Hao and Yin. The corners of Cao Yanbing's mouth lightly raised and a sneer appeared on his face. "Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate terms with me?" Staring coldly at the humanoid figure in front of him, Cao Yanbing raised the corner of his mouth as he felt its ever-increasing cultivation. "This is the 100,000-year soul beast he needs." Haha. Yin smiled miserably, and there seemed to be a little starlight twinkling in his illusory pupils. "How I didn't expect that such a day would come. Maybe this is the so-called fate." Yin I. Under the exaggeration of this atmosphere, Tang Hao's completely unconscious eyes suddenly burst out with a trace of light, and his sanity seemed to have recovered slightly. Seeing the woman he loves most sacrificing herself again and again to save herself, Tang Hao's heart, a flash of guilt suddenly came over me. As a man, every time he encounters irreversible danger, it is a woman who stands in front of him. This was the case with the sacrifice 10 years ago, and it is like this now 10 years later. He openly promised to guard her and protect her, but he made no effort to do so. "Stop talking, Hao." Yin looked at the man in her arms quietly with watery eyes, her curved eyebrows raised. "How? I believe the mistress will definitely avenge us. I love you and I will be your wife in the net life." Hearing these parting words, Tang Hao's eyes turned red. He wanted to take the woman he loved most into his arms, but the facts told him that it was impossible. He also wanted to take out the clear sky hammer and fight to the death with the hateful man in front of him to revive the reputation of Clear Sky Douluo, but the facts still gave him a slap in the face. That's right, now he only has one leg and one arm, and he is not even as good as an ordinary person. Yin's illusory body suddenly decomposed into bright light in the sky with a trembling sound, and the blue-silver emperor that originally stretched across the entire valley gradually shrank at this moment. The winding golden lines on the countless vines turned into a strange blood-red color at this moment, and a violent aura emanated from the blue-silver emperor. "Rather stick to your gun." Realizing that the blue-silver emperor intended to self-destruct, Tang Hao stretched out his hand with difficulty to hold a vine into his arms. Tears filled his eyes and a sense of sadness filled the sky. Yin, let's meet again in the net life. The tyranny in the air became stronger and stronger, and a huge but non-threatening aura gradually emitted from the blue-silver emperor's body. Seeing that the two were preparing to go to hell together, Cao Yanbing shouted in a low voice, "Xiahao Iwan, stop it. The general will obey your orders." The black whirlpool of the sea of fire formed instantly behind him, and a huge black body suddenly jumped out from the depths of the sea of fire. At the same time, he waved the Dark Knight Dragon King sword in his hand, drawing a strange pattern in the air. "Become a demon." Xiahao Iwan shouted low, and his body suddenly erupted, emitting a black demonic energy that shook the space. His body, which was already dozens of feet tall, suddenly grew taller at this moment. Wrapped in the demonic energy, the armor on his body also began to transform into an extremely ferocious and terrifying form. His eyes were red, leaving traces of flames in the air as he leapt. A leap landed in front of the blue-silver emperor. Xiahao Iwan, who was in the demonized state, reached out and grabbed one of its vines. The surging demonic energy that made Cao Yanbing's feet feel cold roared and wailed into its body one after another. The violent energy that was already uncontrollable was forcibly suppressed at this moment. Dark Knight Sagara appears. Boom! A giant dragon-like creature that was completely condensed from black demonic energy gradually condensed with a roar. The sword and dragon become one. buzz. The moment Yahao Iwan finished speaking, the black dragon rushed into the Dark Knight Dragon King's sword in his hand without any hesitation. In an instant the demonic energy emanating from the Darkest Night Dragon King's sword actually surpassed the demonized Yahao Iwan to a certain extent. Holding the knife in one hand, he aimed at the blue-silver emperor and slashed it down. A black light flashed through and the blue-silver emperor's squirming body instantly froze. On its heart a tiny black wound continued to emit black inflammation. At the same time Tang Hao, who was in the arms of the blue-silver emperor, finally calmed down after trembling slightly. The tear-stained cheeks were stiff at this moment, the red eyes and eyes blurred by tears had become dim and dull at this moment, and the last trace of look in the pupils slowly dissipated after a moment. Life is dead and consciousness disappears. The Haoshan Douluo, who had dominated the mainland for decades, sadly left the stage at this moment. Take it. Yahao Iwan grabbed Tang Hao's body with one hand and raised the Dark Knight Dragon King's sword with the other hand and walked towards Cao Yanbing. At the tip of the knife there was a drop of cyan blood floating quietly with fine golden line. Cao Yanbing's uneasy heart calmed down when he saw the fine golden lines covering the essence and blood. 3 drops of essence and blood, one body. There is nothing wrong with the essence and blood, but this physical body makes Cao Yanbing a little dissatisfied. One arm, one leg. If he hadn't set his sights on the realm of the god of death, he wouldn't have even bothered to take a look at such a body. The second continuation of this resurrection is finally achieved. Putting the essence and blood into the jade bottle, Cao Yanbing took a deep look at the blue-silver emperor, who turned into a grass again, turned around and left here. Yahao Iwan, seal the body with demonic energy. It's time for us to leave. Yes. With the end of the battle and the departure of Cao Yanbing, this land of ice and fire was like a fairyland on earth. At this moment I finally immersed myself in it again. Except for the withered fairy grass, the only thing that emitted bright light was a small blue-silver emperor plant net to the hot spring. PS, the second update today. Please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful. Chapter 81. Daimyo Bai angrily beats Tang 3. Poseidon Island. At the foot of Poseidon Mountain, a blood-red statue like an eternal fossil is standing there quietly. Net to this bloody statue there are also 7 tall and straight figures sitting cross-legged. Judging from their young appearance and excellent cultivation, it is obvious that they are the Shrek 7 devils today. After finishing his training, Ma Hongjun stretched his body, turned his gaze to the statue-like figure in the distance, turned his head and asked, Boss Dai, it has been nearly 100 days. Why is the third brother still not well? Is there any accident? Damn fat man, do you know how to speak? Before Daimyo Bai opened his mouth, Bai Chen Iong could no longer bear it. Seeing her speak, Ma Hongjun lowered his head like an eggplant and said, I'm sorry Xiang Iong, I was wrong. Don't worry fatty, since Senior Bosai I hasn't done anything, it means that Xiaosan's situation has stabilized now. Although he said this, Daimyo Bai's strange colored pupils still revealed a look of worry. Well, click. A slight breaking sound instantly attracted the attention of the 3 people. Fat man. Daimyo Bai raised his chin and winked at Ma Hongjun. The latter understood and the 2 of them slowly moved closer to the motionless Tang San. Click. There was another shattering sound, but this time it was like a chain reaction spreading directly down and covering his body. Bang. A sudden muffled sound instantly woke up the other 4 people who were practicing. After they looked at each other, they saw Daimyo Bai waving to them. Then he moved sword into the sky and landed steadily on the ground. Looking at the epondaying cracks on Tang San's body, everyone seemed to have reached a consensus and remained silent, but their eyes that kept flickering revealed their inner uneasiness. There were more and more broken parts, and gradually the purple-black hard scabs began to fall off, revealing the body with a golden-blue luster. A soft hum sounded and a faint blue-gold color began to appear on Tang San's skin. There was a snap, and at this moment time seemed to stop. All the remaining filth on Tang San bounced up in an instant, revealing his naked body. The dazzling golden blue light only lit up for a moment and was instantly withdrawn. After calming down, everyone could clearly see the familiar figure in the light, the bald Tang San. Mistress, you, ha ha ha. Daimyo Bai was the first to couldn't help it and burst into laughter. His smile was so good that the others couldn't help but laugh too. Tang San had just woken up mentally at this time and his mind was still a little hazy. What are you laughing at? Ning Rong Rong chuckled and said, third brother, your hair and eyebrows are gone. Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked at each other and both of them couldn't help but smile evilly. Their hair and eyebrows were gone, but the hair in other places. Tang San was stunned and quickly raised his hand to touch the top of his head. Only then did he discover the source of everyone's laughter. He smiled helplessly and said, there's nothing I can do about it. Sudden, a tearing cramping pain suddenly shot through his heart, and before Tang San could finish speaking he had already fallen to his knees on the ground. Tang San curled up on the ground like a peeled prawn, clutching his heart with his palm. It was a pain coming from the depths of his soul which forced his body to twitch continuously. What exactly is going on? So what happened? The pain that penetrated into the bone marrow deeply stimulated every nerve cell in Tang San, and his handsome face turned extremely pale at this moment. The lips are trembling and the teeth are chattering. Tang San thought that his endurance had reached a very strong level, but the pain coming from his heart this time made him unable to help but whimper softly. Mistress, third brother, what's wrong with you? Tang San's sudden move instantly caught everyone present by surprise. Pulling Tang San, who was constantly twitching, Dai Mubai turned around and shouted to Ma Hongjun, fat man Xiao Ao, go find senior Bosai I quickly. Wrong Zhu Qing Xiang Iong, go get some water. Yes, no. Now only Xiao Wu, who has dull eyes, and Dai Mubai, who looks an eas, are still here. At this moment Dai Mubai fully fulfilled his responsibility as the elder brother. He activated his soul power and pulled the twitching Tang San into his arms. Ziosan, what's wrong with you? Ziosan, cheer up. In response to Dai Mubai's eas words, Tang San suddenly released his martial spirit. Almost subconsciously Tang San activated his blue-silver emperor, and in an instant dozens of clear blue-silver emperors spurted out. This time there are no original golden lines in the blue-silver emperor, but each blue-silver emperor is wrapped in a layer of faint golden light. Along with the release of the martial soul, 7 soul rings rose from Tang San's feet, one after another, filling the surroundings of his body. Yellow, purple, black, red. Dai Mubai was startled by the sudden release of spirit rings and spirit. Gritting his teeth, he stretched out his big hand and slapped Tang San hard across the face, shouting angrily, Little San, what's wrong with you? With that said, Dai Mubai slapped Tang San a few more times. Perhaps it was because of a few slaps with spirit power that Tang San's heart pain turned into pain in his heart and face. With the pain evenly distributed, the pain from his heart was indeed weakened a lot. Boss Dai, seeing that the slap was effective, Dai Mubai was immediately overjoyed. He raised his hands and put Tang San on the ground, rolling up his sleeve. Mistress, you must hold on. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai waved his arms and opened his bows left and right. 2 tiger claws with soul power scratched Tang San's face hard without any hesitation. Boss Dai, feeling the severe pain that was comparable to heartache coming from his cheek, Tang San finally stopped twitching. He put away the overflowing soul rings and soul power and looked at Dai Mubai, who was fighting vigorously as if begging for mercy. Xiao San, are you okay? Seeing Tang San wake up, Dai Mubai stopped what he was doing without hesitation and pulled him into his arms again. Boss Dai, the water is here. An eas voice sounded in the distance, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuking were trotting towards this side with kettles in hand. Boss Dai, see Dragon Douluo and the others said that Senior Bosai I is away for something. In the other direction, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, whose faces were red with anxiety, were panting and running towards this side. However, when they saw Tang San lying in Dai Mubai's arms from a distance, no longer twitching, they subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. But when Rongrong came to Dai Mubai and bent down to hand him the water bag in his hand, he was stunned. Boss Dai, third brother's face. Chapter 82, that uneasiness. Boss Dai, third brother's face. Ning Rongrong's outstretched arms froze. She looked at Tang San's swollen cheek and said nothing for a long time. Third brother, you just fell by yourself. Ma Hongjun suppressed a smile, folded his arms and covered his mouth with his hands and spoke righteously. Third brother is lying on the ground rolling back and forth. Oscar scratched his head. It seems that rolling on the ground wouldn't make my face so swollen. Hearing the voices of Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who were worried about the world being in chaos, Dai Mubai coughed dryly and took the kettle handed over by Ning Rongrong. Carefully protecting Tang San from drinking water, Dai Mubai smiled sheepishly and said truthfully, just now I saw that Xiao San had been twitching and seemed to be losing consciousness, so I slapped him on the face, thinking I could wake him up. Patted it. The other 5 people all looked at Tang San's swollen face that was bigger than his fist and were stunned. Oscar swallowed subconsciously, his voice trembling. Boss Dai, don't say you want to wake up the third brother. I believe you when you say you practice percussion on his face. Yeah. Ma Hongjun nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Obviously he thought so too. What nonsense are you two talking about? Dai Mubai's face turned red and he stared at the two of them fiercely, and the threat was self-evident. Ahem. Ah, Boss Dai. Ning Rongrong, who was watching their fight, suddenly exclaimed. Dai Mubai. Zhu Zuking grabbed Dai Mubai's arm, snatched the kettle from his hand, pointed at Tang San angrily and said, see for yourself what good thing you have done. Hearing this, Oscar and Ma Hongjun saw Tang San in Dai Mubai's arms with water pouring out of his nostrils. Xiao San, how are you? Are you okay? Dai Mubai hurriedly lifted Tang San up from his arms and patted his back continuously. I'm fine. Tang San knocked a few times and then knocked out the water in his nose. Then he turned his head with a weak press and looked at Dai Mubai, who was holding his back with an uneasy look on his face, and said weakly, Boss Dai, tell me the truth. Are you sent by Wuhan Palace undercover? Dai Mubai's old face turned red. Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually gradually becoming dramatic by Chen Iong knelt down with a worried look on his face, touched Tang San's forehead and said softly, "Third brother, what happened just now? Why did you suddenly?" She didn't say the last few word, probably to preserve Tang San's image. Hearing this, the originally noisy word suddenly stopped at this moment and everyone turned their eyes over. Obviously the scene where Tang San suddenly lay on the ground twitching just now undoubtedly frightened everyone present. "This I don't know either." Tang San scratched his head and subconsciously stretched out his hand to touch his heart. The strong stinging feeling that suddenly appeared and made his heart stop suddenly disappeared. If it weren't for the traces of his convulsions on the ground, Tang San himself probably wouldn't have thought that this happened. Oscar said, "Third brother, do you want to check your body carefully? To be honest, it has been exactly 100 days since you inherited the God-given soul ring. During these 100 days you have sat here without eating or drinking like a lifeless statue. What happened suddenly just now in this case? Did something happen to your body suddenly?" "That's right, third brother, you'd better check it carefully. Is there something wrong with that God-given spirit ring?" Ma Hongjun squatted down and looked at Tang San's face carefully. A wry smile appeared on Tang San's face. "I'm really fine, it's just that I suddenly felt a stinging sensation from my heart just now, but it only lasted a few minutes." "Third brother, please stop lying to us. How could he lie on the ground and twitch for no reason?" Ning Rongrong frowned with a serious look on his face. "Besides, take a look at your face. Does it look like nothing happened?" As she said that, Ning Rongrong handed Tang San a small mirror. Taking the mirror and looking at it, Tang San was stunned. His face in the mirror was pale, his pupils were not very bright, and even his lips were dark purple, completely looking extremely weak. Tang San looked at himself in the mirror in disbelief, and after a slight hesitation he spoke. "After I finished absorbing the godlike soul ring, I fell into a state of absolute control over the field in enlightenment. During this epiphany, my blue-silver domain and god of killing domain seemed to undergo an inapplicable evolution and became stronger than before. At the same time, I also learned some new skills from these domains. However, after finishing the practice, it was the scene you just saw. Just now I just felt that the endless soul power in my body suddenly became dull and a feeling of falling into the deep sea came over me. That strong and unknown sense of oppression instantly made my vision go dark. I could clearly feel it. At that time even breathing seemed to be difficult." Tang San rubbed his heart with some fear and said again, "Immediately afterwards I felt as if my heart was being clenched by someone, and a pain that was like coming from the depths of my soul swept through my entire body in an instant. Nerves, even a strange feeling." As he spoke, Tang San turned his head and cast his gaze at Xiao Wu, who was looking lifeless at the side. "This feeling is just like losing Xiao Wu back then, even more despairing than that time." Thinking of Xiao Wu sacrificing herself because of him, Tang San's fist suddenly clenched again and a strong sense of self-blame spread instantly. "Lost." Ning Rongrong, who was listening on the side, felt her heart slow down for a moment. She looked at Tang San and said with some hesitation, "Could it be? Third brother, what happened to your father?" "Father?" Hearing these two familiar words, the desperate heart-tingling feeling just now slowly reappeared in Tang San's heart. "Maybe something happened to my father." Guessing that his uneasiness might be due to his father's accident, Tang San didn't dare to delay at all. He climbed up from the ground, took 3 steps at a time and rushed directly towards the Poseidon temple on the top of the mountain. After Dai Mubai and others saw Tang San's presence again, they followed closely without any hesitation. They knew what Tang Hao represented to Tang San. If something happened to Tang Hao, Tang San might be killed directly on the mainland given his temperament. However, before they arrived at Poseidon temple, Bo Sai's cold voice had already sounded to them, "Do not enter forbidden areas." An irresistible sense of oppression rushed towards them like a mountain, forcing everyone's bodies to freeze in place. Listening to Bo Sai's words that were not loud but made people unable to think of resistance, Tang San clenched his fist tightly and gritted his teeth. "Senior, can you let me go back to the mainland? My father seems to have had some accident. I need to go back and take a look." Thanks for the 1666 book coin. Chapter 83, Poseidon Douluo. Bo Sai, "Senior, can you let me go back to the mainland? My father seems to have had some accident. I need to go back and take a look." Tang San forcibly suppressed the trace of worry in his eyes, gritted his teeth, bent down towards the Poseidon temple in the distance and said respectfully, "Go back." The surrounding space emitted waves of frightening trembling sounds and a pressure of soul power that was deliberately restrained but still made people unable to help but worship. Suddenly came. Almost instantly a peerless woman appeared at the gate of Poseidon temple. Her whole body was covered in a bright red robe. Her long sea blue hair was spread behind her and her soft face looked like she was about 30 years old at most. Her beauty comes more from her temperament, nobility, elegance and gentle warmth. In her right hand she holds a 3-meter-long golden scepter. The head of the staff is a diamond-shaped protrusion like a spear. 5 inches below the tip of the spear there is a diamond-shaped golden Poseidon gem inlaid. One of the three peerless Douluo in Douluo continent. Poseidon Douluo Bosai See Senior. The moment Bosai appeared, everyone except Tang San bowed slightly and saluted her. No gift. Nodding slightly, Bosai's clear ice blue beautiful eyes moved and everyone present seemed to feel that she was looking at them. But the red-robed woman's eyes finally fixed on Tang San, or rather fixed on the golden trident brand on his forehead. Tang San, if it's not as expected, your first Poseidon test seems to be less than half a year away and your current training speed doesn't seem to be too ideal. Bosai's gentle but stern voice echoed in everyone's ears, making everyone feel a sense of worship in their heart. Senior. Although he was very worried about his father, he subconsciously bowed to Bosai and saluted after years of training and temperament from his aunt Yu Yuan. But what he didn't expect was that Bosai's figure flashed slightly and did not accept his salute. At the same time, Tang San could also clearly feel that his body was gradually standing up straight under the support of an irresistible force. I said, on this Poseidon Island no one is qualified to accept your courtesy, including me. Bosai frowned slightly and said sternly, I'm sorry, Senior. Tang San was startled and then he was about to bend down to salute, but fortunately he was forcibly stopped. Senior, I'm sorry for suddenly trespassing on Poseidon Temple. It's just that I suddenly suffered from heart attack while practicing. My subconscious told me that my father Tang Hao might be in danger. In desperation I just... The atmosphere gradually calmed down. Tang San no longer worried, his eyes fixed on the Poseidon Douluo in front of him. A look of anxiety appeared on his face. However, Bosai acted as if he already knew about this and was not too disturbed by what he said. Moved. No need to say anything more. Bosai shook his head gently and the Luurius scepter in his hand gently fell to the ground and a ripple of breath suddenly rippled out. A moment later, Seahorse Douluo appeared beside Bosai with a respectful presence. His eyes turned to Seahorse Douluo. Send a few tribesmen to the mainland to find out the news about Tang San's father Tang Hao. But sir, Seahorse Douluo was startled and then said with some uneasiness, but Poseidon Island has regulations and we and the residents of the mainland do not. I am the rule. There was a fluctuation in Bosai's eyes and a noble aura spread out. Yes sir. Sensing that something was wrong in the atmosphere, Seahorse Douluo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and bowed respectfully. Although I haven't seen this great worshipper in 10 years, Bosai is the only supreme being on this Poseidon Island. Unless Poseidon comes in person, no one has the right to override her. Seeing Bosai's gaze retracted, Seahorse Douluo sighed secretly. After saluting again, his body turned into a pool of sea water and disappeared here. Thank you, Senior. The meaning of Bosai's move was very clear. It was obvious that he didn't want to let him leave the island. However, after Tang San calmed down and thought about this, he was not surprised at all. You have to hurry up and conduct the assessment. There are only half a year left. I don't want anyone to fail the assessment, especially you, Tang San. Bosai's eyes became a little cold. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone suddenly felt a burst of red light in front of their eyes. The net moment Bosai, who was standing in front of everyone, had disappeared in a great flight. I hope nothing happens to my father. Tang San lowered his head slightly and the trace of worry hidden in his eyes emerged at this moment. Don't worry, mistress. Daimyobai reached out and patted his shoulder. Haoshan Douluo is a titled Douluo. He single-handedly resisted the entire Pope's palace. We all have seen it. Don't worry, it will be fine. Third brother, your father is my idol. He doesn't even look down on the Pope. Who can hurt him? Ma Hongjun patted his chest and praised Tang Hao without hesitation. Seeing that his friends cared so much about him, Tang San loosened his tightly clenched palms slightly. He did not tell his friends that his father once cut off an arm and a leg and separated from the soul bone, nor did he mention to them that Tang Hao's current strength was only at the soul saint level. But as they said, even if his soul power falls to the soul saint with the help of the clear sky hammer, Tang Hao's strength still cannot be underestimated. At least ordinary titled Douluo can't do anything to him. Thinking of this, his heart calmed down. After all, caring leads to chaos. Reluctantly forcing out a smile, Tang San looked around, smiled at the companions who were accompanying him and said thank you. Turning his head slightly, Tang San looked towards the sky-reaching stairs in the distance. His eyes seemed to ignite a trace of fighting spirit. It's time to practice now. Senior Bosai is right, we only have a little time left. It's only about half a year, and during this time we must complete this first round of assessment. The mistress is right. Daimyobai's heterochromatic pupils also flashed with a fiery color. The Poseidon's light is a weapon for cultivation. My soul power is close to level 68. I estimate that I will be able to advance to level 64 in less than 10 days. Xiao Ao is level 64 and Fatty is also level 64. But Fatty should break through level 6 soon. It's level 15. Rong is already level 65 and so is Zuking. We all have the opportunity to obtain the God-given soul ring. At that time we will definitely work work hard. For us this is the only opportunity in our life. In this year of Poseidon's light we must strive to reach level 70. With the qualitative change of the martial soul's true body it will be much easier to face other tests. Amid the impassioned tone we received, everyone's eyes also filled with a burning feeling. Let go. It's time for us to practice. P.S. Today's first update. Please add it to your collection. Please recommend me. Please vote for me. I'd like to thank you very much. Chapter 84. Want to arrest me? Kingdom of Balak. Frontier Fortress. Looking at the rioting barracks in the distance, Cao Yanbing frowned slightly and an unpleasant feeling suddenly filled his heart. Xiahao Iwan, do you have any way to deal with this thing? Looking at the body wrapped in demonic energy, Cao Yanbing raised his chin for ample. Is there any way to put it up so as not to cause any commotion? Of course there is. Bang! Xiahao Iwan inserted the Dark Knight Dragon King sword in his right hand into the ground. He closed his eyes and opened them again. In an instant he was possessed by a chilling demonic energy. His hands carrying a strong demonic aura crossed quickly, and a moment later a seal that looked like a demon's head appeared in front of Xiahao Iwan. As a large amount of demonic energy poured in, the hanging seal shattered with a slight trembling sound and then turned into a whirlpool of demonic energy. Receive! Xiahao Iwan's shout fell and the thick demonic energy surrounding Tang Hao's body was absorbed into the whirlpool of demonic energy with a trembling sound. Cao Yanbing's eyes lit up when he saw Xiahao Iwan, who could control the demonic energy at will. This seems to be a very good guardian spirit, my lord. Since there's nothing wrong, I'll leave first. Xiahao Iwan bent down to salute. After saying this, before Cao Yanbing could agree, he had already turned into a sky, filling the black light point, returned to the own space of Yama of the 10th Hall. It can be seen that although Xiahao Iwan's title of Cao Yanbing has changed from Xiao Aman to Lord, he does still have a grudge against Cao Yanbing. It seems that he still doesn't approve of me. Seeing his casual look, Cao Yanbing was not annoyed and just touched his chin lightly. As Cao's tiger generals, it's normal to have their own tempers. If they don't have the characteristics they should have, I'm afraid even Cao Yanbing will sneer at them. Just as Cao Yanbing raised his feet to walk towards the barracks, a weak exclamation suddenly sounded from behind. General, The sudden exclamation made Cao Yanbing startled slightly. He suddenly turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the man behind him wearing Spirit Empire clothing. Liang Xian. He had an impression of this man. He was almost the youngest in the entire military camp, but he was quite powerful. He was a 40-level soul sect. No matter how he behaves or abides by rules and regulations, he is quite satisfied, but he has not had much contact with him and does not know what his martial spirit is. Seeing that it was someone from the military camp, Cao Yanbing secretly took back the aura that filled the surroundings and asked casually, Liang Xian, what's the matter? No, it's nothing. Feeling the invisible pressure from Cao Yanbing, the young man named Liang Xian subconsciously lowered his head and replied, but the net moment he seemed to have remembered something, and without caring about Cao Yanbing's temper, he grabbed his arm and pulled him in the opposite direction. General, leave quickly. Go quickly. Realizing that he was constantly moving forward under the pull of Liang Xian, Cao Yanbing seemed to realize something after being stunned for a moment and pulled him back with his backhand. Is Bibi Dong looking for trouble for me? There is a reason for him to think this way. These days Cao Yanbing has been running between the Zinda Forest and the Sunset Forest because he needs supplies for resurrection, and he has done very little management of the border defense. Now that I have returned, I see a commotion inside the barrack. Coupled with Liang Xian's words urging him to leave, Cao Yanbing could easily guess what happened. It's just that the current Pope Bibi Dong is looking for trouble for himself. General. Liang Xian hesitated, but when his eyes fell on the approaching patrol team behind him, he hurriedly said, yesterday His Majesty the Pope issued an edict to the border military camp saying that you left your post without authorization. You have no laws and disregarded the security of the Wuhan Empire's borders. Once discovered, you will be arrested immediately and the troops will be launched to prosecute. When Liang Xian said this, he kept peeking upward from the corner of his eye. When he saw Cao Yanbing's press Xian without any fluctuation, he slowly told all the content behind it. Ignorant of the law, leave your post without permission. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing smiled disdainfully. Who does Bibi Dong mean to her? How dare she yell at me here? Why is there no king's law? I, Cao Yanbing, am the law. As for whether to leave without permission, that's what she said. The final word. In these arrogant words there was a deeper disdain compared to Bibi Dong. When his undead army is trained, when his brother is successfully resurrected, when the remaining guardian spirits awaken, who has the final say in the Spirit Empire will still be unknown. This general, hearing Cao Yanbing's arrogant words, which did not take the current pope seriously at all, Liang Xian, who was originally not very courageous, was so frightened that his face turned livid and he kept looking around. If such words are heard or reported directly, I am afraid that it will be a minor offense to be executed. After constantly looking around and finding that no one was watching, Liang Xian withdrew his gaze and persuaded in a low voice, "General, why don't you run away quickly? Otherwise once His Majesty the Pope gets angry the consequences will be disastrous." Liang Xian, who just raised his head, was stunned. Cao Yanbing, who was standing in front of him a second ago, has disappeared. "General, General, General." Liang Xian deliberately lowered his voice and kept calling around, but when his eyes swept across the military camp in the distance he couldn't help but stiffen. Holy shit! Following his gaze, Cao Yanbing not only did not block him at all but even strode directly towards the military camp where countless soldiers gathered in the distance. It wasn't just him who was stunned, even the patrolling soldiers were stunned. The originally noisy military camp was as quiet as death at this moment. Crack! After a while the wine bowl in someone's hand fell to the ground, making a crisp shattering sound. "General, the general is back. Hurry up and pour a bowl of wine for the general. Oh, and by the way, bring some meat for the general." "General, where have you been these days? We miss you so much. Hurry up and get a stool for the general to sit on. What are you doing standing there?" The broken teacup was like a fuse, instantly igniting the silent atmosphere, and everyone cheered tacitly. There was no mention of the edict. "Just kidding, of course they know who Cao Yanbing is. This is a man who dares to confront poison Douluo head on, a man who dares to fight His Majesty the Pope. Do you dare to issue an edict? I'm afraid that as soon as these words are spoken, Cao Yanbing will directly attack these people. With his temper he would just do it to anyone who was displeased." Hearing the cheers of true feelings that kept echoing in his ears, Cao Yanbing he waved his hand casually, then stretched out his hand and pointed at someone casually. "You send a message to Bibi Dong saying that Cao Yanbing has been arrested and is on his way to the Pope's palace. P.S. The second update today, please collect it, recommend it and vote for me, I would be very grateful." Chapter 85 Really caught? You send a message to Bibi Dong saying that Cao Yanbing has been arrested and is on his way to the Pope's palace. The Spirit Empire soldier who was pointed casually by Cao Yanbing stiffened and immediately looked around subconsciously. After seeing no reaction from the people around him, he stretched out his hand, tremblingly pointed at himself and said, "General, it's not that I am that order." At this moment hundreds of ways to escape suddenly flashed through his mind. After all, the current Cao Yanbing is a sinner to them. He is the person who was specially ordered to be arrested by the current Empress Bibi Dong. But when this murderous and cold-blooded fire general stood in front of him and asked him to arrest him, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. "General, there must be something wrong with His Majesty the Pope edict." "Yes, who may have said the fake message? We all believe you." The imperial soldier was still defending. After all, he didn't know what Cao Yanbing said, true or false. Tisk. Seeing this large group of Spirit Empire soldiers who were sent to his door and did not dare to take action against him, Cao Yanbing shouted impatiently, "Go if you are told. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" "Yes." The cold shout instantly woke everyone up. The soldier straightened his back and ran into the tent. About 5 minutes later he emerged from the tent, lowered his head, looked at Cao Yanbing timidly and said, "General, the message has been sent." "Very good." Cao Yanbing nodded and looked around, finally landing on the side of the boulder in the distance. "Hey, Liang Xian." Hearing the call, Liang Xian, who was hesitating, tensed up, gritted his teeth and strode to Cao Yanbing and saluted. "Arrive. Let's go. Take me to Wuhan City," Cao Yanbing said with a faint smile. Liang Xian was stunned again. I had clearly told him in advance that His Majesty the Pope was very unhappy with Cao Yanbing's behavior of leaving his post without permission and issued an edict asking the border soldiers to arrest him and bring him to justice. But now, why are you still seeking death? Liang Xian was surprised and puzzled. "I don't like repeating it a second time." Cao Yanbing frowned after seeing the shock in Liang Xian's eyes. Then before anyone could react, he was already walking away. "There, it leads to Wuhan City." Seeing Cao Yanbing leaving, Liang Xian experienced a strong ideological struggle for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed. Watching the two people leave, the soldiers who were left alone could not help but sigh after silently looking at each other. "It feels like the general is going to Wuhan City on purpose. Be more confident and remove the image. The general is obviously unhappy with His Majesty the Pope. I hope the general will walk out of half his life and come back as a young man. Why are you becoming more artistic? I wonder when the new general who is practicing in seclusion will have such courage." "Stop it, the new general is only level 85 Contra and he was personally sent by the 7th priest of the Elder Hall, so we don't dare to talk nonsense." Amid these bustling words, Cao Yanbing set out for the Wuhan Palace. A few hours later, Martial Spirit Empire, the meeting hall of the Papal Palace. Bibi Dong was sitting upright in a lavender robe with flowing gold thread. In front of her was some information about the relationship between the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo. The diamond scepter that never leaves her hand has also been put aside by her. Snapped. After slightly sorting out the documents in his hand, Bibi Dong's noble noble eyes showed a hint of exhaustion. She stood up, raised her arms and stretched out without caring. In an instant her devilishly concave and convex figure seemed to eclipse even the space. Her long and round thighs, smooth and white neck and graceful and luxurious aura completely demonstrated her perfection. Well, with a soft sigh Bibi Dong glanced at the stacked documents on the table and couldn't help but feel a headache. If I had known earlier I would have asked Nana to help me manage these things. With her intelligence she would be more comfortable handling these things than I am. Hulina is now an imperial saint. She has the power to mobilize the army soul masters of the Wuhan Empire. Even the soul masters of the empire except the Elder Hall are second only to the current Bibi Dong in terms of prestige and reputation. At this moment there was a rush of footsteps outside the door of the main hall. A cardinal walked in quickly, knelt down and saluted and said respectfully, "I have met His Majesty the Pope." "Well, is there anything you want to report?" Bibi Dong asked casually while sorting the documents on the table. "His Majesty the Pope, according to a message from the troops stationed in the Balak Kingdom, they have successfully captured Cao Yanbing and escorted him to Wuhan City." The red-clothed lord raised his hands and the respectful Emperor Chu Xin said with a trembling voice, "What?" After hearing the red-clothed leader's words even Bibi Dong couldn't help being shocked. The figure instantly came to the protagonist in red and took the letter. His eyes scanned the black and white TET on the paper, especially when he saw the sign marking the border. Bibi Dong gritted his teeth and clenched his palm. No wonder she was so shocked. In fact, she didn't care too much about Cao Yanbing's absence from duty. The issuance of the edict was just a whim, just to kill those old guys in the Elder Hall to show their prestige. Even she was wary of Cao Yanbing's strength. Even if she took action in person she was not sure of victory. How could anyone on the border be able to capture him? After thinking about it, it is nothing more than a possibility. He came back voluntarily. What a Cao Yanbing! Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, a dangerous aura emanating from her body, and then she clenched her fist and hit the table with a heavy blow. Although not much force was used, this light punch turned the entire table into dust without damaging the documents on the table. The cardinal, who was close, was the first to be affected. He flew backwards, his back hit the wall of the hall and he vomited blood. Fortunately Bibi Dong didn't kill her, otherwise the former wouldn't even have a chance to vomit blood and would be crushed by the majestic momentum and turn into a puddle of flesh. "Your Majesty the Pope, have mercy on your life. Your Majesty the Pope, have mercy on your life." Regardless of his severely injured body, the cardinal knelt on the ground and begged for mercy again and again. "Get up." After venting for a while Bibi Dong felt much better. She breathed a long sigh of relief and returned to the throne in a flash. "His Majesty the Pope." Just as her hips touched the throne there was another rush of footsteps outside the hall and another cardinal ran in panting. Before Bibi Dong could ask further questions the cardinal said impatiently, "Your Majesty the Pope, Cao Yanbing, the adjudicator of the Presbyterian Hall, has been arrested and is waiting outside the main hall." When she heard that Cao Yanbing was already outside the hall, Bibi Dong's delicate body stiffened slightly. "I understand." Chapter 86, The Inner Elir of Ancient Spiritual Beasts. "I see." Bibi Dong frowned slightly and said in a cold tone, "His Majesty the Pope, do you want to take him to the papal palace?" With an uneasy mood the second cardinal asked with fear. "No need, take him directly to the Elder Hall. After all, he is the ruling elder of the Elder Hall. Let Qian Daoliu handle this matter by himself." Bibi Dong said impatiently, "Okay, if nothing happens you two can just step back and don't disturb me." "Yes." When Bibi Dong asked him to leave, the two cardinals immediately felt as if they were receiving a pardon. They bowed respectfully and then rushed out of the hall. Looking at the retreating figures of the two cardinals, Bibi Dong leaned lazily on the throne, feeling exhausted instantly. Just as Bibi Dong retracted her peripheral vision, she suddenly discovered that the two cardinals who had just rushed out were still standing at the gate of the Pope's palace with the same back figures. "If His Majesty the Pope misses me, just tell me directly. Why do you need to issue a special edict for me?" Familiar voice, familiar tone. The moment these words rang out from outside the hall, Bibi Dong's lazy figure instantly sat up, took the scepter like a rifle and stared at the door of the hall. Her presence was still as plain as ever, but judging from the slightly white joints she held the scepter, it was obvious that she was not at all calm inside. Ignoring the two cardinals standing dumbfounded in front of him, Cao Yanbing walked directly past them and walked into the main hall. "Well, yes, your newly built Pope's palace is indeed much better than the previous one. I just don't know whether it is better now or before in terms of sturdiness." Walking into the Pope's palace, Cao Yanbing looked around as casually as if he had walked into his own home. Hearing his sarcastic words, Bibi Dong's mind once again recalled the scene where he forcibly shattered the Pope's mat a long time ago, and she couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Cao Yanbing, why did you come to the Pope's palace this time? What's the matter?" Hearing Bibi Dong's slightly angry words, Cao Yanbing shrugged indifferently and said, "What's wrong with the Pope? Didn't you issue a sub-order that said you would take me back to Wuhan City? Hey, am I here? Hearing Cao Yanbing's words, Bibi Dong's arm holding the scepter trembled slightly, thinking to herself, it seems so. She was a little annoyed just now, but then she subconsciously thought of him as the soul masters who came to see him in the past. Although a little embarrassed, Bibi Dong still said with a cold face, Cao Yanbing, as the ruling elder of the Elder Hall, the task assigned to you is to guard the border. However, you left your post without authorization and almost plunged the borderland into dire strait. Can you plead guilty? Bibi Dong's words were not exaggerated. During the time when Cao Yanbing left poison Douluo, one of the titled Douluo of the Tiandu Empire, Dugabo joined the battlefield again. This time without Cao Yanbing's intervention, almost 60% of the Spirit Empire's border spirit masters fell into a state of poisoning. Although it was not fatal, this battle severely suppressed the Wuhan Empire and improved the morale of the Tiandu Empire. However, unexpectedly, in the face of Bibi Dong's words, Cao Yanbing did not interrupt. He just said after a moment, I admit it. The two words of understatement made Bibi Dong's organized language choke in her throat and unable to speak. Even in her mind she had imagined some word that Cao Yanbing would say net moment, but it would never be these two words. Actually, Cao Yanbing himself also knew that because of the private matter of his younger brother's resurrection as a general, he left the battlefield privately, which resulted in a devastating blow to the border area. If it were placed elsewhere he wouldn't care too much, but this is in the army. When he returned to the military camp before, he also saw many soldiers with bandages on their bodies and bruises all over their bodies. He also understood that if he as a general had not left rashly, they might not have become like this. Although Cao Yanbing is arrogant, rebellious and even selfish at times, he also has the sense of responsibility that a man should have. What did you say? I said I admit it. The corners of Bibi Dong's mouth unconsciously raised an imperceptible slight arc. At this moment she suddenly realized that the man in front of her didn't seem as annoying as before. Put aside the fact Cao Yanbing is not only powerful but also has unbelievable potential. He is not particularly handsome, but he is extremely attractive. Although arrogant, he has his arrogance. He is an upright person, does not play tricks. He values love and justice and has a sense of responsibility. Think about it this way. It seems that this guy is quite good. She sighed softly and put away the strange thoughts that suddenly emerged in her heart. Bibi Dong didn't get too entangled in such trivial matters. That's all. I hope you are successful in the battle. Even if the merits and demerits are equal this time, I won't pursue it anymore. Bibi Dong's tone rarely slowed down. Perhaps even Bibi Dong herself had never noticed that she, who originally had murderous intent towards Cao Yanbing, had lost that trace of murderous intent at some point, and even her tone was no longer as cold as before. That's all. I won't pursue this matter anymore. You've been working hard guarding the border these days. Go back and rest. As soon as these words came out, even Bibi Dong was done. Based on her temperament, she shouldn't have said directly, you've been working hard these past few days, you go and rest. Instead she should have said, I won't pursue this matter anymore. You can go down. Maybe even she herself doesn't know why she said such a thing. Ahem. With a dry cough, the indifference and nobility on Bibi Dong's face disappeared, replaced by a blush. She hurriedly changed her words, let's let this matter go. Okay, you can go back. Wait a minute. Ordinary people, after hearing what she said as the Pope, would be like those two cardinals and feel as if they had received amnesty, but Cao Yanbing didn't care about this at all. He came here this time actually for another thing. On the other hand, Bibi Dong was already used to this man disobeying her whenever she disagreed. Cao Yanbing, do you have anything else to do? Bibi Dong's eyebrows turned and her gaze fell on him. I want to ask you for something. Cao Yanbing looked at Bibi Dong, the fiery look in his eyes not concealed at all. Bibi Dong became interested. You tell me. An inner Elir from an ancient spiritual beast. The last of the three items required for resurrection. This is also the key point why Cao Yanbing persisted in throwing himself into a trap after hearing Bibi Dong's order to him. The inner Elir of ancient spiritual beast. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, then shook her head after a moment and said, this kind of thing is quite precious. Even though I am the Pope, I have never owned it. Not even you? Cao Yanbing's eyes suddenly dimmed. He originally thought that Bibi Dong, who was the Pope of the Spirit Empire, would have a treasure, but now it seemed that this trip was in vain. Seeing the trace of disappointment in his eyes, Bibi Dong subconsciously raised the corner of her mouth. This was the first time she saw this man look depressed. Although I don't have it, I know there is a place where it does, Bibi Dong suddenly said. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing suddenly raised his head and asked in a somewhat urgent tone, where? Hanhai City, the Forest of the Vasi. Chapter 87 Elders Hall Clues. Hanhai City, the Forest of the Vasi. The Forest of the Vasi. Cao Yanbing frowned slightly when he heard this unfamiliar term. He had heard about Hanhai City. It was located in the far west of the Tiandu Empire. It was also the only coastal port city on the western seaboard seaboard and was built along the sea. But this vast forest, it seems that I haven't heard anyone else talk about it. Seeing Cao Yanbing's confused look, Bibi Dong felt inapplicably satisfied. Then she slightly opened her lips and said, 100 miles away from Hanhai City there is a forest where spirit beasts live. Although the area there is not half that of the Stardow forest, but it can also be regarded as a huge place to obtain soul rings. Because Hanhai City is quite far away from other inland cities, there are very few inland residents who go there. Without human interference, the spirit beasts in the forest near Hanhai City are free and it can be regarded as an excellent paradise. After hearing Bibi Dong's answer, Cao Yanbing suddenly realized this forest of Vasi turns out to be the name of the forest net to Vasi City. After having a general understanding of the so-called Vasi forest, Cao Yanbing said with a hint of urgency in his tone, the inner Elir of ancient spiritual beasts is in this forest? Bibi Dong nodded slightly, raised her head slightly, looked into the distance and said leisurely, it is said that there is an ancient spiritual beast living in this vast forest, Scrofulariaceae dream beast. The true body of this Scrofulariaceae fantasy dream beast, it doesn't pose much of a threat, but according to rumors this kind of spiritual beast has the ultimate control over the illusion. With that said, Bibi Dong raised the diamond scepter which symbolized the highest power of the Wuhan Empire. At the same time, among the letters suspended in the ashes of the table and stool, a dark yellow letter suddenly floated into the air after trembling slightly. As the letter opened automatically, Bibi Dong sighed softly and said, a few years ago I sent dozens of people to Hanhai City with the intention of establishing a martial soul branch hall there. The leader was a strong soul saint level. When they passed through the Vasi forest, they stepped into its territory and were eventually trapped in the illusion with their lives and deaths uncertain. In the end, an original resident of Hanhai City passed by and discovered the dying soul saint. He also died on the spot after leaving this broken news. After receiving the news, I also sent a titled Douluo to the Vasi forest to find the whereabouts of this soul beast, but he did not come back alive either. Later I learned from ancient book that this spirit beast that is good at creating illusions is almost the same as the ancient spirit beast Scrofulariaceae dream beast. The word suddenly stopped and Bibi Dong sat lazily on the throne looking at Cao Yanbing with her beautiful eyes as if waiting for his answer. This Scrofulariaceae fantasy dream beast is proficient in illusions. Over the years many people have tried to try on it, but they have all failed and some even lost their lives. If she hadn't been interested in this spiritual beast, she probably wouldn't have said so much to Cao Yanbing. The forest of Vasi. I understand. After muttering a few words softly in his mouth, Cao Yanbing calmed down. No matter how proficient this Scrofulariaceae dream beast is in illusions, it will inevitably die under its sword. By the way, what do you want from the inner Elir of this ancient spiritual beast? Bibi Dong gently held her cheek with her left hand, looking at Cao Yanbing with her beautiful eyes, and there was a hint of curiosity in her lazy tone. Of course it is useful. Not paying any attention to the curiosity in Bibi Dong's eyes, Cao Yanbing waved his hand casually and said, okay, I'll leave if there's nothing else to do. After saying that, he walked out of the hall minding his own business. This guy. Staring at Cao Yanbing's retreating back, Bibi Dong raised the corners of her mouth lightly with a subtle smile on her face. In fact, he is not arrogant. He seems to be a pretty good man. After leaving the Pope's palace, Cao Yanbing did not stay too long. Go directly to the Elders' Hall. Firstly, it was to meet Yao Yui, and secondly, it was to find Qian Douluo to find out whether this matter was true or not. After all, in this troubled era, only caution is the way to go. The Pope's palace is not very far from the Presbyterian palace, and Cao Yanbing is also the ruling elder of the Presbyterian palace, so he was not blocked on his way there. Strangeness. Cao Yanbing, who walked out of the mountain hut, scratched his head and glanced across half of the mountain before landing on the tall building of the Elders' Hall in the distance. He had almost searched the entire Elder Hall, but he didn't see that familiar figure at all. Apart from anything else, not even that old boy Qian Douluo saw him. Could it be that you are still inheriting the soul bones of that angel? Cao Yanbing was surprised. It was agreed that it would be 3 months, but it has already been almost a year. Is there something wrong with the inheritance? A panic filled his heart and he suddenly felt his breathing quicken involuntarily. Get up and go to the main hall of the Elders' Hall. Cao Yanbing did not stay too long and went straight to the depths of the Elder Hall. Different from the outside, the space here is quite large and the stone walls show a dark red color with traces of strange temperature seeping out of it. In this environment, Cao Yanbing can clearly feel the spiritual power in his body. Automatic operation. This place, it is the daily practice place for the elders of the Elder Hall. In the past, when Qian Douluo was still there, he, the ruling elder, could also come in and practice. Even though memories came to his mind, Cao Yanbing didn't care at all. After he placed the token in his hand into the groove at the door, the huge stone door slowly opened with a roar. This place is not particularly luxurious with only a few futons sitting quietly here. Looking across these empty futons, Cao Yanbing was a little dazed. Where are the people? Don't those old guys like to practice here the most? Why is there no one there? When he came here before there were always people scattered around, but now there is no elder at all. Cao Yanbing. Just as he was about to search again, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Why? The sudden voice made Cao Yanbing stiffen up and he subconsciously spat out the friendly word. Looking back, not far behind him an old man with white hair and beard was walking towards this side with a stiff pression. Old man Jin Crocodile. Seeing the appearance of the visitor, Cao Yanbing felt happy. Old man Jin Crocodile, where are the old boy Qian Douluo and Shue'er? Are you still carrying out the soul bone inheritance? Hearing Cao Yanbing's words to the old man, the corners of Jin Crocodile's mouth trembled lightly. He was also a 90 SITH level titled Douluo and the second priest of the Elder Hall, but now he was called an old man by a young man, which made him a little unhappy. Golden Crocodile passed by Cao Yanbing with a gloomy pression and went straight to the secret practice room. Xiao Yui is taking the 9 angel EAMS and the great enshrinement is by her side to protect her. 9 EAMS for angels. God's inheritance. There are 9 assessments in total. You can get it after completing them all. The inheritance of the God of angels has reached the legendary God level. Elder Jin Crocodile said without turning his head. Chapter 88. First arrival at Hanhai City. The inheritance of God has a total of 9 tests. After completing all of them you can get the inheritance of the God of angels and reach the legendary God level. Elder Jin Crocodile said without turning his head. Have you reached the God level? Although he didn't quite understand the definition of this God, Cao Yanbing understood that the God here should not be equal to the Tathagata in his world. Since it's still being passed down, forget it. I originally thought that I could do something shameless and cool with Qian Ren Yui after not seeing each other for a long time, but now it seems to be a bit of a failure. Lifting his feet and following behind Jin Crocodile, Cao Yanbing said, by the way, old man Jin Crocodile, do you know about a spiritual beast called Scrofulariace Dream Beast? Golden Crocodile's footsteps paused and a faint killing intent suddenly filled the air. He did not look back, but his tone was quite cold. How do you know this spiritual beast? Sensing the faint killing intent and the coldness in Jin Crocodile's tone, Cao Yanbing was a little surprised, but he did not choose to hide anything. I needed the inner ELIR of the ancient spiritual beast, so I asked. Bibi Dong snort. Upon hearing this, Jin Crocodile snorted coldly with a trace of disdain flashing across his face. Did she tell you that this spiritual beast is in the forest net to Hanhai City? Yeah. Cao Yanbing nodded. So you're here to ask me whether this news is true or not? Golden Crocodile turned around. Under the dim light his face couldn't help but look a little older. Cao Yanbing nodded. Yes, there is indeed such a spiritual beast near Hanhai City. She did not lie to you. When he said this, Cao Yanbing noticed his clenched fist in great detail. It seems that this matter has something to do with the old guy, Cao Yanbing thought to himself, but after receiving the information that the news was true he felt relieved. No matter what the past was between Jin Crocodile and Bibi Dong, he didn't care. Okay, I get it. Cao Yanbing nodded, turned around and walked out of the hall. Seeing his leaving figure, Jin Crocodile calmed down and then he couldn't help but murmured, this guy is also the ruling elder of my elder hall after all. Not only did he fail to fulfill his duty to kill the enemy leader, but he seemed to a little too casual. That's all. Qian Douluo didn't say anything, so I didn't bother to care anymore. After all, this three-legged situation needs an unruly person to break it. He touched his grey beard and took out an extremely exquisite elder hall badge from his arms that did not belong to him. Looking at the badge in Ma Zhuo's hand, Jin Crocodile sighed heavily with a hint of pain in his eyes. You must know that the titled Douluo, whom Bibi Dong sent to the Vasi forest to obtain information but lost contact in the end, but one of the elders of the Elder Hall. He is also his most valued disciple. The matter of resurrection is very important. In this regard, Cao Yanbing did not dare to slack off at all. From Wuhan City to Hanhai City, the journey that originally took dozens of days by carriage was shortened by him by nearly 4 to 5 times. In the early morning of the 7th day, when the horizon was just lit up, the huge city built on the sea finally fell into his eyes. Hanhai City, located in the extreme west of the Tiandu Empire, it is not only the only port city in the Tiandu Empire but also the largest seaside city in the entire Douluo continent. The huge city is built entirely on the sea or on the cliffs beside the waves. The gorgeous and thick city walls give people an indestructible feeling. Even if the roaring waves hit the city wall one after another, they can't shake it in the slightest. The seaside. Looking at the magnificent huge city, the unique sea breeze met with a slightly salty and fishy smell spread into the nose. Cao Yanbing looked at the endless sea and couldn't help but admire it. Whether it was Blue Star or Douluo continent. This was his first time coming to the seaside and he was extremely happy with the endless sea. Opening the map in his hand, it only marked the place called Hanhai City and there was no pattern of a forest around it. According to the forest 100 miles away from Hanhai City, the specific direction is a bit confusing. Tianke, when Cao Yanbing was about to step into the Vasi city and inquire about some information about the Vasi forest, Uchu's slightly e-sided voice suddenly sounded from his body. Thousands of years ago there was no such thing as the sea, so it was named Tianke. I have only spent my whole life following Duke Cao to conquer the world, but I have neglected this beautiful scenery. Stop sighing, tiger idiot, haven't you fulfilled your wish now? Xiao Hedun sneered. The mood is just different. Hearing that the guardian spirits were at odds with each other in their hearts, Cao Yanbing secretly and unilaterally cut off contact. These two guys. He shook his head dumbfounded. Cao Yanbing put the map back into his soul guide and walked straight towards Hanhai City without any hesitation. The city gate. After going through a series of routine inspections, Cao Yanbing finally successfully entered this giant city located on the seaside. As soon as he stepped into the city, there was a fishy wind met with saltiness. I know the smell of the sea. Walking in the city, the salty smell not only did not dissipate, it even became stronger. And Cao Yanbing discovered that the residents here, both in habits and appearance, they are obviously different from mainland resident. The residents here are shorter in stature and have darker skin than the inland resident. It may be because of the sea breeze blowing all year round, so their skin is not very good. Even along the way, Cao Yanbing saw many aboriginal people with cracks on their faces as dense as spider web. I wanted to find someone to ask about the Vasi forest, but when the other person saw that he was not a local, he lowered his head and ran away quickly. After repeatedly hitting the wall, Cao Yanbing suddenly felt something was wrong. What is going on? Why do they see me as if they see a monster? Or are they just too lazy to pay attention to me? However, there are questions about him, but no one could explain it to him. Cao Yanbing turned his eyes and happened to see a middle-aged uncle about 40 or 50 years old walking from a distance. The middle-aged uncle was dressed in a medium-sized suit and could not tell whether he was poor or noble. This guy is pretty good. After making up his mind, Cao Yanbing successfully stopped him when he was about to come to his side. Uncle, please ask you a question. Cao Yanbing smiled politely and spoke in a gentle tone. Being stopped suddenly by him, the middle-aged uncle was also startled. He immediately looked at Cao Yanbing, warily curled his lips and said reluctantly, "What's wrong? What can I do to you?" Having a clear view of his prescience, Cao Yanbing said doubtfully, "Uncle, I want to know why the residents here are inexplicably hostile to me." The middle-aged uncle shrugged, looked Cao Yanbing up and down and then said, "I'm not hostile to you, I'm simply hostile to the outsiders who come here." Chapter 89. The Forest of the Vasi. The middle-aged uncle shrugged, looked Cao Yanbing up and down and then said, "I'm not hostile to you, I'm simply hostile to the outsiders who come here." "Are you hostile to outsiders?" He became even more confused. Seeing the confused look on Cao Yanbing's face, the middle-aged uncle curled his lip and said, "Yes, by the way, this is your first time coming to Hanhai City." Cao Yanbing nodded. "Yes, isn't that right?" The middle-aged uncle smiled. "Otherwise, why do you think you were hated by everyone the first time you came to Hanhai City?" Without giving Cao Yanbing a chance to speak, the middle-aged uncle seemed to have opened up a chatterbox and started talking non-stop. "Let me tell you, I am a staff member of the navigation terminal west of Hanhai City. Although I don't have a big official position, I know a lot about the ships that sail. Before, several young men and women of about the same age as you came to the port. They were also mainland soul masters. After some discussions, they said they wanted to rent a ship and go to sea. Then under the leadership of the young man, they successfully chartered Captain Hader's ship, the Sea Devil." "But what about the end?" A trace of disgust lashed across the middle-aged uncle's face and his tone was a little angry. "When another cargo ship was sailing at sea and observing the sea conditions with a telescope, I saw with my own eyes that those young men killed Captain Hader and then killed all the innocent crew members on the ship. When the cargo ship came back and told everyone about it, many people just thought he was joking and didn't pay much attention. But in the end, more than a month later, there was still no news about Captain Hader, so everyone believed it." The words of the captain of that cargo ship. From that day on, the residents of Hanhai City did not welcome outsiders and even refused to talk to outsiders. The middle-aged uncle's tone was filled with anger. A person's imagination is extremely powerful. Once they see something they know only a little bit, they will use their own imagination to completely supplement it. Even if their speculations are absurd, the facts are always like this. 1 spreads to 10 and 10 spreads to 100. One day rumors will overwhelm the truth. After listening to what the middle-aged uncle said, Cao Yanbing was speechless. Even if this thing was true, just because of the actions of those young people, he felt a sense of ridicule that all outsiders were being labeled as criminals. "By the way, uncle, I want to ask you one more thing. Yanbing. After roughly understanding the whole situation, Cao Yanbing took out a bag of gold coins and put the gold coins into the middle-aged man's hand while talking. Seeing the gold coins in Cao Yanbing's hand, the middle-aged man suddenly smiled. After carefully looking around, he stuffed the gold coin bag into his pocket. Immediately he patted his chest and said confidently, "If you have any questions, just ask. As an aboriginal of Hanhai City, I am affectionately called Hanhai Know-It-All. You can ask me for any information you want to know." The strange thing is that at the same time that the middle-aged uncle said this, Cao Yanbing's e-presence suddenly became strange. It seems that someone in Soto City also said the same thing to him before. Shaking his head to stop thinking, Cao Yanbing lowered his voice and asked, "Do you know where the Vasi forest is?" "The forest of the Vasi." Upon hearing these four simple words, the middle-aged man's e-presence suddenly changed. He hurriedly raised his head and looked around. When he saw that no one was paying attention here, he sighed heavily. "Sir, are you here because of the ancient spiritual beast in the Vasi forest? How do you know?" Cao Yanbing was surprised when the middle-aged uncle revealed the purpose of his trip. "Well," the middle-aged uncle let out a long sigh and said in a dull tone, "If you came here for it, then you can go back. Because of the ancient spirit beast, there were not tens of thousands but thousands of soul masters who went to the Vasi forest to capture the spirit beast. But in the end, not only did no one see its true face, but only a few people successfully escaped from there. Those who escaped only left a few clues before becoming insane and sadly passed away. Therefore, under the order of the Lord of Hanhai City, the forest of Vasi has become a forbidden area and humans are basically not allowed to enter." After hearing these words and the danger of that forest, Cao Yanbing also fell into deep thought. He think, "It seems that I have underestimated this vast forest." Seeing the ever-changing e-presence on Cao Yanbing's face, the middle-aged uncle did not try to dissuade him. He just sighed heavily, pointed to the northwest and said, "If you want to go, sir, just go straight in this direction. You can reach the forest within a few dozen miles." Many people had asked him the same question before, and the destinations were all in the vast forest, and he tried to dissuade them all. But in the end, those people were not all of the same virtue. They all secretly killed people. So instead of giving useless advice, it's better to let nature take a course. After giving Cao Yanbing a general direction, the middle-aged man shook his head and left with a sigh. "If it weren't for the gold coins, I'm afraid he wouldn't have persuaded me." Late at night, after casually finding a hotel in the city and staying, Cao Yanbing stood at the window looking in the direction pointed by the middle-aged uncle and fell into deep thought. Whether it is the middle-aged uncle or Pope Bibidong, they are all afraid of that place. However, just when he was considering whether to risk going in, Su Chu's powerful voice suddenly sounded in his heart. "My lord, it's not your nature to be soft and weak. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, Chu is here to ensure that my lord is safe and sound." Sighing, Cao Yanbing looked at the bright moon hanging in the sky and said softly, "This ancient spiritual beast inner Elir is the last thing that can revive Xiao Yang. It took so long to come to this Hanhai City. Seeing that it's really not my temper to give up suddenly when I'm about to succeed. Even if that ancient spiritual beast had incredible cultivation, Cao Yanbing would rush forward and fight it happily. But the problem is, what this ancient spiritual beast is proficient in is illusion. The word fantasy is really a bit ethereal and formless. Little Ama, when did your temper become so weak? Where did your majestic and heroic attitude of shouting and proclaiming yourself king go?" Xia Haoiwen's voice sounded. He accepted to become Cao Yanbing's general because he was satisfied with Cao Yanbing's character and also recognized his strengths. Xia Haoiwen had already had a grudge against him since he showed mercy on the battlefield. You give up when you encounter difficulties and you get discouraged when you encounter setback. As a descendant of Cao Gong, is this the emotion you should have? What we agree with is the Cao Yanbing who dared to challenge one of the three powerful men today by himself, not the coward Cao who just wants to retreat when he hears the difficulties. Enough! Cao Yanbing shouted angrily, and the worry and fear in his eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented fighting spirit. "That's right. If there is a huge boulder blocking the road in front of you, just smash it. Once you get over it and look back, the boulder will be just a pile of rubble." "Ha ha ha ha, little Ama, you finally realized it. In this case, it's time for me to change my title." Lord. Chapter 90, Encounter with Siblings. A night of silence. Fortunately, under Xia Haoiwen's merciless scolding, Cao Yanbing finally broke through that level. At this point, Cao Yanbing's four guardian spirits finally fully accepted him, but they did not notice that in the self-contained space of the 10 palaces of Yama, a general holding a gun in his right hand and a shield in his left hand had a glimmer of light in his eyes that had been silent for a long time. He walked in the direction pointed by the middle-aged uncle, and sure enough, he found a lush and dense forest. Look around. A huge mountain range is entrenched here like an angry dragon. Before it reaches it, you can feel an icy aura that is is enough to make your soul tremble. On the top of the mountain it is not as lush as ordinary mountain. On the contrary, it seems to be completely covered with ice and snow, presenting an excellent beauty. The so-called Vasi forest is right at the foot of the mountain range. Half of it is bordered by the snow-covered forest on the mountain range and the other half is connected to a river. Looking from the low mountaintop here, although its area is not as large as that of the Star Forest, it is as big as the Sunset Forest. Scanning the forest that stretched for hundreds of miles, Cao Yanbing's eyes fell on the snow-covered mountains at the end. It's wired. He didn't quite understand why there was snow here despite being so close to the sea. After much thought and no answer, Cao Yanbing stopped criticizing too much and directly released his mental power and jumped from the top of the mountain. Although the mountain Cao Yanbing was standing on was not very high, it was still quite far from the ground, letting the howling wind blow across his face like a knife. Cao Yanbing's free fall did not stop at all. Just when he was about to touch the ground, he finally slowly took out his palm and pointed it at the ground. Boom! In an instant an extremely fierce wave of fire burst out from his hand and hit the ground hard. Suddenly the green grass below it was instantly evaporated by the hellfire, and even the ground was dehydrated and dried up under the high temperature. With the help of the reverse thrust of the surging fire wave, Cao Yanbing's sudden falling body finally slowed down a lot, and then his body did a beautiful somersault in mid-air and landed steadily on the ground. Help! Mom has a monster! Just when Cao Yanbing was sighing that he looked so handsome in his appearance, a cry like exclamation caused by fear suddenly resounded. Mother! Mom has a monster! Then he could see a thin figure suddenly getting up from the ground and immediately ran towards the forest while crying. Cao Yanbing was stunned. Ahem! He coughed dryly, thinking of how he had done such a good job just now and being caught in the sight of that little guy. Even Cao Yanbing, who was so thick-skinned, couldn't help but blush slightly. Raising his head and looking at the child hiding behind the tree in the distance, Cao Yanbing's heart moved and he put on what he thought was a gentle e-press-zion. But I never thought, Mom, there is a monster. When the little boy saw Cao Yanbing's e-press-zion, he was stunned for a moment and then he let out a louder cry than before and ran towards the forest. Looking at the little boys retreating back with dull eyes, Cao Yanbing was stunned. He thought that although he was not so handsome, he was still pretty good. At least he wouldn't scare this kid into being like this. Cao Yanbing scratched his head helplessly. From the fact that the little boy was crying and running into the forest just now, it can be inferred that their family must have lived here for a long time. In this case they should have a better understanding of this place than those in Hanhai City. It would be more conducive to helping him find the ancient spiritual beast. Tisk, what a waste of e-press-zion. Cao Yanbing shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, I have to do this by myself. Snap! A stone flew from nowhere in the distance and landed accurately on Cao Yanbing's forehead. The sudden attack caught the unprepared Cao Yan soldiers off guard. Rubbing his red forehead, he looked fiercely in the direction where the pebbles were flying, but he saw a timid figure under a big tree in the distance. Is that the little boy? He didn't leave. Snap! The little boy hid timidly under the tree, picked up another stone and threw it towards Cao Yanbing. Facing the stone that hit his head directly, Cao Yanbing had no intention of dodging. At the moment when his index finger was about to hit him, he suddenly raised his left hand, accurately grasped the index finger in the palm of his hand, and then used his arm to throw the stone directly in the direction of the little boy. Boom! The small stone was like a bullet. After making faint sonic booms, it was directly embedded in the trunk of the big tree where the little boy was hiding. Wow! The sudden attack startled the little boy. He quickly retracted his head and squatted under the tree with his head in his hands. Even his eyes were a little red. I asked you to hit someone. I just gave you a small lesson. Cao Yanbing smiled in a wicked way and walked straight towards him. There were sudden bursts of sound breaking through the air from the side. Cao Yanbing's heart trembled and he frowned slightly. Just when he was about to switch out Su Chu and others to enter the fighting state, he suddenly realized that the sounds breaking through the air were just pebbles that could be seen everywhere. Snort! Cao Yanbing snorted coldly, took out the 10 palaces of Yama with his backhand, and with a wave of his hand the stones were directly shaken into powder and slowly floated away. Brother, are you okay? A petite body suddenly ran out of the forest path nearby. Judging from his height, he seemed to be only a little bigger than the little boy. Sister! When he saw the person coming, the little boy didn't care about anything else. He quickly stood up and ran over like flying, threw himself into his arms and then let out low sob. Brother, be good and don't cry. No one can hurt you as long as your sister is here. Holding her brother in her arms distressfully and after comforting her a few times, the little girl raised her head, stared at Cao Yanbing fiercely and said, "Why are you bullying my brother?" Cao Yanbing shook his head gently and said without blushing or out of breath, "I just got lost and then I met you." I have to say that Cao Yanbing is really talented at coaing children. Even the little girl with such cautious eyes dissipated lightly after hearing these words. After giving Cao Yanbing a dubious look, the little girl turned her attention to the little boy who was sobbing against her and then asked with some uncertainty, "Are you telling the truth? Believe it or not?" The little girl stared at Cao Yanbing's face, trying to see something from his face. After seeing the look on Cao Yanbing's face that didn't look like a lie, she had no choice but to give up. When the gasping sound of the little boy in her arms gradually became quieter, the little girl pulled him up and walked to Cao Yanbing and asked timidly, "Brother, can you take us home?" Chapter 91 King of the Earth. "Brother, can you take us home?" The little girl held the little boy's hand and stood timidly in front of Cao Yanbing with a trace of pleading in her eyes. So proactive, two little ones. It was strange that the child suddenly appeared outside the forest and now he said such words. As the distance got closer, Cao Yanbing suddenly discovered that the appearance of the little girl in front of him seemed somewhat similar to Zyro. Subconsciously he looked at the little boy he was holding. Although the latter had a bald head, his facial features were somewhat similar to his own when he was a child. Still, seeing that Cao Yanbing was stunned and didn't speak, the little girl understood something. She sighed softly, bent down and said, "I'm sorry, big brother." After saying that, she held the little boy's hand without any pause, turned around and prepared to walk into the forest. Wait a moment. Just as they turned to leave, Cao Yanbing suddenly stopped them. "There are some powerful spirit beasts in this forest, so let me send you back." Although he said this, a hint of joking flashed in Cao Yanbing's eyes. He also wanted to know where these two little guys would take him. Of course the two little guys didn't know Cao Yanbing's inner thought. Seeing him taking the initiative to send her and her brother back, the little girl showed an innocent smile on her face. On the road, after questioning, Cao Yanbing learned that the little girl's name was Xiao Rong and the little boy's name was Xiao Bing. Their home was halfway up the mountain. The reason why the siblings got lost in the forest is also very simple. He secretly came out to look for wild vegetables but encountered a spirit beast. In a panic, he sneaked to the outskirts of the forest. While chatting with these two little guys, he walked deeper into the forest. Even Cao Yanbing didn't notice that as he went deeper, some inaudible changes occurred in part of the surrounding scene. The originally lush forest became covered with snow at some point, and the land with loose green grass under my feet also became covered with ice and snow at some point. The biting cold wind whistled across the top of his head, and Cao Yanbing was surprised when he felt his face gradually stiffen, as if this place did not feel like a forest to him but a snow valley. Roar! A soul-stirring roar suddenly sounded from the forest on the side. Immediately afterwards, Cao Yanbing could see crows flying mournfully over the forest in the distance. "Brother, is it a soul beast?" Hearing the satisfying roar, Xiao Rong hurriedly pulled Xiao Bing and hid behind Cao Yanbing. "Well, it just activates the muscles and bones." Cao Yanbing nodded, slightly stretched out his hand to rub the stiff facial muscles and pulled out the 10th Palace Yama with his backhand, preparing to fight. Roar! The unknown roar gradually became clearer and the trees in the distant forest also collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to tremble slightly, and with rhythmic crashing sounds, a fiery red behemoth rushed out from the woods where Cao Yanbing's eyes were directed. That was a huge scorpion. What's strange is that this big scorpion's body is dark blue and its joints reveal a strong murderous aura. Its pale body swims close to the ground at an extremely fast speed. A tail made of more than 20 tail bones raised high with a dark blue tail hook connected to it. Fire attribute soul beast, the king of the earth. The Kaki on the king of earth tail will add one more section every 500 years, and the one in front of him has far more than 20 sections, which means that his strength is at least 10,000 years old. The king of earth is divided into 3 colors. When his strength is below 1,000 years, his whole body is red, and when he is over 1,000 years old, his huge body will double in size, showing a snow-white color. When he is over 10,000 years old, the color will change again, turning into a dark blue. Just in time, seeing the king of the earth, who was even a bit bigger than Su Chu, Cao Yanbing showed no timidity in his eyes and even had a high fighting spirit. Roar! After the king of the earth rushed out of the forest, he instantly locked his eyes on Cao Yanbing here and immediately rushed towards him like a madman. Cao Yanbing raised the corner of his mouth with a look of contempt on his face and pulled out the 10 palaces of Yama with his backhand. The bursting hellfire instantly enveloped his body. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly towards the king of earth. "I let you scream." His legs were covered in hellfire. Cao Yanbing gritted his teeth, exerted his strength on his leg and jumped up. The 10 palaces of hell in his hands turned into fire, blunderbuss into giant hammers. He immediately raised his arms high and roared in his mouth, "De Yan sky-breaking hammer." The surging black hellfire instantly enveloped the giant hammer. Without any restraint, this hammer was aimed directly at the charging head of the king of earth. Roar! The senses of soul beasts are extremely sharp. The higher the cultivation level, the higher the sensitivity. After seeing the monstrous momentum of Cao Yanbing, this king of the earth who was more than 10,000 years old roared fiercely and controlled his huge body to stop suddenly. In an instant the king of earth whole body burst into red light. With its body as the center, the air within a radius of dozens of square meters was completely distorted. The ground beneath it instantly cracked. Its two huge front claws hammered the ground hard. With one blow a strong shock wave suddenly appeared in the twisted air. Bang! The crack ground beneath the Earth King was accompanied by a loud bang, and a red pillar of fire rose into the sky. This pillar of fire is 2 meters in diameter, covering exactly the center of the twisted air. At this time Cao Yan's soldiers raised their hammers and struck them down. Seeing this soaring movement about to bombard Cao Yanbing, Su Chu holding the bloodthirsty tiger hammer suddenly appeared net to the falling Cao Yanbing. Beast, don't hurt my lord. Su Chu's eyes flashed with red light, and the tiger-headed hammer in his hand also emitted an extremely dazzling red light. At this moment, facing the monstrous pillar of fire, Su Chu's eye was not afraid, and the giant hammer slammed into the pillar of fire that surged out. Bang! The giant hammer shook the pillar of fire. What was shocking was that the fire pillar with a diameter of more than 2 meters was firmly pushed back to the ground by Su Chu. At this moment, Su Chu appeared to block the pillar of fire, and the king of earth was now completely within the attack range of Cao Yan's soldiers. With the help of the inertia falling from the sky, the hellfire surging on the 10 palaces of Yama became more turbulent. There was no time to dodge. Cao Yanbing's charged hammer hit the hard armor on the Earth King's head without any hindrance. Boom! Under the suppression of this unparalleled power, the huge scorpion legs that the king of earth supported on the ground suddenly broke, and the huge body suddenly sank without support and was firmly embedded in the soil. The head was shattered, and the tentacles in the king of earth's mouth trembled violently and then stopped moving. This hammer directly killing a 10,000-year soul beast on the spot. Su Chu, you did a good job. Looking at the lifeless king of the earth, Cao Yanbing sighed with a smile, tilted his head and praised. My lord praises me greatly. Xiao Bing. Just when the battle here was about to be decided, Xiao Rong's heart-rending screams suddenly rang out in the distance. Chapter 92. Changes in Snow Valley. Hearing Xiao Rong's heart-rending screams, Cao Yanbing and Su Chu were startled and turned their heads instantly. In the distance, nearly 100 wild wolves that couldn't even catch the spirit beast were surrounding Xiao Rong. They pounced on her petite body from different directions, scratching and tearing her body wildly. But facing this situation, she still tightly hugged the dying little boy in her arms with her arm. Seeing this scene, Cao Yanbing suddenly felt a burst of unknown anger. He rushed towards Xiao Rong and shouted coldly, Dian Wei, Xiao Ha Dun, Xia Hao Iwan. The monstrous hellfire swept half of the snow in an instant, and 3 huge bodies strode out without any hesitation. Their speed was much faster than Cao Yanbing. Damn beast! Suddenly flying over, Dian Wei raised the mad shark halberd in his hand and slaughtered the wild wolves mercilessly. Although wild wolves have no cultivation level, they also know the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The moment Dian Wei rushed into the wolf pack, nearly 100 wild wolves instantly scattered and fled in different directions. A bunch of bees still want to run away. Seeing the wolf running wantonly, Xiao Hadun's face turned cold, and the Purgatory Ghost King's spear in his hand plunged into the ground. With the sole of his foot as the center, a field with a radius of about 10 meters was formed like a black hole, and in that field a black undead with extremely ferocious appearance and powerful aura crawled out of the ground with a roar. Red Ghost Legion, don't let that beast get away. Upon hearing Xiao Hadun's order, the black undead roared crazily and rushed towards the wild wolf that fled away like zombies. Wherever the Red Ghost Legion went, they saw only black after images. Wherever the after images went, those wild wolves fell to the ground and swallowed their souls alive. Dark Night Saga Go. Xia Hao Iwan's body was filled with demonic energy. Behind him a huge black dragon of demonic energy slowly condensed. Between the breath there was a faint sense of corrosion and distortion in the space here. With a drink, the demonic dragon swept out in an instant, leaving behind only the remains of wild wolves whose flesh and blood had been drained away from them. Maybe these wild wolves never dreamed that the treatment that 200,000-year soul beast had never received would actually be experienced by them without soul power. Under the relentless attack of several guardian spirits, not one of the nearly 100 wild wolves was able to escape alive. Brother, brother! Looking at the dying Xiao Bing in her arms, Xiao Rong's eyes were red and her tears were dripping down like nothing. Looking at this scene, Cao Yanbing's heart was filled with waves. At this moment, Xiao Rong's petite figure slowly overlapped with the woman in his memory. She was killed by her own tenderness. Her name is Zyro. He squatted down and helped Yao Bing up. When he saw his back, Cao Yanbing was slightly startled. The clothes on Xiao Bing's back were completely torn, and 3 hideous claw-shaped wounds were engraved on his frail back like brands. The everted wound has turned purple, and the skin on his back has become semi-necrotic due to the stimulation of ice and snow for a long time. This is why there is such a big wound but not much blood flows out. Cao Yanbing's eyes flashed. He sighed and immediately picked up Xiaobing, who was almost unconscious, and carried him directly on his back. Lead the way. If it's too late he'll be dead. Carrying Xiaobing on his back, Cao Yanbing turned his head and urged Xiaorong, who was covered in bruises. Yeah. Xiaorong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, took one last look at Xiaobing, who was lying on Cao Yanbing's back with her eyes closed and her lips purple, and she walked deeper into the valley. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours in this valley. As far as the eye can see there is only ice and snow. The original lush forest has disappeared without a trace. An icy cold breath that was not like the wind and snow in the world rushed towards my face like an invisible ice knife constantly sliding over my body. The snow here seems different. It seems that as we go deeper the wind and snow become stronger. At the same time as we go deeper the strange energy fluctuations in the snow and wind that cover the sky become clearer. Under the influence of this strange energy fluctuation the flying snow in the sky seemed to turn into countless tiny ice blades flying in all directions. Moreover, these ice blades continued to increase and seemed to never stop. Even with Cao Yanbing's current strength he gradually felt a little inadequate under the control of this strange energy. It's so cold. Gritting his teeth tightly, Cao Yanbing dragged Xiaobing behind him with one hand and covered the front with the other hand to resist the overwhelming ice blade. The shock in his heart can be said to be difficult to describe in words. The snow here is actually much scarier than when I first came in. Not only is it freezing cold here, but because of that weird energy it seems to be able to affect people's sanity and even the speed of spiritual power running in the human body. Under the suppression of the sky-wide ice blade and cold air, even the hellfire in his body could not be ignited here. There's something wrong with this snow. Cao Yanbing was extremely surprised. He no longer knew how long he had been walking. He only knew that his whole body was frozen, and he also discovered that the environment around him now has no changes except that it is still snow. Could it be that this is a fantasy? But when did I get tricked? Does it start by stepping into the snow? Cao Yanbing's breathing began to become rapid. Now he no longer dared to look directly at the snow. The snow was like huge rocks pressing on his heart, making him breathless. But suddenly an extremely weak but extremely clear voice suddenly sounded from the bottom of my heart. When Cao Yanbing heard this sound it was as if something had broken and a bad premonition immediately arose in his heart. His heart suddenly shook and he subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. In an instant his pupils suddenly shrank. Except for Su Chu, the other three generals behind him were frozen in place for no apparent reason. Their whole bodies were covered with a thick layer of ice and snow like lifelike ice sculptures. Under the influence of the strange energy in the snow the light in the depths of their pupils disappeared and even the spiritual power in their bodies had dissipated. Boom! A raging fire suddenly ignited in Su Chu's body and his chest and shoulder blades slowly shattered. Behind him a halo swept by the flames appeared in the sky. The appearance of the ring of fire made the area a little warmer, but as the guardian spirit of Cao Yanbing, he the one who sent the spirit, could naturally detect the crazy flow of spiritual power in Su Chu's body and immediately shouted angrily, "Su Chu, what are you doing? My lord, forgive me." Facing Cao Yanbing's angry shouts, Su Chu just sighed slightly, knelt down on one knee and clasped his fist, saying, "The fire wheel is made by condensing all my spiritual power. It can maintain heat. It won't be frozen until it burns out. Use all your spiritual power, Su Chu. Have you considered the consequences? If the lord dies, what's the use of Chu keeping this strength?" Su Chu bowed his hands and stood up, suddenly striding towards the front of the snow valley. "This time I will open the way." Chapter 93. The Body of Scrofulariaceae. Fantasy B. Snow Valley. This place has completely become a world of frost. The temperature in the snow valley is extremely low. Not only the ice blade flying in the sky but also the cold air in the air are extremely lethal. Damn! Cao Yanbing found that his hands and feet were completely frozen and stiff and could not be lifted up at all, and he felt that his heart was slowly losing its beating frequency. The muscles in his body have been paralyzed and even breathing is extremely difficult. He can only watch the snow under him become thicker and thicker. Not far behind him there was a lifelike statue standing slowly. Behind him there was still hanging a ring that had completely turned into ice. Reluctant, desperate. These emotions are filling my heart. This can be regarded as Cao Yanbing's second close contact death. He felt that his body was so cold that he couldn't breathe, but he didn't want to give up. He wanted to use his last strength to walk out of the snow valley and break this illusion. Pity. The consciousness that had gradually solidified clearly told him that the last thing he could do was to wait quietly for death to come. Clatter, clatter. At this moment a clear sound of footsteps suddenly sounded from the snow beside him. Who is it? Listening to the footsteps, Cao Yanbing involuntarily tensed up his muscles and looked at every corner of the snow valley with vigilance. Clatter, clatter. The footsteps steps became clearer and clearer. Although Cao Yanbing could not move, he could still see a figure walking towards the distance on the light snow. Xiaorong. Cao Yanbing's pupils shrank suddenly. The person walking away on the snowy surface was surprisingly Xiaorong, who was following closely behind. Xiaorong paused when he heard the sound, then turned around gently, looking at Cao Yanbing, whose body was almost frozen into an ice sculpture, and smiled faintly. Cao Yanbing, for instead of the dummy on your back you were accompanied by 4 generals. Do you think this deal is worth it, dummy? Cao Yanbing was shocked. The net moment he could clearly feel Xiao Bing struggling slightly on his back and then stop steadily on the snow with no look in his eyes. Xiaorong chuckled and waved his robe gently, and Xiao Bing, who was like a puppet, walked back to her directly on the snow. You know, my body and this little thing's body are just made of snow. Xiaorong smiled jokingly. This forest is my territory. From the moment your soles touch this land you have fallen into the illusion I created. There was an evil smile on Xiaorong's childish face, and she seemed very satisfied with the result this time. As an ancient spiritual beast I am proficient in all kinds of illusions, and I am not afraid to tell you that the fundamental reason why I create illusions is my other ability, mind reading. Not caring about the look in Cao Yanbing's eyes, she reached out and pinched her face. Although you have a will of steel, you still have a weakness deep in your heart. I didn't expect that the appearance you transformed into it will still leaves you defenseless. Xiaorong smiled proudly. Let me tell you, why are your every move so similar to Zyro Xiaorong Zyro Xiaobing Yanbing? Ha 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 ha. Cao Yanbing forcibly twisted his almost stiff neck and spoke loudly. A smile. He didn't expect that he would fall into the trap of this ancient spiritual beast from the moment he stepped into the forest. I didn't even expect that this spiritual beast could dig into people's hearts and create illusions from deep inside. With his peripheral vision he glanced at the white snow all around him. He tried to move his double walls that were completely covered with ice and snow, but to no avail. He tried calling the 4 guardian spirits again, but there was still no movement at all, no result. Stop struggling, just wait quietly for death. Noticing Cao Yanbing's small movements, Zyrong's petite body began to be filled with cracks, and her face, which was somewhat similar to Zyro, also collapsed at this moment. With the body broken, the huge monster hidden in her body finally revealed its original appearance at this moment. This is a monster with no image at all. Its eyes are like a pair of blood-red lanterns emitting a soul-stirring cold light. The body is covered with scales, and the surface of the scales is also inlaid with scales glittering with ice crystals. Its whole body is covered with sharp barb, and the barbs are covered with barb. The sharpness of the barbs can be seen. Its body is more than 10 meters high. If you have to describe it in words, then it looks like a giant ice-armored sea urchin. The head has a rather strange shape. The corners of the mouth are slightly tilted upward, revealing a row of fine teeth. The entire head is like a round ball. Ancient spiritual beasts. Scrofulariaceae fantasy dream beast. I think you are delicious. Huh. The Suanzan fantasy dream beast that transformed into its true form spoke human words and then let out an extremely weird roar. Click click click. With the roar, Cao Yanbing, who was completely frozen, suddenly discovered that cracks began to appear in the unknown depth of the ice beneath his feet, and soon the 3-sided ice spikes broke through the ground like spring bamboo shoot and out. These triangular ice spikes are not sharp, but they contain extremely strong coldness. Even if a mountain is hit by them, it will immediately turn into an ice field. Roar. Another weird roar came from its mouth. Under this strange fluctuation, the 3 rounds of swords that broke out of the ground plotted, turning into an ice blade with a cold light, and aimed at the person who was frozen and unable to move. Cao Yan's soldiers came bursting with fire. The ice blade cut through the air, causing bursts of whistling and a harsh sharp sound. Countless ice blades instantly penetrated Cao Yanbing's body. Blood splattered everywhere and stained his clothes red. The severe pain made Cao Yanbing take a breath, but it could not stop the ice blade from penetrating his body. He felt that his blood was slowly draining away, and an invisible chill filled his mind. Under the control of the Scrofulariaceae dream beast, the ice blade flying all over the sky kept piercing into Cao Yanbing's body like raindrops. Under this penetration, small cracks appeared on Cao Yanbing's skin. The blood slowly flowed along his skin to the ground and soon dyed the ground under him a bright red. It looked like shocking awe. Feeling that his body was gradually becoming colder, Cao Yanbing endured the severe pain, stiffly raised his head and looked at the countless weapons gathered in the air and sneered. Is it just the end? The overwhelming ice blades with a strange energy fluctuation attacked him again. In response, Cao Yanbing could only quietly close his eyes and wait for death to come. Bang! The net moment, a burst sounded in front of him. Before Cao Yanbing opened his eyes, he could clearly hear a soft drink resounding in the snow valley. Lord, if you fall, who will Gongming assist in achieving hegemony? Chapter 94. I am Su Huang. Lord, if you fall, who will Gongming assist in achieving hegemony? The waiting impending attack did not fall, and a soft drink suddenly sounded from the front. After hearing these words, Cao Yan's soldiers raised their head fiercely. He turned his head and looked at the petite figure standing in front of him. That's right, the one who blocked this fatal blow for Cao Yanbing was Xiaobing, the snowman transformed by the Scrofulariaceae dream beast just now. But at this time not only did his eyes have a strong look, but his body was also covered with a layer of extremely hot white flame. How is it possible? How could the snowman I created become like this? Seeing that the attack was blocked and the one that blocked his attack was the snowman he created, Scrofulariaceae dream beast body covered by ice crystal scales moved lightly, and there was a hint of surprise in his tone. Gongming, are you Su Huang? Cao Yanbing stared at Yao Bing, who was standing in front of him. Thinking of his title just now, Cao Yanbing's heart was slightly shaken. Ha 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 ha, exactly. Xiao Bing laughed loudly, and the white flames on his body began to surge wildly. In just a blink of an eye it condensed into a sea of fire, completely covering his petite body. After a moment a huge figure that distorted the space stepped out. He was wearing a silver battle armor and was several feet tall. He held the white dragon lotus shield in his left hand and the white flame dragon A and spear in his right hand. His whole body was wrapped in a kind of white flame. The flying snow and the cold air that covered the sky had no effect on him at all. Monster, as early as the moment you used the snowman to get close to the Lord, I was already attached to the snowman. I didn't even notice it. It seems that your mind-reading ability can only see through human beings, but you can't tell me that I'm shaking. Holding a shield in his left hand and a gun in his right hand, Su Huang stood there like a god, exuding a strong fighting spirit, and his cold eyes revealed murderous intent. So what if there is one more guardian spirit? Scrofulariaceae dream beast sneered and instantly used its ability to read Cao Yanbing's mind to know the origin of this man. Roar! Opening his big mouth and roaring, the ice-covered ground cracked instantly, and then a terrifying energy wave spread in all directions. Bang 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 bang. The huge cracks spread at an extremely fast speed, and soon Mitsubishi ice picks with a height of 5 meters were springing up from the cracks under the ice sheet like bamboo shoots after rain. Click click click. Wherever the ice pick went, everything was sealed by ice, and the ice quickly froze, forming an extremely solid ice crystal cage. Su Wang's huge body was instantly trapped in the cage. At the same time, the snowflake lying in the sky and the cold air permeating the space seemed to be attracted and gathered directly into the ice crystal cage, constantly strengthening it. Kill him and you will be gone. After trapping Su Huang, knowing that this guy was difficult to deal with, the Scrofulariaceae dream beast did not use too many abilities on him. Instead it roared and rushed straight towards Cao Yanbing. In its detection, these guardian spirits are similar to martial spirit. Once the owner dies, these big guys will disappear on their own. Roar! The speed of the Scrofulariaceae dream beast was surprisingly fast. In just a moment it rushed in front of Cao Yanbing and immediately opened its bloody mouth. Instantly a strong stench rushed into Cao Yanbing's nasal cavity, and his stomach immediately turned upside down. Even at that moment Cao Yanbing felt as if everything in his stomach was blocked in his throat in an instant, and his stomach felt empty. The pain was unbearable. However, just when the Scrofulariaceae dream beast was about to swallow Cao Yanbing, a spear glowing with white flames suddenly passed in front of it with a sense of space distortion and stabbed into the ground steadily. My Su Wang's fire comes from the red lotus hell. I don't even pay attention to extremely cold places. With your level of ice you are nothing. As the spear passed by, Su Wang's huge body stepped out steadily. Behind him the ice crystal cage that symbolized indestructibility was melting rapidly at this moment. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, the scarlet pupils of the Scrofulariaceae dream beast shrank suddenly. After the huge body trembled lightly without any pause, it opened its bloody mouth again and bit directly at Cao Yanbing. The wisdom of this ancient spiritual beast is not ordinary. He knows that as long as Cao Yanbing is eliminated, this big guy will collapse on its own. So even if he risked half his life, he would still swallow Cao Yanbing. However, as a general of the Wei dynasty, how could Su Huang achieve his wish? The solace of his feet slammed onto the ground and his body plodded out. While running rapidly, he handed the white dragon lotus shield from his left hand to his right hand, raised his arm high and threw it at the swooping Scrofulariaceae fantasy dream beast. Boom! There was a loud noise accompanied by strong air waves, and the entire ground under the feet of the Scrofulariaceae dream beast plodded with gravel flying everywhere. Then under its horrified and inexplicable gaze, Su Wang's figure covered in white flames took a step forward and sprinted forward again. As he advanced, the white dragon lotus shield in his right hand rose high. Boom 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 boom. Although the ice armor and spikes on Hai's body were extremely comprehensive, under the impact of Su Wang's shield and the burning of the white lotus flames, the layer of defense on its body actually began to appear in a state of fragmentation. The Scrofulariaceae fantasy dream beast is an ancient spiritual beast that specializes in creating illusions. It is almost invincible in terms of illusions, but its body is very fragile. Once the illusion is broken or its body is seriously injured, this world of ice and snow will also cease to exist. Even though the body was constantly shattering, the hideous and terrifying face of the Scrofulariaceae dream beast under the shield showed a strange look of disdain. Do you think you can break the illusion like this? Ha 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 ha. The snow is still there. While the Scrofulariaceae and dream beast were laughing wildly, Su Huang frowned and picked up the white flame dragon a spear stuck on the ground. Put down the shield. Jab. Done in one go. The tip of the spear fiercely penetrated the thick layer of ice armor on the Scrofulariaceae dream beast and pierced directly into its mouth. The strength in his hand did not stagnate at all, and Su Huang's eyes showed no mercy. Instead, he penetrated deeper into its body even harder. Boom! White flames burst out from the tip of the spear and ignited directly from the body of the Scrofulariaceae dream beast. Yes, the throat was pierced. The fire inside the body was churning. The internal organs and body were constantly melting. The Scrofulariaceae dream beast was in pain but could not make a sound. After a while, its nearly 10-meter tall huge body actually gradually melted away without even uttering a cry, turning into a pool of smelly blood mead with black energy. Noisy stuff. Looking coldly at the smelly blood-eating black energy, Su Huang glanced disdainfully, then turned around and came to Cao Yanbing's side, kneeling on one knee. My lord, the public is late. Chapter 95. The body of the spiritual beast. My lord, the public is late. Su Huang knelt on one knee in front of Cao Yanbing. At such a close range, the ice that had restrained Cao Yanbing for a long time finally began to melt under the extremely high temperature of the white lotus flames on his body. Su Huang, you came just in time. Cao Yanbing moved his body to regain consciousness in a slow manner. He changed his voice and looked at the four scattered ice sculptures behind him. Is there any way? Nature. Su Huang nodded slightly, placed the white flame dragon a spear and white dragon lotus shield at his side, and quickly changed his hands to form a strange gesture. Whoosh! A huge and strange magic circle began to emerge gradually under Su Xiao's feet. Boom! Directly above the magic circle, a ball of white flames appeared. The fireball kept changing its shape, spinning and flying high into the sky. Gradually, the entire space was filled with this intense heat wave. The temperature increased sharply, making people feel chilled all over. Su Huang stood motionless, letting his blood boil and flow, and the heat in his body rose higher and higher. Boom! Finally, after the white flame fireball rose to a certain height, it split into four with a slight trembling sound, and like a falling meteor it directly hit Su Chu and others who had turned into ice sculptures. Poof, puff, puff, puff. Four dull voices suddenly sounded, and the white fireball exploded when it came into contact with their bodies. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, magic circles similar to those under Su Huang's feet emerged under their feet. Su Huang's eyes were fixed on these magic circles and the exploding white flame. Then his eyes suddenly widened and he shouted softly, broken. The four magic circles were activated instantly, and the bursting white flames surged instantly and swelled when the wind hit them. A white flame tornado gradually formed. At the same time, Cao Yanbing could clearly feel that the connection with the four guardian spirits in his body was gradually becoming clearer. Boom! The white flame tornado that enveloped Dian Wei exploded first, and in an instant Dian Wei, holding a double-handled mat shark halberd, rushed out roaring like a wild beast. Boom! Another tornado of white flames exploded. Xia Haoiwen held a knife in one hand and held it behind him. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. This is a meteor of despair and death. Boom! The explosion sounded and Xia Hadun's body slowly walked out. Holding the Purgatory Ghost King's gun, he seemed to be transformed into a demon. The spear in his hand emitted a frightening black light. The light made it almost impossible to open one's eyes, as if he just had to raise his right hand. The arm can pierce the void. The third of the four guardian spirits had successfully broken through the ice. Cao Yanbing raised his eyebrows slightly but couldn't help but look at the last ice sculpture. Su Chu spontaneously ignited his spiritual power to clear the way for him. The loyalty of this tiger general made Cao Yan's soldiers look up to him. Naturally, he did not want anything unexpected to happen to the general who had been with him the longest. 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute. When the time was about to reach 15 minute, the white flame tornado above the magic circle still did not show any fluctuation. Su Huang, what's going on? Cao Yanbing's face darkened and his tone was a little worried. This I don't know. Su Huang shook his head. Obviously he didn't quite understand either. Bang! Just when Cao Yanbing was about to take his generals to take a closer look, the white flame tornado surrounding Su Chu suddenly erupted with a burst of strong spiritual power fluctuations. Buzz! Under the gaze of 5 pairs of eyes, the familiar figure in fiery red armor finally slowly stepped out from the depths of the tornado. Lord! Su Chu knelt down on one knee. No problem. Cao Yanbing strode forward and patted him on the shoulder. He immediately looked around with a cold flash in his eyes and a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Generals, since everything is fine, it's time for us to go meet the real culprit behind the scenes. Cao Yanbing glanced at the entire audience, his indifferent voice echoing in the air with strong anger and murderous intent in his voice. Chu, you must decide what you can do. Kill him and leave no trace behind. Take off his head and drink it with wine. Snort, must kill him. My lord is here, Akira is here. With their transcendent strength, any one of them can become a giant on their own, but now if Su Huang hadn't appeared, they might all have died in this illusion of ice and snow. How could this not make them angry? Very good. The murderous intent in Cao Yanbing's eyes was as real as reality. Looking at the tiger generals in front of him who were equally murderous and furious, he shouted coldly, Su Huang, look for it and come out. Follow your orders. Su Huang quickly formed seals with his palms and a magic circle with the same pattern as the magic circle just now, but dozens of times larger, appeared instantly. The magic circle instantly enveloped the entire snow valley. Under the burning flames of the white lotus, the ice and snow covering the entire snow valley was instantly evaporated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The snow field that was originally completely white turned into an ordinary plain, and the snow valley in front of me also instantly turned into an ordinary valley. At this moment, the illusion is broken. At this moment, Su Wang's closed eyes suddenly opened. He picked up the white flame dragon A spear and the white dragon lotus shield and rushed towards the bottom of a cliff. White dragon roar! Su Huang shouted angrily. The white lotus flames surged from the spear in his hand, and a huge white dragon-shaped shadow condensed and formed on the tip of the white flame dragon A. Dring! Su Huang raised his spear fiercely, and the white dragon phantom roared into the sky with a burning feeling that distorted the air. Wherever the white dragon passed, the space was distorted and the entire cliff trembled. Bang! With a loud noise, a hard stone in front of Su Huang plotted into powder and dissipated in the air. Roar! The moment the rock shattered, a small figure instantly ejected from behind the rock. Its speed was so fast that Cao Yanbing was a little stunned. The small figure fled to the end of the cliff in the distance in a few moments. Only then did everyone see its appearance clearly. This is a snow-white kitten with a petite body and sharp claws. It can dig a deep hole out of a mountain peak with one scratch. Its speed is extremely fast and unmatched. Is this the so-called ancient spiritual beast's body? Looking at the small animal in the distance that Su Chu and others could crush to death with one finger, Cao Yanbing was also a little surprised. However, what is surprising is that this little thing almost killed everyone in the illusion it created. Want to run away? How can it be that easy? Cao Yanbing sneered, pulled out the 10th palace Yama with his backhand, pointed the muzzle at the ground, and suddenly a violent hellfire spurted out from the ground. Bang! The huge pillar of fire soared into the sky, reaching high into the sky. In an instant it turned into a giant black snake 100 feet high. It opened its fangs and claws and bit the little thing that was running rapidly. Boom! However, what surprised everyone was that there was a loud noise, and the 100-foot giant snake plotted instantly and turned into pieces of fire mist. The white kitten was still safe and sound and continued to run away quickly. Cao Yanbing's pupils shrank slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. That blow just now, but even ordinary titled Douluo didn't dare to take it hard, and it couldn't even hurt a kitten. Doesn't it mean that after the illusion is broken it is no threat at all? Could it be that here? Or are you in a fantasy world? Chapter 96, Ambush from Tenside. Could it be that here? Still in an illusion? Cao Yanbing's doubts were quickly answered, because the white kitten running wildly in the distance actually turned around in an instant and shot straight in his direction. Boom! The sudden change, a few hundred meters away, arriving in the blink of an eye. When the distance between the two was only a few dozen meters, the kitten suddenly jumped into the air. A cloud of white mist loaded up. When it fell, it had transformed into a humanoid monster. He is more than 15 meters tall, with golden hair all over his body, tall muscles, and a pair of golden red eyes. There are sharp claws on both arms, and there are several raised scales on the body. The whole body exudes a strong pressure, and a terrifying aura envelopes a radius of 100 meters, which is shocking. Lord, be careful! Something unexpected happened. Seeing that the kitten, which was originally no bigger than the palm of his hand, suddenly became larger than himself, Su Chu subconsciously stepped out, claimed, and stood in front of Cao Yanbing. He violently raised the scarlet-blooded tiger hammer, facing this monster that was a bit bigger than himself. There was no fear in his eyes. The distance of tens of meters is approaching in an instant. Roar! The red-blooded tiger hammer was swung in his hand. Su Chu exerted force on his legs, then rounded his arms and slammed forward. Bang! Su Chu used all his strength in this move, only to hear a loud noise, and a wave of fire visible to the naked eye erupted from the giant hammer, shaking the air in front of him and slightly distorting it. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Boom! The red-blooded tiger hammer hit the monster's chest hard, and a strong force was transmitted into its body. Its huge body flew 10 feet away like a cannonball and hit the rock wall heavily. Covered by falling rock, life or death is unknown. Defeating the enemy with one move, Su Chu no longer hesitated and immediately pursued him. He swung the red-blooded tiger hammer in his hand again. Boom! A hammer made with hellfire slammed down. The fallen rocks piled up into a hill were instantly evaporated into ashes. A sound of bones breaking came from the red-blood tiger hammer. A thick fog dissipated, revealing the appearance of the monster inside. Su Chu looked intently and saw that the monster's golden skin was smashed to pieces, revealing the strange white snow inside. Snow? This? Could it be a fate? Su Chu was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly turned his head in the direction of Cao Yanbing and shouted, "Lord, be careful!" Bang! Just as Su Chu finished speaking, a huge golden figure suddenly rushed out from the ground and headed straight for Cao Yanbing. This scene happened so fast that even the Xiahou brothers couldn't react. At this critical moment, a double-edged halberd suddenly slashed down from the side, directly splitting the sudden golden monster in half. Snap! The body split into two, fell to the ground, and after a moment it turned into two huge snowdrifts, slowly melting. Fei, putting away the killing sword, Dianwei glanced lightly and frowned in a rare way. Cao Yanbing frowned slightly when he saw that both monsters were killed but turned into two snowdrifts. Strangely, obviously they are still in the illusion of the Scrofulariaceae dream beast, and the kitten-like monster just now should be his true form. If his true form is not found, I am afraid that there will be more and more monsters formed by the snow. When the time comes, they will have no choice but to wait to die here when their spiritual power is exhausted. Out of the corner of his eye he glanced at Su Huang, who closed his eyes in the distance and tried to break the illusion. Cao Yanbing turned his head and said, "Protect Su Huang, he is the key to breaking the situation." As commanded. Bang, bang, bang. The moment Cao Yanbing finished speaking, there was a violent tremor from the ground and hideous cracks spread out from the ground. The monsters that Su Chudianwei killed just now actually crawled out of the ground one after another. Their number even exceeds them by 100 times. These golden-haired monsters are each more than 10 meters in length, with muscular bodies, eyes as scarlet as blood, and a violent and bloodthirsty aura all over their bodies. They bared their teeth and claws, showed a fierce look on their faces, and looked like they wanted to choose someone to devour, and they rushed towards Cao Yanbing and others crazily. Haha, today it looks like we are going to have a big killing spree. The scarlet in Dianwei's eyes became more and more intense, and the mad shark halberd he held in his hands also made a slight roar at this moment. Red Ghost Army, come out! Zayahadun fiercely inserted the Purgatory Ghost King spear in his hand into the ground. Immediately, with the sole of his foot as the center, a field with a radius of about 10 meters was formed like a black hole. In that field there were extremely ferocious-looking bodies. The black undead with a powerful aura roared out of the ground. Dark Knight Sagara appears. The Dark Knight Dragon King sword in Xiahou Iwan's hand made a beautiful sword dance in the air. Immediately a chilling demonic energy surged, and a black demonic dragon tens of meters long slowly appeared in the sky with lantern-like eyes. "You idiot, you can't let the two Xiahou brothers steal the limelight!" Dianwei shouted at Su Chu. "That's natural." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chu's red armor instantly erupted into black hellfire, and even the giant hammer in his hand was shrouded in fire hammer. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chu straightened the giant hammer and used his own power to blast at the monsters rushing around him. "We're coming too!" Zayahadun turned his head to look at Xiahou Iwan and immediately shouted loudly and slashed at the golden-haired monster in front of him with the spear in his hand. Only a crisp cracking sound was heard, and the golden-haired monster was split in half with one shot. Ha ha ha! Xiahou Iwan laughed wildly and then attacked a golden-haired monster. Ho-ho! For a time the golden-haired monsters surrounding the side kept wailing and fell one after another at the feet of the Xiahou brothers, turning into snowdrift. "I'm coming too!" Dianwei roared, waving his halberd, and rushed into a group of golden-haired monsters, killing them wantonly. Countless golden-haired monsters were killed, but the remaining monsters were still neighing and roaring like crazy demons, rushing towards them as if there was no end. Under the protection of the four generals, even though the number of golden-haired monsters is frightening, none of them can break into them. But gradually, as the fighting time lengthened, except for Dianwei, who became more and more brave as he fought, the others became weaker to varying degrees. Continuously earning skills and consuming spiritual energy have resulted in them being more or less exhausted. However, faced with this situation, Cao Yanbing was not surprised at all. The corner of his mouth raised a slight arc, then he spread his hands and shouted softly, "Feel buzz!" The area of Raxhasa Street ponded instantly with Cao Yanbing as the center. In an instant, half of the valley seemed to be rendered blood red. Roar! The evil spirit, which had completely lost hope and lost all reason, crawled out of the ground like a madman. Without Cao Yanbing's guidance at all, it bit directly towards the tall golden-haired monster. The number of them was so large that Cao Yan's soldiers were a little stunned. At the same time, pure spiritual power was continuously released manifest from the Rakshasa street realm. This spiritual power was almost transparent. Once it appeared, it rushed into the bodies of several people crazily. Sensing the spiritual power restored in their bodies, the two Xiaohe brothers looked at each other and they could see a trace of high-spirited fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The war is about to break out. With the blessing of Cao Yanbing's Rakshasa street domain, the four generals killed more and more fiercely, and the snow piled up under their feet. It had almost reached Cao Yanbing's knees. All the generals in our Wei dynasty are worth 1,000. I don't know how long the fight lasted. When Cao Yanbing's Rakshasa street domain was about to reach the critical point, Su Huang, who was in the center of the array, suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Found it!" Remarks on the launch. Today this book is finally on the shelves. Xiao Sheng here bows to thank everyone, bending 90 degrees, because he is a new novelist. Whether it is the writing style or the plot, it may make people complain. I can feel this deeply. This book has several very obvious poisonous points and I am quite aware of them. Like in the early stage, two little boys were labeled as the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus resect because of a conversation, and they were beaten by Gurong but swallowed their anger. In this regard, I am also thinking of ways to remedy this, but because it is the first few chapters, the changes are not particularly big, just lightly adding some narration or changing some phrases. Xiao Sheng is deeply sorry for these poisonous points, but the problem is not that big. As long as there are comments and readers every day, I will have the motivation to continue writing. I remember I said at the beginning of the book that if there are any inappropriate places, please point them out. Many friends have mentioned this. For example, as for the soul ring configuration of some titled Douluo, as long as it is proposed by everyone, I have basically changed it. For some readers there is no change, maybe it has not been refreshed. There is also the issue of the female protagonist that everyone is very concerned about. This book is set to have two female protagonists. The number one female lead is naturally Qian Ren Yui. As for the second female lead, Xiao Sheng, I can tell you something, she is also a god. Oh right, and the most important point, Cao Yanbing's character problem. Some people say that he despises the world, some say that he is unruly, and some say that he is a bit like a virgin. Xiao Sheng is deeply sorry for this. Because of my own writing problems, each reader sees the protagonist's character as somewhat different. Everyone understands this, but writing skills cannot be forced. I am slowly changing and I hope everyone can see my progress. Another point, everyone doesn't know whether I am using anime settings or manga settings. On this point I can only say that it is possible. It's just that most of them are comic settings. It's not that Xiao Sheng intends to make a hodgepodge, but it must be this way. In the setting of comic, Cao Xianliang was originally Cao Yanbing's younger brother. He was just an ordinary person without a guardian spirit. However, he later gained Tang Liuyu's recognition for various reasons. Yu Jin was the first guardian spirit of Cao Yanbing. It was not until he died in battle that the seal of the 10 palaces of Yama was released, allowing him to gain the recognition of Su Chu and others. There is no identity change, and in the setting of anime, the identities of the two brothers have been changed. When he was a child, Cao Yanbing, his elder brother, had a martial spirit in Yujin and protected his younger brother Cao Xianliang. But in the end, Cao Yanbing was accidentally killed and Yujin died in battle. Before his death, he unlocked the seal of the 10 palaces of Yama and created Cao Xuanliang's martial divine body. After that, Cao Xianliang changed his name to Cao Yanbing. Cao Yanbing, who became an undead, changed his name to Cao Xianliang. So from the perspective of animation, Yujin is the guardian spirit of the late Cao Xianliang. Friends who are familiar with anime and comics may know this very well, but some people who watch TV series may be a little confused about this. The purpose of making this clear is to follow up on Cao Xuanliang's resurrection. How to say? It's also to make up for a regret. After resurrecting Cao Xianliang, immediately the martial soul will be awakened, so there is no need to tell the truth here. Martial spirit Yujin. Here the anime settings are used. It seems that this is the only place in the book that uses anime settings. In addition, some people say that they want Lu Yuchen and Sun Zhantian to travel to the mainland. I would like to ask everyone's opinion on this. There are so many verbose words. That's it. Finally, thank you to all the book friends who have read this. If you have other ideas or good suggestions or want to talk about the follow-up plot, you can join the book group. Since it is on the shelf today, I will hand out red envelopes in the group in the evening. Maybe for most people it is just a meal, but this can be considered as some repayment to so many book friends in the group who support me. Thanks again. You can directly join the group with the introduction. If you don't know, you can search 9490344823 on QQ. Chapter 97. The illusion is broken. Found it. Su Huang suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Chu, who was fighting on the battlefield in the distance. A trace of surprise flashed in his clear eyes. Did not Epek. This beast is actually hiding on Su Chu. If you speak directly, you will definitely alert the snake and it will be even more difficult to catch this ancient spiritual beast. Su Chu, don't move! Su Huang shouted angrily and stood up. His leg slammed to the ground, and with the force of the counter shock his whole body rushed towards the battle circle like an arrow from a string. Roar! Su Chu, who was fighting with the golden-haired monster, was slightly startled when he heard Su Huang's shouts and subconsciously stopped what he was doing. Boom! Su Huang rushed into the battle circle, waved his arm, and the rich white lotus flames surged from the white flame dragon, a spear in his hand, cutting through the air and hitting Su Chu directly within the battle group. Su Huang, what are you doing? What for? Su Chu was shocked by the sudden attack. He retreated quickly. While dodging the attack, he picked up the giant hammer and struck Su Huang with his backhand. Bang! The huge force impact directly knocked Su Huang's body back dozens of steps. In terms of strength alone, Su Chu is the best among the 5 guardian spirit. Although Su Huang has both offense and defense, he is far inferior to Su Chu. Stabilizing his body, Su Huang stepped on a raised rock with his right foot. He immediately exerted force and raised the Bai Yanlong, a spear in his hand, again to attack Su Chu. Su Huang. Su Chu was shocked. Passively defensive Su Chu's figure was retreating steadily. He himself didn't know why Su Huang would suddenly attack him. The civil war in the battle circle instantly attracted the attention of the remaining people. When they saw Su Huang, who was constantly attacking Su Chu, their actions subconsciously paused. What's going on? Su Huang shouldn't be looking for the key to breaking the game. How could he attack Su Chu? Zhenhun was confused. Could it be? Looking at Su Chu, who was constantly at a disadvantage, Xiahao Iwan's heart skipped a beat and a guess emerged in his mind. Su Chu and Su Huang were originally generals of the Wei dynasty, and together with the guardian spirits of Cao Yanbing they had survived for thousands of years in the space of the 10 palaces of Yama. The relationship between the two was not bad. Now that Su Huang is fighting Su Chu, it can only show that the key to breaking the situation this time lies in Su Chu, or on Su Chu. Lord, what should we do now? Just sit back and do nothing? After killing 10 golden-haired monsters with his backhand, Zhenhun turned his eyes to Cao Yanbing, his eyes full of surprise. No need. After leaving the battle, Cao Yanbing wiped the sweat from his head and shook his head gently. Obviously the fierce fight just now took a lot of wear on him. Su Chu is not a stupid person. He naturally understands what Su Huang means. Zhenhun Yuan and Zhenhun, please pull the battle circle in their direction for support. Dian Wei, open the way. I want to go to the deepest point. Cao Yanbing looked coldly at the underground cracks where monsters were still crawling out. It's time to let them be quiet for a while. Follow your orders. Yes. After hearing Cao Yanbing's command, Dian Wei and Zhenhun nodded in unison, then divided their troops into 2 groups and quickly rushed into the group of monsters. The injuries on Dian Wei's body have reached a horrific level, which also means that he is now almost at the peak of his combat power. Among the 5 generals, Dian Wei's combat prowess is almost at the top. Even the 2 Zhenhun brothers cannot compare with him. Under the path opened by Dian Wei's crazy killing, a route covered with snowdrift instantly formed in front of Cao Yanbing. Bang, bang. Relying on the absolute advantage in strength, Su Chu repelled Su Huang head-on and retreated far away with the help of the counter-attack. Breathing heavily, Su Chu looked at Su Huang, who also stopped attacking in the distance, his brows twitching slightly. As a general of the Wei dynasty, Su Huang would not attack him for no reason. The only explanation was that there was something about him that attracted him, making him attack him desperately. What is it? Su Chu murmured in a low voice. After a moment his tiger body shook violently and he subconsciously looked at his hands. Could it be that the beast is in me? Impossible. Although that beast is strong, it is far from being able to attach itself to my body silently. Su Chu shook his head. He was still covered in hellfire. If the beast was really on him, it would have evaporated long ago and he would not be alive until now. While Su Chu was making random guesses, Su Huang's spear once again shocked the space. This time Su Chu did not intend to dodge. He held the giant hammer in his hand and stood straight on the spot, his eyes fixed on the flying white flame dragon, a spear. Buzz! When he was still about 3 feet away from Su Chu's chest, Su Huang suddenly withdrew his attack and stabbed Su Chu in the head. If this blow hit successfully, I am afraid that Su Chu will be seriously injured in an instant or even dissipate directly. Certainly, Su Chu and Su Huang both know this. Both of their bodies suddenly became tense at this moment. Finally, when the white flame dragon, a spear covered with white lotus flames, was lightly tapped 20 centimeters away from Su Chu's helmet, a painful wail suddenly sounded. Along with the sound of wailing, a strange feeling seemed to have occurred in the space here. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click to continue reading. Page 1 of 2 changes. Net to the crack in the ground. Cao Yanbing, who was about to release the Wu Iong Fire Emperor, immediately noticed the changes that had taken place here, and the arm holding the 10 palaces of Yama also sank slightly. Under the surprised gazes of everyone, the endless golden-haired monsters all froze in place at this moment and immediately immediately began to become distorted. Valley gravel monsters, except for Cao Yanbing and others, everything they looked at began to show a strange twisted posture, and a sense of dizziness and weightlessness instantly filled everyone's heart. The space was trembling and the world was rapidly collapsing and disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then a piece of icy blue light like the sun instantly illuminated the place. The sudden bright light caused everyone to subconsciously close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they realized that there were still lush trees around them. The snow valley just now has completely dissipated. If it weren't for the injuries on everyone's bodies, they might have thought it was just a dream. Here Cao Yanbing looked around. When he turned around and looked at the hill behind him, he was suddenly shocked. Here, this is where he just came down. It is the entrance to the entire forest. It was also the first time I met those two children. Thinking about it, from the moment its soles touched the forest floor, he had already fallen into the illusion created by this Scrofulariaceae fantasy beast. By the way, Scrofulariaceae dream beast. She turned to look at Su Huang only to find that he was still maintaining the posture of thrusting out the spear, and at the tip of the Bun Dragon a spear, a white kitten completely dyed red with blood hung lifelessly. Chapter 98 Mission completed perfectly. Su Huang put away his spear, grabbed the dead white kitten and threw it to the ground. When the tiger generals saw this, they moved around and surrounded him. This thing is quite interesting. If Su Huang hadn't found it in the end, I'm afraid it would have been eaten alive in that illusion. Zhenhun poked the corpse of the Scrofulariaceae dream beast with the tip of his spear and sighed. Yes, Yahao Iwan nodded. On the contrary, it was Su Chu. He came straight to Su Huang and said doubtfully, you already know that this beast is on me, why don't you just tell me? It makes me scared. Su Huang smiled. In that case, if we speak directly, no one can guarantee whether it will escape again. If it escapes, I'm afraid we will be trapped in that place alive. Hearing this, Yahao Iwan nodded, agreeing with this sentence. Seeing that Su Huang explained so clearly, Su Chu didn't ask any more questions. In any case, he almost completely relied on him to break the situation. Okay, now that this illusion formation has been broken, the rest is left to the Lord to decide. Su Huang turned his head and looked to his side. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing nodded. Initial domain name M. After all, they came here for the inner ELIR of this ancient spirit beast. Now that the matter is completed, the most important thing is to get the inner ELIR returned to Wuhan City and resurrect Xiao Yang. Boom! Under the calcining of hellfire, the corpse of Scrofulariaceae dream beast began to gradually change, eventually forming a crystal blue inner ELIR the size of a thumb. Cao Yanbing reached out and made a move. Under the tug of an invisible suction force, the crystal blue inner ELIR instantly fell into his palm. Buzz! As soon as the inner alchemy entered the palm, it began to tremble slightly as if something was struggling in it. Sure enough, the inner ELIR of this ancient spiritual beast contains extremely high spiritual power. Although it is not as good as the locust tree branch, it is almost the same. Cao Yanbing looked at the inner ELIR in his palm with a look of satisfaction on his face. Regarding the last item needed for resurrection, the inner ELIR of the ancient spirit beast has been obtained, and it has also been approved by Su Huang. This operation can be considered a complete success. It can be said that his trip was not in vain. But having said that, this soul beast is indeed not very strong in itself, as Bibi Dong said, but its ability to create illusions still makes Cao Yanbing feel numb when he thinks about it now. It seems that my strength still needs to be improved. Not only Cao Yanbing had such thoughts, but others also had such thoughts. Since they stepped into this continent, they have not encountered an opponent. Even if they are one against many, they are not afraid at all. But if it weren't for Su Huang now, I'm afraid they would have been trapped and died in this illusion like those titled Douluo in the past. Okay, now that you have obtained the inner ELIR, there is no need to waste time staying here. Go back and start preparing for resurrection. Putting the inner ELIR into his arms, Cao Yanbing turned around and said to everyone with a smile on his face, the general will obey your orders. All the tiger generals obeyed the order and saluted with clasped fists. Immediately the 5 bodies trembled lightly, gradually turning into dots of starlight and disappearing from the place, returning to Cao Yanbing's body again. Turning back and taking one last look at the so-called vast forest, Cao Yanbing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then stopped staying and strode away. Now 5 of the 7 guardian spirits have awakened. Su Chu is an outstanding figure in terms of strength. Dian Wei is the most powerful in combat. Zhenhun, who can control the undead army. Xiahao Iwan controls the demonic energy at will. Su Huang, who controls the White Lotus karmic fire in both offense and defense, plus myself, controls the Hellfire Rakshasa street realm, and the undead army that has always been his own. The current Cao Yanbing already have the power to compete for the world. When Xiao Yang is resurrected and Xiao Yue comes out of seclusion, it will be the time for him to taint the world. By then the Tiandu Empire will be the first to be destroyed. After all, Cao Yanbing remembers the slayings of the 10 powerful soul saints and the bone Douluo Gurong very clearly. The road between Hanhai City and Wuhan City is extremely long. Even Cao Yan's army spent about 7 days driving the army. This is still at full speed. If he is riding a carriage, he doesn't know how long it will take. Finally, as the evening of the 7th day approached, he finally saw the towering buildings of Wuhan City. As he expected, that should be Douluo Hall. At the gate of the city there were nearly 50 or SI Thai soul masters wearing spirit hall costumes standing quietly. From a rough inspection it was found that most of their cultivation levels were in the SI Thais or 70s. General Fire, please come in. His Majesty the Pope has been waiting for a long time. When the soldiers guarding the city gate saw Cao Yan's soldiers, they immediately stepped forward salute. Naturally they also knew the identity of the former. Bibi Dong, wait for me. Cao Yanbing frowned slightly, but doubts arose in his heart. What is this woman waiting for? Cao Yanbing admitted that Bibi Dongke was very sey and charming, and that capturing her would give him a sense of conquest. However, having gathered all the materials, he now had more important things than satisfying her. Yes, His Majesty the Pope wants to see you. General Huo, hurry in and don't keep His Majesty the Pope waiting. The soldier said again, go and tell her I'm not free. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing waved his hand impatiently, then ignored him and walked towards the city. General Fire! General Fire! Seeing him leaving, the soldiers called from behind, but Cao Yanbing had no intention of stopping. He had very important things to do. General Huo, we dare not disobey His Majesty the Pope's order. The soldier chased after him and urged him, then let her come to me on her own. Cao Yanbing still didn't look back. He immediately moved and disappeared. The guard stood there looking at Cao Yanbing, who had disappeared, with embarrassment on their faces. They did not expect that Cao Yanbing did not even take the Pope's order into consideration. General, let's go report it, one of the soldiers said uneasily. Well, that's all we can do now. The soldier sighed softly, subconsciously looking up at the Pope's palace in the distance, which symbolized the honor of the Spirit Empire, with some fear in his eyes. He knew Bibi Dong's temper, and he also knew Cao Yanbing's temper. The soldier was a little overconfident towards these two people who dared not offend him. Although he is the ruling elder of the Presbyterian Hall, I think people like this who don't listen to teachings should be properly controlled by His Majesty the Pope. Another soldier guarding the city gate came forward in a few steps and shook his head. Forget it, we only played a role of communication, so we can only bite the bullet and go ahead. The soldier who stopped Cao Yanbing struggled for a long time and finally stepped onto the steps to the Pope's palace with the determination to die. Chapter 99. What net? How to operate resurrection. This is something that goes against nature. If it were in the original world, he would definitely sneer at it, but now in this world he has illusions about it. Now that all the materials needed for resurrection have been gathered, Cao Yanbing did not dare to be vague about Xiao Yang's resurrection. Go back to the Elders' Hall. Passing over the magnificent seraph statue in the center of the hall, he walked straight into the chrysalis passage and headed towards the training place deep underground. Cao Yanbing. However, just as he was about to open the stone door and step into the training place, an old voice suddenly came from behind. His body stiffened. Cao Yanbing turned around and looked around. Behind him, the figure of Golden Crocodile Douluo suddenly appeared in front of him. Old man, Golden Crocodile? Cao Yanbing was surprised. You must know that it would take several months for this old guy to complete any retreat, and it only took less than 2 months from the time he went to Hanhai City to the time he came back. In such a short period of time he would actually leave the border early. Could it be that something happened in the past 2 months, or is there something else going on? What? Didn't you go hunt that Scrofulariaceae dream beast? Why did you come back so soon? Golden Crocodile Douluo asked with a half smile. Already killed, Cao Yanbing answered truthfully. Kill? Golden Crocodile Douluo raised his eyebrows slightly. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but more of it was suspicion. This Scrofulariaceae fantasy dream beast is an ancient spiritual beast. As far as he knew, including his disciples, there were already 5 powerful titled Douluo people on the mainland who entered there and were never heard from again. Cao Yanbing not only went in and escaped unscathed, but also killed it. Golden Crocodile felt incredible. Obviously he didn't quite believe Cao Yanbing's word. Maybe it's just for his own pleasure. Believe it or not, Cao Yanbing didn't care about Golden Crocodile Douluo's suspicious eyes. He remained as indifferent as water, as if he didn't care about Golden Crocodile Douluo's attitude at all. Did you really kill that Scrofulariaceae dream beast? Golden Crocodile Douluo asked again, still a little unsure. Yes, if you don't believe it you can go and see for yourself, Cao Yanbing responded calmly. Golden Crocodile Douluo was silent for a moment. This guy is indeed very strong, but he really didn't believe that this kid could find the Scrofulariaceae dream beast and kill it. After all, its illusion can trap and kill even titled Douluo. Rumble. Ignoring him while Golden Crocodile was silent, Cao Yanbing had already opened the stone door and walked in. Rumble. As Cao Yanbing stepped in, the huge stone door slowly closed. When it was about to close completely, he looked back at Golden Crocodile Douluo. Hey, old man Golden Crocodile, if you have time, help me protect the law. I have something important to do, Cao Yanbing said to Golden Crocodile Douluo outside the stone gate. Golden Crocodile Douluo did not answer but stared at Cao Yanbing's back with cold eyes. This guy actually asked himself the second worshipper to protect him. If anyone else dared to say this, they would have been killed by Golden Crocodile on the spot. So what about his turn? Under his cold gaze, Cao Yanbing couldn't help but shudder, but he didn't pay attention to what Golden Crocodile Douluo was thinking. Now resurrection is the most important thing. Boom. After Cao Yanbing's figure completely entered the inside, the huge stone door behind him was completely closed and isolated from the outside world. The moment the stone door closed, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of Golden Crocodile Douluo's mouth. That smile seemed to contain some kind of evil. In this case, I want to see what kind of trouble you can make if you let me protect you personally. With that said, Golden Crocodile turned and walked away. Walking into the stone gate, there is a huge cave behind the stone gate. The cave is surrounded by an extremely hard rock wall. The rock wall is covered with dense patterns emitting dazzling light, illuminating the entire cave. These patterns are composed of countless kinds of runes. And the strangest thing is, after those runes entered Cao Yanbing's sight, they all dimmed and gave off a hazy halo. Extinguished. Cao Yanbing couldn't help but frown, looking at the runes on the rock wall curiously. When he carefully observed the runes on the rock walls, he found that these runes actually felt familiar to him, as if these runes were related to his bloodline. However, he couldn't remember what these runes were. Is it related to me? Forget it, let's not study anymore. This thing must have been made by the old man Qian Douluo. After researching for a few minutes and still finding no clues, Cao Yanbing gave up. With a wave of his hand, the soul guide on his finger suddenly emitted a burst of bright light, and immediately 4 small jade bottles appeared on the floor in the cave. The blood essence of 300,000-year soul beast, an inner Elir of an ancient spiritual beast. Xia Hao Iwan, release that body, Cao Yanbing called in his heart. Buzz. The space on the right suddenly trembled and a group of ferocious demonic energy surged like a vortex. After a while, Tang Hao's body fell out of it. All the items are gathered. Looking at the 3 resurrection items neatly placed in the room, Cao Yanbing raised the corner of his mouth. When he thought that his brother would be successfully resurrected in a short time, a joy filled his heart instantly. He couldn't wait to pick up the jade bottle. You must know that this blood is the essence of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. For some physically strong soul masters, it is an excellent nourishment. However, for ordinary people, it is like poison. If you swallow even a tiny bit, you will implode and die. However, just when Cao Yanbing was excitedly preparing to pour out drops of blood, his arms froze and the smile froze on his face. Damn, everything is here. How do I operate it? Cao Yanbing looked at the items in front of him and couldn't help but get angry. He doesn't understand this method of resurrection either. Damn it, if I had known about it, I would have investigated thoroughly first. Cao Yanbing clutched the jade bottle in his hand, his face full of anger. After working so hard for so long, but now it falls apart at the last moment. Who wouldn't be angry if this happens to me? How about let's test it first? Gritting his teeth, Cao Yanbing finally made up his mind, stretched out his hand to hold the jade bottle and poured it out. A drop of red liquid with entangled golden lines sprayed out from the jade bottle and immediately suspended in the air. Titan ape essence and blood. His eyes were fixed on the drop of blood essence. After a moment, he finally no longer hesitated and threw the drop of blood essence directly towards Tang Hao's body. Lord, wait! Just when the drop of essence and blood was about to fall into Tang Hao's mouth, Xia Hao Iwan's huge body suddenly appeared. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and the demonic energy that filled the sky instantly enveloped the drop of blood essence and returned to the jade bottle. Chapter 100. The Last Ep. Lord, wait! Just when the drop of essence and blood was about to fall into Tang Hao's mouth, Xia Hao Iwan's huge body suddenly appeared. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and the demonic energy that filled the sky instantly enveloped the drop of blood essence and returned to the jade bottle. What's wrong? Looking at Xia Hao Iwan, who appeared spontaneously, Cao Yanbing was stunned and looked at him inexplicably. Xia Hao Iwan said there was once a wizard in the Wei Kingdom who specialized in practicing some evil method. Among his many evil methods, there was a method of making puppets that was quite similar to it. I think it should be useful. Oh, come and listen. Hearing Xia Hao Iwan's words, Cao Yanbing's heart suddenly moved, his eyes narrowed slightly and he couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Xia Hao Iwan nodded and said his method is extremely insidious and it also requires the use of blood and body. First, use flames to quench the body and purify the remaining soul inside. Then inject blood. After the body is refined, finally use secret methods to use it as a puppet. The general saw that this method method was somewhat similar to the materials needed for resurrection, so he stopped him. Xiahao Iwan said. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing nodded and said, I understand. As he spoke, he raised his hand and made a gesture to Xiahao Iwan. Xiahao Iwan, then you will refine the body as commanded. Seeing this, Xiahao Iwan understood and waved his hand, and the dark and deep hellfire roared out, instantly sweeping the corpse into it. Tang Hao is worthy of being a titled Douluo. His specific hardness is far beyond the comparison of ordinary soul saint. Even under the burning of hellfire, it took more than 20 minutes to start to show a semi-crystalline state. This is Xiahao Iwan. It's really not simple. Looking at Summer Ho Yuan was covered by an iron armor with only his scarlet face posed. Cao Yanbing couldn't help but think to himself, although Xiahao Iwan was not the strongest among them, Cao Yanbing was surprised by his control over the demonic energy and his numerous methods. It seems Xiahao Iwan can be regarded as a wise general. Cao Yanbing's mouth curved into a cold arc. Time is passing quickly. Soon the time of a stick of incense passed. Xiahao Iwan's scarlet eyes gradually returned to their normal color. The body wrapped in hellfire also turned into a crystal clear state at this moment, except that it was missing an arm and a leg and somewhat lost its beauty. Xiahao Iwan, was it successful? Cao Yanbing looked at Xiahao Iwan and asked eagerly. Reporting to the Lord, it was successful. Xiahao Iwan said, okay. Upon hearing this, Cao Yanbing couldn't help laughing. Then his eyes shifted to the remaining 3 resurrection items again. He took a step forward and waved his hand, and the 3 things were taken into his hands one after another. Now that the body has been refined, the next step is to fuse the essence and blood, Cao Yanbing said, and with a wave of his hand 3 jade bottles were opened at the same time, and 3 drops of soul beast essence of different colors were opened. The blood flew out instantly and fell into the refined body. Buzz! A low hum sounded in Cao Yanbing's delighted eyes. The moment the essence and blood entered the originally crystal clear body, it spread all over the body in an instant like blood vessels covering the inside of the body, making it look extremely penetrating. The essence and blood of 3 different colors gradually merged into the heart. In an instant a strange red light bloomed and a faint sense of danger filled the hearts of the 2. What a powerful body! This body alone is probably enough to compare with ordinary titled Douluo. Looking at the perfectly refined corpse, Xiahao Iwan couldn't help but sigh, his face full of wonder. Yeah, Cao Yanbing smiled and nodded. It was obvious that this body was strong. Even he was quite satisfied. It's just his eyes subconsciously turned to the mutilated arms and legs, and Cao Yanbing still had a grudge in his heart. It's like creating a perfect piece of art by yourself only to find that one part is missing. I feel a little uncomfortable after all. My lord, what should we do? Seeing that something was wrong with Cao Yanbing's prescience, Xiahao Iwan asked quickly. Cao Yanbing shook his head. Continue refining as commanded. After the word fell, Xiahao Iwan raised his palm again. Suddenly a majestic hellfire rose up in his hand and swept towards the refined body. The body and blood have been completely refined, and now only the most important and critical step is left, the soul. Looking at the jade bottle containing the inner Elir of the ancient spirit, Cao Yanbing couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If he directly used Yao Yang's soul to refine it, would there be any problems? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in Cao Yanbing's ears. My lord, don't worry. The soul of the person left in this body has been cleaned by me. There will be absolutely no problem for the young master's soul to enter it. Xiahao Iwan's voice rang in his mind. Cao Yanbing's pupils shrank and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that Xiahao Iwan could see through his inner worries. Then let's get started. Cao Yanbing closed his eyes. He knew that this was the most important step and also the most difficult step. Close your eyes and return your consciousness to the sea of consciousness. Arriving in front of the familiar arch, Cao Yanbing took a deep breath, controlled his emotions, and immediately stepped in without hesitation. It's still the familiar street. General Cao is back. Good morning, General Cao. The general seems to be in a good mood, yet I haven't seen it for a long time. Facing the familiar residents on both sides of the street, Cao Yanbing nodded slightly with a faint smile on his face. This moment he suddenly missed the old days. Brother, why are you back? At this moment a childish but majestic voice came into his ears. Hearing this familiar voice, Cao Yanbing's heart skipped a beat and he turned to look behind him. I saw not far behind me Cao Xianliang, dressed in a military robe, walked over with his hands behind his back and his body exuded a cold aura. Behind him the guardian spirit Tang Liuya was protecting him step by step. Brother, why are you back? Looking at Cao Yanbing, Cao Xuanliang's eyebrows showed a strong look of surprise. Haha, I haven't seen you for such a long time, so naturally I want to come back and see you. Cao Yanbing grinned. Oh, hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Cao Xuanliang's face and he said, I haven't seen you for such a long time, brother, you have changed a lot. Tell me, is there something wrong? Cao Xuanliang's character was already very keen. From Cao Cao Yanbing's pres Zion, he could see that Cao Yanbing's behavior at this time was a little different from usual. As for what was different, he couldn't tell. Cao Yanbing nodded. To tell you the truth, I do have something to tell you. What's the matter? Just tell me. Hearing this, Cao Yanbing took a deep breath, forced down the joy on his face, and he said word by word, I have gathered all the things needed for resurrection, and now there is only the last step left. Speaking of this, Cao Yanbing's tone suddenly stopped and he stared at the shocked Cao Xianliang, who was grinning from ear to ear. I need you to enter that body. In other words, you will be reborn in that body.